Chen Xing, like a serpent, weaved around the massive form of the demon dragon, his hands striking with relentless precision, yet producing not a whisper of sound. The demon dragon, in a fit of rage, retaliated with ferocity, but to no avail. Suddenly, Chen Xing's figure appeared at the formidable chest of the demon dragon. With both fists thrust forward, he landed a direct blow to the dragon's torso. The impact resonated with a muted thud, and leveraging the force, Chen Xing executed a flawless backflip, landing gracefully 5 paces away from the beast. With his hands drawn back, he did not linger to assess the results, but leisurely turned to walk towards Chen Bing and the others. Effort does not guarantee success, yet without effort, one is assured to fail. Chen Xing. On a sweltering summer day, among the hottest of the year, the sun blazed fiercely, driving one to madness. The cicadas in the trees chirped incessantly, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive heat. Nestled in this remote, mountainous area was a simple, clean, albeit somewhat antiquated square courtyard. Outside, a row of white poplar trees bore the scars of weathering, their bark peeling away to reveal a ghostly white underneath. Within the courtyard lay a sizable playground, a row of dormitory-style buildings, and rudimentary military exercise equipment, all remnants of a former military camp. Chen Xing felt discomfort as a native of the north. He was particularly averse to the sweltering summer. Gasping for breath, he slowly unwound the bandages from his hands, a familiar agony tearing at his skin. Yet, not a flicker of his brow betrayed the pain. The recent, intense 36 consecutive strikes had evidently pushed his hands beyond their limits, as beads of crimson seeped through the thick calluses on his knuckles. All was worthwhile, for the 40-centimeter thick, bent iron pillar stood testament to Chen Xing's relentless effort. Chen Xing was a martial arts enthusiast, profoundly and obsessively devoted to the craft. From the moment he lost a childhood brawl at the age of 5, he recognized the significance of martial prowess. Thus began a hellish regimen of training that had accompanied him for 22 years. Orphaned, he lived with only his elderly grandfather, who imposed no restrictions on Chen Xing's almost self-destructive training, allowing him to push his limits without hesitation. From the moment he began running, Chen Xing dedicated himself to physical training, immersing himself in various martial arts and combat techniques. Gradually, he became obsessed with these violent disciplines, relentlessly scouring for every martial arts book he could obtain. Employing a plethora of absurd and brutal methods, he sought to enhance his strength. Since the age of 6, he had never been without a weighted sandbag, which he eventually filled with lead to intensify his training. To boost his speed, 80 of his movements consisted of all-out sprints, with both short and long-distance starts and stops greatly benefiting him. His daily, uninterrupted 20-kilometer runs at full speed propelled his velocity to extraordinary heights. In pursuit of practical combat experience and an unwavering composure, Chen Xing engaged in countless battles from the age of 10, ranging from skirmishes with local bullies to challenges against renowned martial artists and prestigious did so many that he lost count. To truly cast aside the fear of life and death, he even joined a guerrilla group in Afghanistan at the age of 14, dedicating 4 years to this endeavor, solely to liberate himself from the shackles of mortality and to forget his own existence. Unbreakable and swift, he embodied the essence of speed. Report, Comrade Squad Leader Li Wei and Yang Jian from the 3rd Office of the 5th Engineering Department of the People's Liberation Army, reporting for duty. Please instruct us. Chen Xing observed the 2 soldiers sent this quarter to serve as his sandbags with quiet contemplation. While others might be oblivious, he understood all too well that the 5th Engineering Department represented the Special Response Unit of the PLA Special Forces, the very battalion where he once called home. Since his discharge, following an incident during a home visit that led to the demise of a notorious bully, his old home had never truly let him go. Though he had left the barracks, every 3 months 2 soldiers were dispatched to deliver ample supplies, and these soldiers would serve as his training partners for the coming months. Silence enveloped the air as Chen Xing remained mute, with the 2 soldiers equally quiet. Suddenly, he summoned his strength, bending his waist and lowering his body in a flash. His palm gently landed on Li Wei's chest. Despite being prepared, Li Wei could only half complete his defensive stance, his hand barely rising to his ribs. "Huh!" A low exclamation escaped as Chen Xing unleashed his force, sending Li Wei hurtling backward like a cannonball. Without warning, Yang Jian's leg struck out, swift as a viper, aiming for Chen Xing's head with a menacing shriek. The psychological fortitude of a Special Forces soldier proved exemplary, exhibiting no hesitation even under unfavorable conditions. His clean, decisive, and threatening kick was the most effective means to force Chen Xing to maintain a safe distance. Alas, intentions seldom align with reality. With a sudden tightening of the ankle, Chen Xing's left hand, which had hitherto remained unutilized, seized him in an instant. Following this, Chen Xing's half-guarding throw inflicted a profound psychological blow upon Yang Jian. This most fundamental grappling technique, which every soldier is trained in, left Yang Jian, a Special Forces operative, utterly disoriented. His powerful kick capable of severing a 20-centimeter wooden stake seemed as trivial as a child's play in the face of Chen Xing's prowess, rendering the situation absurdly preposterous. Yet, the stark reality lay before them. A swift defeat. As they beheld Chen Xing's figure gradually retreating into the dormitory, both Li Wei and Yang Jian sighed, acknowledging the truth of his formidable reputation. Blade Edge indeed remained the most formidable martial artist in the entire military. Trailing closely behind Chen Xing, Li Wei and Yang Jian were wholly devoted to mirroring his rigorous training regimen. While it sounded deceptively simple, the execution proved to be exceedingly challenging. Although they had grown accustomed to a full-speed 20-kilometer run, keeping pace with Chen Xing was a seemingly insurmountable task as speed during that distance was akin to a 400-meter sprint, maintained without a hint of deceleration. This prompted them to question, was Chen Xing truly human? The evening combat drills were an additional source of discomfort for Li Wei and Yang Jian. Was there such a thing as training that surpassed the intensity of actual combat? It was, without a doubt, more grueling than real warfare. As Special Forces soldiers, they had long believed their combat skills were unrivaled. Yet, each day's drills shattered their previous arrogance, as their most prized techniques were effortlessly neutralized by Chen Xing. The strength of their strikes, capable of tearing through the skin of a tiger, felt utterly futile in his presence. Unbelievable this was the singular thought occupying Li Wei and Yang Jian's minds. Squad leader, do you feel anything from the punches and kicks we throw at you? Li Wei finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. Chen Xing contemplated for a moment, his emotionless gaze sweeping across Li Wei's face. Ordinary martial arts boil down to strength, technique, and speed. Strength is the foundation, speed is the prerequisite. As for technique, it is merely the skill of applying strength and speed. Did your strength truly impact me? Of course, we exerted ourselves to the fullest, Yang Jian replied, visibly agitated. Then why do you actively slap the ground upon landing during a fall? Because it can offset the impact of the landing. Li Wei's voice trailed off abruptly. Offset, yes, offset. The realization dawned upon him, and a bitter smile formed on his face. Such a simple principle, yet he could not achieve it. It required an astonishingly quick reaction and speed. As they regarded Chen Xing, Li Wei and Yang Jian recognized the profound depths of this seemingly taciturn squad leader. Food is meant for humans, and paths are meant to be tread. As Chen Xing declared, the leaves gradually turned yellow, and the dilapidated courtyard remained desolate yet tidy. In the courtyard, three figures darted about, entangled in a relentless struggle. Li Wei and Yang Jian were no longer the perpetual victims they had once been upon their arrival. Although they still struggled to withstand more than 20 seconds before being toppled, they could at least now serve as reasonably competent punching bags. The day's practice has concluded, and the trio, as is their custom, sits on the steps by the playground to tidy their garments. Occasionally, Li Wei and Yang Jian exchange light-hearted jests, while Chen Xing maintains an expression devoid of mirth, remaining unyielding to frivolity. You should be on your way, Chen Xing suddenly interjects. Li Wei and Yang Jian are momentarily taken aback by Chen Xing's pronouncement. All gatherings must eventually disperse. What I can impart to you are merely rudimentary theories. The path ahead must be forged by yourselves, Chen Xing states with an unmistakable resolve. Class monitor, can we not have just a little more time? A month, or even half a month would suffice. Yang Jian persists in his pleas. Chen Xing's rationale for this course of action is sound. He perceives himself as a perpetual learner, unworthy of assuming the role of a teacher. Moreover, He senses a peculiar intensity within himself that hints at an impending breakthrough, a moment he wishes to pursue without interruption. On this tranquil night, Chen Xing sits cross-legged in his dormitory. He feels an unusual energy coursing through him, his internal force flowing steadily and purposefully. Typically, his internal energy is scattered throughout his body, lacking focus even during practice. Despite the continual movement within his meridians, the energy remains insufficiently prominent. As his internal force continues to circulate, Chen Xing feels a revelation dawning upon him for the first time in his life. He sees his internal energy. The cultivation method he has embraced has evidently bestowed upon him a vibrant internal force, albeit one that remains subdued. In the region of his lower abdomen, a dense mass of energy rotates slowly and rhythmically. Chen Xing recognizes that it is time for transformation. Having dedicated 20 years to the practice of internal cultivation, the purity of his internal energy has ascended to remarkable heights. What was once gaseous has now seemingly transitioned into a liquid state. He understands that the moment has arrived to put his unconventional and audacious ideas into practice. With great care, Chen Xing gradually separates the energy mass in his lower abdomen into two spheres. One larger mass continues to rotate slowly in the lower abdomen, while the other is cautiously propelled along his meridians. Throughout this process, Chen Xing diligently attempts to alter its rotational direction. This endeavor is slow and fraught with peril, a misstep could provoke a violent upheaval of his entire internal energy. Beads of sweat begin to form on Chen Xing's brow, the stakes hanging by a slender thread. Lacking any experience in refining energy and having no guidance from others or texts, Chen Xing, a fervent martial enthusiast, is relentless in his pursuit. He believes that if others can cultivate internal energy, so too can he. Success would herald a new chapter, while failure would amount to little more than the loss of a life. Since the passing of his grandfather at the age of 23, he has been free of earthly attachments. The energy mass slowly traverses his meridians, its rotational speed diminishing under Chen Xing's influence. Ultimately, after traversing 5 cycles through his meridians, the rotation of the energy mass comes to a halt. Boom! Chen Xing's entire being trembled as he successfully reversed the rotation of his internal energy. In an instant, the stagnant energy coursing through him transformed, wildly surging towards the two opposing energy spheres that now spun in contrary directions. It felt as though every ounce of internal energy had been siphoned away by these spheres, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness and fatigue. Blood seeped from his ears and nose, a clear testament to the immense pressure he had endured. Gritting his teeth, Chen Xing commenced the final step of his energy refinement, directing the energy spheres within his meridians into his dantian to form a cycle with the original sphere. Success or failure hinged on this moment. He refused to concede defeat. The interplay of yin and yang embodies the essence of the Tao. Taiji gives rise to the 2 polarities, which in turn generate the 4 symbols, leading to the 8 trigrams. All of existence, from heaven to earth, is governed by the dance of opposites, one force countering another, one hardness balancing with softness. The morning sun generously spilled into the room. Chen Xing slowly opened his eyes. Had his reckless endeavors truly succeeded? It felt as if he were lost in a dream. The world around him seemed remarkably clearer, every detail strikingly vivid. The 2 energy spheres in his dantian spun incessantly, inhaling and exhaling energy. An uncontrollable wave of ecstasy surged within him. He had succeeded. He had finally triumphed. At last, he could cultivate his unique martial arts and forge his own path in the realm of combat. Ha ha ha! His jubilant laughter soared into the sky. The iron stakes remained in place, their clanging sounds ringing out intermittently. Yet this time, each strike he delivered left a profound mark upon them. After 20 years of energy cultivation, the moment had arrived to put his skills to use, and Chen Xing could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. The exhilaration flooded through him. "Break!" he shouted, exerting his power. With the yin on the left and yang on the right, he channeled the 2 opposing forces into the same spot on the iron stake. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the iron stake could withstand no more of Chen Xing's onslaught. shattering under the impact of the two opposing forces. He had succeeded. His wild dreams had come to fruition. "Grandfather, can you see this? I have done it. I have revived the marvels of ancient Chinese martial arts." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Chen Xing's face. Night had fallen, and yet it was still the same night, and he was still the same person. However, today, Chen Xing was transformed. He had successfully revived the ancient martial arts. He strolled towards his dormitory with ease. Thoughts of refining energy and his two unique energy spheres filled his heart with sweetness. As he pushed open the door to his room, he suddenly froze. Within the familiar confines, there lay something that should not have been there. It was a book, a large, heavy tome, pitch black in color. Approaching the desk, Chen Xing reached for an envelope that rested beside the book. "Class monitor, by the time you read this letter, we will likely be on our way back. We are immensely grateful for your guidance to us. You are the finest instructor. In just 3 short days, your insights have profoundly enriched us. However, there is one thing I hesitate to say, but since we are leaving and you can no longer reprimand us, I shall speak it freely. You are truly too proud. Perhaps it is related to your current existence. It must be exceedingly lonely, is it not? Here is a book I once acquired from a second-hand market. Its peculiar shape is quite striking, yet the content within is rather intriguing. I believe you would find pleasure in perusing it. As a token of my gratitude, I shall leave it with you to alleviate your boredom during idle moments. Li Wei, Yangjian." Setting down the letter, Chen Xing shifted his gaze to the peculiar tome before him. It was an immensely thick volume, shrouded in a deep ebony cover. On its frontispiece lay a bizarre design, adorned with strange patterns in the background, depicting a fearsome beast guarding an enormous scale. Miracles often unfold around you, though they are not always benevolent. As Chen Xing gazed at the book on the table, an amused smile crept upon his face. These two fellows were indeed entertaining. Shaking his head, he nevertheless took the book into his hands and began to leaf through its pages. The night was enveloped in profound tranquility. The dwellings in the distance had likely succumbed to slumber. Who would ever suspect that, beneath the same sky, a bizarre tale was unfolding? As he opened the book, it felt as though an entirely new world materialized before Chen Xing's eyes. A realm of magic, valiant knights, beautiful princesses, nefarious dukes, elegant elves, haughty orcs, industrious dwarves, and clever gnomes. Chen Xing found himself utterly captivated, unaware that his inner energy had begun to flow unconsciously. As the night deepened, Chen Xing closed the book, reminded that he had yet to complete his studies. Yet, suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber. In the stillness of the room, the enigmatic black book began to stir of its own accord, slowly turning its pages without any breeze, emanating a soft white light. The gentle luminescence gradually enveloped the entire chamber, expanding relentlessly. In a modest and unremarkable village, one among countless others scattered across the Timmy continent, there exists a singular distinction. It lies adjacent to the enigmatic Forgotten Forest. This forest, one of the 5 forbidden realms of the Timmy continent, is vast and riddled with gorges, teeming with ancient magical beasts. Its complex geography and multitude of monsters render it exceedingly perilous. Following the catastrophic annihilation of the most formidable Imperial expedition team within its depths, this location has transformed into a haven for bandits and a no-go zone for adventurers. As the saying goes, one survives by relying on the mountains or the waters. Thus, the villagers who make their living on the periphery of the Forgotten Forest possess an indomitable spirit. Outsiders are often fugitives from various nations across the Timmy continent or bold adventurers risking all for a venture into the forest. These desperate souls utilize the village as a forward base and supply station for their treks. Despite the high turnover of transient individuals and the presence of renegades, very few dare to stir trouble here. The villagers, young and old alike, are well acquainted with their surroundings, akin to a close-knit family, ready to rally at the slightest provocation. Moreover, the residents, accustomed to the rigors of life by the forest's edge, are robust and somewhat adept in combat. Over time, an unspoken rule has emerged. One may engage in bloody skirmishes with adventurers and outlaws on the streets without any interference, but should one provoke a villager, even a child, one will surely fail to see the dawn of the following day. This year, a stranger has appeared in the village adjacent to the Forgotten Forest. This peculiar individual, With black hair and clad in garments adorned with green and black patterns, possesses a pair of emotionless eyes. His physique is not particularly imposing, and he is taciturn, rarely uttering a word. Upon his arrival, he began hauling timber from the forest, constructing a modest dwelling at the village's edge. Every 3 days, this young stranger ventures into the forgotten forest, returning after 2 or 3 days with an assortment of game, ranging from small deer to formidable bears. He exchanges these spoils at the only tavern in the village for a modest fee. Strangely, he never haggles. Whatever price the proprietor offers, he accepts without protest. In his idle moments, he quietly occupies a corner of the tavern, neither consuming food nor drink, and remaining utterly silent. The villagers, possessing a simple and honest nature, regard this stranger as genuine and gradually embrace him. Chen Xing has been in this foreign land for over 2 months now. From an initial state of disbelief to a resigned acceptance, he has come to terms with his situation. Who would have imagined that an unusual book could transport him into the world it described? Fortunately, based on his understanding of that book, he is certain that this realm is one of magic and cold weaponry, which is undeniably advantageous for him. Originally struggling to find worthy opponents, he muses that in this world, adversaries must abound. With a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth, Chen Xing contemplates that since he has arrived here, it is imperative to gain a thorough understanding of his surroundings. Thus, he has taken residence in the quaint village bordering the forest. The so-called magical beasts were not unfamiliar to Chen Xing. Just 3 days prior, a magical wolf had unexpectedly appeared behind him while he was hunting. Chen Xing engaged in a brief contest with the creature. It was merely swift in its movements and could unleash icy projectiles. For someone like Chen Xing, who was well-versed in martial arts, it posed little challenge. After grappling with the wolf for a while and discerning its attack patterns, he delivered a powerful punch that cleaved the creature in two. Little did he know that while the magical wolf was not particularly formidable within the Forgotten Forest, it ranked as a mid-tier predator on Timmy continent. Typically, a party of 4 or 5 adventurers would be required to confront such a beast. Were others to learn that a magical wolf had been so effortlessly dispatched by Chen Xing, it would surely instill fear in them. Having gained this experience, Chen Xing gradually shifted his focus towards hunting magical beasts. The bar owner soon found himself with a diverse array of prey. Today, he delivered an ice panther, and tomorrow might bring a raging bear. Furthermore, he ensured that the creatures remained fresh, though the bones of their limbs were invariably shattered and rendered soft. The bar owner could not help but admire the enigmatic Chen Xing, treating him with utmost respect and never daring to withhold his due payment. Occasionally, he would probe into Chen Xing's origins, but the silence that met his inquiries left him hesitant to press further. After all, should he provoke this formidable figure, he might find his own limbs similarly shattered. Chen Xing remained diligent in his martial training, never neglecting his daily practice. The 2 energy spheres within his dantian grew increasingly condensed, their rotation accelerating. Once he had amassed 200 gold coins, he resolved that it was time to embark on an adventure. God cannot extend his grace to every individual, one must rely on oneself. The grasslands of Timmy continent are perpetually lush and inviting, yet the surrounding wastelands starkly contrast with their desolation. Chen Xing traversed the solitary path leading from the Forgotten Forest to the nearest town of Jill, surrounded by a barren expanse. The remnants of war lay scattered about, and the scars left by bandits who had raided merchant caravans were evident. Timmy continent has long been plagued by ceaseless conflict, as nations vie for their interests, leaving many displaced in its wake. Yet, in the aftermath of every war, villages of various sizes sprout forth like mushrooms after rain. After all, survival is paramount, and the odds of thriving are far greater in a collective than in solitary wandering. 3 years had passed since the last great war on the continent, and now was a time of burgeoning revival. Chen Xing knew that if he continued eastward along this merchant road for another 20 kilometers, he would reach a small village. Noting that dusk was approaching, he thought it prudent to seek shelter there and quickened his pace. With keen eyesight, he soon discerned the outline of the village in the distance. However, a sense of unease washed over him. The settlement appeared unnaturally quiet. It was already evening, yet not a wisp of smoke rose from any chimney. It was nothing short of a desolate realm. This was the sole thought that crossed Chen Xing's mind upon his arrival in the village. The entire settlement was strewn with corpses, entombed in massive blocks of ice, each visage frozen in a mask of terror. Chen Xing searched cautiously, his instincts urging him to remain ever vigilant against the lurking dangers surrounding him. Who can forgive me? A faint voice echoed from the central square of the village. As Chen Xing approached the plaza, he noted that the frozen bodies grew increasingly dense. At last, upon a stone in the heart of the square, he discerned the source of the voice, a boy, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age, draped in tattered rags insufficient to serve as proper clothing. His long, raven hair cascaded forward, obscuring his face, which hung low as he sat upon the stone, his shoulders trembling slightly. Who can forgive me? My sins, who can forgive me? The boy repeated incessantly. Chen Xing lowered himself to a crouch. Tell me, what are your sins? His gravelly voice sent a shiver through the boy's frame. I am guilty. All the villagers, all of them, are dead. It was I who killed them, my mother. It was I who killed her, I am guilty. The boy's voice trembled as he continued. They said I was the child of a demon, that I brought forth calamity. They urged my mother to slay me. My mother wielded a knife, and I was so afraid, terrified. The youth's body shook violently, curling in on itself as if attempting to escape the horrors surrounding him. Another victim of religious fanaticism, Chen Xing thought with a sigh. The ideological battles on this continent were exceedingly fierce. The burning of heretics was a commonplace occurrence, even in such a desolate locale. It was evident that the villagers had deemed this child a harbinger of evil, compelling his mother to end his life. The corpses surrounding them must have been the result of this boy's unleashed magical fury, freezing so many in an instant. It was clear he possessed formidable power, and no wonder the villagers viewed him as a demon. How could the ignorant comprehend the value of such strength? If they wished to kill him so brutally, then it was no surprise that he might turn against them. Sin? What a concept to discuss. Lift your head, he commanded. His hoarse voice seemed to carry an enchanting quality, imbuing the boy with a sense of warmth and safety. Slowly, the boy raised his head, and beneath the veil of his dark hair glimmered a pair of crimson eyes, radiating an otherworldly light, yet filled with boundless anguish and sorrow. His handsome, pale face was marked by fear, trembling as he stuttered, Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? It was as if he had grasped at a straw of hope, and his gaze was filled with desperate yearning. Gazing quietly at the striking youth, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming surge of compassion. He gently extended his hand, caressing the top of the boy's head. I forgive you. I, Chen Xing. I forgive you. His voice rang out like an oath, reverberating throughout the entire village. In that fleeting moment, the boy's face transformed from despair to pleading, and then to ecstasy. His lips trembled, yet no sound escaped them, while tears cascaded down his cheeks. Overwhelmed, the boy could no longer contain himself and burst into loud sobs. Collapsing against Chen Xing, clutching his clothing with an iron grip, refusing to let go. Please, don't leave me, he cried, seeming to have found solace in Chen Xing, who at that moment became his sole pillar of support. It's all over now. Everything has passed. Chen Xing gently caressed the boy's head, whispering words of comfort. Outside the western gate of Jie City, two figures approached in the distance. Stop always standing behind me. Stand tall. Chen Xing felt a pang of frustration towards Chen Bing, who perpetually chose to walk a step behind, demonstrating both respect and a hint of reliance. Yet, the moment any outsider drew near, a fierce hostility would manifest in him. Chen Xing couldn't help but smirk at the notion that he had become Chen Bing's exclusive possession. Star, I will always be your shadow, Chen Bing declared, stubbornness shining through as he detached himself from his sadness. Resigned, Chen Xing finally relented. Spotting the guards near the city gate, he quickened his pace. Hey, you two, come here. The guard called out to them. With a sigh, Chen Xing thought. So the king of hell is easy to see, but the little devils are troublesome. He sensed trouble looming. The guards scrutinized Chen Xing and Chen Bing, their eyes clearly conveying suspicion. Chen Xing attempted to soften his expression, conveying an air of innocence, but it seemed ineffective. Meanwhile, Chen Bing kept his head down, striving to mask his intense animosity. Enough of the glaring. You're not a local, are you? One of the guards spoke up first. Yes, sir. I have come from the Forgotten Forest. This is my friend, Chen Xing replied, his face betraying no hint of anxiety. Oh, very well, then. You may enter, the guard, as if recalling something, quickly cleared the way. Chen Xing cast a deep glance at the guard, nodding in gratitude before swiftly pulling Chen Bing into the city. Behind them, the guard who sought trouble began to grumble. Captain, why did you let them in? We could have at least extorted some coin from them. Silence. Did you not notice something off about the one in front? Think about it. Who from the Forgotten Forest is easy to handle? If he decides to act, we might not make it out of this alive. The captain's voice trembled with fear. What kind of person was he? That fleeting glance seemed to see right through me, terrifying. The captain stood transfixed, staring at Chen Xing's retreating figure, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Justice stems from truth, and truth is born from strength. As a frontier fortress city of the Karl Empire, Gil City is undeniably bustling with activity. Merchants from the north and south converge here daily, contributing to its vibrant economy, which consistently ranks among the top 3 in tax revenue within the empire. However, such prosperity breeds chaos. Numerous gangs proliferate throughout the city. While they may lack significant power, they are more than capable of preying on small traders and exploiting outsiders as a source of income. Yet, in this world, misfortune often prevails. Upon entering the city, Chen Xing and Chen Bing quickly caught the attention of those with ill intentions. Although Chen Bing had donned a commoner's attire, Chen Xing's striking green and black camouflaged outfit was conspicuous to say the least. Silent and sullen, Chen Xing walked with determination, as did Chen Bing, their temperaments aligning well. The bustling streets were lined with shops, and as Chen Xing ambled along, he pondered acquiring a more suitable outfit for Chen Bing. Suddenly, a hand darted towards Chen Xing's waist. Perhaps it was sheer misfortune for the would-be thief to encounter an iron wall today. With Chen Xing's prowess, a petty thief stood no chance. Before the hand could make contact, Chen Xing seized it, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Once released, the thief writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by pain and a foul stench, having lost control of his bodily functions. Chen Bing stepped forward, but was gently restrained by Chen Xing's hand. "Does it hurt?" Chen Xing inquired, feigning concern as he leaned down. The thief, now crawling away, realized that Chen Xing was no easy target. In the distance, a raucous group of burly men armed with clubs and guns approached, led by a figure clad in tattered knightly armor wielding a massive two-handed sword, exuding an air of authority. The crowd dispersed in panic, pointing and whispering as nearby shopkeepers hurriedly shut their doors and windows, abandoning their stalls. "Don't block my way, I haven't had a good stretch in a while," Chen Xing said, his face alight with excitement as he held Chen Bing back. In Chen Bing's mind, whatever Chen Xing wished to do was justifiable, and he felt it his duty to comply. The hulking men surrounded Chen Xing and Chen Bing, with the leader stepping forward, his sword resting on his shoulder, swaying ominously. "Did you bully our brother? Do you not know that the western part of the city is the territory of the Savage Bear mercenary group?" The leader spoke with confidence, believing he had the upper hand. Chen Xing remained impassive. "I'm asking you a question." The leader's voice rose, demanding respect. Yet, Chen Xing remained unresponsive. "Are you deaf? Do you even know who I am?" Veins bulged on the leader's forehead as his temper flared. Still, Chen Xing remained unaffected. "Fine, you're asking for it. Brothers, attack." Unable to contain himself any longer, the leader bellowed, charging forward with his companions. Observing the unruly brutes, a flicker of emotion crossed Chen Xing's face. And with a cold smirk, he already launched a punch towards the foremost man. With a resounding thud, the formidable man shot forth like a cannonball, leaving a trail of crimson in the air. A cold smile adorned Chen Xing's face as he moved with remarkable speed, utilizing techniques common in Muay Thai, such as side kicks, knee strikes, elbow blows, and downward slashes. He showed no mercy to his adversaries. The weapon wielded by the man appeared to be mere decoration in the face of Chen Xing, whose body moved like an eel, effortlessly gliding through a hail of projectiles without a single scratch. With a muffled thump, Chen Xing's fingers, sharp as blades, pierced the gaping chest of the giant, rendering his rudimentary martial skills akin to a child's playthings. The rudimentary armor he wore was no more resilient than a sheet of paper in the presence of Chen Xing. Dodging a wooden stick aimed at him, Chen Xing executed a spinning maneuver, his legs sweeping fiercely through the air, striking the giant's head with a resounding crack. In the wake of Chen Xing's overpowering presence, the once fearsome giant crumbled like tofu under pressure. Those behind him faltered, their legs weak, unconsciously retreating. Chen Xing relished the thrill of battle. With a powerful shout, he struck the chest of the giant before him, sending a surge of internal energy coursing through. The ensuing chaos was deafening. The crowd around him collapsed one after another, as if struck by lightning, their cries echoing into the night. The ancient martial arts were indeed a legacy of relentless transmission. The leader of the giants lay trembling on the ground, staring at Chen Xing as though he were the most fearsome demon in existence. With a contented exhale, Chen Xing uttered not a word, turning to beckon Chen Bing. And together they departed, leaving behind a street littered with the remnants of the once menacing thugs. After their encounter, Chen Xing felt uplifted, leading Chen Bing through the bustling streets, having equipped her in a variety of outfits. As he patted his pocket, he found only 60 gold coins remaining, prompting a slight headache. Indeed, the city of Jill was prosperous, yet the prices were exorbitantly high. Recalling the mysterious Black Book's mention of mercenary and adventurer guilds in larger cities as lucrative opportunities, Chen Xing inquired about directions from a passerby and proceeded toward their destination. The mercenary guild resembled a grand tavern, bustling with mercenaries exchanging experiences over drinks and lively conversations. Upon his arrival, the place was already brimming with patrons, the air thick with the sounds of revelry and boastful banter. The proprietor, an elderly man, appeared weary, resting his head on the bar as he dozed off. Observing the scene before him, Chen Xing furrowed his brow and approached the bar directly. "Good sir, I wish to register as a mercenary," he announced. The old man squinted at Chen Xing and Chen Bing. "The registration fee is 5 gold coins per person." Chen Xing tossed 10 gold coins onto the bar. The old man picked up the coins, bit into them, and, satisfied, tucked them into his pocket, rising from his slumber. "What profession?" he inquired. After pondering briefly, Chen Xing recalled the book's descriptions and declared, "Fighter." The elementalist, Chen Bing, responded from behind. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Both the fighter and elementalist are rare professions in the land of Timmy, while the fighter, relying solely on their combat techniques without the aid of weapons or heavy armor, possesses a certain degree of combat capability. They pale in comparison to the swordsman and are regarded as a profession that has long since seen its decline. The elementalist, on the other hand, occupies a unique position between the warrior and the mage due to their innate ability to commune with a specific element. They can wield low-level spells without incantations and summon elemental forces to aid them in combat. However, the exclusivity of their elemental affinity means that an elementalist can only harness one type of element throughout their life, rendering them ill-suited to counter opposing elements. Moreover, as pure elemental energy flows continuously through their body, they are incapable of casting large-scale spells lest the elements become unruly. Consequently, elementalists have become an almost extinct profession in the contemporary Timmy continent. Thus, the old man felt exceedingly fortunate to witness the simultaneous presence of these two rare professions. The hall of the association fell silent, all eyes fixated on the two individuals representing such uncommon vocations. This world, which once bore no paths, becomes one as people tread upon it. Clearly, the old man had not entertained such peculiar professions in quite some time, and he bombarded Chen Xing and his companion with numerous inquiries out of curiosity. Chen Xing endeavored to respond, and after much effort, they finally managed to register the professions of both individuals. However, when it came time to register as mercenaries, a new dilemma arose. "What levels are your professions?" the old man inquired. "Levels?" Chen Xing shook his head in confusion. "Levels signify the measure of strength." Chen Bing quietly clarified Chen Xing's bewilderment from behind him. "I don't know," Chen Xing replied bluntly. Clang. The room echoed with the sound of falling bodies. "Well, let us test your levels," the old man asserted. Turning to Chen Bing. "What about you? What level are you?" "I don't know either," Chen Bing replied just as decisively. Boom. The entire room collapsed in disbelief. "Oh dear, let us test you both together," the old man said, clearly exasperated, rubbing his temples with one hand. He then led the two outside to the back courtyard, where the association's profession testing ground was located. The testing ground was remarkably simple, merely a small courtyard, with several individuals clearly identifiable as warriors engaged in conversation nearby. The rules were straightforward: combat against opponents of equivalent levels, with a draw resulting in a pass, and each bout limited to 15 minutes. "Our association can test professions from beginner to advanced levels," the old man patiently explained. "Very well, let us start with an intermediate test," Chen Xing said, flexing his wrists, a hint of excitement breaking through his otherwise stoic demeanor. With a wave of his hand, Chen Bing promptly stood obediently to one side of the courtyard. The old man signaled to a nearby warrior, a mid-sized individual clad in gleaming silver chainmail, wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, promptly approached. Test Officer Lyko, a skilled swordsman of intermediate rank, requested guidance. This warrior exhibited commendable qualities, neither arrogant nor servile, displaying no hint of contempt. After performing a traditional swordsman's salute, he immediately assumed a stance. Chen Xing nodded slightly, lowering his center of gravity, his body angled. His feet spread apart in a side stance, his left hand extending forward while his right hand protected his abdomen, embodying the classic opening gesture of the ancient grappling technique. Prepared for combat. Upon witnessing Chen Xing's readiness, the swordsman wasted no time. With a thunderous shout, he charged forward in 3 strides, his single-handed sword descending upon Chen Xing. Radiating a crimson glow, clearly infused with fighting spirit, wielded with full force. Before the sword could strike, the pressure of the wind bore down upon Chen Xing. Yet, Chen Xing's limbs were never sluggish. With a subtle shift of weight, he deftly evaded the single-handed sword. With a powerful thrust from his feet, he swiftly closed the distance, finding himself in the swordsman's embrace. The swordsman, taken aback by Chen Xing's astonishing speed, was met with shock as a figure suddenly appeared before him. In a panic, he retreated rapidly, raising his left hand shield defensively. Grappling technique. Block and choke. Thud. The swordsman was unable to withstand the amplified force of Chen Xing's spinning technique, and was violently flung away, crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, his body limp as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Surrounding them was a cacophony of astonishment. The other swordsmen stood in stunned silence, their weapons dropping from their hands, oblivious to the commotion. The elder stared blankly at Chen Xing, his throat constricting, momentarily rendered speechless. In contrast, excitement surged as he realized he had made a misstep. Chen Xing bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude. He bowed once more, having inadvertently rendered the test officer unconscious. It was only fitting to show respect. After a brief period of organization, the courtyard emptied once more. Chen Bing, observing Chen Xing's nod, gradually made his way to the center of the courtyard. From that point onward, events unfolded smoothly, relying on his exceptional elemental communication skills. Chen Bing adeptly wielded his ice sword in battle, effortlessly molding basic ice orbs, and progressed to become a high-level elemental mage without peril. The old man assisted them in completing their mercenary paperwork and subsequently arranged accommodations within the association. The bustling atmosphere in the hall resumed, now enriched by discussions of the remarkable performances of these 2 rare profession bearers. Chen Xing was resolute in his daily studies, never shirking his responsibilities. Sitting quietly on his bed, he earnestly attuned himself to his inner energy. The 2 energy spheres within his dantian revolved in harmonious synchrony, continuously cycling and exchanging energy. Chen Xing remained unaware that his so-called internal cultivation technique was, in fact, an authentic ancient Chinese martial art, originating from an anonymous Taoist during the Tang dynasty. During that era, Buddhism flourished while Taoism waned, yet hidden in the mountains resided many wise hermits. This unnamed Taoist was among them. Throughout his life, he mastered only rudimentary martial skills, yet his understanding of internal energy was perhaps unparalleled in his time. The Taoist was acutely aware that all internal martial arts, though cultivated through rigorous practice, could be applied once mastered. However, as the adage goes, haste makes waste, despite the rapid results. The foundation of internal energy was indeed feeble and insubstantial, and even the most authentic methods of Buddhism and Taoism could not provide significant remedy. Thus, he conceived a peculiar form of internal cultivation. The uniqueness of this discipline lay in its initial 20-year period during which no tangible application could be derived. All internal energy would circulate autonomously, nourishing itself. It could be aptly described as a quintessential method for cultivating internal vitality. The purity of the cultivated energy and the vitality of the internal breath far surpassed any contemporary internal practice. This internal art was predicated on introspection. And once the state of inner vision was attained, it signified that the internal energy throughout the body had reached a usable state, establishing a solid foundation for internal cultivation, thus marking the initial success of the practice. At this nascent stage, one could effortlessly employ any route to circulate the internal breath. For the vitality cultivated through this method was imbued with boundless life force, beneficial to the practitioner without any detriment. As long as the internal energy in the dantian continued to swirl, the progress in internal cultivation would perpetually advance. The versatility of this internal practice allowed it to harness nearly all martial techniques. After the nameless Taoist's demise, the principles of this internal art circulated through the martial world. Yet no one succeeded in mastering it, as none understood its hidden 20-year latency. It was later appropriated by the martial practitioners of the Western regions, who modified aspects of it, ultimately giving rise to a new martial school, the later Zhao Wuxian Gong. Chen Xing was oblivious to these historical intricacies. However, he was fervently refining his own martial skills. With his newfound internal cultivation, he could finally explore the various martial secrets he had previously gathered. Igniting and propelling his internal energy, he was reviving the ancient martial arts in a manner akin to the transmission of flames. This invigorated him immensely. He firmly believed that through the study of traditional Chinese martial arts, he could deepen his understanding and appreciation of the discipline. Ultimately, he was destined to forge a unique martial path of his own. His location was inconsequential. What mattered was the continuous challenge and enrichment of his skills. All things in heaven and earth could serve as teachers, and the path of martial arts was as profound as the ocean. If those who came before could achieve greatness, then so too could he. A hero is aided by many. That night, Chen Xing did not sleep, engrossed in his contemplations of the martial way. At dawn the next day, he descended to the hall below, where numerous mercenaries had already gathered in small clusters. Chen Xing scanned the room, formulating a plan in his mind. In the corner, a small group of 3 individuals stood out, clad in identical hooded cloaks, seemingly wishing to conceal their identities. Yet, Chen Xing distinctly sensed a subtle, imposing aura emanating from them, indicative of seasoned warriors. At a nearby table sat a solitary figure dressed simply in clean leather armor, adorned with a half-cloak typical of thieves, ravenously indulging in food. However, Chen Xing noted that the man's downcast gaze occasionally flickered with alertness, clearly remaining vigilant at all times. Chen Xing leisurely strolled around the hall, his demeanor reminiscent of a leisurely afternoon in his own garden. In passing, he also took a moment to familiarize himself with the public tasks displayed on the task release wall. These public tasks lack exclusivity. Anyone can complete them as long as they provide proof of their accomplishment. Xing, you're awake. Why didn't you call for me? Chen Bing exclaimed anxiously. Catching up to Chen Xing, having awakened to find his neighbor absent, he had frantically searched for him, fearing that Chen Xing might abandon him. At this moment, Chen Bing regarded Chen Xing as the most vital part of his existence, wishing to keep him always within sight, unconsciously treating him as a father figure. Chen Xing affectionately ruffled Chen Bing's hair, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You look utterly exhausted. I wanted to let you rest a bit longer. Xing, please don't do this again. I fear you might leave me. Chen Bing's voice trembled, clearly still shaken. Never, Xiao Bing. I promise to stand by you. Trust me. Chen Xing replied with an unyielding conviction. The hall buzzed with the lively chatter of mercenaries, none of whom noticed the 2 individuals in their midst. However, the rogue lurking behind the door observed Chen Xing and Chen Bing with keen interest. The old man finally ambled out from behind the front desk, clearing his throat to signal the start of a new day's work. The mercenaries immediately perked up, for this was the time when new tasks were announced. Each mercenary hoped to find a task that was both lucrative and relatively simple, as their profession often involved perilous exploits, their earnings hard-won. Today was particularly noteworthy. The official task from Gill City reported that a raging earth elemental dragon had appeared 50 kilometers north of the city, having already obliterated 2 mercenary groups. Thus, the task was issued with a grade of B and a reward of 5,000 gold coins. The old man casually dropped this significant news. The surrounding mercenaries erupted into animated discussions, those with some prowess eager to take on the challenge. Such a task is a piece of cake for our wild beast mercenary group. Let us not squabble, we'll claim it, boasted a swordsman, his crude display of confidence underscoring his group's strength. The other mercenaries reacted with disdain, each proclaiming the superiority of their respective groups. It is worth noting that the 2 obliterated groups were the North Wind Mercenary Group and the Blood Red Greatsword Mercenary Group. The old man, with an air of calm authority, dropped another significant revelation. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. The North Wind Mercenary Group, ranked 16th among mercenaries, boasted a daily attendance of 200 members, including 75 intermediate swordsmen, 20 intermediate mages, 10 advanced mages, 20 intermediate priests, 40 intermediate archers, and 35 intermediate heavy armored warriors. Their leader, the Silver Swordsman Willie, was among the most promising candidates for the title of Golden Swordsman this year. His deputy, the Great Mage Xiaoka, was equally formidable, capable of wielding 6th-level spells. The Blood-Red Giant Sword Mercenary Corps boasts an impressive ranking of 12th among mercenary guilds, with a daily attendance of 270 members, including 100 intermediate swordsmen, 40 intermediate heavy infantry, 60 intermediate heavy knights, 60 intermediate archers, and 10 intermediate priests. The leader, the Golden Swordsman Beck, has attained a mid-level status among Golden Swordsmen, while the Vice-Captain, the Grand Mage Cordo, is capable of casting spells of level 7. These two mercenary factions are renowned throughout the Timmy continent, yet they were annihilated by a single rampaging earth dragon. This is utterly astonishing. What level must this earth dragon be? It is on the verge of becoming a colossal dragon, surely? Instantly, all mercenary groups began to retreat in trepidation. Boss, I shall take on this task. A raspy voice resonated through the hall, drawing the gaze of every individual towards Chen Xing and his companion. Oh, the old man is intrigued. Is it just the two of you? Is that sufficient? A playful smile adorned Chen Xing's face. Perhaps you are indeed formidable. Yet to tackle a rampaging earth dragon capable of vanquishing both the north wind and the blood-red giant sword seems rather frivolous. I believe it should be classified as a magic dragon now. The old man hastily articulated his thoughts. The number of participants does not signify much. I possess my own strength, and that is sufficient, Chen Xing replied, remaining unfazed. Xing, and I am your shadow, Chen Bing chimed in urgently from behind. Of course, Chen Xing affirmed. Very well, since you were so determined, I will relay the details of the task to you, the old man conceded, albeit reluctantly. Wait a moment. A thief, who had been lurking behind the door, suddenly rose and swiftly approached Chen Xing. I believe you may require a scout. Hey, I am quite exceptional. Take me along. He presented himself as a noble thief, replete with experience, an acute sense of direction, and an unparalleled sensitivity to gold. I am Henry, the most distinguished thief at your service. He executed a formal noble bow while incessantly extolling his own virtues, extending his hand towards Chen Xing. Chen Xing sidestepped the offered handshake, leaving the thief's hand awkwardly suspended in midair, unsure whether to retract or persist. After a moment's hesitation, he straightened his posture and donned a quintessential gentleman's smile. Ah, do not be like that. I am truly remarkable. In Gil City, oh no, in the Karl Empire. Who does not know me? I am indeed the most charismatic thief. Do you not think it would be quite impressive to have a noble-like thief by your side? Furthermore, my skills are as unparalleled as my demeanor. Trust me, you will be pleased with my performance. The thief continued to prattle on. Since the thief had approached Chen Xing, Chen Bing harbored a profound animosity towards him. Upon witnessing the thief's incessant chatter despite Chen Xing's silent rejection, her hostility morphed into murderous intent. She stepped forward, extending her left hand, and an ice arrow was swiftly launched. The ice arrow missed its mark. At the moment Chen Bing released the arrow, the thief had already produced a small dagger and deftly swatted the ice arrow aside. He opened his mouth, poised to speak. Very well. Just follow us and do not hinder my progress, Chen Xing's hoarse voice interjected, halting Chen Bing's inclination to press further. Oh, you shall soon realize the wisdom of your choice. I will guide you along the safest path, and you will take pride in my presence. Enough with the chatter. Be quiet. Chen Xing unceremoniously interrupted the thief Henry. All right, Henry replied with an awkward smile, finally silencing himself. Behind them, Chen Bing's hostility towards Henry intensified. As Chen Xing and his companions proceeded to the backstage to learn the task details, a group of mercenaries in the corner began their discourse. Quite intriguing, isn't it, Ruth? The apparent leader whispered. Hey, such an interesting affair. Let us go take a look. It appears to be quite entertaining, chimed in a petite figure. Presumably a young girl. Very well, I am somewhat intrigued. Let us follow and observe, the leader concluded, his tone laced with excitement. Truth does not equate to reality. Chen Xing mused. Henry proved to be as experienced as he boasted. After confirming the entirety of the task's particulars and diligently documenting them in his notebook, he promptly commenced his work. In a span of nearly 20 minutes, he managed to procure all the necessary items for the mission, albeit at the cost of 40 gold coins. Moreover, his silver tongue adeptly fostered a rapport with Chen Bing. Oh, you inquire about this? This is a flying claw. Its applications are numerous, be it petty theft or scaling rooftops. It serves well, he explained. Huh, you say we won't be stealing? Oh, do not dwell on that too much. This, a camping tent. Surely, you do not expect us to slumber on the grassy fields? What? You don't require one. Come now, I need it, Chen Gu. Even if you have no use for it, consider our little brother here, he continued. Rest assured, I shall see to it. Despite Henry's assurances, Chen Xing maintained a skeptical stance towards him. Fortunately, this self-proclaimed gentleman thief was indeed well-versed in the art of negotiation. All the assorted items totaled merely 40 gold coins, further solidifying Chen Xing's confidence in his judgment. Alas, he had been swindled while purchasing clothes for Chen Bing the previous day. Having completed all arrangements, they finally set forth. Chen Xing and Chen Bing ambled ahead, carefree as if they were on a leisurely excursion. While their unfortunate gentleman thief dutifully bore the weight of all the gear behind them, his originally intended role as the scout seemingly forgotten. What kind of thief carries 30 kilograms while scouting? Henry, do you know what a rampaging dragon is like? Chen Xing inquired, his confidence tempered by caution. Ah, you have indeed asked the right person. I am the most knowledgeable thief in Gill City, known as the living encyclopedia, Henry. In this town, I am regarded as the most erudite, and anyone with questions turns to me for insight. Henry continued his lengthy discourse, oblivious to the fact that Chen Bing beside him was turning pale with frustration. Ah, the rampaging earth dragon, while fearsome in name, is not particularly formidable. Even though it possesses earth attributes, it can only wield earth magic of the 3rd tier or lower. It is merely tough-skinned and possesses a bit of strength. It should not be too difficult to deal with, so it is rather strange that both West Wind and the blood-red giant sword fell to it. However, the rampaging earth dragon does have a formidable relative among the ancient beasts. Henry's tone became significantly more subdued. Oh, pray tell. Chen Xing showed a keen interest in this relative of the earth dragon. This relative is an ancient beast, seldom seen in the present day. Typically encountered only deep within the Forgotten Forest. It is known as the rampaging magic dragon, though the names are similar. The magic dragon and the earth dragon are entirely different entities. The magic dragon is covered not in tough skin, but in dragon scales, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective. And it is immune to magic below the 5th tier. Moreover, it can wield 5th tier magic of all types and possesses a potent dragon breath inherent to its draconic nature. Most terrifyingly, the magic dragon has begun to master rudimentary dragon language magic, and even a single spell can spell absolute destruction. Could it be that the creature here is the magic dragon? This would certainly explain the obliteration of West Wind and the blood-red giant sword. Henry's face paled at the terrifying possibility he had conjured. He reached out hastily towards Chen Xing, but Chen Xing deftly evaded, leaving him grasping at air. A magic dragon? How splendid. I relish the prospect of a formidable opponent. I am positively exhilarated. Chen Xing disregarded Henry's warning, murmuring to himself, his hands trembling slightly. Xing. Chen Bing gazed at Chen Xing with concern. He had never seen Chen Xing in such a state. Patting Chen Bing's head as a gesture of comfort, Chen Xing strode forward with determination. Let us proceed. I am more eager than ever to confront this challenge. The 50-kilometer journey seemed to pass in an instant, and the 3 companions soon beheld the immense form of the magic dragon roaming the distant plain. Scattered across the terrain were shattered armor and broken swords, and the ground was littered with corpses, serving as grim testimony to the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. It seems you were right, Henry. Though the misfortune is not reflected in Chen Xing's demeanor. Brother Chen, truly, we stand no chance. We must flee. Once it notices us, escape will be impossible. Henry stammered, his words tumbling out in disarray. The magic dragon had evidently spotted their trio, and its rage was palpable at the audacity of intruders encroaching upon its territory. With a thunderous roar, the dragon began to close in on them. Chen Xing held out a hand to stop the advancing Chen Bing. You cannot handle this creature. Allow me to take the lead. Xing, it is perilous. We should face this together, Chen Bing insisted. Absolutely not. Rejoice for me. I am utterly thrilled. Chen Xing no longer concealed his fervent desire. To enhance oneself necessitates the assistance of the strong. Do you not concur? Chen Xing gently ruffled Chen Bing's hair, who obediently observed from the side, relishing this rare moment of practical combat. Chen Bing, feeling the warmth of where Chen Xing had just touched, gazed in admiration at Chen Xing's retreating silhouette as he approached the formidable dragon. Chen Xing gradually positioned himself before the dragon, stretching his limbs before extending a finger towards the beast. Thus, the battle commenced. Chen Xing, standing under the height of the dragon's knee, presented an exceedingly disproportionate sight. I shall employ 50% of my internal energy, he murmured softly to himself. With a ferocious roar, the dragon conjured a 4th-tier magic fireball that descended upon Chen Xing like a torrential downpour. Good heavens, how much magical power must this require? Henry stood, dumbfounded. Amidst the fiery rain, Chen Xing resembled a small boat tossed upon the tumultuous waves, deftly navigating the gaps between the fireballs. Suddenly, a figure dashed forth as Chen Xing launched himself into the air, akin to an arrow released from its bow, targeting the dragon's head with fierce intent. Suspended in midair, his right fist swung out with tremendous force, unleashing a surge of masculine energy. The ancient martial arts technique, the 100 Steps Fist. A series of dull thuds echoed as blood flowers burst forth from the dragon's forehead and shoulders, clearly indicating the impact of his divine fist. Yet, the dragon exhibited no discernible reaction, roaring loudly as it indiscriminately unleashed a barrage of fourth-tier magic arrows, saturating the area, even pressuring Chen Bing and Henry, who were positioned 500 meters away, to bow their heads. However, Chen Xing remained undeterred, no matter how dense the magical arrows became. They posed no threat to his agility. With 50% of his internal energy, Chen Xing's speed had long surpassed human limits, allowing him to retreat faster than the arrows could fly. With a thunderous roar, the dragon swiped its powerful claw towards Chen Xing, generating a massive shockwave as it struck the ground, creating a deep crater, yet failing to even graze Chen Xing's garment. A faint smile graced Chen Xing's lips. While the dragon's strength was formidable, it was futile if it could not land a hit. Despite the dragon's inability to harm Chen Xing, the latter was equally powerless against the massive creature. Though Chen Xing could pierce the dragon's scales with a single blow, the resulting hole, no larger than a fist, inflicted negligible damage, merely serving to annoy the dragon. From a distance, one could see a diminutive figure darting around the dragon, provoking it into a furious frenzy. Unleashing claw strikes, breath attacks, and tail sweeps, sending rocks and dirt flying as if the dragon were performing a solo act. The dragon's anger at Chen Xing's provocation was palpable. Suddenly, a series of incomprehensible incantations erupted from its gaping maw. Yet, it did not require incantations to cast fourth-tier magic. What was it now chanting? Chen Xing distinctly felt the pressure mounting with the dragon's chanting, as if the very space around him had become constricted, and his speed, propelled by 50% internal energy, began to wane. As the incantation of the dragon approached its climax, Chen Xing found himself ensnared in the air before it, utterly immobilized. In the horrified gaze of Chen Bing and Henry, Chen Xing was firmly trapped within a void before the dragon. A colossal black sphere of magical energy, spanning 100 meters, enveloped him at its core. The distorted light surrounding the sphere, coupled with the flickering bolts of electricity, attested to the formidable power of this magical orb. The sky had darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, a transformation wrought by such advanced draconic magic. The winds howled fiercely, and thunder crackled ominously. A palpable pressure pervaded the very fabric of the world, akin to an impending apocalypse. The gravity of the draconic spell weighed heavily in the air. Chen Bing cried out in desperation, rising to rush forward. Behind him, Henry seized Chen Bing tightly, forcefully pressing him to the ground. "Fool, open your eyes and observe. Your brother is unharmed. Look closely at his expression. Does it resemble that of a man on the brink of death? You imbecile. Do not burden Chen Xing with your reckless emotions." Henry scolded loudly while tossing a cylindrical object toward Chen Bing. Startled, Chen Bing grasped the cylinder, and the distant scene suddenly appeared within reach. He clearly saw that Chen Xing's face maintained a serene composure, devoid of any panic. As the pressure around him intensified, Chen Xing distinctly heard the creaking of his bones straining against their limits. A faint, bitter smile crossed his lips, as if he had ventured too far. Yet, his fists slowly clenched. The shadowy energy within him began to stir. No, underestimate this not. A muted crackle emanated from the burdens he bore. In an instant, he dispelled the restraints. Ancient Chinese martial arts surged through him. His muscles contracted sharply. With a thunderous boom, the draconic spell reached its culmination, the immense magical sphere, accompanied by the surrounding warped space, swiftly transformed and shrank. Within mere breaths, it compressed to the size of a child's fist, vanishing with a soft pop. The sky regained its tranquility, as if nothing had transpired, resembling a fleeting dream. Chen Bing and Henry were left astounded, unable to fathom the sheer might of the draconic magic that could compress space itself. In the face of such overwhelming power, how could Chen Xing possibly survive? They stood frozen, bewildered. The dragon released a triumphant roar, stamping its feet in celebration of its victory. This troublesome foe could not withstand its draconic magic. Truly, the dragon kin were invincible. How splendid. If you find such joy, I must sincerely apologize for interrupting your revelry, Chen Xing's hoarse voice echoed. The dragon nearly choked on its own triumphant roar, its eyes wide with confusion as it beheld the ground before it gradually rising, its massive head filled with questions. Chen Bing and Henry, visibly shocked by the dramatic turn of events, became statues, gazing in disbelief as the earth before the dragon swelled. And Chen Xing began to ascend from within. Chen Xing now appeared somewhat disheveled, his garments riddled with large holes and his hair in disarray. Yet, this could not diminish the fervent spirit of battle radiating from him. Like a phantom, Chen Xing's figure blurred momentarily before vanishing entirely. The air around him resonated with piercing shrieks as the dust from the ground was swept up by the winds generated by his rapid movements, swirling in chaotic gusts. Like a serpent, Chen Xing weaved around the gigantic form of the demon dragon, his hands striking relentlessly, yet producing no sound. The dragon, in its fury, launched incessant attacks. All to no avail. Suddenly, Chen Xing reappeared at the sturdy chest of the dragon, delivering a powerful double punch that struck true. With a resounding thud, he propelled himself into a perfect backflip, landing gracefully 5 zhang away from the dragon. Withdrawing his hands, he did not linger to witness the outcome. Leisurely turning to walk toward Chen Bing and the others. Behind him, the dragon trembled violently, erupting in massive sprays of blood. Its mouth agape as it let out a wretched howl. Claws and scales continuously shed from its limbs. Abruptly, it leapt a full zhang into the air, only to have its insides dismantled by the internal energy infused by Chen Xing, scattering muscle fragments in every direction, its roar abruptly silenced. With a thunderous crash upon landing, the dragon's form had vanished, reduced to mere fragments. Chinese ancient martial arts. The 7 injuries fist. Chen Bing trembled violently, overwhelmed by an immense sense of joy. Through tears, she beheld Chen Xing approaching her, as if from a dream. Her father was invincible. The impulse to shout in pride surged within her. Henry gazed at Chen Xing with profound trepidation. The latter had ascended to a divine stature in Henry's eyes, resembling a demon endowed with boundless power. He had appended all contemporary combat knowledge, single-handedly dismembering an extraordinarily formidable demon dragon, an act that transcended Henry's comprehension. Although there had been dragon-slaying warriors in the Timmy continent, they were legendary figures, equipped with divine artifacts and elevated combat professions. Who would have imagined that a fighter, entirely reliant on physical prowess and deemed the least combat capable, could achieve such a feat? Henry felt as though his eyes might roll back in disbelief. Chen, brother Chen, are you truly a fighter? Henry stammered, acutely aware of his teeth chattering. Casting a curious glance at Henry, Chen Xing wore a slight smile, extending a finger to gently shake his head. Indeed, however, I prefer to be referred to as a martial artist. Chen Xing sat quietly atop a mound, with Chen Bing kneeling faithfully beside him. The concluding tasks were entirely entrusted to Henry, who busily rummaged through the dragon's remains, collecting anything of value. Chen Xing smiled faintly. Having a companion was quite agreeable, was it not? Upon the formidable dragon, one could indeed find an abundance of treasures: dragon hide, dragon tendons, and dragon teeth, each a precious commodity. Moreover, the most valuable of all, the dragon crystal, was present, despite the hide being reduced to various shattered fragments and the tendons severed. Nevertheless, they managed to collect a substantial haul, filling several large bags. In the end, even Chen Xing had to carry a hefty load, while Chen Bing and Henry were burdened with numerous parcels, resembling a small mountain from a distance. The 3 of them gradually departed, retreating to the nearby woods. Not far from the battlefield, collapsing onto the ground, their bodies were utterly spent, trembling incessantly. The terrifying battle had thoroughly obliterated any remnants of courage within them. After a prolonged silence, their leader finally regained his composure. Luce, I believe we must have just endured a nightmare. Ah, indeed, I thought the same. Wake up, wake up. This nightmare is too dreadful. The third individual could only weep. It was no dream. Oh, the fighter, the most despicable profession on this continent. How can it be so terrifying? The leader finally confronted reality, his hat having fallen behind, revealing a rugged visage marred by a prominent scar that twitched incessantly. This matter must not be disclosed. It is far too perilous to imagine the consequences. Luce began to regain her rationality. As she unveiled her cloak, a pair of pointed ears emerged, her flowing green hair danced in the breeze, and her beautiful face bore remnants of terror, a stunning high elf. Eek, eek, the diminutive figure continued to moan. Fate, that ephemeral concept, always seems elusive, yet how can one be certain of its non-existence? As twilight descended, the battle between Chen Xing and the dragon had astonishingly lasted an entire half-day. This forced them to camp in the wilderness. Fortunately, Henry had prepared thoroughly, with an array of camping equipment that left no room for regret for Chen Xing and his companions. In the dense forest by the roadside, 3 tents were erected, and a fire crackled before them. On this dew-laden night, The warmth of the fire enveloped Chen Xing's heart. Watching Henry and Chen Bing busily prepare dinner, he was suddenly struck by a sensation, as if he were on an outing with his family. Since turning 10, he had not experienced the joys of such excursions, as the harsh reality of rigorous training and relentless battles had consumed his existence. Though his grandfather cared for him deeply, he had never ceased his own training. Lost in thought, he felt a wistful longing. Dinner consisted of delectable dragon meat, despite Henry's best efforts to make it palatable. His culinary skills left much to be desired, and the meat itself was quite unappetizing. Who claimed that dragon meat from the heavens and donkey meat from the earth were comparable? They should try it themselves, he mused with malice. Yet, despite his thoughts, he devoured his portion of dinner without hesitation. Star, is this meat truly delicious? Chen Bing timidly inquired, for although he hailed from humble beginnings, the meat was undeniably difficult to swallow. Seeing Chen Xing enjoy it so heartily left him with a tinge of doubt. After a hearty belch, Chen Xing habitually patted Chen Bing's head, offering a slight smile. It doesn't taste good, but it must be eaten, he stated. Chen Bing, perplexed, pondered the matter. In the battlefield, there is no distinction between palatable and unpalatable. Any edible substance is a precious source of energy. I cannot afford to waste it. Chen Xing's tone was casual, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Oh, Chen Bing replied, choosing not to inquire further. Since his father had spoken, it was as if it were an undeniable truth. He bowed his head and began to consume the food silently. Meanwhile, Henry's mind was tumultuous. He had long harbored doubts about Chen Xing's origins, and upon hearing these words, he began to wonder if Chen Xing was a soldier, nay, a general, from some nation. But which country could boast such a formidable general? With such overwhelming martial prowess, even the Earth Dragon Knight stood no chance before him. Or could it be that only true Dragon Knights possessed such might? Henry's suspicions solidified. Yet, which empire could he belong to? The Carl Empire? The Beast Empire? The Divine Dragon Empire? The Kuro Empire? Henry felt overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts. Noticing Henry's contemplation, Chen Xing understood what he was pondering but chose not to expose it. Sitting cross-legged by the campfire, Chen Xing engaged in his daily practice. Although the brutal skirmish of the day had ended in his favor, he had exerted all his strength, even employing the newly comprehended 7 injuries fist. The weighted sandbags he usually carried had been obliterated by the dragon language magic. Had he not unleashed his entire inner strength at that moment and swiftly plunged underground, he might have met with disaster. The dragon language magic was exceedingly powerful. Even if he had succeeded in liberating himself, he would have been injured in his meridians during that crucial instant. Moreover, the 7 injuries fist both harmed others and inflicted harm upon oneself. As Chen Xing's internal energy swirled, it circulated and mended his meridians. The wounds from the day's battle gradually healed under the continuous flow of his inner breath. Suddenly, his ears perked up. He distinctly heard the rustling of grass nearby. Who goes there? He inquired softly, rising to his feet. In an instant, a figure sprang from the area where luggage was stored beside the tent, akin to a startled rabbit, frantically fleeing into the depths of the woods. Chen Xing moved swiftly, seamlessly transitioning into pursuit. However, the figure proved to be remarkably agile, darting rapidly through the thicket, and Chen Xing found himself unable to keep pace. As the game of chase continued for 5 minutes, Chen Xing, concerned for Chen Bing and the others, summoned his inner energy, doubling his speed. He quickly closed the distance to the fleeing figure, but it seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, weaving erratically through the underbrush. Curiosity piqued, Chen Xing edged closer. Illuminated by the campfire's glow, and his heart skipped a beat. A young girl, a beautiful, cat-like maiden, was clad in form-fitting beast skins, crouching in the grass, with a cat's tail swaying behind her. She clutched a substantial piece of bloody dragon meat, gnawing at it voraciously. Her bright eyes were fixed intently upon Chen Xing as he approached, revealing numerous scars on her thighs, with a fresh, bloody wound on her right leg, evidently sustained during her recent escape. Approaching the edge of the grassy hollow, Chen Xing gradually crouched down, saying nothing, merely extending the dragon meat in his hand. The young girl, observing Chen Xing's benign gesture, slightly lowered her guard. Slowly, she approached and took the cooked dragon meat from him, turning around to devour it eagerly. The slender figure of the girl, clad in Chen Xing's slightly oversized clothing, appeared somewhat mismatched, yet her evident satisfaction with the attire brought a bright smile to her face as she frolicked about the grass, humming an unknown tune. After a moment of joyous bouncing, she glanced at Chen Xing and suddenly approached him, timidly tugging at his sleeve. Thank you, she stammered, her voice delicate and tinged with a hint of shyness, revealing her long absence from human interaction. Chen Xing smiled and nodded, gently stroking her silky hair. My name is Chen Xing. What is yours? He inquired. Why, yes. The girl replied, her head nearly bowing to her chest as her small hands fidgeted with her garment. Chen Bing and the others had also been roused by the sounds around them and gradually approached. Henry's eyes were filled with astonishment at the sight of the girl, while Chen Bing's demeanor radiated hostility, sensing that she might usurp Chen Xing's affections. However, Chen Bing soon quieted, realizing that Chen Xing's feelings for him remained unchanged, allowing him to stay by his father's side. His animosity towards the girl softened, replaced by a sense of pity for her plight, which reflected in his gaze. Chen Xing stood up and extended his hand, prompting the girl to bounce over and grasp it. Come with me, she said hesitantly. You are a good person. Her timid demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. Chen Xing felt a pang of sorrow. It was evident that this girl had endured much hardship living in the dense forest. Recognizing his lack of malice, she sought to follow him, likely having relinquished everything for the sake of survival. Very well, since fate has brought us together, you may accompany me, Chen Xing concluded calmly, lifting the girl into his arms as they made their way toward the tent. Please refrain from misconstruing this, for the younger brother's intentions are purely innocent. Whatever transpires in the future is a matter for another time. Indeed, it is a matter for another time. I swear to our unit's boss that if it is otherwise, may misfortune befall that boss, and may thunder strike. I have never believed anyone could surpass our father, and reality has validated my perspective. Now, Shuli is tidy and refreshed, her purple hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders, revealing astonishing beauty. She wears Chen Xing's spare long coat, which conceals her slender form. Her fair arms bear some scars, but thanks to Chen Xing's care, they are nearly healed. Though still somewhat shy, she no longer appears as reserved as at the beginning. Chen Xing and the others have also gleaned a rough understanding of Shuli's past. Xiaoli was originally a resident of a small village on the outskirts of the savage beast empire, living a life of tranquility and bliss. One day, however, a band of human marauders descended upon her village, unleashing a torrent of destruction. The once peaceful hamlet was reduced to ruins overnight, with only a handful of villagers managing to escape the carnage. In the aftermath of this calamity, the village elders resolved to relocate their community. As they prepared for this move, the elders decided to minimize their burdens, especially since Xiao Li's father had been slain by the thieves in the attack. With only her mother remaining by her side, who was also afflicted with injuries, Xiao Li was deemed a liability. Thus began their arduous journey. Xiao Li's mother struggled to care for her, as the economy of the savage beast empire was in dire straits, leaving all beastmen in poverty. They embarked on a treacherous trek to the Karl Empire, hoping to survive on the meager profits from border trade. Unfortunately, they endured severe hardships along the way. Xiao Li's mother's ailing body could not withstand the harsh elements and the anguish of mourning her husband. One fateful night, she succumbed to her maladies, leaving Xiao Li, a mere child, to navigate the world alone. Alone and vulnerable, Xiao Li faced the daunting task of surviving on this vast continent while evading the predations of slave traders. She found refuge in the dense forests, subsisting by hunting small creatures and scavenging the remnants left by passing travelers. Before encountering Chen Xing and his companions, Xiao Li had gone 2 days without food. Upon hearing her timid recounting of her past, Chen Xing and the others felt deep sympathy for this resilient little girl. They offered her gentle words of comfort, their smiles a balm to her weary spirit. Now, you need not worry about anything. I will take care of everything. Chen Xing's hoarse voice held an enchanting promise, instantly alleviating her fears. Her greatest dread was the thought of being abandoned once more. In this long stretch of solitude, only this person had provided her with a sense of security. Should she be forsaken again, the fragile girl feared she would not survive in this unforgiving land. In the distance, the walls of Gil City came into view, prompting Chen Xing and his party to quicken their pace. This time, the guards at the gate did not trouble them, and they regarded Xiao Li, the cat girl, with indifference. After all, this was a border town frequented by numerous merchants, and beastmen were not uncommon. Thus, they successfully arrived at the mercenary guild. Boss, we have a mission to report. Henry deftly placed the dragon's fang and crystal on the counter. He was eager to see the boss's reaction upon learning they had slain a dragon, anticipating a more substantial reward that made him grin widely. The old man examined the dragon's fang and crystal, his face devoid of surprise. as if he were already aware of their undertaking. He nodded approvingly. Well done. You have completed this task and earned a reward of 5,000 gold coins. Since this is a B-rank mission, each of you will receive 10 stars towards your qualifications. You are now D-rank mercenaries. Congratulations. The old man maintained a professional demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Henry's exuberance. Boss, you. Henry attempted to speak further, but Chen Xing swiftly intervened. Let it be. Please settle this quickly. The tone was devoid of any fluctuation. Wait. How could you worthless scoundrels accomplish such a task? You must be frauds. A hulking mercenary exclaimed, his voice booming, prompting a chorus of agreement from those around him. Indeed, just look at them. They hardly seem capable of overcoming the rampaging earth dragon. Especially considering that this very dragon has already obliterated both the west wind and the blood-red giant sword. The mercenaries around them chattered loudly, displaying their disbelief and eagerly anticipating a spectacle. The large mercenary strode forward, looming over Chen Xing with a provocative glare. Yet, Chen Xing maintained his serene demeanor. Having long understood humanity's inherent flaws, envy toward other success and a tendency to kick someone when they are down, relying on sheer numbers. Did they really think he was so easily intimidated? Chen Xing absent-mindedly touched his face. While Chen Xing remained silent, Chen Bing could no longer contain herself. Her father, a godlike figure in her eyes, was being unjustly questioned by these despicable mercenaries, an unforgivable offense. With a sudden step forward, she unleashed the elemental power within her, transforming her right hand into a long ice sword. With a swift motion, she struck down towards the large mercenary with a fierce gust of wind accompanying her attack. The mercenary, caught off guard by Chen Bing's immediate assault, hurriedly attempted to retreat. However, his considerable size hindered him from evading her strike completely. With a piercing sound of metal tearing, her ice sword cleaved through his chest armor, leaving a deep gash that spurted blood as he stumbled back, collapsing to the ground in evident pain. The surrounding mercenaries immediately sprang to their feet, shouting curses as they surged toward Chen Xing and his companions. A few mercenaries, drawn by the allure of beauty, leered at Xiaoli with vulgar remarks, their gazes rife with lewdness. Meanwhile, the association's elder, witnessing the brewing chaos, retreated hastily to the back courtyard, clearly intent on avoiding involvement. Hearing the mercenaries' vile comments directed at Xiaoli and feeling her body tremble behind him, Chen Xing's anger began to rise. His fists clenched tightly. Without a word, he launched into action. Observing Chen Xing's movement, Chen Bing followed suit, swinging her ice sword with fervor while unleashing a flurry of low-level ice balls from her left hand, creating a formidable presence in the confined space. These mercenaries, typically reliant on their numbers, found themselves utterly outmatched by the duo, who possessed considerable skill, lacking even a single intermediate swordsman among them. They were rendered incapable of challenging Chen Xing. The hall erupted in screams as Chen Xing, though not exerting his internal energy, unleashed his well-honed physical strength and lethal modern combat techniques. One by one, the mercenaries fell to the ground, broken and defeated, devoid of any fighting spirit. Chen Bing, thrilled to fight alongside Chen Xing, struck swiftly and decisively. Her attacks, while not fatal, posed a significant threat. With a flash of insight, Chen Xing adjusted his approach, focusing on grappling and throwing techniques, sending the mercenaries flying out the door. A cacophony of sounds echoed through the hall, and in the blink of an eye, the association's chamber stood deserted, while outside, a formidable mountain of people had amassed. The collective groans resonated, a testament to the restraint shown by Chen Xing and his companion. Had they unleashed their wrath, these mercenaries would scarcely have been afforded the luxury of lamentation. No one shall bully you. You are my kin, Chen Xing declared with unwavering conviction. Henry, standing nearby, nodded vigorously, gazing up at Chen Xing's resolute expression, feeling the warmth of his concern. Xiaoli, enveloped in a sense of safety and warmth, felt tears streaming down her cheeks. In the shimmering light of her tears, Chen Xing appeared remarkably tall, and she gazed at him, entranced. Still the same old words. Is it truly nothing? I swear to our unit's boss. Chen Xing and his entourage effortlessly collected their reward from the elderly gentleman in the backyard. Henry remained vexed by the old man's feigned madness. Yet under Chen Xing's influence, he refrained from voicing his grievances. Some matters are best left obscure. This was Chen Xing's own sentiment, leaving Henry speechless. At dawn the following day, Chen Xing and his companions vacated the association's quarters, seeking a house with a courtyard tucked away in a corner of Gill City. Henry commenced the process of liquidating the spoils from the battle with the dragon demon. Chen Xing provided him with a shopping list, which included an abundance of clothing and daily necessities for Chen Bing and Xiaoli, touched by Chen Xing's attentiveness to their needs. Both Chen Bing and Xiaoli felt deeply moved. Meanwhile, Henry lamented his fate, claiming to have become Chen Xing's laborer. However, upon receiving a stern glance from Chen Bing, he quickly shrank back and set to work. With arrangements nearly complete, Chen Xing resumed his normal routine, rising early each day to run. The courtyard now boasted several massive stone pillars, which Chen Xing utilized as makeshift punching bags for his training. While he practiced, Xiaoli stood obediently by, watching his perspiring figure with admiration. Whenever Chen Xing paused, she would promptly approach to offer him a towel and fresh water, which elicited envy from Henry. One must rely solely on oneself, was Chen Xing's philosophy. Thus, empowering Chen Bing and Xiaoli with a modicum of strength became his most pressing endeavor. Though Chen Bing's fighting style differed from Chen Xing's, his admiration for Chen Xing fueled a fervent desire to learn his combat techniques. Chen Xing, ever generous, freely imparted various modern martial arts skills. His profound understanding of human anatomy and the practicality and lethality of the techniques he taught left Henry in awe. Chen Xing's fighting principles emphasized speed, ferocity, and precision, eschewing aesthetics and flamboyance, yet resulting in an exponential increase in lethality. With each movement, he could inflict fatal harm, exhibiting a ruthless ferocity. Though Chen Bing lacked internal energy, the elements flowing within him became his most formidable weapon, as ice spikes could instantaneously manifest upon impact with his fists. His body could generate icy armor in response to external attacks, and the icy rain interspersed within his strikes posed a significant threat. Under Chen Xing's guidance, his prowess surged dramatically. The four of them gathered around a table in the center of the room, commencing a meeting to distribute their gains. Dear Chen, I am immensely grateful to you. Without your assistance, the completion of this task would have been utterly impossible. The decision rests with you. At this moment, Henry no longer exhibits his former avarice. Having witnessed Chen Xing's prowess, he has already resolved to align himself with this formidable ally, determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With a subtle smile, Chen Xing extracted 1/3 of the pile of gold coins, an impressive sum of 4,000 coins, and presented them to Henry. As Henry appeared ready to express his gratitude, Chen Xing raised a hand to halt him. No need for formality. There will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future, and this includes some operational funds on your end. Henry ceased further remarks, realizing that with a leader like this, there was little more to articulate. Typically, a mercenary might earn merely 1,000 gold coins over an entire year of service, and that is for those faring well. His heart swelled with gratitude, and he felt a sense of pride in his own judicious choice. After instructing Xiaoli to store the remaining gold, Chen Xing regarded Henry with a smile. I require some items that are compact yet significantly heavy. Do you have any suggestions? Are you referring to metals? Henry inquired. Anything will suffice, but it must be small in size yet exceedingly heavy. The heavier, the better. I intend to fashion them into sandbags to augment my physical load, Chen Xing replied. Such items are not available in Jil City. Although trade is thriving here, for such peculiar items, it would be best to visit the Imperial Auction House in the capital. Carl, additionally, I wonder how much weight you actually need for your training? Henry expressed a hint of exasperation. Approximately 500 kilograms should suffice, Chen Xing stated. What? 500? Even meteorite iron would be a substantial amount. It is utterly impractical to carry such a weight. Henry nearly felt faint. Is it? Chen Xing pondered, feeling a touch of frustration himself. By the way, we could visit the Imperial Auction House in Carl to procure magical accessories and request a mage to enhance them with a gravity spell. Although each accessory can only support one spell, acquiring several should suffice, Henry suggested. Indeed, let us proceed with that plan. Is there anything else we need to prepare? We shall embark the day after tomorrow, Chen Xing concluded decisively, having secluded themselves for over half a year. Chen Bing and Xiaoli approached this journey as an adventure and felt a surge of excitement. On the morning of their departure, Chen Bing had already organized everything, and Xiaoli donned the leather armor that Chen Xing had specially purchased for her. The fitted armor elegantly accentuated her slender silhouette, and at her waist hung the steel claws crafted specifically for her by Chen Xing. Henry arrived punctually as agreed, bearing news of significance. The upcoming auction in the Carl Empire was particularly noteworthy. It was said that some artifacts unearthed from ancient battlefields would be auctioned, making this event exceptionally grand. With representatives from numerous nations in attendance, Chen Xing felt a spark of enthusiasm. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been preoccupied with securing his survival. neglecting his original intention to seek out formidable challengers. With such a grand auction on the horizon, it was likely that many powerful individuals would attend. Hadn't the texts indicated that the strongest in this land were often drawn to auctions in search of legendary weapons? Perhaps he might even encounter the fabled saint-level figures. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Xing could barely contain his excitement and promptly organized their departure. After Chen Xing departed from Jill, a steed galloped forth from the Lord's mansion of Jill City, carrying a messenger with a letter from Lord Wilson, heading directly to the capital. The journey to the capital of Karl was remarkably pleasant, as Chen Xing and his companions reveled in nature's beauty along the way. During their travels, Chen Xing continuously pondered the benefits bestowed upon him by his cultivated internal energy. The ancient martial arts of China indeed imbued him with immense confidence. However, given the vast and profound nature of these arts, he understood that mastery could not be achieved overnight. Thus, he began to contemplate enhancements to his modern combat techniques. His contemporary fighting style, forged from countless battles, exhibited formidable lethality. If he could harness his internal energy within this framework, its effectiveness would be extraordinary. Though it would still fall short of the devastating prowess of ancient martial arts techniques, which are specifically designed for the application of internal energy. He wondered if it were possible to integrate the internal energy techniques of ancient martial arts into modern combat. The spiral technique, a highly potent method of releasing internal energy, came to his mind. Incorporating this spiraling release into his combat techniques could undoubtedly yield remarkable penetration upon impact. Although he was currently unable to execute the spiral internal flow within his body, he realized he could accelerate its manifestation at the moment his internal energy reached the attack's edge. This presented a viable alternative. Upon striking a large tree by the roadside and creating a substantial hole, he confirmed his hypothesis. Chen Xing, lost in thought, remained oblivious to his surroundings, deeply immersed in his reflections. Meanwhile, Henry found this state of distraction quite unbearable. Chen Bing and Xiaoli, enthralled by their absolute admiration for Chen Xing, exhibited no signs of discontent. Yet Henry, increasingly exasperated by Chen Xing's tendency to zone out or engage in peculiar antics by the roadside, felt on the verge of madness. Fortunately, they were the only group on the road. Should another merchant caravan or band of adventurers have witnessed this, a legendary tale of a peculiar combatant would surely have spread across the continent. The sheer force exhibited by Chen Xing in his every gesture was indeed astonishing. Today, the capital of the Karl Empire, Jiru City, welcomed a rather extraordinary team. At the forefront was a young man with a stern countenance. Clad in an unusual attire of green with black stripes, the camouflage outfit, originally damaged during the battle with the dragon, had been custom-made later by Henry. His tall stature commanding attention. Following closely behind was a striking youth with black hair and violet eyes, possessing an ethereal beauty, similarly dressed in green and black. Accompanying them was a girl, enchanting as a fairy tale princess, with flowing purple hair and an exquisite countenance, adorned in a new form-fitting leather armor that accentuated her graceful curves. Lastly, there was a figure, likely a subordinate, burdened with a large pack. Indeed, just a lackey. Henry. Dear readers, I am not merely a lackey. I am Henry, a noble with unparalleled skills as a thief. Surely, you must recognize me. Please, do not regard me so. The peculiar troupe drew considerable attention upon entering the city. As an adventure team, their occupational composition appeared rather incongruous, lacking any mage classes or ranged archers, leading bystanders to speculate that they were perhaps a novice adventuring group. Chen Xing and his companions were nearly overwhelmed by the bustling thoroughfares of Jilu City, where an array of shops lined the streets, dazzling their senses. Merchants of various races were ubiquitous, affirming the city's status as the capital of the Karl Empire. Xiaoli bit her lip, dutifully trailing behind Chen Xing without lifting her gaze. The myriad of products displayed in the shops held an irresistible allure for her. Yet she remained obediently at Chen Xing's side, fully aware that such luxuries were beyond her reach. Were it not for Chen Xing, she feared she might have starved. Amused, Chen Xing observed Xiaoli, recognizing the innate shopping fervor that could not be concealed. He gently ruffled her hair as they approached a nearby jewelry store. Dear customer, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? Our establishment is renowned as the finest jewelry store in the Karl Empire, offering an extensive range of exquisite items, including precious magical accessories crafted by master dwarfs. As the largest jewelry shop in the empire, our history. The proprietor, noticing the customers entering, eagerly launched into a lengthy introduction, beckoning Chen Xing and his companions inside. Xiaoli, Choose whatever you like, Chen Xing encouraged, uncertain of how to buy gifts for a girl, thus leaving the selection to her. Xiaoli felt profoundly touched by Chen Xing's consideration, making her somewhat disoriented. It wasn't until Henry cleared his throat that she regained her composure. Yes, she replied obediently, her attention captivated by the dazzling array of golden and silver ornaments surrounding her. She busily sifted through the items, a radiant smile illuminating her beautiful face, reminiscent of a princess. Ultimately, Xiaoli selected a silver necklace adorned with a sky-blue magical crystal, delighting in the moment as she donned it. The gem's beautiful glow complemented her neck, which was as exquisite as jade, leaving Henry momentarily blinded. How much is this? Chen Xing inquired. Ah, dear customer, you possess a discerning eye. This magical necklace, crafted by a master dwarf, not only boasts a stunning exterior, but also possesses the ability to attract water elements. The shopkeeper continued his enthusiastic pitch. Stop, Henry, you take over, Chen Xing interjected. Oh, and this as well. I wish to purchase it. He picked up a matching bracelet, also adorned with sky-blue magical crystals. He had noticed Xiaoli's fondness for the bracelet earlier, likely wanting to avoid burdening him with extra expenses. As her guardian, how could he deny her such a simple pleasure? My word, shopkeeper, your jewelry store truly stands as the finest in the empire. Just look at these pieces. They are simply breathtaking. Henry bantered with the proprietor, engaging in a lively negotiation. 10 minutes later, Chen Xing and his companions exited the jewelry store, leaving behind a proprietor with a frozen smile, gazing despondently at the meager 15 gold coins in his hand while casting a sorrowful glance at the 60 gold coin price tag of the necklace. Upon finding a tavern to settle in, they were soon enveloped by a cacophony from outside. Stepping out, they discovered that a delegation from the Divine Dragon Empire had entered the city, affirming the rumors of a truly grand auction, with representatives from various empires in attendance. The Divine Dragon Empire, indeed, lived up to its reputation as the mightiest nation on the Timmy continent, as evidenced by the imposing military presence of its delegation. Dozens of knights clad in resplendent armor surrounded the central carriage, each warrior standing as upright as a spear. Mounted on magnificent steeds, they gripped their lances tightly, their piercing gazes surveying the surroundings, unmistakably seasoned elite fighters. Yet, Chen Xing's attention was instantly captivated by the knight at the forefront of the carriage. This knight, with flowing golden locks gathered at the back, possessed a youthful and strikingly handsome visage, with piercing blue eyes that sparkled with vitality. He wore no heavy armor, instead donning a form-fitting light leather cuirass, seated upon a splendid white steed. One hand held the reins, while the other rested casually beside a long sword at his waist. Chen Xing noted that this sword was no ordinary weapon wielded by mercenaries or soldiers, but rather a slender rapier of Western design. A wave of danger swept over Chen Xing, his instincts alerting him to the knight's formidable prowess. Unbeknownst to him, his fists were clenched tightly. Oh, what wonders might this auction hold? With representatives from the Divine Dragon Empire present, could that knight be none other than the disciple of the Sword Saint? The Thunderblade Caesar? The crowd murmured in admiration. Caesar? Truly a formidable opponent, Chen Xing pondered, slowly turning to re-enter the tavern. Behind him, the knight Caesar seemed to sense his presence, casting a glance in his direction, his expression betraying an absence of tranquility. At the Karl Empire's Chancellor's residence, Chancellor Kivas perused a report laid before him, his gaze somewhat vacant. The report had arrived a day prior from Jill, delivered by a messenger in haste, evidently of great importance. However, after reading it, he was left astonished. A fighter capable of single-handedly confronting a ferocious dragon using sheer physical strength, what a concept. The Chancellor rubbed his temples. Was the world truly turning upside down? The fighter, a profession long outdated on the Timmy continent, had somehow acquired such destructive capability. Such power could rival that of the Sword Saint himself. The arrival of such a formidable figure in Karl would undoubtedly introduce significant instability. The Chancellor felt a headache brewing. Until the intentions of this fighter were clarified, it would be prudent to avoid provoking him, exercising utmost caution. Early this morning, Henry mentioned the need to gather information regarding the upcoming auction, and he intended to register the magic crystal of the dragon he had previously acquired for sale at the event. Such matters were typically of no concern to Chen Xing, who allowed Henry to handle them. However, Chen Xing contemplated that since he was in the capital, he might as well pursue a professional advancement, as obtaining a higher-level profession would facilitate the acceptance of mercenary tasks. Chen Bing and Xiaoli naturally followed closely behind him. The mercenary guild of Jilu was significantly quieter than that of Jill, with only a handful of individuals present in the hall to view the task postings. Lacking the bustling atmosphere Chen Xing had anticipated. Upon inquiring, it became apparent that a bar was situated adjacent to the guild. And the hall was solely designated for task postings. No wonder it was so tranquil. After explaining his purpose to the guildmaster, the proprietor simply shook his head. Sir, the advancement of high-level professions is conducted by professional unions. I believe you should seek out your respective professional union. Although the fighter profession has waned, there remains a union in Carl City dedicated to the advancement of rare professions and the provision of relevant exchange materials. Why not pay them a visit? Expressing his gratitude and ascertaining the location of the rare profession union, Chen Xing and his companions took their leave. This rare profession union was nestled in an inconspicuous corner of the residential area in the northeastern part of Carl City, appearing rather unremarkable. It seemed that the so-called rare professions were merely those that had fallen into decline, explaining their unfortunate circumstances. Upon arriving at the union, Chen Xing found the number of people within to be sparse. However, to his delight, he spotted several individuals clearly dressed as fighters, indicating that despite the profession's decline, there were still enthusiasts who unwaveringly revered the strength of the body, battling with indomitable spirit. In Chen Xing's eyes, these individuals were far more admirable than the trend-following swordsman mercenaries. At the reception of the union, a robust middle-aged man was the sole worker. Upon noticing Chen Xing's arrival, the man's eyes lit up. Hello, I wish to pursue an advancement in the fighter profession. Chen Xing's hoarse voice resonated. The mention of a fighter seeking advancement immediately attracted the attention of those nearby, with the fighter-like men displaying palpable excitement. A fighter. It's surprising that someone still wishes to advance in this profession. It seems we are not alone in our path. Some fighters even contemplated enjoying a drink with Chen Xing to forge a friendship. The union's robust worker also exhibited enthusiasm, foregoing pleasantries to inquire directly. Hello. You wish to advance as a fighter? What is your current level? I am a high-level fighter, Chen Xing replied. High-level fighter, you say? That presents a challenge. The man appeared somewhat troubled. What is the issue? Is it not possible to advance to high level or beyond here? Chen Xing inquired. Indeed. But due to the fighter profession's decline, there are currently no titles above high level. This guild can only facilitate advancement to high level at most. The man scratched his head and explained. The surrounding fighters suddenly became lively. Advanced fighters were arriving to level up. They were merely intermediate fighters themselves. And the decline of the fighter profession had led to the disappearance of subsequent titles. This situation had been a source of considerable concern for them. However, with the arrival of advanced fighters seeking to advance, perhaps there was an opportunity for them to carve out a path. Was there any other way? Chen Xing, calm and unhurried, spoke up. Indeed, there have been precedents. There were instances where certain unique professions lacked successors, forcing individuals to forge their own paths. However, establishing a new career trajectory is an immense undertaking. The individual who pioneers this path must possess extraordinary strength and garner the recognition of the majority. Mere claims of power hold no weight. Furthermore, this individual must serve as a guiding light for others in the same profession, directing their progress, a truly formidable challenge. Historically, only one person has succeeded in creating a successor profession that earned global recognition, the legendary and formidable spirit speaker, Chi. It was thanks to his guidance that the rare profession of spirit speaker could evolve into a successor path, as the burly man from the guild elaborated. Is that so? Chen Xing's mind raced. It appeared he would have to take the initiative. After all, was it not his objective to challenge the strong and promote martial culture? Taking on the role of a guide seemed fitting. With this thought, Chen Xing made his decision. Very well. I shall take it upon myself to establish the successor path for the fighter profession. What must I do? His declaration sent ripples through the hall, igniting a flurry of discussion among the gathered crowd. The fighters were exhilarated, nearly fainting at the prospect of witnessing the revival of the fighter profession. It felt like a dream. Chen Xing nodded, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the front desk. The hall fell silent. One could hear a pin drop as everyone awaited his decision. Thus, I shall take this bold step. I hereby declare the successor profession for advanced fighters, the martial fighter. Its essence is defined as a warrior who engages in battle relying solely on physical prowess and combat skills, eschewing weapons. Acceptable equipment includes knuckle dusters and light armor. While magic is prohibited, the use of fighting spirit is permitted. I now challenge the swordsman profession of the same level for recognition. Please make the necessary arrangements. As the guild leader meticulously recorded Chen Xing's vision for this new successor profession, he discovered that the rare profession guild's backyard contained a grand training ground, lavishly decorated. Starkly contrasting with the guild's seemingly dilapidated exterior, it appeared that this guild was far from being impoverished. Outward appearances were indeed deceiving. Chen Xing leisurely strolled into the opulent training ground, closely followed by Chen Bing and Xiaoli. A throng of onlookers trailed behind, among them several fighters. It is indeed a rarity to witness the inception of a successor in the realm of combat. Should it succeed, it would be inscribed in the annals of professional history. To behold such a moment firsthand is an opportunity too splendid to be overlooked, a perfect subject for boasting. The fighters were particularly exhilarated. If successful, they too could follow Chen Xing's path. Perhaps it would be wise to learn from him. Everyone was calculating their prospects with eager anticipation. Chen Xing waved his hand, instructing Chen Bing and Xiaoli to step aside and await his return. He then quietly approached the center of the training ground. The efficiency of the guild's leader was commendable. Within 20 minutes, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. A group had pushed through the crowd and entered. At the forefront stood a heavily armored warrior, bearing a massive shield on his back and a formidable broad sword at his waist, clearly a figure of immense strength. Following him were a golden swordsman, an earth ranger, a wind mage, and an assortment of other warriors drawn by curiosity. The robust guild leader followed closely behind. The heavy armored warrior came to a halt in the center of the arena, scrutinizing Chen Xing with careful consideration before speaking slowly. You must be the one aspiring to forge a legacy for fighters. Greetings, I am Li Cha, a silver-tier heavy warrior. The individuals behind me are here to administer your test. You may select one to challenge. Should you prevail, your first step towards succession will be complete. Li Cha's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his demeanor conveyed no hint of disdain towards Chen Xing. His words, neither demeaning nor overly reverential, fostered a sense of goodwill in Chen Xing. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, expressing dissatisfaction with the guild leader's arrangement. Li Cha, the silver heavy warrior, was once a member of the Royal Knight Order, renowned as a dragon knight. Following the grievous loss of his beloved steed during the last war, he resolved never to ride again and thus became a heavy warrior. However, every dragon knight's mount is tamed by the knight themselves, necessitating that one possesses the strength to challenge a dragon to earn that title. Consequently, although Li Cha is merely a silver heavy warrior, his prowess surpasses that of a golden swordsman. Furthermore, since fighters are prohibited from wielding weapons, their chances against such a heavily armored profession are quite slim. A human fist cannot contend with steel. The guild leader's invitation for Li Cha to engage was perceived as somewhat challenging to Chen Xing. However, the guild leader's intentions were misunderstood. He merely sought a silver swordsman for the test. Upon arriving at the Swordsman Guild, Li Cha happened to be present. Intrigued by the prospect of a fighter seeking to establish a legacy, he volunteered to accompany the others, leaving the guild leader with unvoiced grievances. Chen Xing, undeterred by these considerations, offered a slight smile to Li Cha and confidently declared, "There is no need for any inconvenience. I shall undertake the test myself." Even Richard found it astonishing. This fighter dared to challenge him, a heavily armored warrior. Such an audacious challenge immediately heightened Richard's vigilance. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, removed his colossal shield and grasped it in his left hand, while his right hand drew forth his heavy sword, assuming a defensive stance. The surrounding spectators instinctively stepped back, eagerly awaiting the confrontation between the two. Chen Xing positioned his right hand protectively near his face, extended his left hand slightly forward, and bent his body, his feet deftly dancing upon the ground. He was clearly adopting a stance that signaled the commencement of the match. As he circled around Richard observed Chen Xing's peculiar opening posture, momentarily taken aback, causing his movements to falter slightly. In an instant, Chen Xing lunged forward with remarkable speed, lowering his body as he executed a fierce kick aimed directly at Richard's unarmored head, the wind from his strike slicing through the air like thunder. True to his experience on the battlefield, Richard quickly regained his composure. Without a second thought, he raised his colossal shield, positioning himself behind it just in time. With a resounding clash, Chen Xing's leg collided with Richard's shield, resulting in a powerful yet unembellished exchange. Both fighters swayed slightly from the impact. But before Richard could swing his heavy sword, Chen Xing had already evaded, skillfully circling around him with nimble footwork. Richard found himself struggling to adapt to Chen Xing's aggressive style. Although he was renowned for his robust defense, Chen Xing's movements were far too rapid for him to effectively counter. Any minor opening could lead to a devastating strike from Chen Xing. and trailing behind his actions was not a favorable position, while Richard had withstood the previous clash without much consequence. The fact that Chen Xing could withstand such a blow with his leg and remain unfazed raised serious doubts about the fighter's physical prowess. As time went on, Richard grew increasingly cautious. Chen Xing, in turn, found Richard's turtle shell-like defense equally frustrating, leading both to engage in a series of probing maneuvers. Several high-ranking professionals furrowed their brows, while the audience buzzed with excitement. Chen Xing's fighting style was an eye-opener for many. As a fighter who revered physical strength and trusted in his combat skills, Chen Xing imparted a valuable lesson to all. His stability was as solid as a mountain, yet his movements were as agile as a rabbit, seamlessly intertwining offense and defense like the elusive antelope. His physical strength was formidable enough to rival metal, leaving spectators in awe. A few fighters felt a stirring desire, as if something deep within them was being awakened by Chen Xing's performance, which seemed to embody the future of combat. Cheers erupted from the crowd. However, Richard, having defended for too long, felt a swell of frustration within him. Although his heavy-armored warrior was naturally adept at defense, such a timid approach to combat was exceedingly vexing. With a thunderous roar, he halted his shield, his body tensed as he swung his heavy sword in a sweeping arc toward Chen Xing, the force of which was chilling, truly befitting of a former Earth Dragon Knight. In a mere blink, Chen Xing sprang forward, executing a backflip over Richard's head. While Richard's defensive capability was formidable, he could not match Chen Xing's speed. By the time Richard attempted to pivot due to the momentum of his swing, Chen Xing had already landed behind him. Confronting Li Cha's unguarded back, Chen Xing did not hesitate. With a swift kick to the bend of Li Cha's leg, he forced him to kneel on one knee. Subsequently, Chen Xing unleashed a flurry of blows, each imbued with a fraction of his inner strength, striking Li Cha's ribs with relentless force. Even the strongest armor would offer no defense against such an onslaught. Each punch landed with resounding impact, rendering Li Cha's arms weak and causing his heavy sword and massive shield to clatter to the ground, stripped of any capacity to continue the fight. Chen Xing, exercising restraint, spared Li Cha a more devastating blow to the back of his neck, which might have rendered him unconscious. True to his noble character, Li Cha displayed remarkable composure in defeat, rising to his feet and graciously performing a knightly salute, conceding his loss. Chen Xing responded with a respectful clasp of his fists and a slight bow. Both men held a deep admiration for one another, their gestures filled with mutual respect and devoid of any sense of complacency. The surrounding audience erupted in cheers, witnessing the triumphant inception of a new professional career. Their joy palpable. A few seasoned professionals exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief, sighing softly. Chen Xing's innovative approach to combat had left them astounded, and they feared that their own performance would not fare any better if put to the test. They all recognized Chen Xing's formidable prowess. The fighters present were positively exhilarated. Chen Xing imparted a vital lesson, enlightening them on novel combat techniques, which inspired these warriors to diligently pursue their training under his guidance. In the future, as Chen Xing mastered all aspects of his profession and emerged as a martial arts luminary, these individuals would each develop their own unique strengths, ultimately becoming masters in their own right, a tale for another time. Chen Xing's initial step in his professional advancement had proceeded smoothly. Yet the next phase would hinge on personal strength, as there were currently no combat professions above gold rank in Jilu City. Chen Xing required time to enhance his own capabilities, thus this inaugural endeavor in his career progression reached its conclusion. Chen Bing's journey toward professional elevation proved to be considerably more arduous, as his subsequent profession was that of an elemental mage, a path leading toward the realm of sorcery. Elementalists, after prolonged communication with the elements, gain an unparalleled finesse in manipulating their powers, eliminating the threat of elemental upheaval and enabling the use of magic. However, Chen Bing's connection with the elements had yet to reach a level of mastery, preventing him from wielding intermediate or advanced spells, and consequently, hindering his advancement to the role of elemental mage. His combat techniques leaned heavily towards Chen Xing's martial style. Unfortunately, a profession relying on elemental forces for combat was not yet established, indicating a long road ahead for him. The following morning, 5 burly men arrived outside the inn, the very fighters from the guild who had witnessed the previous day's events. After a brief discussion among themselves, they resolved that they could not let the pioneer Chen Xing slip away. Thus, they congregated at the entrance of Chen Xing's inn at the break of dawn, anxious to ensure he did not escape. When Chen Xing descended the stairs, The group had already been waiting in the lobby for quite some time. Upon seeing him, they promptly surrounded him. "Brother Chen, allow us to accompany you," one of the fighters boldly declared, expressing his intention directly. Chen Xing glanced at the individuals present, remaining silent as he led Chen Bing and Xiaoli out. It would be absurd to think that one could simply learn his combat techniques at will. The ancient martial arts of China, steeped in history, are the culmination of ancestral dedication and should not be casually imparted to outsiders. Observing Chen Xing's indifference to their requests, the several martial artists felt a sense of embarrassment. It was indeed audacious of them to approach someone with whom they had no prior connection. Seeking to learn his martial arts, such behavior was hardly reasonable. Thus, receiving a rejection was to be expected. However, their yearning for Chen Xing's martial prowess rendered them unable to detach themselves. Consequently, they conspired to follow him, vowing not to relent, believing that in time, Chen Xing would come to understand their intentions. Henceforth, Chen Xing found himself accompanied by a small entourage. As Chen Xing strolled through the city with Chen Bing and Xiaoli, he took the opportunity to purchase some necessities for them. The group of martial artists trailed closely behind, yet Chen Xing paid them little mind. With the auction set for the following day, he aimed to gather all required items beforehand, ready to embark on his challenges once the auction concluded. During their leisurely exploration, they arrived at an antiquated blacksmith shop. Chen Xing paused, intrigued. Despite its age, the shop boasted a few elegantly adorned carriages outside, suggesting that its proprietor possessed considerable skill. On a whim, he decided to enter and take a look. The interior of the blacksmith shop was modest, with walls adorned by an array of weapons. To Chen Xing's discerning eye, while the craftsmanship was incomparable to that of his own era, these were nonetheless exquisite weapons, explaining the presence of many distinguished patrons. Within, several individuals, evidently seasoned combat professionals, were perusing the selection. "You must be the one destined to revive the fighter profession," boomed a stout dwarf. The nearby elite combatants recognized Chen Xing, for the tale of his remarkable victory over the heavily armored warrior Richard had spread widely among mercenaries since yesterday's profession assessment. Everyone knew of the uniquely dressed individual who triumphed unarmed. Chen Xing offered a slight nod, acknowledging his identity. "I am called Black Iron. That is how they refer to me. I have heard of your exploits. Indeed, you are a formidable warrior," the dwarf stated, his massive hammer dancing in his hands, causing Chen Xing to fear for the potential chaos should it slip from his grasp. "In my youth, my family faced a calamity, and a fighter came to our aid. My father crafted a pair of gauntlets as a token of gratitude for this fighter, but he never returned. It is a great pity. The fighter profession has since declined. Unworthy of the gauntlets my father forged," the dwarf, Black Iron, expressed with palpable excitement. "Hearing of your feats, I recognize you as a true warrior. The path of the strong is unending. I wish to bestow these gauntlets upon you, for only a genuine champion is worthy of wearing the gauntlets handcrafted by my father." The dwarf's face flushed with exhilaration. The surrounding crowd gasped upon hearing that Black Iron intended to present the gauntlets forged by his father to Chen Xing. Chen Xing offered a slight bow, expressing his gratitude for the esteemed gesture that he firmly declined. "What? The gauntlets crafted by Black Iron's father are the finest. The very best." The dwarf Black Iron was so exhilarated that he nearly leapt from his feet. "Good heavens, Black Iron's father is the greatest blacksmith. The revered Master Jin Gang, holder of the title Godly Craftsman. He has forged 2 legendary weapons in his lifetime, and all warriors take pride in wielding the weapons he has created. Now, to offer gauntlets crafted by his own father to Chen Xing, and he refuses? This must be an illusion. Indeed, I do not require them. My most formidable weapon is my own body. An over-reliance on weapons would lead me to regress. Thus, I cannot accept your kind offer, but I sincerely appreciate your generosity." Chen Xing maintained an unperturbed tone. Upon hearing Chen Xing's words, the dwarf Black Iron regained his composure. The gaze he cast upon Chen Xing now brimmed with respect. Any initial doubt had dissipated. This was a true fighter, unwavering in his confidence in his physical prowess and combat skills. Not even the weapons of the great Master Jin Gang could sway him. Truly, he was a formidable force destined to forge a new path for fighters. It seemed his judgment had not faltered. Nonetheless, in certain situations, one still requires a well-fitting pair of gauntlets. You may choose to use them only when absolutely necessary. I believe they will not hinder your progress." Black Iron's tone had shifted to one of calmness, as if discussing a trivial matter. Following their earlier exchange, the dwarf blacksmith's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Chen Xing pondered for a moment, Perhaps a quality pair of gauntlets could indeed offer substantial assistance in certain aspects. For he could not engage in battle against divine weapons unarmed. Resolving this in his mind, he replied, "In that case, thank you." Upon returning to the inn, Chen Xing immediately set about his training regimen without further ado. The other fighters, observing his rigorous exercises, attempted to emulate him. However, the intensity of Chen Xing's training was far beyond what they could directly adopt, leading them to collapse on the ground, having not even completed half of his routine. The auction in the Karl Empire was unprecedented in scale, with throngs of people gathered outside the venue from early morning. Chen Xing and his companions strolled leisurely to the entrance, taking in the vibrant decorations and the bustling atmosphere with keen interest. As time passed, representatives from various empires began to arrive, each accompanied by a formidable entourage. Chen Xing noted with intrigue that each empire had a powerful figure in attendance, indicating the immense importance they placed on this auction, as those who attended were of significant stature and required formidable bodyguards for protection. Chen Xing quietly committed to memory that a werewolf expert had come from the Beast Empire, though he remained unfamiliar with the specifics of the orc profession. From the Kuro Empire, a grand sorcerer had arrived, yet his intuition hinted that his true strength was far more intricate than his exterior suggested. As the host empire, the Karl Empire had yet to reveal any formidable experts, potentially concealed in the shadows. Meanwhile, the Dragon Empire was represented by a blonde swordsman who emanated a palpable sense of threat, stirring excitement within Chen Xing, who could not help but smile at the thought. At noon, the auction commenced. Chen Xing had already settled into the private room arranged by Henry, who had invested a substantial sum, 1,000 gold coins, into securing such a lavish space. An elderly man clad in a blue robe approached the auction hall's podium and, with a gentle tap of his small hammer, silenced the bustling crowd. "Good afternoon, esteemed guests. I am Weiss, the auctioneer for this event. I shall preside over today's auction, which features a total of 326 items, culminating in a special piece generously provided by a mysterious benefactor. Given the extensive collection, we shall commence the auction immediately." With a brisk demeanor, Weiss dispensed with pleasantries and unveiled the proceedings. Reclining on the opulent sofa within the private chamber, Chen Xing's eyes narrowed as he pondered in silence. Chen Bing and Xiaoli sat attentively on either side of him, while Henry had mysteriously vanished, likely seeking to pilfer amidst the throng. The fighters, having shamelessly followed Chen Xing into the room, now stood quietly at the periphery, behaving with surprising decorum. The auction's opening items comprised an array of finely crafted weapons and armor from renowned artisans, yet Chen Xing found himself utterly disinterested. As a fighter, his minimal need for equipment was, in a sense, a virtue, saving him considerable expense. The atmosphere in the auction hall was vibrant, attended by numerous affluent individuals who were exceedingly generous in their bidding. Many items sold for prices far exceeding their intrinsic value. Chen Xing observed a fire element longsword fetching an astonishing 2,000 gold coins. Fortunately, the magical accessories he sought were still reasonably priced, and he successfully acquired 4 pieces, a necklace and 3 rings for 3,000 gold coins, fulfilling one of his primary objectives for the auction. Next on the block was a newly received item, the magic crystal of a rampaging earth attribute dragon, starting at a base price of 5,000 gold coins. The auctioneer's announcement sparked a wave of excitement throughout the hall. The magic crystal of a rampaging dragon was an exceedingly rare enhancement item. As such, dragons were seldom seen on the continent, typically residing deep within the forgotten forest. Their formidable nature made their crystals a true rarity. Possessing such a crystal would undoubtedly elevate any magic practitioner to a higher combat level, prompting many mages to eagerly contemplate their bids. As Chen Xing beheld the magical crystal he had crafted displayed upon the auction table, he straightened his posture slightly, eager to ascertain the worth of his creation. "I bid 10,000 gold coins." An immediate response arose from the audience as a wizard stood to offer his price. 12,000. 14,000. The auction house buzzed with fervent bids, as it seemed that the wizards present were indeed affluent, unwilling to miss out on such a remarkable treasure. 30,000. A singular bid reverberated, silencing the entire hall, as the voice of the sorcerer from the Kuro Empire enveloped the space. After all, as a state-appointed magician, he possessed considerable wealth. 40,000. A voice suddenly emerged from the booth of the Dragon Empire. To openly contend with the Kuro Empire, one must certainly hail from a powerful nation. 45,000. The Kuro Empire's sorcerer remained unperturbed. 50,000. The Dragon Empire's booth continued to contend, showing no signs of retreat. After a brief moment of contemplation, a voice from the Kuro Empire's booth resounded, 100,000. Instantly, the auction hall erupted in astonishment. 100,000 gold coins for this magical crystal. It was evident that the Kuro Empire, indeed the kingdom of magic, was resolute in acquiring such a superb magical crystal capable of enhancing magical prowess. Noticing the Dragon Empire cease their bidding, the auctioneer's gavel fell, and the ferocious dragon's magical crystal was secured by the Kuro Empire for the staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. Chen Xing sat in the private room, momentarily in a daze, unable to fathom that his creation had fetched such a lofty price, his mind struggling to comprehend. Beside him, Chen Bing and Xiao Li radiated joy. 100,000 gold coins. Coming from humble beginnings, he had never encountered such a sum before. They were so elated that they could hardly contain their desire to leap up in celebration. As the auction reached its zenith, rare items were being bid upon in a crescendo of excitement, creating a harmonious symphony of offers. However, it was peculiar that the booths of the major empires were noticeably quieter, likely biding their time for something significant. Suddenly, the auctioneer's gavel struck down with authority, sending a ripple of anticipation through the crowd, signaling that the climax of the event was at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present the highlight of this auction, the legendary weapon crafted by the mightiest of the dwarven artisans, Master Gorgon, known as the Godly Craftsman. Behold, the Sai of Cilia, a single-handed longsword. The Sai of Cilia, a singular longsword forged by the dwarven Master Gorgon, who earned the title of Godly Craftsman precisely for creating this weapon, is more accurately described as a quasi-artifact rather than merely a legendary weapon. Named after the elemental wind, the longsword possesses a power that rivals its namesake. Although it is a longsword, its blade is slender, and the hilt is designed with exquisite detail, epitomizing the pinnacle of elven aesthetics. Upon this sword, through the meticulous study of intricate magical runes, 5 distinct spells have been permanently inscribed, including the elusive high-level auxiliary magic of wind, known as flicker, which is notoriously difficult to stabilize due to elemental volatility. This enchantment permits the wielder to perform instantaneous long-distance teleportation within a certain range, although it can only be utilized twice per day. A single use of flicker in the heat of battle can often turn the tide. Additionally, the sword maintains the enhancements of accelerate, featherfall, windblade, and wind shield. Thus, possessing this weapon equates to having 3 auxiliary spells in perpetual effect, all without any adverse side effects. To regard it as a quasi-artifact would not be an exaggeration. Legend has it that the dwarf master, King Kong, became infatuated with the visage of the wind element, Sylphia, and encapsulated all his fondness for her within this weapon, earning the blessing of the wind element and the support of the elven kin, ultimately leading to its successful creation. When Sylphia's Sai made its debut at the auction, it caused an immediate uproar among the attendees. The significance of this longsword transcends that of an ordinary weapon. It symbolizes the aid of the elven race. It is said that whoever acquires this sword will receive a boon from the elves, rendering it exceedingly precious. It appears that representatives from various great empires have gathered here, likely in pursuit of Sylphia's Sai, for the aid of the elves is an irresistible temptation for any empire. In an instant, bids from several empires surged, escalating to 6 million in a blink. The auctioneer found himself flustered, unable to keep pace with the rapid bidding of the great empires, left merely to gaze in astonishment. Chen Xing sat quietly in his private box, feeling a sense of resignation. No matter the location, war remains the prevailing theme of humanity, and this foreign land is no exception. For a weapon capable of swaying the outcome of battles, the great empires would go to great lengths. Though currently in a period of recovery post-war, Chen Xing already perceived the looming specter of another great conflict. The legendary weapon ultimately ceased its bidding at 12 million, a sum equivalent to half a year's tax revenue of the Karl Empire, the very empire willing to pay such an exorbitant price. Although the auction was held in their homeland, the rules remained steadfast. To obtain what one desires, one must part with their coin. The subsequent items for auction were a pair, thus they were auctioned separately. The first item was a treasure map leading to the forgotten continent of Dacia. If the previous auction was sensational, this one brought forth sheer astonishment. An ancient legend, the forgotten continent of Dacia, a place strewn with gold and rich and rare treasures, boasting an invincible army and legendary martial arts. It remains a mystery how it became submerged in the annals of history. However, Any nation that could claim such wealth would undoubtedly dominate the entire Timmy continent. Chen Xing was taken aback, not by any trivial matter, but by the name of this continent, Xia. If he was not mistaken, this name bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Xia of China. Had he truly stepped into the pages of a book, or was he in some entirely different realm? Perhaps. His mind felt as if it were swirling into chaos. The competition among the empires was extraordinarily fierce, with the Divine Dragon Empire exerting itself to the fullest, ultimately spending 27 million gold coins to secure the treasure map. Observing the lavish box of the Divine Dragon Empire, Chen Xing could not help but sigh. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet his wealth may bring him trouble. The ostentation of the Divine Dragon Empire was bound to attract the envy of other nations. The final auction item was presented by the auctioneer, a key to the Forgotten Continent. It was no wonder that this item was deemed a pair with the treasure map. Both the Divine Dragon Empire and the Carl Empire found themselves financially drained and unable to compete for it. The Beast Empire, lacking in riches, was equally powerless. Ultimately, the Kuro Empire acquired it for 19 million gold coins, thus achieving a balance in which each of the three major empires held one of the final auction items. Yet, it seemed that the sigh of Celia from the Carl Empire resonated with the most profound significance, as at least she had beheld the tangible object. As the auction came to a close amidst a brief equilibrium among the empires, the attendees began to disperse. This grand event had indeed not disappointed, unveiling such unexpected revelations. The representatives of the various empires departed, each harboring their own thoughts, as their carriages made their way to the temporary palace arranged by the emperor of the Carl Empire. The procession of the Divine Dragon Empire moved slowly, while throngs of onlookers lined the streets. The knights of the Divine Dragon Empire stood alert, guarding the convoy. The captain of the guard, the Thunder Swordmaster Caesar, marched forward, burdened with heavy concerns. Although the auction appeared harmonious, it concealed immense peril. The envoy of his empire had invested an extraordinary amount in the bidding for that treasure map. The reasons eluded him. Yet he was certain that the return journey would not be peaceful. He merely hoped that the awaiting troops would remain unscathed. Lost in thought, a figure suddenly stepped onto the main road ahead, casually halting the procession. Chen Bing observed the knights of the Divine Dragon Empire swiftly preparing their defenses, encircling him. While they were undoubtedly well-trained, their demeanor reflected an amusing tension. Nevertheless, his expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever. Raising his gaze to the golden-haired swordmaster at the front of the carriage, he spoke slowly. "You are the Thunder Swordmaster Caesar, are you not? My brother is aware that you are quite occupied and should not be disturbed. However, this is a rare opportunity. He has asked me to deliver a letter to you." As he spoke, he extended a letter with both hands. One of the nearby knights, vigilant, received the letter and turned to present it to Caesar. Caesar accepted the letter, tucking it away into his cloak, his expression softening slightly. "And who, pray tell, is your brother? You may inquire with him directly. My sole responsibility is to convey messages." Chen Bing remained silent, his demeanor as frigid as ice. Were it not for his immaculate appearance, devoid of any weapons, the surrounding knights might have subdued him long ago. "Oh, did your brother not impart any instructions to you?" Caesar remarked, his right hand casually resting near the hilt of his sword, a gentlemanly smile gracing his lips. "Upon reading the letter, you shall comprehend everything. I take my leave now." Chen Bing's lips twitched slightly, conceding to a smile before turning away, utterly disregarding the vigilant knights surrounding him. With a slight sway, he effortlessly maneuvered through the encirclement of knights and departed with an air of nonchalance. Caesar promptly halted the knights from pursuing. As he gazed at Chen Bing's retreating figure, a trace of amusement flickered across his face. How intriguing it was that he exhibited no fear of royal authority, arriving and departing at will. Who, indeed, was this enigmatic figure? With a gesture, the convoy resumed its journey. A similar scene unfolded amidst the caravans of the Kuro Empire and the Beastman Empire, though the messenger was now a noble-spirited thief and the other, a charming cat girl. 10 miles north of Jilu City, atop a high ridge, Chen Xing and his companions had long awaited their arrival. They gathered around a campfire, with Chen Bing quietly standing behind Chen Xing, while Xiao Li sat obediently beside him, her eyes sparkling with joy as she watched Chen Xing tend to the roasting deer. Henry lay comfortably nearby, humming contentedly while boasting about Chen Xing's steed, his demeanor far from that of a gentleman. As for the fighters, they stood in a row not far from Chen Xing, enduring their plight with grace. "Star, could you share your past with me?" Chen Bing hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. The more time he spent with Chen Xing, the more questions arose. Chen Xing's actions were often astonishing. His admiration for Chen Xing had previously held him back from inquiring about his past, fearing it might create a rift between them. Yet today, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Upon hearing Chen Bing's question, Xiao Li and Henry perked up. Even the nearby fighters drew closer. A gentle smile graced Chen Xing's face as he nodded slightly. It was time to divulge some of his history. In his slightly hoarse voice, he recounted the tales of his past, though his origins were not from this world but from a distant continent. Chen Bing and the others were captivated by Chen Xing's story, learning of his profound passion for martial arts and the origins of his formidable skills. As the saying goes, diligence is rewarded. To attain one's desires, one must invest effort, and Chen Xing had devoted nearly all his time to honing his abilities. It was no wonder he possessed such overwhelming combat prowess. Xiao Li listened enraptured, her heart unknowingly becoming entirely captivated by Chen Xing. With a thud, the 5 fighters knelt neatly before Chen Xing, having listened intently to his tale. They comprehended that in Chen Xing's homeland, seeking a mentor for the transmission of skills necessitated the act of apprenticeship. Without a moment's hesitation, they all knelt before him, bowing their heads in earnest supplication to be accepted as his disciples. The foremost fighter, no longer the rash individual he once was, spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Thus, I shall refrain from further elaboration. If you agree to the following 3 stipulations, I will accept you as my students. First, I will guide you, but I will not divulge the precise path, for each individual possesses unique strengths. True masters do not merely replicate the routes of their predecessors. Second, the martial arts I impart to you shall remain confidential. Any breach will result in immediate retribution. Lastly, you may simply call me Brother Chen, as we are now brothers. As Chen Xing articulated his conditions, the fighters nodded in enthusiastic agreement, elated to have finally gained his acknowledgement after enduring a long wait. Their joy was palpable. Having accepted these individuals, Chen Xing chose to be forthright, seizing the moment to instruct them in combat techniques. Chen Bing and Xiao Li also nodded in appreciation of the teachings, but Henry, seemingly unable to withstand the rigors, succumbed to slumber, snoring softly nearby. As time passed, the night deepened. Chen Xing abruptly ceased his explanations, rising to his feet and brushing off the blades of grass from his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you all for your presence. I apologize for my presumptuousness. His hoarse voice resonated into the stillness of the night. In the distance, 3 figures emerged along the official road, gradually drawing nearer. It was Caesar and his companions. From afar, Caesar spotted the flickering flames and recognized it as the appointed meeting place. He also realized that this enigmatic brother had summoned not only himself but also the sorcerer Zyro from the Kuril Empire and the werewolf warrior Vis from the Beast Empire. This revelation instilled a sense of reassurance within him. It suggested that the mysterious individual harbored no ill intentions toward him, for he would not have gathered other formidable allies otherwise. Caesar approached the campfire with a dignified, noble bow before inquiring, "Might I ask what matters Mr. Chen Xing wishes to discuss with us?" The werewolf warrior, displeased with Caesar's unilateral representation of the trio, frowned slightly but chose not to voice his concerns. Meanwhile, the sorcerer Zyro remained shrouded in his hooded cloak, obscuring his expression. "I am a fighter, and I trust you have conducted your inquiries about me prior to your arrival," Chen Xing remarked casually, rolling up his sleeves. "What I seek is a worthy opponent." He bent slightly to adjust the cuffs of his trousers. "You are all formidable warriors. That reason alone suffices." As he lifted his gaze, Chen Xing exuded an aura of calm determination. Vis, agilely shifting his stance, extended his hand, revealing sharp claws glinting with a cold light as he leaned forward with a grin. "I am Vis. Though I admire your spirit, I shall not hold back. Let us engage in battle." With a wide grin and a resonant howl, Vis leapt effortlessly across the distance between them, initiating the conflict. No one anticipated the astonishing speed of the werewolf Vis, nor did Chen Xing. In the very instant combat commenced, Vis had already darted before him, his right claw vanishing in an instant. With a sound akin to tearing silk, Chen Xing was forced to retreat, blood splattering from his left forearm. In a fleeting moment, he had distanced himself by 5 steps, sustaining injury. Chen Xing understood that it was not the disappearance of Vis's right claw that had bewildered him, but rather the sheer velocity, which rendered it imperceptible. Indeed, the speed was such that the piercing shriek produced by the swipe only resonated after his injury, clearly indicating that the pace of the attack had surpassed the speed of sound. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and timely use of his left arm for protection, the injury would have been far more grievous than mere flesh wounds on his forearm. Truly, This exemplified the might of the Orcish elite, achieving such prowess through sheer physical capability. Vis himself was taken aback. As the head coach of the Beast Empire's fighters, he was a rare practitioner of a unique vocation among werewolves, the protector of Ducas. This role was blessed by the werewolf prophet Ducas, granting him extraordinary speed. Additionally, he possessed a special skill named Rending Void, utilizing the wind pressure generated by his rapid movements as an offensive technique. However, due to his insufficient faith in the war god's will, he was forever unable to enter a berserk state. Nonetheless, this vocation remained immensely powerful, boasting the fastest speed among the Orcish ranks. Although he refrained from wielding weapons to maintain his velocity, this swiftness endowed him with unparalleled destructive potential. Vis did not renege on his intentions, launching an attack at full speed right from the outset. What he did not foresee was that, under such rapid assault, Chen Xing could still react in time, sustaining only a minor injury to his left arm as the price to evade Vis's full-force strike. Observing Chen Xing before him, Vis's expression turned cold and grave. Caesar approached Chen Bing with a gentlemanly demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the icy glare in her eyes. Nodding slightly, he remarked, "You appear quite indifferent towards your brother. Have you not noticed he has been injured?" Chen Bing shot him a frosty glance. "My brother is invincible." In the arena, Chen Xing gently flicked his left arm, a smile gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. "Ah, a true champion. This is exhilarating." He mused that such speed would likely render even a 50% activation of his inner strength insufficient. Slightly bending forward, he retracted his left hand and pointed his right fist toward the werewolf. "If 50% is inadequate, then let us try 80%. With a sudden, thunderous explosion, the ground beneath Chen Xing erupted as he propelled himself with tremendous force. Amidst the cacophony of wind, his figure instantaneously traversed the distance between him and the werewolf Vis. The velocity was so great that it conjured successive illusions behind him. In the blink of an eye, his right leg, accompanied by a piercing shriek, surged towards the werewolf's head. Without a hint of resistance, Weiss continuously evaded with his speed, counterattacking during the brief intervals between Chen Xing's strikes. However, the more they fought, the more alarming it became. Chen Xing unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Unlike any ordinary fighter who primarily relied on their fists, this formidable combatant wielded elbows, knees, shoulders, and back as lethal instruments, supported by an inexplicable surge of speed. He relentlessly assaulted Weiss. To his dismay, his own swiftness failed to grant him a distinct advantage. Instead, he found himself retreating under Chen Xing's onslaught. Caesar, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly distressed. A fighter whose entire body served as a weapon was akin to a human-shaped weapon of mass destruction. Although his own profession as a swift swordsman relied on speed, it paled in comparison to Weiss's Ducas protector role. Despite possessing unique offensive skills, facing Chen Xing's peculiar style of attack proved to be a formidable challenge. With battle intensity at its peak, he activated his special attack, the Protector, Rift Slash. The sound of air being torn apart intensified abruptly, as if conjured from nothingness. Dozens of invisible vacuum blades surged into the space surrounding Chen Xing. And in the next instant, these intangible blades began their fierce cutting. A tree, large enough for a person to embrace, was instantaneously reduced to splinters within the attack range, with shavings scattering everywhere. Such overwhelming destructive power could not be withstood even by the mightiest of heavy-armored warriors. It was no wonder that Weiss had gained renown as the chief combat instructor of the Orc Empire. Amid the terrified gazes of Caesar and Ciro, Chen Xing's form was pierced by dozens of vacuum blades. He wavered, and then vanished into thin air, an extraordinary spectacle. After 30 seconds of relentless devastation, the vacuum blades finally dissipated, leaving the battlefield in disarray. Weiss, drenched in sweat, appeared on the scene, gasping for breath, his claws hanging limply. The toll of that special attack had evidently drained this powerful warrior significantly, his strength diminished to a mere fraction. Looking at the desolate ground, Weiss smiled bitterly, regretting that such a formidable fighter had been undone by his own assault. Chen Bing and Henry remained indifferent. They were acutely aware of Chen Xing's prowess. Even the seemingly invincible gravitational magic of the Dragon of Magic could not harm him. So how could he be vanquished by these vacuum blades? What sorcery is this? Instantaneous movement, feather fall technique? Are you a sorcerer? Ciro, the mage, exclaimed incredulously. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Xing brushed off his attire. This is not magic. It is martial skill. Martial skill? What kind of martial skill yields such effects? Caesar interjected, equally eager to uncover the answer. It's merely a method of utilizing what you call fighting spirit, Chen Xing replied, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Indeed, it appears that the time has come to forge a new generation of fighters. This concede defeat. The werewolf is truly a man of forthrightness, readily acknowledging his loss. It is only natural, given that my current strength has dwindled to almost nothing. Continuing the battle would undoubtedly leave me unable to withstand Chen Xing's relentless onslaught. I yield. Chen Xing said nothing further, instead calling for Xiao Li to tend to his wounds, for the previous skirmish had proven quite taxing for him. The final strike had compelled Chen Xing to unleash the full extent of his inner energy, propelling himself into the sky. Yet he could not completely evade the assault of the vacuum blade, resulting in several minor injuries. Such is the nature of the strong. Chen Xing felt he had gained invaluable insights. However, now that he was injured, the prospect of challenging other formidable opponents seemed unfeasible. Caesar approached Chen Xing, observing him closely. Mr. Chen Xing, I believe you wish to continue your challenges with us. Having witnessed your prowess, I too would relish the opportunity to engage in combat with you. However, bound by my duty as a guardian, I must decline your challenge. I hope you do not take offense. Neither do I, came the cold voice of the mage, Zyro. Chen Xing understood that Caesar's reluctance stemmed from his injury, and he appreciated the warmth behind his words. I suppose I have been a bit presumptuous. The opportunity was simply too rare to pass up. I realize that your statuses are not ones I can approach lightly, Chen Xing replied courteously. A smile flickered across Caesar's face. He yearned for the chance to spar with such a strong adversary and could not let it slip away. In truth, Mr. Chen Xing, there is no need for haste. In 3 months, a grand tournament for the strongest fighters will be held across our continent, in which my master will also participate. If you are interested, I could extend an invitation on behalf of the Dragon Empire. Oh, thank you. I will certainly participate. Chen Xing's interest was piqued. By the way, mage, could you assist me with a small favor? I have a few accessories here. Could you enhance them with a gravity spell? Chen Xing's request was granted, though the gravity spell transformed into a dark binding. Understanding Chen Xing's intention to use the gravity spell for training, Mage Zyro advised him to employ the binding technique instead, as it would prove more effective. However, the binding force of 500 kilograms that Chen Xing requested astonished those present, revealing that he possessed a level of strength that even some orcs might envy. It has been over a month since the auction in the Karl Empire concluded. Recently, a peculiar band of mercenaries emerged on Timmy continent, predominantly composed of fighters. This is indeed an anomaly within the perilous realm of mercenaries. This mercenary group accepts only short-duration, high-risk combat missions, boasting an astonishing completion rate of 100%. Gradually, the entire mercenary community became aware of the existence of this group, and they came to know it by the name Whimsical Dream. Chen Xing gazed at the group of dark magical leopards before him, his expression utterly impassive. These leopards were the very targets of the current mission, formidable beasts endowed with exceptional combat prowess. Unlike ordinary leopards, they exhibited a peculiar affinity for social behavior, which rendered this task daunting for any mercenary group. Already, 2 mercenary teams had perished in pursuit of this mission, nearly 30 souls falling prey to the jaws of these vicious leopards. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Xing strolled to a secluded spot and sat down, a blade of grass delicately held between his lips, continuing his introspection of martial arts. Chen Bing, accustomed to this demeanor, advanced alongside 5 combatants, plunging into the fray with the leopards. It was said that this technique originated from Chen Xing's ancestral martial arts, characterized by its ancient simplicity, devoid of any ostentation, although the movements appeared to lack lethality. Should one be struck by the seemingly slow, yet devastatingly powerful crushing palm, it would unleash a terrifying force that would haunt the nightmares of all. When Chen Xing had demonstrated this skill, he shattered a boulder in an instant, leaving all present in awe. This technique completely disregarded the inherent weakness of fighters against heavily armored foes, for the force capable of obliterating stone would yield only one outcome upon striking heavy armor. In the midst of the leopards, Chen Bing unleashed a ferocious onslaught, his unwavering admiration for Chen Xing prompting him to unconsciously mimic his mentor's movements. He deftly navigated through the leopards, their razor-sharp claws posing no threat to him. Even when the leopards unleashed elemental arrows, they failed to impede his progress, as he occasionally summoned massive icicles to dispatch nearby foes. The other combatants also exhibited remarkable agility, having completely abandoned their previous brute force tactics. They had adopted Chen Xing's combat philosophy, employing various evasive maneuvers during battle. Their retreating actions in the midst of skirmishes allowed for a graceful flow, while their assaults were executed with ruthless precision, targeting vulnerable points. It was evident that Chen Xing's teachings had profoundly influenced these warriors. In a mere 20 minutes, the group of leopards was thoroughly vanquished by Chen Bing and his companions. As Chen Bing approached Chen Xing, the remaining fighters began to clear the battlefield, for the leopards bore valuable spoils not to be squandered. However, Henry had been assigned to lead the advance into the Dragon Empire, otherwise, he would have excelled at this task. Xu Li raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence, and instantly, Chen Bing and the others fell quiet. Once their task was completed, they obediently gathered around Chen Xing, refraining from uttering a sound, fearful of disturbing his meditative state. In the hearts of all present, Chen Xing had ascended to a transcendent status. Any disparaging remarks against him would surely provoke Xu Li's wrath. As the sun gradually descended, Chen Xing finally opened his eyes. He noticed the people around him quietly awaiting his return, and for a moment, he appeared slightly taken aback, evidently puzzled by his prolonged state of meditation. Subsequently, with a hint of apology, he smiled at everyone without uttering a word. Rising to his feet and making his way towards the nearest town, the crowd behind him, accustomed to such occurrences, stood up and followed in his wake. While a few fighters began to engage in light-hearted banter, upon arriving in the town, they headed directly to the mercenary guild to settle their mission. To Chen Xing's surprise, the guild in this remote little town was bustling with activity. Perhaps due to recent unrest in the area, many mercenaries had flocked here to seek their fortunes. As soon as he entered the guild hall, Chen Xing's attention was drawn to two peculiar figures seated in the northeastern corner. One was a short individual clad in a hooded cloak, obscuring their features, while the other was an elegantly attired elf, adorned in exquisite leather armor, with long ears and a serene visage, seemingly unaffected by the lively atmosphere around her. After a brief glance, Chen Xing approached the front desk to commence the settlement of their mission. The rewards from this task were substantial, amounting to 3,000 gold coins, sufficient for Chen Xing and his companions' expenses for an extended period. As he contemplated whether to purchase gifts for Chen Bing and Xu Li, he led the group out of the guild. In the corner behind them, the two figures observed Chen Xing's departing silhouette and began to whisper. "Luce, did you see that person? That fearsome individual has also come here. Could the news have leaked?" The voice of the cloaked figure was surprisingly delicate. "It seems the information is no longer a secret. Look at how many mercenaries are gathered here. I suspect many have come for him," replied the elf named Luce, her expression remaining composed. "What shall we do? That fighter is terrifying. You know that," she added, her voice tinged with apprehension. "He wouldn't recognize us, would he?" "Certainly not. But with his involvement, our mission may very well be doomed. The mercenaries here would not suffice against him, not even with their combined strength." Luce's tone grew increasingly anxious. "Please, Luce, if you fail this mission, the Grand Elder will punish you," came the worried plea from her companion. "There is nothing to be done. We must take it one step at a time. If punishment comes, then so be it. Such is my unfortunate fate," Luce lamented. "Shall we flee then? No one is watching us at present." "Stop daydreaming, foolish girl. You know well enough that no one can escape the Elder's punishment unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless that fighter." Meanwhile, Chen Xing strolled leisurely down the street, perusing the small stalls along the way for gifts for Xu Li and Chen Bing. A fighter approached him, leaning in slightly. "Brother Chen, there seems to be an issue. The mercenaries here appear to be converging for a single purpose." "Oh." Chen Xing did not raise his gaze. "It is said that within the deep mountains to the east of this town, there resides a unicorn. These mercenaries' objective must be that." "A unicorn? I have never seen one." "It sounds intriguing. Let us, too, go and witness the commotion." A faint smile graced Chen Xing's face. Turning back, Chen Xing handed the gift in his hand to Chen Bing and Xu Li, observing the pure smiles on their faces, which only appeared in his presence. Chen Xing felt a deep sense of joy. He reached out and gently patted the heads of Chen Bing and Xu Li. His gaze had already transcended the crowd, gazing into the distant sky. "Grandfather, you used to do the same to me." Kelly was currently exhilarated. The mercenary group he belonged to was embarking on a highly lucrative mission. According to the captain, the target was a unicorn residing deep within the eastern mountains of this small town. The unicorn is a sacred beast representing purity on the continent of Timmy, blessed by the divine. Each one is a pristine white, and due to their rarity, they are virtually unseen across Timmy now. Among the aristocracy, the significance of a unicorn is immeasurable, serving as an emblem of unparalleled nobility, Even His Majesty the Emperor may not possess a unicorn as a steed. Furthermore, the blood and horn of a unicorn are regarded as the finest offerings for nearly all summoning magic, and the worth of a single unicorn can easily reach 3 million gold coins. Regardless, they are exceedingly precious. Although unicorns are inherently capable of wielding fourth-tier magic due to their divine blessing, moving with great swiftness, and their formidable horn being indestructible when charging, Kelly believed that with over 30 members of their mercenary group, all being high-level professionals, capturing one would be a straightforward endeavor. With this thought, Kelly seemed to envision gold coins swirling above his head. In no time, the 30-member mercenary team arrived at their destination. Gazing at the dense forest before them, the captain decisively waved his hand, and the thieves in the group forged ahead to clear the path, followed closely by the rest of the team. Observing the extent of destruction among the surrounding trees, it was evident that at least 3 other mercenary groups had already ventured in. They needed to hurry, otherwise, they might end up with nothing. The captain felt a sense of urgency, completely unaware that 2 figures were stealthily trailing them from 500 meters behind. Ruth. These mercenaries are quite amusing, rushing headlong toward their demise. With that fighter present, they stand no chance, remarked a beautiful high elf, her worries evident. They must be struggling to earn a living, and we cannot even be sure if that fighter is after the same target. I, too, wish to see the unicorn. Let us go, Ruth. Perhaps once this mission concludes, you will gain your freedom. I hope so, and I pray that no unforeseen circumstances arise. I hope. Deep within the mountains, nestled among the thick trees, lay a small clearing where a dilapidated hut stood alone. An elderly, hunched goblin woman slowly emerged from the hut, her frail hands trembling as she held a water bucket, presumably to fetch water from a nearby stream. Suddenly, a white shadow darted through the forest and, in mere moments, arrived at the goblin woman's side, playfully circling around her. The creature, a unicorn, pure and serene, extended its large head toward the water bucket, eager to assist her in fetching water. "Oh dear, my little treasure, it is always you who comes to my aid. I, an old woman, am quite capable on my own. I truly must thank you. I am sorry to trouble you once more. Be good, and later, I shall prepare some freshly made treats for you." The kindly old goblin gently stroked the unicorn's large head. Her face, lined with wrinkles, radiated warmth and affection. "What a wonderful child you are, blessed by the heavens. Even an old woman like me, nearing the end of her days, can receive your assistance. Truly, the heavens have been generous to me. Such a well-behaved child." The old woman chattered on as she slowly supported the unicorn's pure white form, making her way toward the nearby brook. Not long after she departed, a group of visitors arrived at her humble abode. However, it was evident that these guests bore ill intentions. Upon discovering the cottage, they unceremoniously ransacked its interior. In truth, in places with sparse human interaction, the distinction between mercenaries and bandits is often merely superficial. "Captain, there is nothing of note here. It is merely an ordinary household," reported one mercenary. "Ordinary? An isolated cottage deep in the mountains cannot possibly be ordinary. Inform the others to conceal themselves nearby. I wish to see what manner of people reside here," the captain commanded with a brusque wave of his hand. Shortly after this band of mercenaries concealed themselves, the old goblin woman cautiously emerged from the thicket, muttering to herself, "My dear, you are so tidy. Wait a moment, I shall fetch a cloth to wipe you down." What a good child. As the old goblin woman approached her cottage, she was met with a disheartening sight. Dozens of mercenaries appeared to spring forth from the ground, encircling her, each one exuding an air of menace. They regarded her with the same disdain one might afford a mere animal. On the continent of Timmy, goblins occupy the lowest rung of society. In any realm, goblins are denied the status of commoners, relegating them to wander the remote, uninhabited mountains of Timmy, often becoming prey for mercenaries, captured and sold into slavery. The old goblin woman gazed in terror at the mercenaries approaching her, rendered speechless by fear. With a heavy blow, she was struck to the ground, the intense pain rendering even the act of breathing a torment. The captain of the mercenaries cruelly planted his boot upon her, mocking her with derision as he inquired loudly, "Old crone, do you know of a unicorn in this forest?" "What are you talking about? What unicorn?" The old woman coughed as she spoke, her trembling hands attempting to remove the boot pressing down upon her. "Of course, I mean the white unicorn. There is one in this forest, and you must know of it. Speak quickly, old hag," the mercenary captain demanded fiercely. The old woman, having resided in this place for many years, had never seen a unicorn. Yet, She was acutely aware of the mercenary's true intentions and resolved that she would not allow her longtime companion to be taken away so easily. Captain, it is indeed improbable that this old fellow understands that unicorns are sacred and pure, communicating solely with elves. This old man is a goblin, the most vile of creatures. How could a unicorn possibly? A mercenary's report abruptly interrupted. The captain struck the mercenary harshly, bellowing, "Silence. What do you know? This old fellow has lived here for so many years. How could he be unaware of the existence of unicorns? Moreover, did you not hear her incessantly muttering about little treasure? Surely, that refers to the unicorn. Old crone, do you not agree with my assertion?" The mercenary captain sneered, bending down, as the old woman grimaced under his forceful grip. You speak of what? I know nothing. Nothing at all. The old woman cried hoarsely. Then let the divine intervene on your behalf. Hang this old fellow up. I refuse to believe we cannot extract the truth. Just as the mercenaries prepared to act, they witnessed something they could scarcely believe in their lifetimes. A white figure, radiating brilliant light, suddenly emerged from the dense forest before them. With a piercing cry, their formidable silver swordsman captain was launched like a cannonball, crashing through a cluster of trees. The white figure came to a halt beside the goblin grandmother, seemingly oblivious to the encircling mercenaries, sorrowfully nuzzling her frail body, attempting to assist her to her feet, with tears glistening in its large eyes, emitting soft whimpers as if weeping. Amidst its cries, the luminous aura around it gradually faded. It was an immaculate, breathtaking unicorn, a cherished child of the divine. Tears streamed down the unicorn's large eyes, falling in heavy droplets as it gently nudged the goblin grandmother's withered form, unconcerned by the mercenaries swiftly enclosing them. Several mercenaries hastily lifted their captain from the debris of fallen trees, laboriously dragging him to the edge of the circle. Remarkably, the captain emerged unscathed from the unicorn's impact, though his body bore numerous bruises, further fueling his fury. "Damn it, I knew it. You old fool were lying." The captain cursed vehemently, shoving aside a mercenary to step into the circle, his eyes brimming with greed. The beautiful unicorn was now surrounded. It seemed this mission was destined for success. Envisioning the vast fortune of millions of gold coins, he felt his mouth watering in anticipation. Suddenly, a voice from the nearby thicket called out a halt. Following that, a cacophony ensued as a group of mercenaries emerged, numbering over 30. Yet before they could establish their footing, more sounds erupted from the woods, and new mercenaries kept appearing. What began as a small clearing ultimately swelled to over 100 individuals, divided into 4 groups, with the latter 3 encircling the initial band of mercenaries. These newcomers had been lurking in the shadows, unable to restrain themselves upon witnessing the unicorn. Eagerly, they pressed forward, fearing the treasure would slip through their fingers like wings taking flight. The mercenaries clamored and bickered, unable to reach a resolution regarding the ownership of the unicorn. Each captain stood their ground, for none wished to relinquish such a precious quarry. Let us all take a moment to gather our thoughts. We are all here to earn our livelihoods. If the unicorn escapes, none shall have the chance to seize it. Perhaps we should unite our mercenary bands to capture it first, then deliberate on the matter afterwards. At last, the initial captain proposed a more viable solution. The other captains pondered briefly before agreeing. Immediately, they commanded their respective teams to cease the disputes and focus their energies on encircling the unicorn. As for the old goblin woman lying on the ground, she had become insignificant in their eyes, akin to a corpse. Not far away, in the dense thicket, 2 pairs of eyes scrutinized the unfolding scene. Indeed, it is a unicorn. The elder possesses a cunning mind, attempting to exploit my elven heritage to communicate with the unicorn. To capture it alive? Or is he merely seeking to drive me, the one he despises, away? Either scenario would surely satisfy him. Such a devious scheme. Ruth? What troubles you? No elf could remain indifferent to the plight of their sacred beast. No organization could compel a true elf to forsake their beliefs, regardless of whether the elf had been abandoned by their kin or cursed by a demon. As she spoke, the elf Ruth gradually straightened her form, her eyes shimmering with newfound resolve. A true elf is forever a true elf. Ruth, have you made up your mind? The young girl suddenly comprehended her companion's intentions. Linda, I fear your sister Ruth may no longer be able to accompany you. An unprecedented determination shone in Ruth's eyes. No, Ruth, please don't leave me. The girl, Linda, was on the verge of tears. The sacred beast must not be sullied. Every elf would sacrifice everything for their beliefs, even one cursed by a demon like myself. Linda, bless me. Your sister Ruth has finally seen through the facade and grasped the truth. As she spoke, Ruth cast aside her cloak. Revealed on her back was a magnificent wooden bow, adorned with intricate green patterns that glimmered with an eerie green light. Grasping the massive bow, she opened her satchel at her feet, revealing neatly arranged, enormous arrow shafts. Each arrow was inscribed with intricate magical runes. With a great arrow knocked against her bow, the slender arms of the great elf Ruth bulged with sinewy strength, her muscles taut and defined. To the young girl Linda, her beautiful sister Ruth still possessed an elegant figure and a lovely visage, yet her arms transformed in that instant, becoming remarkably robust, rivaling even the mightiest of men. Exuding an extraordinary aura, special talent, divine power, curse, demonic transformation, augmentation. The mercenaries in the arena had reached a consensus, yet their pleasant dreams were destined to shatter. They could never have anticipated what awaited them next. In the depths of the forest, Ruth suddenly drew her immense bow to its limit. The green magical inscriptions along the bowstring flickering rapidly. The emerald beams of light resonated with the magical array inscribed on the colossal arrowhead. The moment Ruth released her grip, the magical array on the arrow blazed brilliantly. In the next heartbeat, the massive arrow had already traversed 50 paces, soaring toward the mercenaries with a deafening shriek. As the mercenaries prepared to engage, that piercing cry echoed ominously. Amidst the chilling sound, the outermost mercenary felt a sharp pain in his chest, propelled skyward by the sudden strike of the colossal arrow. In an instant, the arrow pierced through 5 men, and in a spectacle of disbelief, it impaled the lifeless body of the last mercenary against a towering ancient tree. The droplets of blood cascading from the arrow's tail seemed to form a line, emanating an enchanting yet haunting aura. The entire assembly stood frozen. Alarmed cries erupted. An archer! Everyone hide! One mercenary suddenly reacted, shouting urgently. Instantly, the mercenaries scrambled for any available cover, jamming into the small hut as the once crowded arena was left with only the unicorn and the old woman in its midst. The precious treasures, moments ago fiercely contested, were now utterly forsaken, rendering the scene almost comical. A stunning high elf emerged slowly from the depths of the forest, her pale, delicate hands gripping a massive wooden bow. The elf approached the unicorn directly, seemingly oblivious to the mercenaries hidden in the surrounding woods, her gaze unwaveringly tender. Trailing behind her was a diminutive figure clad in a hooded cloak, following her every step. As the unicorn's vigilant gaze fell upon the elf, it paused momentarily, nodding slightly in acknowledgement before lowering its great head to continue licking the old woman on the ground. However, the old goblin matron had ceased to breathe the moment the colossal arrow had taken flight, her withered face adorned with a smile of relief. The surrounding mercenaries stared in astonishment at the delicate, serene elf who had unleashed such a formidable arrow. Finally, someone shouted, prompting the others to emerge from their hiding places, encircling the elf in a swift formation. While archers posed a significant threat from afar, their power diminished in close proximity, especially when facing such a slender and tranquil being. Several mercenaries began to contemplate how they might entertain themselves with this enchanting elf, lewd grins already forming on their faces. A heart-wrenching, prolonged whinny erupted. The noble unicorn could no longer contain its emotions, tears cascading down its visage. Amidst the anguished sound, a brilliant golden horn erupted with a series of electric sparks, transitioning from gold to a deep violet under the flickering light, while its once pure white skin began to darken. Amidst the anguished cries of the unicorn, surrounded by the palpable fear of mercenaries and the concerned gaze of Ruth, its once pristine white skin gradually transformed into a profound shade of black, as dark as ink. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed through the air as a bolt of lightning materialized from the heavens, striking the unicorn in its moment of torment. In a fleeting instant, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. With the unicorn's mournful wail, its once ivory hooves ignited in azure flames, while its flowing brown mane morphed into a fiery totem. In an explosive surge, flames engulfed the unicorn, morphing into blazing wings on either side of its body. To the horrified gazes of the mercenaries, the unicorn now resembled a nightmare returned from the abyss, radiating an insatiable aura of menace, stripped of its former sanctity. It bore the mocking scorn of a demon, its sacred wings now fallen from grace. The darkened holy beast had descended. The mercenaries, gripped by terror, felt the weight of impending doom as a divine retribution for their sacrilegious acts loomed overhead. The once sacred unicorn, consumed by profound rage, turned its back on the compassionate edicts of the divine, seeking refuge in the embrace of darkness, yearning for power to exact vengeance. In this moment, the demon appeared to embody righteousness, generously bestowing upon the unicorn the infernal flames of hell, coexisting with the lightning once granted by the divine. Amidst the demon's derisive laughter at the hypocrisy of the divine, the unicorn shifted its allegiance, transcending into an existence beyond the nightmares of hell. The cherished child of the gods transformed into a darkened holy beast, stripped of the power to vocalize its anguish. The silent unicorn, however, retained its clear, sorrowful eyes, reflecting the profound sadness and boundless hatred birthed from divine hypocrisy. Ruth and Linda were rendered immobile, acutely aware of the seething fury within the heart of the sacred beast. The overwhelming pressure rendered them powerless, and had the unicorn not remembered their past assistance, they surely would have been reduced to ash by the infernal flames that enveloped it. With a thunderous roar, the unicorn ascended into the sky on wings of fire, unleashing a relentless downpour of lightning and fiery rain around it. Within a radius of 500 meters, everything except the ground beneath Ruth and Linda was subjected to its indiscriminate wrath. The violent torrent of fire and the surging waves of thunderous lightning consumed all within its attack range, reducing all to mere ashes. The mercenaries, driven by greed and the desire to seize the sacred relic, could only repay their sins with piercing screams and infinite regret. As the hellish flames left no trace of their souls, only a whisper of ash to testify to their existence. When the tempest of lightning and fire finally ceased, all within the 500-meter radius had vanished, the ground scorched smooth and gleaming from the infernal flames. The mercenaries were no more. The unicorn, having expended its strength, plummeted from the sky, its skin now a dull gray, devoid of its former brilliance. The awe-inspiring might that had surged moments before faded like a fleeting bloom, leaving it diminished and bereft. Due to its betrayal of the divine, it received the harshest of punishments, losing its ability to voice its existence. Stripped of all blessings bestowed upon it and condemned eternally by the deity, this sacred unicorn sacrificed everything in pursuit of vengeance for its beloved goblin grandmother. Even in death, it would merely embrace the depths of hell, never to witness its former glory again. Ruth gradually approached the unicorn, still struggling upon the ground, and knelt beside it. She placed her hands gently upon its body, a green light flickering from her palms as she infused it with the vitality of the elves. Little Linda stood quietly to the side, tears cascading slowly from Ruth's beautiful eyes. "Oh, magnificent unicorn, the heavens bear witness to your innocence. Your grandmother would be proud of you. You are a brave soul, and though the divine may cast judgment upon you, in my heart, you remain pure and unblemished." A holy beast, with its large head resting in the elf Ruth's embrace, the unicorn shed tears from its large, expressive eyes. It could no longer produce a sound. Ruth's delicate hand glided across the unicorn's forehead, gently caressing its still purple horn. "How ironic it is that I, an elf cast out by my kin due to a demonic curse, find myself alongside you, an innocent creature condemned by the divine. Why must this world be rife with such injustice?" The elf's voice was heavy with sorrow. "Ruth, please don't say that. I'm so frightened." Linda's voice trembled nearby. "What is your name, beautiful holy beast?" "Oh, you can no longer speak, poor child. Then I shall call you Violet Thunder, for it suits your horn perfectly. Let us remain together from now on. We shall be together always." Ruth's voice gradually lowered, as if imbued with a hypnotic allure, and the unicorn quietly closed its eyes in her arms. What a poignant scene it was. The elder's predictions were not amiss. Betrayal was indeed afoot. Had it not been for the recent tumult, you might have evaded capture. "Ruth, what more is there to say?" A hoarse voice echoed from the shadows, as four figures emerged from the nearby thicket, clad in identical tight-fitting black garments, hooded cloaks draping over them, each wielding a long ebony blade and eyes brimming with murderous intent. "The left hand of death? Do not approach. Sister Ruth has not betrayed us. You cannot take her away." Little Linda shouted anxiously, positioning herself protectively in front of Ruth and the unicorn. She understood that the left hand of death was a faction within their organization, tasked with monitoring and executing traitors, each possessing the combat prowess of sky warriors, assassins nurtured by the elder. With the sudden arrival of the four, Ruth had no chance of escape. "Linda, will you betray us too? Even as a princess, you shall find no forgiveness." The hoarse voice revealed no identity among the assassins. No, I cannot allow you to take Sister Ruth." Tears streamed incessantly down Linda's face as she shouted desperately, flailing her arms in futile defiance. Suddenly, the four individuals became immobile as slender metallic threads erupted from the ground, binding these assassins in an instant. The fine wires silently constricted around them. Indeed, Having betrayed the organization, much like your close association with Ruth, you must all be eradicated. A hoarse voice echoed. Linda, cease your resistance. You are no match for them. From the moment the four appeared, Ruth had completely lost hope, fully aware of their formidable prowess. Perhaps she could contend with one among them, but against all four. Particularly with their terrifying teamwork, no one had ever escaped their grasp. I refuse to accept this. I must protect Sister Ruth. I cannot give up. The young girl, Linda, was already breathless. The overwhelming might of the four assassins was draining her magical energy rapidly, and she was on the verge of collapse. Foolish woman, you shall forever remember the consequences of betraying the organization. As the hoarse voice crescendoed, the binding metallic threads abruptly vanished. Linda collapsed, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Ruth's heart nearly ceased to beat. Unable to move in order to channel life force into the unicorn, she could only watch helplessly as Linda fell. The petite girl's body hit the ground, her life force depleted, leaving her gasping for breath. The blood oozing from her lips appeared painfully vivid. The four assassins approached slowly, their footsteps echoing heavily in Ruth's heart. I have betrayed the elder. I am willing to accept the punishment. But Linda is innocent. She is merely a child. Spare her. Ruth's voice was but a whisper, as if carried from the heavens. Do you believe your words can reach them? The harbinger of doom, the elder has awaited this opportunity for long. Though I am weak now, do you think you can accomplish this? Ruth had utterly surrendered hope, her hands resting upon her mighty bow. Foolish elf. You have no chance of survival. Your fate is sealed. The voice dripped with arrogance. I beg to differ. From the distance, a raspy voice suddenly emerged. Ruth's spirit surged. This voice. Who are you? The assassins' voices sounded like a goose with its neck caught. Silence enveloped the scene. Who are you? Who are you? The assassins' patience was remarkable, their tone devoid of any hint of agitation. Without warning, the four assassins recoiled, their earlier composure shattered, now appearing quite flustered. A piercing sound erupted, as enormous ice spikes erupted from the ground where they had stood. Had they not evaded, they would have become skewered upon the icy protrusions. Chen Bing stepped forward, his expression impassive, his cold voice chilling the atmosphere around them. My brother has commanded, you shall all remain. The assassins, seasoned veterans of countless battles, quickly discerned the futility of verbal communication and fell silent. In an instant, three of them lunged at Chen Bing, while another raised his blade, targeting the helpless girl, Linda, lying on the ground. Just as he was about to succeed, an unexpected hand appeared before him. Chen Xing materialized in front of him, moving with lightning speed, seizing the assassin's head and hurling him away. Despite their elite training, these assassins were no match for a warrior like Chen Xing, who was born for combat. In a whirlwind of motion, the assassin was thrown before Xiaoli. Fortunately, he remained conscious and attempted to pivot mid-air, just in time to meet Xiaoli's upward kick. One could hardly anticipate that such a seemingly frail girl possessed such formidable strength. Even with his defenses raised, the assassin was propelled skyward by her tremendous force, his abilities rendered ineffective by the sudden, excruciating pain. Xiaoli's violet hair billowed as her body surged upward, delivering a flurry of kicks that left the airborne assassin in disarray. Meanwhile, the three assassins had barely reached Chen Bing when five nearby fighters, without hesitation, leapt into the fray, intercepting two of them. The remaining assassin, caught off guard, found Chen Bing's ice spear hurtling toward him. Within mere moments, the assassins became ensnared by Chen Bing and his allies, swiftly losing any chance of coordinated attack. Although these assassins were indeed skilled within Ruth's organization, their prowess was evident in their swift movements and the deadly black blades they wielded. However, it was not nighttime, and discerning the trajectory of those dark blades proved exceedingly difficult. Despite their rapid assaults, the threat they posed paled in comparison to the menacing dark magic leopards Chen Bing had previously encountered. Having engaged in countless battles, Chen Bing and his companions had long since integrated Chen Xing's teachings into their combat strategies. The speed of the assassin's attacks had yet to reach a level that endangered them. Suddenly, the assassin grappling with Chen Bing emitted a piercing shriek, enveloped in a faint black mist that doubled his attack speed. As the foul odor permeated the air, the other three assassins, upon hearing the shriek, experienced a similar transformation, moving with the ferocity of wild tigers. In contrast, although Chen Bing and his comrades found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden acceleration of their opponents, their composed mindset allowed them to swiftly regain control. Nonetheless, the black mist appeared to exert a tangible influence over them, distorting the movements of several fighters. The black mist is toxic. We must resolve this swiftly, Chen Xing declared, prompting an immediate shift in the battlefield dynamics. The attacks from Chen Bing and his allies became peculiar, their movements slowed yet silent. Each strike was devoid of flair. As they abandoned the fray with the assassins, adopting a steady, methodical approach. Ironically, the assassins found themselves unable to breach the seemingly languid defenses of Chen Bing and his comrades. The sharp black blades failed to harm these fighters, who moved with deliberate caution. Unbeknownst to them, several assassins found themselves cornered by Chen Bing and his companions, their movements constrained and their actions no longer fluid, causing them to fall into a disadvantageous position. Alas, fate often plays its mischievous tricks. Just as these assassins were poised to unleash their full assault, Chen Bing struck the ground with his fist. With a resonant thud, the area within a 10-meter radius of his point of impact transformed into a slick sheet of ice. The assassins faltered, momentarily unsteady. In that instant, Xiaoli seized the wrist of the nearest assassin, twisting and pulling, delivering a sharp elbow strike. With a crisp crack, the assassin's arm contorted grotesquely, snapping in two. A piercing scream erupted, only to be abruptly silenced as Xiaoli's delicate hand withdrew from the gaping chest of the assassin, leaving a deep crater where flesh and bone had been crushed to fragments within. The ancient martial technique, known as breaking the hand, had triumphed. In that fleeting moment when Xiaoli dispatched her foe, the remaining assassins stood frozen, realizing they were destined to meet the same grim fate as their companion. The three surrounding combatants executed identical movements, crouching low and adopting a stance reminiscent of a bow, their right hands thrusting forward to connect with the assassin's arms. With a synchronized thud, the three remaining assassins were violently jolted, their backs ripping through their garments, their chests transforming into hollow depressions akin to that of their fallen comrade. Their internal organs lay utterly obliterated, and they slowly collapsed to the ground. 5 days had elapsed since the battle had ceased. Yet Chen Xing remained ensconced in the depths of the mountains. The elf, Lucy, had sustained no injuries, merely appearing somewhat weakened. The young girl, Linda, seemed to have suffered no significant harm under her own care. However, the unicorn, Zidian, could no longer rise, lying limp upon the ground. Its once pristine white skin now faded to a pale gray, its bright eyes devoid of their former luster. Strangely, despite Chen Xing's earnest efforts to diagnose with his internal energy, the unicorn appeared in perfect health, devoid of any apparent ailments. A wooden cabin had once again risen in the previously vacant clearing, behind which lay a fresh grave, where the old goblin woman now rested. This unfortunate elder had ultimately become a casualty of the struggle. Though her departure was serene, within the heart of the unicorn Zidian, it had etched an everlasting wound of sorrow and guilt. Through Lucy's recounting, Chen Xing gleaned a semblance of the events that transpired. Lucy had once been a joyful elf, a member of a race that revered nature and cherished life, each elf a natural guardian, inherently gifted in communion with their surroundings. However, Lucy possessed a unique talent that set her apart from all other elves, divine power, a gift typically bestowed upon orcs, which incited not admiration but suspicion among her kin. As a result of this exceptional ability, Lucy's connection to nature was markedly less profound than that of her peers, and her precision with a bow was somewhat inferior. Yet, she wielded a colossal bow, a weapon that demanded immense strength, typically reserved for orcs. While her accuracy may have paled in comparison to that of other elves, the destructive capacity of her shots was unparalleled. As time progressed, the elven folk observed that every elf who associated with Luth invariably encountered misfortune, with their abilities showing a marked decline. Following an evaluation by the elders of the clan, it was revealed that Luth bore the curse of a demon. This was a peculiar affliction, endowing the cursed individual with the capacity to wield certain dark auxiliary magics, yet at the cost of their faction forever remaining incapable of embodying goodness, regardless of the individual's inherent nature. All benevolent races in proximity to her would be adversely affected, suffering diminished abilities and being plagued by calamity. Consequently, Luth was ostracized from the elven community and earned a notorious epithet, the Cursed Elf, due to her unique talents. Luth possessed an exceptionally rare vocation as a heavy crossbow marksman, whose range and power far surpassed that of her fellow elven archers, albeit with slightly less precision. Upon joining the organization, her companion, Linda, also held a distinctive profession as a mage tinkerer, an occupation characterized by minimal offensive capabilities yet replete with an array of supportive magical tricks. I find myself at a dead end. I have betrayed the organization and implicated Linda. They will not spare us, Luth lamented, her voice steeped in resignation. The organization? Chen Xing inquired. During my wanderings across the continent, I once joined a mercenary group, but due to the misfortune I brought upon those around me, I could not remain long. Over time, no mercenary band would have me. Eventually, I was accepted into another organization. I had no choice but to join for the sake of survival. What organization? The Divine Retribution, a fighter behind them interjected. It is an assassin organization, ranked fourth among the dark guilds. An assassin organization? Chen Xing gradually rose and turned to leave, while Lutha's expression fell, despondently watching his retreating figure. Surely, she remained the cursed elf, destined for solitude. Wait, Chen Xing suddenly pivoted. My fantastical mercenary guild is in need of a ranged profession. Would you be interested? Of course. We would not mind if you brought along others. His voice echoed as he distanced himself. Luth was nearly rendered breathless by this unexpected revelation. With the fighter's assurance, she felt an immense weight lift from her heart, allowing her to breathe easier. Acknowledging the fighter's prowess, Luth doubted her former guild would dare to offend such strength. Though the continent's fourth-ranked assassin group was formidable, it paled in comparison to the individual before her. The night had grown deep. The unicorn remained motionless before the old woman's grave, its once bright eyes now dull and fixed upon the tombstone. In the heart of this noble beast, guilt lingered like a relentless demon. A figure approached slowly. It was Chen Xing. Seeing the unicorn's despondent state, Chen Xing sighed and draped a blanket over it. Paths must be traversed, and life must be embraced. Though you are not human, it is time for you to mature. If the elder were aware, witnessing you in this state would not bring her joy. The so-called deity you speak of is beyond my comprehension, and I harbor no desire to understand it further. The heavens and the earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. What I do know is that one must rely solely upon oneself. Amidst the echoes of voices, Chen Xing gradually receded into the distance. The unicorn behind him, with its vacant gaze, finally turned to follow Chen Xing's departure. 3 days later, Chen Xing nonchalantly settled into a corner, joining Chen Bing and others at a table. They ordered some food and drink, consuming it at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a burly man clad in heavy knightly armor rose abruptly and strode towards Chen Xing's table, accompanied by a mage. The thunderous footsteps of the giant silenced the mercenaries in the hall. You must be the team that ventured into the mountains to capture unicorns, he boomed, his voice powerful enough to rattle the rafters. Chen Xing cast a glance his way, but remained silent. Damn it, why are you pretending to be mute? Tell me where my team is gone. The giant cursed vehemently. Chen Bing's previously cold demeanor now seemed to be cloaked in an even deeper frost, her voice resonating like a chilling whisper from the depths of a frozen abyss. Be silent and leave. The giant's face flushed with rage. Yet he dared not utter another word. The mage behind him, sensing the impending danger, raised his hand, ready to cast a spell. A massive hand shot out, and before the unfortunate mage could react, he was seized by both mouth and head. The owner of that hand, a fighter wearing a wicked grin, effortlessly dislocated the mage's jaw with a swift motion. With a flick of his wrist, the hapless mage was hurled out of the door, head first. With a satisfied clap of his hands, the fighter casually settled beside Chen Xing, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. The entire hall stood in stunned silence. Witnessing such overwhelming strength from Chen Xing and his companions, the giant stomped his foot in frustration, retreating to rescue his comrade in a state of defeat. Chen Xing surveyed the room, noting how people averted their gazes, no longer daring to gossip about him and his companions. The sound of applause echoed strikingly in the hushed hall. A gentleman, adorned with a noble smile and appropriately attired, rose to his feet, clapping his hands. You must be the members of the Fantasy's mercenary guild, he remarked with a smile. If it would not be too much trouble, might I request your escort to the Dragon Empire? Chen Xing was taken aback, realizing that the patron employing his team had an escort of his own. To his astonishment, this escort was none other than the Blood Cross Army, ranked 7th on the mercenary leaderboard. The Blood Cross Army primarily consisted of heavily armored warriors, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Although the slow speed of these heavy warriors limited their offensive prowess, the guild also possessed a cadre of 30 high-level mages, making them an exceptionally ideal escort for such duties. Yet, Chen Xing could not fathom why the gentlemanly steward, despite having such a powerful escort, would seek out his team, whose appearance seemed vastly inferior to those resplendent knights clad in shining plate armor, wielding massive shields. Captain Hunter of the Blooded Crusaders found himself in a state of profound vexation, despite leading a team ranked 7th on the continent. He could not fathom why their affluent employer would hire another mercenary group midway through their journey. It seemed utterly illogical. If the employer harbored doubts about his mercenary band, it implied a rather dismal assessment of their capabilities, given that they numbered merely 10, predominantly fighters, with only a single archer and a mage, Linda, who bore a resemblance to a mage despite their essential differences. Did such an assembly warrant the employer's considerable attention? Or perhaps the employer's companion was also a protected individual? The more he contemplated, the more plausible this theory appeared, solidifying Hunter's suspicions. In the escort's large wagon, a gentlemanly butler was conversing with a beautiful noblewoman. Madam, encountering the fantasy's mercenary group en route is indeed fortuitous. Success is assured this time. The noblewoman, somewhat taken aback, replied, Indeed, their formidable martial prowess is quite surprising. Had I not inadvertently glimpsed the details of this group from my lord, I would never have imagined that such a combination of fighters could possess such overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Chen Xing, unconcerned with such matters, was diligently practicing on another cart filled with miscellaneous items. His actions were deemed perfectly acceptable by Chen Bing and the others. Though Ruth and Linda harbored some doubts, they remained silent upon observing Chen Bing's demeanor. The members of the Crusaders held Chen Xing's indolence in utter disdain, their gazes filled with contempt. With a captain of such caliber, it was no wonder that the mercenaries lacked any real prowess. The convoy progressed steadily, encountering no obstacles. As the presence of over 60 heavily armored warriors constituted a force not to be trifled with, petty thieves would surely shy away. The servants exchanged jovial banter, and the mercenaries had begun to lower their guard. As evening approached, with no towns nearby, the convoy had no choice but to camp in the wilderness. The servants busily erected tents in a clearing, while the maids adeptly commenced meal preparations. A few of the blooded crusaders remained on guard, while the others busied themselves with various tasks. Chen Xing gradually opened his eyes and descended from the wagon, gesturing for the fighters to procure some game, while he took a leisurely stroll around the campsite. Chen Bing and Xioli followed closely behind, with Ruth and Linda trailing them, resembling a patrol more than the stationary armored warriors, displaying a greater sense of responsibility. This behavior irked Captain Hunter of the Blooded Crusaders. Hunter approached Chen Xing to discuss the night watch arrangements, but Chen Xing remained reticent, infuriating the captain further. He had not anticipated that the Fantasy's mercenary group would treat this endeavor akin to a picnic, neglecting even to assign sentries. Yet, he had no choice but to diligently allocate the night watch, further solidifying his belief that Chen Xing's group were indeed allies of the employer. Two inner energy clusters balanced and rotated within their respective dantian, seemingly exhibiting an imperceptible expansion and contraction. Chen Xing even fancied they were alive. The inner breath within the meridians flowed exceedingly slowly due to its increasing viscosity. However, when summoned, the inner strength provided was more abundant than ever before. Although Eugene's robust inner force endowed him with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. The left hand of death. The assassin's faction. A sudden realization struck Chen Xing. His intuition was correct. These were indeed assassins dispatched by the vengeful sect. Despite Chen Bing and his comrades having eradicated their presence last time without a single assassin escaping, the guilty elder had long since prepared for a renewed pursuit upon receiving news of the assassin's failure to regroup. Since Lucy was a traitor, she had to be eliminated. This was the ironclad discipline of the assassin organization, unwavering for personal reasons. The assassins lay in ambush within the forest, observing as Chen Xing approached slowly. Their cold gazes ignited with a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Let this prey herald the commencement of tonight's slaughter. By the time the assassins realized the grave error they had committed, it was far too late for regret. One assassin, hidden among the branches, eagerly watched as Chen Xing drew near, confident that his dark blade would remain undetected in the night, and certain that his technique was swift enough to ensure Chen Xing would have no chance to react before losing his head. With a bloodthirsty glare fixed upon Chen Xing, he prepared to breach the range of his blade's attack. At that moment, he saw Chen Xing suddenly halt, lift his head, and flash a smile. Extending his palm toward him, fingers curling sharply, a tremendous force surged forth, propelling the unfortunate assassin into the air, hurtling towards Chen Xing's hand. The overwhelming inertia rendered him utterly powerless, as if bound by an extraordinary force, leaving him unable to move. Just like that, he was drawn directly from the tree, 5 feet away, into Chen Xing's grasp. As Chen Xing tightened his grip, The assassin distinctly heard the sound of his neck snapping. This was the last sound he would ever hear. Ancient martial arts. The dragon seizing technique. The creed of every assassin is to retreat immediately upon failure. An assassin must never be exposed to the light of day. Once revealed, their combat prowess would not surpass that of an equally skilled swordsman. Had the assassins chosen to flee at that moment, Chen Xing would have been powerless against them, as the range of the dragon seizing technique is limited and demands considerable inner strength. Unfortunately, the prestige of being the fourth strongest on the continent instilled a sense of superiority in these assassins, clouding their judgment. Almost simultaneously, the remaining 9 assassins launched their assault on Chen Xing clad in black. Wielding dark blades, they were afforded the utmost concealment within the shadowy forest. Their attacks were swift and elusive. They had every reason to believe that under the combined onslaught of their 9 blades, the fighter before them would undoubtedly be reduced to fragments in the next heartbeat. The air was filled with the sound of 9 blades slicing through the atmosphere. A flash before his eyes, Chen Xing suddenly retreated swiftly, moving back over 5 paces without even turning his body, already within the radiant glow of the campfire. Trapped in a dilemma, the assassins had no choice but to act. 9 shadowy figures simultaneously emerged from the dense forest, their dark blades unleashing torrents of black light as they exerted their full force, intent on swiftly eliminating Chen Xing. Yet, Chen Xing maintained an air of calm, leisurely countering their seemingly formidable attacks, which appeared to move at a glacial pace before his discerning gaze. Having drawn the assassins out from their concealed positions, there was no need for haste. What was the difference between these assassins and a toothless tiger? The sentries were finally stirred into action as the assassins burst forth from the trees, and the entire camp sprang into motion. The Blood-Cross Legion, indeed, proved to be a well-trained mercenary force. Within mere moments, they armed themselves for defense. Warriors, unencumbered by heavy armor, unhesitatingly stood guard before their employer's tent, displaying no fear despite their lack of protection. Chen Bing and several others exited the tent, quickly spotting Chen Xing leisurely sparring with the 9 assassins. Momentarily taken aback, they soon halted the mercenaries eager to assist, choosing instead to stand aside and savor the spectacle. The nearby fighters shared a similar sentiment, their focus utterly captivated by Chen Xing's movements. This rare opportunity for practical combat instruction was too precious to overlook, and they felt it only fitting to appreciate Chen Xing's diligence. The assassins silently lamented their plight. It was no longer a matter of whether they could overpower him. Chen Xing danced effortlessly among the 9, his movements measured and unhurried. The assassins' fierce attacks narrowly grazed him, yet they could never make contact. Chen Xing's strikes no longer generated violent gusts of wind. Rather, each gesture seemed imbued with an indescribable grace, causing the very air to thicken, hindering the assassins' movements, which grew increasingly sluggish. From a distance, it resembled a dance, as they could scarcely muster the energy to flee. Initially, Chen Xing's movements were somewhat rigid, but as the battle progressed, they became increasingly fluid, the transitions between offense and defense becoming seamless. With a series of muffled thuds, 9 dark blades plunged into the earth simultaneously at Chen Xing's command, forcing several assassins to kneel, trembling, their sweat-soaked black attire clinging to their bodies. The mission had utterly failed. Without hesitation, the 9 assassins discarded their weapons and lunged forward, brandishing small, equally dark daggers, their latent potential ignited in an instant. A surge of dark energy overwhelming them. In their desperate bid, they managed to break free from Chen Xing's intangible constraints. A mocking smile adorned Chen Xing's face as he slightly tilted his body, stepping with an intricate rhythm through the midst of the assassins, his hands seemingly tracing circles in the air. His fingers glided through the void, as if weaving invisible threads, before he suddenly clenched his fists and drew them inward. Silently, 9 severed heads rolled upon the ground, their wide eyes still reflecting disbelief and shock. A torrent of blood surged skyward, the headless corpses twisted before collapsing to the earth. Chinese ancient martial arts. The silk-wrapping palm technique. In a distant, dense forest, a group of assassins clad in black wiped the cold sweat from their brows. The leader's garments were thoroughly drenched, clinging to his body. The convoy continued its journey, after the fierce battle with the assassins the previous night. The esteemed lady employer did not make an appearance. The gentlemanly butler displayed no sign of surprise, directing the servants to swiftly tidy the scene. Resuming the next day, as if nothing had transpired, he did not inquire about the situation regarding Chen Xing and these assassins, as if it were a matter of course. However, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Now, all the mercenaries regarded Chen Xing with the eyes of a demon. Having witnessed Chen Xing's terrifying skills, These mercenaries, who typically boasted of their prowess, appeared as meek as lambs before him. They even dared not raise their voices. Hunter's attitude toward Chen Xing had completely transformed. A strong individual is always deserving of respect from mercenaries. Who could possibly be stronger than the man before them? After witnessing Chen Xing's performance yesterday, Hunter believed him to be the very embodiment of a demon, powerful and cruel. The 9 headless corpses haunted Hunter's dreams throughout the night, their horrific demise prompting him to question whether such skill truly belonged to a fighter. He suddenly felt as if he had chosen the wrong profession. Perhaps being a fighter would have been preferable. Who was it that claimed fighters were feeble and urged him to become a heavy armored warrior? He cursed under his breath, envisioning that individual's throat slipping under Chen Xing's hand. Observing the mercenary's fearful demeanor towards Chen Xing, Chen Bing found it quite amusing. Was this the so-called brave blood cross? They appeared quite refined last night, but now, before her father, they were as pitiful as sheep. Ruth felt a deep sense of unease. She knew who had sent those assassins the previous night. The relentless pursuit by the organization filled her with dread. Beside her, Linda tightly grasped her hand, likely sharing the same apprehension. Fortuitously, Brother Chen, she had begun to call him that, had discovered these assassins. Otherwise, it was unimaginable how great a disaster she could have brought upon herself. Was she truly destined to be forever entangled with misfortune, the so-called sprite of calamity? The thought drained the color from her face. Chen Xing glanced at Ruth and Linda, slightly shaking his head. Ruth, are you very frightened? Your complexion is rather poor. Chen Xing's voice resonated. Brother Chen, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise, Ruth replied, her hoarse voice imbued with a semblance of magic, alleviating her fears significantly. An assassin organization? I relish a challenge, Chen Xing remarked, a familiar smile gracing his lips. This journey, indeed, felt interminable. It had already been over a week, and they had yet to glimpse the borders of the Dragon Empire. They had encountered several small bands of brigands along the way. Yet Chen Xing had not had the opportunity to intervene again. Perhaps the bloodshed from his previous battle had placed immense pressure on the mercenaries of the Blood Cross. For now, they were extraordinarily diligent at the slightest hint of trouble, each one charging into battle with reckless abandon. Those small bands of brigands were swiftly dispatched with a single charge, deprived even of the chance to utter a word. In jest, one might call upon that fearsome fighter. Yet should he be driven by bloodlust, it would be unbearable to withstand even a single blow from him. This sentiment has become a shared understanding among the mercenaries of the Bloodied Crusade. The fighters now carry themselves with undeniable pride, following Chen Xing. They feel as though they have finally regained their dignity. In the past, when one encountered a fighter, indifference was the norm, but now, whenever they seek to undertake something, mercenaries eagerly rush to assist them, their gazes filled with reverence, a sensation that is nothing short of exhilarating. In the distance, a sizable village came into view, quite remarkable for a settlement in the wilderness. To the astonishment of many, a church dispatched by the temple could be seen there, an uncommon sight in such rural locales, indicating that this village possesses considerable significance. Were it not for the Dragon Empire's inability to extend its reach, it might have already been absorbed into its domain. Although the 4 great empires dominate their regions, beyond their borders, a scattering of villages persists, serving as refuge for the war-torn remnants of society. These beleaguered survivors, weary of being wielded as instruments of war by the empires, have congregated outside the imperial territories to form small communities. Life, though not particularly prosperous, follows a tranquil rhythm of rising with the sun and resting at dusk, a lifestyle that the empires tend to overlook, sending tax collectors annually to fulfill their obligations. As the caravan entered the village, the mercenaries were nearly blinded by the dazzling array of goods lining the streets. From the vibrant atmosphere, it was evident that this was no mere village, but rather a settlement of considerable stature. The village, named Kara, lies at the heart of both the Karl Empire and the Dragon Empire, serving as a hub for thieves from both realms. Here, illicit merchants abound, transforming the black market into a bustling marketplace, as the true authority is none other than a branch of the Dark Guild, which wields immense influence, maintaining extensive connections within both empires. This place is both a sanctuary and a den of shadows. In this domain, one can never truly know who lurks nearby. The amiable old man on the corner might very well be a merciless brigand, while the enthusiastic server could be a seasoned pickpocket. Yet, these concerns are trivial. In this realm, possessing wealth and strength grants one the power to acquire nearly anything, even the undergarments of a royal consort from the Dragon Empire. The caravan proceeded slowly, halting before the largest inn in the town, where attendants busily unloaded various items and arranged for accommodations. The mercenaries of the bloodied crusade displayed visible relief. Having endured nights in the wilderness, they were finally in a respectable establishment. Plans to indulge in a hearty meal and enjoy a hot bath brought smiles to their faces, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The steward swiftly located Chen Xing and pulled him aside, stating, "Captain Chen Xing, Our Lady wishes to visit the church here. I wonder if you might provide her with protection, as this place is indeed quite chaotic." Chen Xing slightly nodded, conceding to the request. When the elegant noblewoman emerged, accompanied by her maidservants, he stepped forward, with Chen Bing and the others following closely behind. The noblewoman offered a slight bow to Chen Xing before gracefully departing. As they traversed the bustling streets, Chen Xing instructed the 5 fighters to encircle the noblewoman for her protection, their robust physiques effectively parting the throngs of people, instilling a sense of respect that deterred any potential provocations. The church was situated at the very heart of the village, and soon their party arrived. Upon entering the churchyard, a grand platform came into view, undoubtedly the site of the clergy's sermons. After a brief exchange between the maidservants and the church's clerics, a priest hurriedly emerged to usher them into the sanctuary. The noblewoman exchanged pleasantries with Chen Xing before retreating into the inner chamber with the priest. Meanwhile, Chen Xing, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely strolled around the main hall, taking in the surroundings with a sense of tranquility. In the hall, an elderly man of considerable age caught Chen Xing's attention. Despite his years, he exuded vitality, his snow-white beard meticulously groomed, and he donned a long robe of pristine white, adorned with golden trim, suggesting a person of significance. From the moment Chen Xing entered, the old man fixated on him, his brow furrowed with concern. And the sight of Chen Bing and the others behind him only seemed to heighten his alarm. When Ruth arrived, the old man's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Since entering, Chen Xing had sensed a subtle yet palpable aura locking onto him, emanating from the elder. Shaking his head, Chen Xing realized that he had unwittingly stumbled into a predicament. "From whence do you hail? Why do you trespass upon this sacred sanctuary? Do you truly believe my temple is unguarded?" The elder could no longer contain his indignation, bellowing as a staff materialized in his grasp. A scattering of white light emanated from him, forming an elliptical barrier, presumably a protective spell. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xing was unperturbed by physical confrontation. Yet the inexplicable nature of this impending conflict baffled him. The elder's imposing presence clearly indicated his prowess. Chen Xing positioned himself to shield Chen Bing and the others behind him, raising his fists in a gesture of respect. "I do not comprehend the nature of the accusations you levied," Chen Xing rasped. "The youth behind you bears a pact with a demon, unmistakably a vile heretic, steeped in sin. And that elf, cursed by demonic forces. How can such tainted beings trespass upon this hallowed ground? Do you presume my temple is without guardians?" The elder's face flushed with anger, his voice escalating, poised to strike. Understanding dawned upon Chen Xing, and the initial cordiality evaporated. "Who dares to cast judgment?" he retorted, his voice growing weighty with gravity. "In this world inhabited by humanity, who has the authority to cast judgment? The war orphans struggle to survive, enduring hunger and cold daily. What is your divine temple doing? Merely possessing certain abilities by birth, they are condemned by society, destined to be burned atop a high platform. What is your divine temple doing? Innocent orcs are sold and plundered by human thieves. What is your divine temple doing? Just because they are cursed by demons, they too are forsaken by humanity. What is your divine temple doing?" Chen Xing's voice grew louder, his words slicing through the air like a blade. "By what right do you declare guilt? Are the nobles and those in power exempt from sin? Do those who offer sacrifices to your temple bear no blame? Are those who toil and serve you free from guilt?" The rasping tone of Chen Xing ignited a fervor among Chen Bing and the others behind him. Thus, Chen Xing lowered his head slightly before lifting it abruptly, his eyes shining with the brilliance of countless stars. "Who bestowed upon you this power? Is it God?" A scornful smile graced Chen Xing's lips. "Or are you mere mortals, cloaked in the guise of divinity, deceiving the masses? Impudent, you heretic. I condemn you in the name of the divine." The elderly man in white robes, nearly beside himself with rage, raised his staff dramatically. A blinding white light enveloped the hall, illuminating Chen Xing with a radiant glow. "Heresy! You have blasphemed the divine. Accept the judgment of God." The old man's voice faltered, and in his fearful gaze, he witnessed the white light dissolve Chen Xing's garments without harming his skin. Under the radiant illumination, a black tattoo gradually emerged on Chen Xing's body, depicting a mighty sacred beast against a backdrop of a scale adorned with magical inscriptions. The beast's eyes seemed to mock the old man's ignorance with endless derision. Clang! The old man's staff fell helplessly to the ground, and he collapsed, as if drained of all strength. Judgment. Totem. His eyes glazed over as he muttered to himself. Every realm possesses its own rules, regardless of whether these rules are documented. Just as the material laws of the real world exist, so too do the laws of the divine realm. Within the sacred texts of any deity in this world, there exists a record of the judgment totem, the true scale of justice that has existed since the dawn of this world. Although no creature has ever possessed this totem, its existence is irrefutable. The wielder of this totem holds the power to judge all. Any injustice will crumble beneath its weight. The judge can absolve any sin. For the judgment totem represents the absolute, the supreme law. Beneath each record in the texts, the precise image of this totem is inscribed. In this light, the divine judgment appears more akin to a child's play. To invoke judgment in the presence of the judgment totem is it not, the height of absurdity? Who, then, is the judge, and who is the judged? Upon returning to the inn, Chen Xing removed his upper garments in his room, only to discover that the dark tattoos had vanished entirely from his skin, leaving no trace of the judgment totem. Pondering the elderly man's terrified expression from that moment left Chen Xing perplexed and ultimately resigned to abandon the mystery. The caravan lingered in the village for 2 full days, adequately replenishing their supplies, while the mercenaries indulged in a lavish shopping spree. Only then did they resume their journey, with the pace considerably quickened, likely due to the employer's growing urgency as the prestigious challenge on the continent loomed just a month away. Upon reaching the border city of Sun in the Divine Dragon Empire, they found that only 15 days remained until the grand tournament. The journey had been relatively uneventful. Chen Xing and his companions fulfilled their escort duties as per the agreement and, after settling their wages, proceeded to the capital, Seber. By the time Chen Xing arrived in Seber, a mere 3 days remained before the tournament, and the city was adorned with vibrant decorations. The martial spirit of the Divine Dragon Empire was thriving, with its inhabitants displaying an unwavering admiration for the strong. The Swordsmanship Association was bustling with activity, as the fervor for the upcoming challenge was palpable. In the days leading up to the event, formidable warriors from across the continent began to arrive. Not only did each empire send its esteemed representatives, but many renowned fighters and mages without formal affiliations also gathered. Among the elite participants were the Sword Saint Cain and the Grand Sorcerer League, both of whom were invited by the royal family as distinguished guests for the occasion. Henry had arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire well in advance. By the time Chen Xing reached the city, Henry had meticulously prepared everything. Now, Chen Xing sat comfortably in the rented accommodation, quietly absorbing Henry's insights about the local scene. Hey, Chen, you truly have foresight. If I hadn't arrived early, you'd have nowhere to stay right now. You wouldn't believe how in demand the housing is here. Henry rambled on, as was his nature, while Chen Xing remained succinct in his responses. After a brief pause, Henry, slightly taken aback, settled down a bit, albeit still brimming with grievances, and began sharing the intelligence he had gathered. After 2 hours of listening attentively, Chen Xing finally extracted the essential information he sought from Henry's scattered reports. In summary, the challenge is structured as a single elimination format to emphasize its nature as a competition for the formidable. This arrangement has drawn dissatisfaction from various mercenary groups, as those eager to enhance their reputations must register their members separately. Fortunately, the regulations are relatively lenient, allowing each organization to register up to 4 participants, which sufficiently satisfies most mercenary factions. During the preliminary rounds, due to the high number of competitors, numerous smaller venues will host the qualifiers, with only those who advance moving on to the main event. Representatives from each nation, however, are exempt from the preliminary rounds and may proceed directly to the main competition. As for the Sword Saint and the Grand Sorcerer, it is rumored that they, as guests, will showcase their skills in an exhibition match against the champion following the grand finale. Brother Chen, here is your ticket. Registration has been open for a month now, and I feared you might miss out, so I procured the tickets in advance. If necessary, we can always attempt the challenge on site, Henry remarked, placing several slips of paper on the table. Well done. These are for you. Chen Xing waved over Xiao Li and produced a crystal card. You have worked hard. Here is 10,000 gold coins, your remuneration and funds for the future. Working with Brother Chen is never a loss, Henry chuckled, no longer holding back as he tucked the crystal card into his pocket. In truth, he had nearly exhausted the previous funds, and being somewhat particular about his expenditures. Money always seemed insufficient. However, since aligning with Chen Xing, life had become quite prosperous. Chen Bing, Schnoli, and Lucy, prepare yourselves. We are heading to register. Chen Xing stated calmly. Chen Bing and Xioli immediately began their preparations, while Lucy hesitated, pondering whether her essence as the spirit of misfortune might bring ill fate to Chen Xing lately. Such thoughts weighed heavily on her mind. Chen Xing glanced at her, but chose not to speak further. Some matters could only be unraveled by oneself. The 5 fighters understood that having followed Chen Xing for merely 3 months, their knowledge was still insufficient for competing on the grand stage of the continent's strongest warriors. This opportunity to observe was already a rare privilege, as witnessing Chen Xing in battle would undeniably serve as an invaluable lesson. Upon arriving at the registration area located beneath the royal city, they found it teeming with people. Fortunately, Henry had prepared in advance and had made prior arrangements with the officials, allowing them to enter smoothly. Observing that the warriors registering were all of at least gold rank, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this was the challenge of the strong, and it promised to be exhilarating. A familiar thrill surged within him. As the group maneuvered through the crowd towards the registration desk, Henry reached into his pocket and produced a gold medal, dazzling the already irate official. We would like to register. These are our team members. The official's frown quickly dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic demeanor. Ah, sir. Will you be registering under your personal name or as a team? Isn't it all individual competition? Chen Xing interjected. Indeed. But registering as a team allows your team's name to be announced before your entry, which provides a degree of publicity, the official patiently explained. With a slight smile, Chen Xing replied, then let it be under the team name, Whimsical Mercenaries. Your name and profession? Chen Xing, martial artist. The pen in the official's hand clattered to the ground. Martial artist, the only martial artist on this continent, the one who pioneered this profession. So it is you. The official's jaw dropped in disbelief. What luck it was to meet such a legendary figure. With the registration completed, the official, having learned from previous experiences, no longer expressed surprise at the unique professions of Chen Bing and the others. As Chen Xing stepped out of the registration area, within the adjacent room, Caesar set down his wine glass, a triumphant smile gracing his face. The much-anticipated strongman challenge was set to commence in 3 days, stirring the entire city of Saibao into a fervor. At the heart of the city lay a vast square, its surroundings raised to accommodate the event, thereby enlarging the plaza significantly. Within this expansive arena stood 10 towering platforms, each measuring 100 meters, fortified with ample magical barriers. This was the battleground for the preliminary rounds. Despite the bustling atmosphere, Chen Xing and his companions remained utterly composed, understanding that only with a tranquil mindset could they fully unleash their potential. This principle had long been instilled by Chen Xing and Chen Bing and others. Consequently, they appeared incongruous amidst the vibrant crowd, out of sync with the surrounding excitement. The preliminary battles were poised to begin shortly. As the influx of challengers necessitated a rigorous selection process, each warrior was singularly focused on vanquishing their opponent to secure qualification. Seated quietly in the players' lounge prepared by Henry, Chen Xing awaited patiently. The draw for the preliminary rounds had been fortuitous, separating him from Chen Bing and the others, thus averting any premature confrontations. Chen Bing and his comrades shared in this relief, for encountering Chen Xing would mean the complete forfeiture of any hope for victory. The square was teeming with spectators. With numerous battles unfolding simultaneously, many were overwhelmed by the spectacle, unsure of where to direct their attention. The gambling industry was thriving, with young children distributing odds for the day's matches. Gazing at the odds for Chen Bing's fight, a faint smile flickered across Chen Xing's typically stern visage. 150. Was his opponent truly worthy of such attention? Summoning Henry, he commanded, take this money and place it all on us. Let us see how they fare. A cold smirk adorned his face. With the chief judge's announcement, the Grand Continental Strongman Challenge was officially underway. Chen Bing stood silently on the platform, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the brash berserker opposite him, whose boisterous roars elicited a twinge of disdain within him. To Chen Bing, the mightiest in this world would forever be Chen Xing. Anyone obstructing Chen Xing's path must be eliminated. The outcome of the battle seemed predetermined from the outset. Despite the orc berserker's status as a top-tier physical attacker, he was woefully lacking against magical onslaughts. Should he face a physically weak mage, the berserker could employ his berserk skills to mitigate pain, swiftly charging through magical zones to engage in close combat. Alas, Chen Bing's fighting prowess was entirely derived from Chen Xing, making him exceptionally formidable in close quarters. A mage skilled in combat, or rather, a fighter adept in magic. This realization dawned upon everyone in that fleeting moment. As the battle commenced, the berserker let out a thunderous roar, wielding his dual axes that summoned a tremendous gust of wind. In his charge, he aimed a devastating blow at Chen Bing, his face contorted into a sinister grin, envisioning Chen Bing as nothing more than a corpse cleaved in two. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chen Bing exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, he approached with a chilling smile that hinted at cruelty. The temperature plummeted, and in the berserker's horrified gaze, a chilling frost emanated from Chen Bing's small hand, instantly encasing his left arm in a colossal block of ice, unleashing waves of excruciating pain throughout his body. Even the orc, renowned for its resilience, could no longer suppress its anguished cries. The howling morphed into a ferocious roar as the berserker activated his frenzy, leveraging this formidable skill to obliterate the sensation of pain. His eyes turned a furious crimson, and a crimson aura enveloped him, erupting with tremendous force that sent Chen Bing, who had drawn near, hurtling away. To the spectators, the berserker now resembled a colossal humanoid bear, bellowing ferociously, one hand brandishing the enormous dual axes while the other remained encased in a massive ice block. A sight both absurd and terrifying. However, no one could muster laughter. The audience felt the palpable fury emanating from the berserker. A frenzied berserker was a harbinger of death, and in their eyes, the only vision was one of bloody carnage. Many spectators were compelled to retreat in the face of such overwhelming murderous intent. A chilling, piercing sound suddenly filled the air as a tornado enveloped the berserker, twisting relentlessly like a monstrous serpent. After a tense 10 seconds, it gradually dissipated, revealing a massive ice block where the whirlwind once roamed. The berserker's murderous expression remained vivid, his grip still steadfast on the colossal dual axes, while his body bore grievous wounds. Alas, he could no longer move, entirely ensnared within the confines of the immense ice block. Behind this icy prison, Chen Bing departed with a cold smirk. Elemental mastery. Ice seal. The outcome of this battle required no formal declaration. The victor was evident to all. Yet, none could have anticipated such a terrifying spectacle in the preliminary rounds, prompting some spectators to scream in fear. Lowering his head, Chen Xing affectionately ruffled his hair, and Chen Bing felt elated, thrilled to have earned Chen Xing's recognition. He was blissfully unaware of the repercussions this battle would bring him. Henceforth, a new profession emerged on the continent, the elemental combatant, heralding the rise of a formidable new power, Ice Master Chen Bing. Ruth faced a formidable sorcerer, and archers inherently possess a significant advantage over wizards. Moreover, Ruth's prowess ranked among the elite within her elven kin. Although her arrow speed and accuracy were slightly diminished compared to an average elf, her sheer force of attack more than compensated for these shortcomings. As soon as the wizard entered the fray, he promptly cast the Wind Shield, the swiftest defensive spell, indicating his vast experience. Upon noticing the enormous wooden bow in Ruth's grasp, a flicker of panic crossed the wizard's eyes. Even a fool could discern that the arrows launched from such a colossal bow would possess extraordinary power. It was uncertain whether his hastily conjured wind shield would withstand a single arrow. In his distress, he began to chant a more formidable protective spell, Earth Armor. In stark contrast, Ruth remained utterly composed. She leisurely opened the large backpack she held, revealing an array of colossal arrows that would surely evoke despair in the wizard. Amid his trepidation, Ruth knocked a massive arrow onto her bowstring, a mocking smile gracing her face. The wizard completed his Earth Armor incantation, a layer of yellow luminescence enveloping his trembling form. As the brilliance intensified, earthy armor materialized around him, its unappealing exterior nonetheless broadcasting a single proclamation: I am resolute. Now the wizard had some semblance of assurance, standing tall and straight. The heavy earth armor encased him like a dumpling, yet he felt no burden from its weight. Perhaps we could engage in a civil discussion, my dear elf? Allow me to treat you once the battle concludes, the wizard said with a sycophantic smile, mocking Ruth with his words. Ruth remained silent, but suddenly, her slender, fair arms grotesquely swelled, veins protruding like entwined vines. With an angelic visage and a devilish physique, she was indeed a sight to behold. The wizard recoiled in terror, witnessing the beautiful elf undergo this horrifying transformation, his body quaking anew. In a flurry, he cast fireballs, a basic spell requiring no incantation, futilely expending his magical energy. Ruth, unfazed, moved with the grace of a butterfly amidst the chaotic fireballs. Yet she did not release a single arrow. The wizard's desperate efforts only drew derisive laughter from the audience. Alas, his fortune had reached its limit. As he ceased his incantation, Ruth abruptly halted as well. With a sudden tension, her massive bow sprang to life, a colossal arrow nocked and ready. As the wizard's chant reached its crescendo, the arrow shot forth with a piercing shriek. The audience gasped in astonishment at the arrow's might. The wizard's 2 layers of magical shields crumbled before the colossal projectile, akin to mere parchment. With a terrifying roar, the wizard's sturdy earth armor was instantaneously shredded, fragments of armor scattering through the air. A tremendous force propelled the wailing wizard from the arena, crashing to the ground. Faint groans persisted. For Ruth had removed the arrowhead from her shot. Despite its overwhelming power, it had spared his life. 2 layers of magical shields, including a layer known for its formidable physical defense, the earth armor, were unexpectedly pierced by a single arrow, one shot from an elven archer, the force of which was astonishingly potent. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Ruth smiled, awaiting the referee's announcement, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards Chen Xing. Did he see? Did he witness my capabilities? Does he acknowledge me? A torrent of thoughts surged within her, rendering her momentarily dazed. She scarcely heard the referee call her name. In another match featuring Xiaoli, the scene was even more comical. Her opponent was a robust, human-heavy armored warrior, towering over her by more than double. The spectators were unanimous in their skepticism regarding Xiaoli's chances. Here stood a demure young girl before such a brawny man, resembling nothing short of a delicate flower being bullied by a brutish giant, beads of sweat appearing on the foreheads of all present. The battle commenced in an instant. The heavy armored warrior, a gentleman of sorts, was at odds with his rugged appearance, as his eloquent tone belied his brawn. Initially, he courteously requested Xiaoli to concede, his demeanor so humble it appeared almost pleading. After Xiaoli stubbornly refused, the warrior reluctantly grasped his massive sword, prompting a chorus of boos from the audience. What have I done to deserve this? The warrior felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. With the referee's signal to begin, Xiaoli instantaneously revealed a ruthless side that contrasted sharply with her previously sweet demeanor. The heavy sword in the warrior's grasp moved slowly. He hesitated, fearing harm would come to the gentle catgirl before him. Yet, in the next moment, he lamented his indecision. Xiaoli transformed into a whirlwind, elevating her speed to a breathtaking degree that left the audience astounded. Her slender frame concealed a power that belied her appearance, with her steel claws glinting ominously. In mere breaths, she traversed a distance of 100 meters, and her rapid movement caused the glimmering lines of her claws to blend into a singular streak, emitting a terrifying shriek that assaulted everyone's eardrums. The heavy armored warrior miscalculated once again. Xiaoli was not the straightforward opponent he had envisioned. She would not collide with the heavy sword he swung. As one of the trio who had trained longest under Chen Xing, Xiaoli possessed strength that was entirely incongruous with her appearance, having absorbed the true essence of combat techniques imparted by him. In an instant, her body trembled thrice, shifting left and right. The luminous lines of her claws traced bizarre arcs in the air. As she closed in, Xiaoli suddenly crouched low, lowering her center of gravity and accelerating further. Like a genuine whirlwind, she completely circumvented the heavy armored warrior's massive form, positioning herself behind him. Her steel claws scraped against the smooth, thick armor, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. In the blink of an eye, she had circled the warrior completely, her claws carving a full arc. Upon halting, Xiaoli had distanced herself 2 yards away from the warrior, her face still adorned with that sweet, charming smile. However, the audience no longer perceived this girl as a harmless little kitten. The heavy armored warrior behind him emitted a jarring sound as his steel armor fractured, splitting neatly in two and clattering to the ground. Amidst the raucous laughter of the audience, the warrior could no longer maintain his composure, his face flushing with embarrassment. Shame and rage consumed him entirely as the spectators gasped in astonishment. Suddenly, the armored warrior was enveloped in a dazzling silver aura, striding determinedly towards Xiaoli, his massive shield generating a tremendous gust as it surged forward. Shield strike. This time, Xiaoli did not evade. The shield strike, known for its extensive area of effect, wielded by such a colossal shield, was accompanied by an overwhelming force that rendered her unable to completely escape its path. In the midst of the onlookers' gaze, Xiaoli executed the most unexpected maneuver, her right claw striking fiercely at the giant shield. With a resounding clang, she leveraged the immense force to perform a flawless backflip. Landing 3 paces away, her right hand trembled, the steel claw now shattered, evidently damaged in the fierce collision with the giant shield. The once demure girl displayed a flicker of anger. This claw had been meticulously crafted for her by Chen Xing, a constant source of support and courage. Now, seeing it destroyed by the enormous shield, Shuli felt tears welling up in her eyes, her feline gaze revealing resentment and a thirst for vengeance. Carefully unfastening a pouch from her waist, Shuli retrieved an exquisite gauntlet, donning it with utmost reverence. The gauntlet shimmered with a dark glow, its intricate magical patterns showcasing its extraordinary nature, being one of the pair gifted to Chen Xing by He Tai. Shuli stood tall, her right hand tightening into a fist. The magical crystal embedded in the gauntlet radiating brilliance, a visible green light flowing along the intricate magical lines. A swirling wind began to gather around her. Wind acceleration magic. Activate. The audience could scarcely believe their eyes as this seemingly gentle girl revealed such formidable combat prowess. With the acceleration magic enhancing her speed, she became a whirlwind, charging directly into the embrace of the armored warrior. Seizing the opportunity between his sword strikes, she grasped his right hand, twisting it with a deft motion before driving her knee upward with force. Another piercing howl erupted from the armored warrior, nearly driving him to madness. This seemingly innocent girl unleashed terrifying skills, targeting vital points with ruthless precision. Within mere moments, she rendered both his arms incapacitated, an overwhelming wave of agony enveloping him. The warrior's shrieks echoed in despair, his pride forgotten as he cried out for surrender. Alas, it was too late. As he uttered his plea, the petite cat girl appeared directly in front of him, her left foot delivering a decisive kick to his right knee. A sickening crack resounded as the warrior collapsed, his right leg hanging limply, now undeniably broken. Xioli wore a cold smile, her right hand clenched tightly in a fist, the shimmering magical aura of her gauntlet evident to all. The audience watched in astonishment as she executed a grand spin, her mighty fist striking the heavy armored warrior's chest with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as the warrior was propelled through the air. His anguished cries abruptly silenced as he crashed heavily to the ground, his head lolling to the side, unconscious. A small yet profound imprint marked the steel chest plate where she had struck. The audience gasped in disbelief. After the referee declared the match over, Xioli hurriedly approached Chen Xing, having removed the fearsome gauntlet from her hand. Lowering her head, she resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. "Xing, I'm sorry I broke the steel claws you gave me." Xioli now appeared as meek as a lamb, a stark contrast to her earlier fierceness in the arena. A smile flickered across Chen Xing's face. He had witnessed her prowess on stage. It was touching to see how much she cherished the steel claws, clearly a reflection of her feelings towards him. He gently patted her head and spoke softly. "Do not fret, these things are inconsequential. But that blow you dealt, are you injured?" Upon a brief examination, he found her right arm to be largely unharmed, with only minor muscle bruising. A quick application of internal energy alleviated her discomfort. However, when Chen Xing raised his gaze, he found Xioli staring blankly at him, her expression one of infatuation, which left him momentarily taken aback. An awkward silence enveloped them. The audience, witnessing the transformation of the fierce cat girl into a docile lamb, began to regard Chen Xing with newfound respect. As the preliminary battles continued, it was finally time for Chen Xing to take the stage. His opponent was a sorcerer from the Kuro Empire, a land renowned for its magical prowess. Each year, Kuro's Mage Guild produced a plethora of talented individuals, and those who stood out among them were undoubtedly geniuses. Thus, despite the sorcerer's unassuming appearance, Chen Xing remained vigilant. As this was his first encounter with a mage, the arena was bustling with spectators eager to witness the leader of such a formidable mercenary band. While they were not surprised by Chen Xing's distinctive attire, his nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any imposing presence, puzzled many. Could it be that the head of such extraordinary individuals was merely an ordinary person? Standing upon the platform, Chen Xing regarded the calm sorcerer before him, silently acknowledging the depth of his composure. Clenching his right fist slightly, he resolved to commence the match with 50% of his internal energy. As the battle commenced, the previously calm sorcerer before him waved his hand, and layers of radiant light enveloped him. In an instant, he had conjured four magical protective shields. Regardless of the potency of his magic, his adeptness at wielding it far surpassed that of ordinary mages. Noticing Chen Xing's lack of reaction, a hint of cold amusement flickered across the sorcerer's face. If he underestimated me, then let him taste my spells. With a flick of his wand, 3 fireballs, each the size of a bowl, materialized in a triangular formation before him. After a brief pause, they hurtled towards Chen Xing with a fierce whoosh. Chen Xing's expression remained impassive, displaying no inclination to evade. Instead, he clenched his fists and, with calm precision, launched 3 punches as the fireballs approached. To the astonishment of all, with 3 resonant thuds, the fireballs were effortlessly extinguished by Chen Xing's simple strikes, dissipating into wisps of smoke and vanishing completely. The audience erupted in astonishment once more. The fireball spell, a fundamental incantation within the mage's repertoire, is typically the first spell learned by every aspiring sorcerer. It harnesses the fire element to generate and launch a fireball, simple yet effective, requiring little theoretical knowledge or extensive study. A seasoned mage often need not even utter the incantation. The potency of the fireball varies significantly depending on the mage's comprehension of magic. Some may only produce a fireball capable of illuminating a space, while others could boil water. However, the fireballs conjured by high-ranking archmages are often composed of densely compressed fire elements, capable of causing explosive effects upon impact. The fireball produced by the sorcerer from the Kuro Empire could be deemed of moderate strength. Nevertheless, it was unheard of for anyone to engage a fireball with mere fists, let alone to extinguish one. A glint of cold determination flashed in the sorcerer's eyes as he raised his staff once more and intoned a low incantation, intimidation. A wave of formidable psychic pressure enveloped Chen Xing instantaneously. Through the amplification of magical energy and the power of succinct words, he had invoked the abilities of a word spirit master. A fleeting sensation of paralysis caused Chen Xing to furrow his brow slightly. But with the circulation of his internal energy, he swiftly regained his composure. A knowing smile graced his lips as he remained quietly poised, awaiting the sorcerer's next assault. As this was his first official confrontation with a magic-wielding profession, Chen Xing yearned to fully experience the might of sorcery. Observing Chen Xing's lack of response, the sorcerer assumed the intimidation had taken effect and lowered his guard. The large crystal atop his wand illuminated, and he began reciting a lengthy incantation from the molten depths of hell, the ancient pact, the summoned servitude, the flames of nightmares. The fragmented verses revealed the extraordinary nature of this spell. As the incantation progressed, Chen Xing acutely sensed the temperature around him rising dramatically. The air warped from the intensity of the heat, and a charred scent began to permeate the atmosphere. Chen Xing slightly projected his internal energy outward, enveloping himself entirely. Without this precaution, he believed he would soon find himself in a precarious state. In the ancient times, the flame demon god, in accordance with an ancient covenant, I now invoke the power you have bestowed upon your followers. My enemies are your enemies. Infernal flames, arise. As I pronounced the incantation with fervor, the mage's staff radiated an overwhelming light, and a vibrant emerald flame erupted from the ground, accompanied by a tempestuous wind. Illuminated by the flames, the mage's visage appeared eerily cold, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. The fire's reach was extensive, enveloping Chen Xing and an area of 50 meters around him. Chen Xing could no longer remain at ease, for this emerald flame was evidently beyond the capabilities of ordinary magic. Suddenly, he activated his inner energy to its full capacity, soaring upward with tremendous force, reaching a height of 100 meters in an instant. Looking down, he saw that within such a brief moment, the emerald flames had completely consumed the ground beneath him, raging with intensity. The acrid scent of charred earth filled the air, revealing a smooth crystalline surface where the flames had melted the ground. The mage, taken aback, could hardly fathom Chen Xing's ability to ascend so swiftly. In his experience, a fighter could not possess such power, and even a mage's levitation spell could not achieve such swiftness. He was left momentarily stunned, suspended in the air. Chen Xing hesitated not. He clenched his fists tightly and unleashed 3 powerful punches. Massive bursts of inner energy surged forth, hurtling towards the mage. Ancient martial arts, 100 steps fist. The mage stared in bewilderment as Chen Xing seemed to strike air thrice, still pondering the situation. However, the formidable force of the punches reached him. The 4 layers of magical shields surrounding him emitted a terrifying tearing sound. With a resounding crash, magical elements scattered, as 2 layers were obliterated by the sheer might of the punches, sending the mage hurtling backwards. He barely managed to stabilize himself in the air using his levitation spell. Now, the mage regarded Chen Xing with eyes wide in horror, as though witnessing a monster. Fear was the singular thought racing through his mind. What manner of fighter was this, capable of executing ranged attacks without any preparation time, and with such formidable power? It rendered his own advantages in distance utterly meaningless. If struck by such a powerful attack during incantation, the backlash from elemental energy alone could shatter him to pieces. Cold sweat trickled down the mage's brow. Chen Xing descended slowly, like a feather, defying the laws of nature, and piqued the interest of the onlookers, no matter how one looked at it. Chen Xing was undoubtedly not a mage, yet this phenomenon could only be achieved by a mage's featherfall technique. The audience had only witnessed him throw 3 punches into the air, yet the mage had been sent flying, defying all logic. The arena buzzed with excitement and speculation. What is your profession? The mage gasped, his weakened body struggling to cope with the intensity of the earlier clash. A faint smile graced Chen Xing's lips as he slowly replied, I am a martial artist. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Indeed, such formidable strength is truly commendable, befitting one destined to forge a legacy. The mage's voice steadied, and being defeated by such a powerful adversary evoked no shame within him. Yet, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, as he had yet to unleash his ultimate abilities. The mage slowly waved his wand, green light shimmering as a whirlwind materialized around him. Acceleration, enhance. Chen Xing descended quietly, the ground beneath him scorched by azure flames, now adorned with crystals. After completing the acceleration spell, the mage's wand glowed once more. This time, Chen Xing did not hesitate. With a swift motion of his right fist, he sent forth a surge of internal energy. The mage's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Chen Xing. The auxiliary wind magic flickered. How many still remember this auxiliary spell? The incantation resonated, and the mage's expression turned grave, clearly prepared to exert his full strength. Chen Xing refrained from utilizing the 100 steps fist, mindful of the immense internal energy it consumed. Thus, he opted for a swift, wind-like advance. Fire, summon, contract, power. Dragon King, simplified incantation, fire dragon technique. Suddenly, the mage's wand blazed with brilliance, unleashing a colossal fire dragon that lunged ferociously at Chen Xing. He dodged with agility, but no matter how he evaded, the massive fire dragon pursued relentlessly, the intense heat transforming the surroundings into a furnace. Realizing the magic was under the mage's control and possessed tracking capabilities, Chen Xing's heart raced with understanding. Without further hesitation, he accelerated once more. His form streaking through the space like a meteor, reappearing 10 meters before the mage, his right hand poised like a claw, ready to strike. Ancient martial arts. Dragon capture technique. A tremendous gravitational force emanated from Chen Xing's palm, ensnaring the mage as if caught in a nightmare, drawn inexorably towards his grasp. In a state of panic, the mage could no longer control the fire dragon's trajectory. The gigantic fire dragon crashed down upon the high platform, producing a thunderous roar and creating a vast crater. As the dust settled, Chen Xing stood upright, his raised right hand firmly gripping the mage's throat. The preliminary battle raged on, and since Chen Xing's match concluded, no one dared to underestimate the 10-member mercenary group. The nightmarish techniques Chen Xing exhibited instilled terror in the hearts of all mages. No longer could anyone belittle the martial profession. The name of the martial artist Chen Xing ascended to prominence on the continent, revered as a formidable champion by all fighters. Now, Chen Xing sat quietly in his resting room, engrossed in self-cultivation. Several battles had transpired since then, with Chen Bing and Xiu Li performing admirably, showcasing their unique strengths. Despite facing formidable opponents, they secured decisive victories, leaving those who anticipated their downfall utterly astonished. As the sun set, the day's preliminaries drew to a close. Chen Xing and his companions made their way to their destination, having already declined at least 5 invitations along the way. These were from various mercenary groups, hoping for a stroke of luck by enlisting Chen Xing and his team. Upon returning to their temporary abode, Chen Xing immediately commenced his evening training, the sounds of exertion resonating throughout the small courtyard. Henry, aware of Chen Xing's habits, had equipped the space with numerous training apparatuses after renting it. The thick tree stumps and massive stones, dismissed as mere refuse by others, were treasures in Chen Xing's eyes. In contrast, the exquisitely crafted sandbags proved inadequate, unable to withstand even a single strike from Chen Xing, with the other fighters effortlessly penetrating them with a single punch, rendering them virtually worthless. The belief that one must conquer oneself before challenging others was Chen Xing's guiding principle. Chen Bing's face remained perpetually cold, sweat cascading down his cheeks like a gentle stream, yet he appeared oblivious to it all. With tightly secured sandbags on his limbs, he exerted himself alongside Chen Xing, striking the large stone, which bore numerous bloodstains from his battered fists. Although Chen Bing was not particularly strong, he was relentlessly honing himself with a newfound combat philosophy. The strong do not believe in tears, Chen Xing had told him, and since that night, the stubborn youth had not once exhibited the weakness he had shown upon first encountering Chen Xing. Each day, he devised new methods to train, and the intensity of his regimen left the other fighters astounded. Among Chen Xing's companions, only he and Xiao Li trained with such fervor, pushing themselves to the brink. Xiao Bing, your last fight was intriguing, Chen Xing remarked suddenly, delivering a powerful punch to the stone, sending shards flying. Brother Xing, are you referring to the ice seal? Only Chen Bing and Xiao Li dared to address Chen Xing by his name, the others merely called him Brother Chen. Indeed, the judicious use of elements can yield tremendous results. However, it is not solely through direct confrontation that one can find reason. Perhaps you should consider what advantages your opponent might possess that you could exploit, Chen Xing spoke slowly. Brother Xing, do you mean? In my homeland, there exists a martial art that lacks inherent offensive power. Yet, when struck by this technique, a force invades the opponent's body, causing internal destruction. This is what you have witnessed, 7 injuries. Internal destruction. Chen Bing halted his training, momentarily lost in thought. Dark red droplets of blood trickling from his knuckles, a dawning realization washing over him. The multitude of powerful individuals across various empires necessitated the preliminary rounds to span several days. While Chen Xing sailed smoothly through, Lucy finally encountered a challenge. The opponent she faced was a swordsman, the most populous profession on the Timmy continent, with countless strong practitioners. The figure before Lucy was a dual-wielding swordsman, a branch of the profession that forsakes defense in pursuit of pure offense. As Ruth ascended the stage, she was acutely aware of the immense pressure emanating from her opponent. An indescribable sensation conveyed to her that the swordsman before her was far beyond her current capabilities. The dual-wielding swordsman offered a slight bow. Beautiful lady, I am Carrie. I advise you to forfeit this battle. I wish to spare you from any harm. His magnetically rich voice was remarkably melodious. Without warning, the swordsman accelerated, his dual greatsword seemingly animated by an invisible thread, moving in perfect synchrony with his body. Before he even approached, he swiftly grasped one of the great swords and unleashed a powerful swing. A massive white crescent suddenly materialized, hurtling towards Ruth with alarming speed. Swordsman's advanced combat skill, sword chi. Ruth was taken aback, astonished that such a courteous swordsman could resort to such treachery. Without uttering another word, he had launched an attack, demonstrating formidable prowess. The sword chi, being one of the ultimate skills of a swordsman, compensated for their lack of long-range capabilities. Capable of striking approximately 30 meters with devastating force, potent enough to tear through armor 5 centimeters thick under ample fighting spirit. As the sword chi struck, a cloud of black mist erupted around Ruth, rapidly enveloping the entire arena, rendering everything invisible. This dark auxiliary magic, known as dark arts, left Ruth with no viable options. The sheer sharpness of the attack was impossible to withstand. Despite her elven heritage and innate divine powers, her physique was not robust enough to endure such an onslaught. Only the berserk warriors of the orc tribes, or perhaps Chen Xing, could withstand such a force. Fortunately, aside from her inherent divine strength, she could also wield certain dark auxiliary magics. Although this had led to her expulsion from her clan, the curse of the demons had saved her life more than once. And it would do so again now. As she plunged into darkness, Ruth forcefully propelled herself to the left. In the midst of her movement, her arm swelled with power as her divine talent surged forth. The bowstring vibrated, and a colossal arrow, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtled towards the swordsman's last known position in her memory. With a flick of her wrist and a quick motion of her fingers, she released 2 more arrows. Elven sharpshooter, triple shot. Any elf possesses a relatively frail constitution, yet they universally boast exceptional hearing. Darkness is an obstacle for everyone, and in this regard, elves clearly have an advantage. As Ruth unleashed her triple shot, the black mist was filled with the resounding whoosh of arrows slicing through the air. The pressure generated by the massive arrows enveloped a 5-foot radius in front of her, threatening any creature within that space. This was the signature of the elven sharpshooter, pure, overwhelming force. Yet, without a sound, Ruth's attack vanished into the void, utterly ineffective. Her pupils constricted in shock. Impossible. My calculations were precise. And my movements were far from sluggish. It is inconceivable that there would be no effect. Moreover, my attacks are assuredly not as fragile as those of an ordinary archer. Even a boulder would shatter under the force of that triple shot. While Ruth hesitated, a sudden disturbance rippled through the dark mist. A colossal two-handed sword silently sliced towards her waist. By the time Ruth perceived it, evasion was no longer an option. This assault was so abrupt that she could almost sense the malevolent eyes lurking behind the black fog, accompanied by a gentlemanly smile etched upon a sinister face. Clang! The violent clash between the massive wooden bow and the greatsword resonated with the sound of steel meeting steel. The audience could even witness sparks flying from the impact. Ruth was propelled backward over a yard by the sheer force, her hands suffering grievous injuries as blood trickled slowly down her fingers. The black mist dissipated suddenly, its departure as swift as its arrival. As the darkness lifted, the despicable two-handed swordsman emerged at the center of the platform, still adorned with that gentlemanly smile and leaning on his formidable sword. However, his armor had transformed from the silvery sheen it bore upon entering to an inky blackness. Oh, the beautiful elf maiden, the swordsman named Killy greeted with a smile that remained gentlemanly. Initially, I engaged in a benevolent deception, so permit me to reintroduce myself. My name is Willie, the Dark Swordsman. Friends across the continent have bestowed upon me a rather infamous nickname, the Butcher. His laughter was bright, yet his voice carried a chilling dissonance. Once a golden two-handed swordsman of the Karl Empire, Willie was a legendary figure with aspirations of ascending to the rank of Sword Saint. His absolute reverence for power led him to seek shortcuts, acquiring various potions to enhance his martial prowess. In his quest for strength, he laid waste to numerous villages, and the entire family of Duke Kazit from the Karl Empire fell victim to his rampage. Subsequently, Willie became a wanted man in the Karl Empire. The Church of Light, in association with Duke Kazit, issued a bounty on his head. However, Willie cleverly sought refuge within the underground Dark Guild, securing protection, and the matter faded into obscurity. To everyone's astonishment, he re-emerged in this grand continental challenge. Oh, it's the Butcher. The audience below erupted in an uproar. Though anyone could participate in the challenge, and the Dragon Empire had assured that no participant would be pursued during the competition, the presence of such a notorious figure instilled a sense of dread among the spectators. Ruth remained silent, her countenance betraying no fear. Unperturbed by the blood seeping from her injured hands, she raised her massive wooden bow anew. Ah, beautiful elf maiden, I am quite eager to witness how you, as an archer devoid of arrows, will endeavor to attack me, Willie remarked, still grinning as he gently nudged the quiver he had kicked aside, which Ruth had inadvertently left behind while dodging his assault. A hint of scorn flickered across Ruth's exquisite features. If you wish to see, then I shall oblige. Suddenly, the enormous wooden bow in Ruth's hands radiated a brilliant light, swiftly coalescing along the intricate magical patterns etched upon its surface. With a forceful extension of her arms and a powerful tremor of her wrists, 5 resplendent green arrows were unleashed in a silent instant, exuding an enchanting aura. This was the special attack known as the Arrow of Life. The exquisite arrows, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, traced elegant arcs of verdant magic at their tails, captivating and otherworldly. However, Willie, immersed in the terrifying spectacle, perceived a starkly different reality. The radiant glow before him unmistakably signified death. The ability to conjure arrows from nothingness was undoubtedly linked to that peculiar colossal bow. Yet, to harness such immense energy, a sacrifice must be made, a sacrifice that typically entailed expending magical power. But how could the elven archer possibly provide such vast reserves of magic? It had to be life itself. Employing vitality as the driving force for such a skill could not possibly come easy. In but a fleeting moment, the 5 beautiful arrows struck their mark, and the once silent projectiles erupted with a deafening explosion. In an instant, the air around Willie was enveloped in a haze of smoke. The tremendous blast carved a vast crater in the center of the battlefield. Strangely, however, in the aftermath of this deathly explosion, verdant plants rapidly sprouted along the edge of the chasm, expanding swiftly to cloak the pit in a vibrant green shroud, emanating an aura of boundless life. Ruth collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed. It was finally over. Before such a colossal explosion, the formidable swordsman could not have possibly survived. It is done. Did he witness it? Did he perceive my strength? Would he acknowledge me? Ruth's thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was remarkable, truly remarkable. Suddenly, from the edge of the crater, a plume of black smoke billowed forth, dissipating to reveal Willie among its remnants. The magnitude of this power was beyond imagination. Is this truly an archer? How astonishing! Willie marveled, a mocking smile adorning his face. Ruth found herself at a loss for words. However, do not presume that the blessings of the demon are bestowed upon but a single individual, Willie taunted, his derision deepening. He casually grasped the immense sword at his side. Now adorned with dark, intricate patterns, its origins unknown. I, too, am blessed. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call me a demon swordmaster. Clad in obsidian armor and wielding a blackened sword, Willie now resembled a demon himself. Ruth, bereft of any hope for battle, felt the life force drained from her by the onslaught of the arrow of life. Even the slightest movement of her fingers was an insurmountable challenge. As she beheld the advancing dark swordsman, despair washed over her. Willie wore a delighted smile, relishing the despair etched upon his prey's face. Tormenting his quarry was his greatest pleasure. In the past, to satiate his desires, he had violated a young girl, subsequently torturing her for 5 days until she was unrecognizable as a human. Regrettably, such excesses could not be indulged here. Nonetheless, he mused, a little play with his opponent would still be permissible. Slowly, he approached, a hint of regret in his demeanor. He halted merely 5 meters before Ruth, becoming immobile. A formidable pressure enveloped him instantaneously, a weight so intense that even the high priest of the temple could not rival it. Willie understood all too well the reason for this oppressive force. He beheld the young girl before him break into a joyful smile. Fearful of making a sudden move, he slowly turned around, only to encounter a pair of obsidian eyes, exuding an inexhaustible aura of lethal intent. Willie felt paralyzed under their gaze, as if he stood naked in the snow, chilled to the bone. He was acutely aware that should he even attempt to inflict the slightest harm upon the girl, the owner of those eyes would undoubtedly rush forth and rend him to shreds, disregarding the tournament's rules entirely. Chen Xing's visage was cold and severe, his lips parting slightly. Do you wish to perish? The voice seemed to resonate in Willie's ears. Desperately shaking his head, Willie felt his back drenched in sweat. The pressure emanating from those eyes was overwhelming. The relentless and frigid aura of death encircled him. In this match, we concede, Chen Xing declared, rising slowly. His expression remained devoid of emotion. It is nothing serious, merely a state of weakness. I require rest. Perhaps I should seek a physician, Chen Xing pondered silently. Debris from the massive stone flew about as Chen Xing's fists and feet struck like a torrential downpour. His face betrayed no hint of emotion. This training had reached a plateau. Chen Xing felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed his physical strength had hit a bottleneck, necessitating a new breakthrough. He eagerly anticipated the formal match in 2 days. Brother Chen, a weak voice called from behind. It was Ruth. What is it? Why do you not rest? Chen Xing replied flatly. Brother Chen, I wish to become stronger. You are already quite formidable. Chen Xing responded indifferently. No, this is insufficient. Please teach me to fight. If you would. A hint of exasperation crossed Chen Xing's face. Teaching an archer to fight? That was quite a conundrum. Yet, the pursuit of strength was also his own goal. Very well, you may learn alongside me, but I cannot guarantee it will enhance your abilities, Chen Xing conceded reluctantly. Good to see you again, Chen Xing. A voice suddenly resonated at the entrance. With an ever-present gentlemanly smile, Caesar spoke. I have awaited you for quite some time. Indeed. You are the source of considerable pressure. Your performance is truly outstanding. Chen Xing's expression remained impassive as he regarded the handsome man before him. Oh, come now. Do not gaze at me so. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to observe you. Caesar shrugged casually. Here is the crux of the matter. My master is quite interested in you and has sent me to convey a message. Caesar casually touched a sturdy wooden post in the courtyard. Is this what you use for training? What message? Chen Xing replied, unperturbed. He instructed me to inform you that if you achieve victory, he would like to engage you in earnest, and Caesar's voice grew progressively colder. With all his might, Chen Xing's face remained tranquil and unperturbed as he spoke. Very well. I too wish to witness this. However, I advise against it. My master is exceptionally formidable, and I shall intervene, for I am also your adversary. Caesar slowly turned away. The message has been delivered. No need to escort me further. Watching Caesar's retreating figure, a faint smile began to grace Chen Xing's lips. A challenge, indeed. This Caesar does not seem overly unpleasant. The sword Chen Xing shall prove to be a worthy opponent. The official competition was set to commence on the small island in 2 days. Early in the morning, the island was already bustling with numerous spectators, comprising wealthy elites and nobles, while the Dragon Empire completely controlled access to this islet. Common folk could only observe from the outer square, viewing the event through images transmitted by 10 mages. Such transmissions required each mage to possess a diminutive flying magical creature as a scout, making them exceedingly rare. The Dragon Empire's ability to summon 10 such mages for a relay transmission was indeed a grand display of resources across the continent. In the heart of the island stood a massive magical shield, enclosing an expansive clearing. To ensure unobstructed views for the guests, all trees had been removed. This shield was constructed to city defense standards, designed to protect the interior rather than the exterior. A colossal magical crystal provided energy, a strategic supply befitting city defense, to maintain sufficient power, demonstrating the significant investment made by the Dragon Empire. It is worth noting that merely the betting revenues from the periphery would yield substantial income, not to mention the flourishing imperial economy spurred by this grand event, making it a highly lucrative endeavor. By the time Chen Xing arrived, the island was already vibrant with activity. In addition to the formidable warriors in the resting area, many spectators were engaged in conversation in the viewing section. Despite the spacious venue, only one match was conducted at a time, a testament to the respect afforded to each combatant. In truth, any warrior who could arrive here was already renowned across the continent. Chen Xing quietly made his way to his resting room, seated himself in silence to meditate. Entirely indifferent to the surrounding commotion, akin to an old monk in deep contemplation. In the distance, an elder approached the center of the arena, his long beard flowing and adorned in a deep blue robe edged with gold, leaning upon an ancient staff. Once he had settled, he cast an amplification spell and began to address the crowd. This competition shall be unrestricted, continuing until one party concedes or is rendered incapable of fighting. Those victorious shall advance to the semifinals. Let us commence the first match. Chen Xing opened his eyes, calmly observing the 2 participants in the arena. Both were heavily armored warriors, seemingly from the same mercenary group, and it appeared unfortunate for this band, as one competitor would inevitably fall at the very outset of the competition. Chen Bing, Chen Xing suddenly called. Chen Bing promptly approached. Observe their combat techniques closely. Understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each profession will greatly aid your advancement, Chen Xing advised slowly. Have you not been diligently researching new methods of attack? Take a good look at how one might triumph over those professions with formidable defenses. Is it through internal sabotage? Chen Bing murmured. The external strength does not signify much. Even the most resilient exterior cannot conceal a frail interior. It is only through skill that true mastery can be achieved, Chen Xing interjected from the side. Channel your chill into their core. In that instant, a profound revelation dawned upon Chen Bing, unveiling an entirely new realm before him. Indeed, it is skill that matters. Even the mightiest power necessitates the finesse of technique. Power devoid of skill is merely brute force. Chen Bing gazed at Chen Xing with admiration. After an intense clash, the 2 heavily armored warriors finally determined a victor. One, clearly lacking strength, was struck down by the other as spirit-infused greatsword and conceded defeat upon hitting the ground. However, their friendly demeanor suggested they had orchestrated the outcome, resulting in no significant loss. With a gentle pat on Chen Bing's head, a smile graced Chen Xing's lips. Now, go forth. The second match was indeed Chen Bing's to partake in. At present, he stood quietly at the center of the arena, his ethereal beauty radiating profound confidence. His opponent was a knight, a profession not typically suited for such a setting. Though knights are also warriors skilled in combat, their training predominantly revolves around skills utilized while mounted. This tournament, acknowledging this fact, permitted all knights to bring their steeds, thus allowing them the potential for a fair fight. Before him stood a knight, conventional in appearance, yet the mount beside him elicited fear in all, the Earth Dragon. This was an Earth Dragon Knight, the most formidable land combat unit of the Karl Empire. The knight removed her helmet, placing her right hand over her left breast, executing a perfect knightly salute. Her golden hair cascaded down, framing her exquisite visage, and her expressive eyes radiated an irresistible charm, her lips curving into a subtle smile. She was a female knight. From the Metal Rose Mercenary Corps, the Golden Earth Dragon Knight, Leah. Her melodious voice captivated the audience, causing a stir among the spectators. The Metal Rose Mercenary Corps ranks 5th on the Timmy continent, Yet their all-female composition and beauty attract numerous admirers, rendering their overall prowess difficult to assess. With a task completion rate of 90, they are indeed a highly successful mercenary group. Chen Bing, on the other hand, perpetually brings forth an aura of coldness. How ruthless one can be, would it not be kinder to speak gently? The expression on the female knight's face transformed from solemnity to enchanting allure in an instant. Regrettably, she has indeed misapplied her abilities this time. Chen Bing's right hand suddenly emanated an infinite chill, and in an instant, a razor-sharp ice sword materialized. "Let us engage in battle," she declared. "However, it is only fair to wait until my steed is mounted." The female knight maintained a sweet smile on her face as she slowly ascended onto her mount, gently caressing the great dragon's head that served as her companion. "Be gentle with my steed. She is a lady as well." Ignoring Chen Bing's reaction, the knight galloped away, her helmet securely fastened once more. With a swift motion, she grasped a massive two-handed sword. Beneath the icy helm, her expression was concealed. The earth dragon let out a fierce roar and charged forward with great speed. Adhering to the classic knightly tactics, Chen Bing's cold visage betrayed no emotion. This charge was indeed formidable. A direct collision would undoubtedly result in utter devastation. Yet, what of it if the strike missed? Chen Bing swiftly crouched down and darted sideways. With a flick of her left hand, a rotating ice sphere was sent hurtling towards the knight. The knight's steed accelerated, and with her massive sword positioned horizontally, she intercepted Chen Bing's ice sphere. Upon impact, a thunderous explosion erupted, scattering icy needles in all directions. Had the knight not been wearing her helmet, she might have faced disfigurement from the assault. Chen Bing was unrelenting in her attack. The knight pulled on the reins, causing the earth dragon to make a sharp turn, rapidly closing the distance between them and creating a powerful gust of wind that pressured Chen Bing. While conventional military knights may not excel in minor skirmishes, mercenary groups were anything but typical. As a member of the prestigious Metal Rose, ranked 5th on the continent, each knight was undeniably formidable. As the massive sword swung, a fierce wind pressure descended upon Chen Bing, causing her face to sting. Accelerating once more, Chen Bing sharply turned her body, her two-handed sword slicing through the air with a menacing wind pressure, carving a deep trench into the ground. Before her steed could adjust its course, the knight suddenly flexed her arms, and the massive sword shot upwards like a coiled serpent, striking towards Chen Bing at an unusual angle. With no time to evade, Chen Bing clasped her hands together in front of her, instantly coalescing elemental energy into a protective ice shield. The clash of the sword against the ice shield resonated with a deafening impact, propelling Chen Bing into the air as her shield shattered into fragments. This enchanting knight wielded an astonishing power. A glimmer of cold light flickered beneath her helmet as she let out a delicate cry. Leaping from her dragon with her massive sword ignited in crimson aura, descending upon the airborne Chen Bing with lethal intent. Even before the sword reached its target, the energy had already been released. Knight's sword energy slash. The audience erupted in applause. This was a mid-air connected technique. Just as the energy slash was about to strike, Chen Bing's form trembled, unleashing an immense elemental force that radiated outward, enveloping her in a cloud of white mist. The arcing sword energy penetrated the fog, culminating in a resounding explosion. A colossal white sphere plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing heavily upon the surface. Its upper section was riddled with cracks from which emanated tendrils of chilling air. With a crisp sound of shattering, the white shell fractured violently, revealing yet another white sphere within. As this inner orb transformed into a swirling mist, Chen Bing's figure emerged, appearing somewhat haggard, yet unmistakably brimming with combat fervor. Elementalist. Elemental protection technique. Explosive ice armor. The female knight staggered back, relying on the robust form of the earth dragon that had rushed to her aid. With both hands firmly gripping her massive sword, she stood vigilant. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience as Chen Bing's cold visage bore a pallor. The previous maneuver had nearly drained him of his remaining elemental energy. Breathing slightly unevenly, Chen Bing slowly raised his right hand to guard his jaw, while his left arm extended forward, slightly bent, his body leaning forward, an unmistakable stance of combat readiness, reminiscent of Chen Xing's martial arts. With elemental energy running low, he contemplated testing his own physical prowess. As the first subject, the formidable female knight was indeed fortunate. A faint smirk crept across Chen Bing's face. Alternatively, eliminating you might not be such a bad outcome. If one contemplates a matter from a singular angle, only one conclusion can be drawn. Yet, When viewed from multiple perspectives, the outcomes become diversified. The female knight swiftly mounted the earth dragon, pulling the reins to accelerate once more, her massive sword gripped tightly. Still shimmering with remnants of crimson aura, her golden hair flowed beneath the helmet, lending an ethereal grace to her fierce charge. The tremors of the earth dragon's powerful strides reverberated beneath Chen Bing's feet. His icy expression remained unyielding, impervious to the overwhelming presence before him, which seemed almost illusory. As the female knight drew closer, he could even see the white vapor exhaled by the earth dragon. Suddenly, Chen Bing crouched low, his right palm striking the ground with force. A sharp crack resounded, and from the point of contact, a visible chill surged forth, transforming a 10-meter radius into a glacial expanse, smooth as a mirror. This was the very technique he had employed against the assassin. The female knight gasped in shock. Yanking the reins, however, it was too late. The earth dragon's charge could not be halted so easily. The hasty stop caused the creature to lose its balance. And with a mournful cry, its massive form toppled to the side, taking the female knight down with it. Equipment scraped against the icy surface, sending shards flying and enveloping the area in a cloud of frost. Startled, the female knight struggled to detach herself from the saddle, leaping forward. Yet, the force of momentum rendered her unstable midair. Just then, a glint of cold light flashed in Chen Bing's eyes as he surged forward, his right leg slicing through the air with a fierce gust, striking mercilessly at the female knight's waist. A tremendous force surged forth, causing a section of the knight's armor at her waist to cave in, propelling her body upward into the air. Before she could comprehend the situation, a pale hand grasped her foot with astonishing strength, yanking her downward with such ferocity that a piercing scream escaped her lips. Chen Bing's right fist, akin to a demon's roar, struck the knight's left rib with a chilling force, the sound of cracking bones resonating clearly in the vicinity. The female knight was sent flying to the left, her massive sword slipping from her grasp, and now, in her agony, she could scarcely utter a sound. Despite her noble lineage, the ferocity of such an assault was beyond her capacity to endure. Had it not been for her armor, she would likely have succumbed to Chen Bing's onslaught. Without a moment's respite, Chen Bing's left leg surged forward, fueled by rage, crashing into the knight's body. In that instant, he seized complete control, each blow preventing her from catching her breath. The continuous sounds of impact echoed, and the knight, now engulfed in pain, became the target of Chen Bing's relentless barrage, his fists and feet striking her as if she were a mere practice dummy, her once shining armor now marred with dents. Most terrifying of all, each strike carried a subtle elemental force. While not potent enough to freeze, the chilling cold seeped into her body, inflicting immense damage and rendering her completely rigid. The spectators gasped in shock at Chen Bing's merciless treatment of such a beautiful knight, their voices rising in a cacophony of outrage and condemnation, utterly disregarding how the knight had treated him moments before. Was this a nightmare? If so, would she not awaken soon? The pain was excruciating, tears streaming down her face as she realized the cruelty of Chen Bing. Failing to consider her privileged upbringing as a noble knight, admired by countless suitors, basking in smiles and flattery. Over time, she had come to believe in her own strength, only to discover the existence of such a formidable man. How terrifying. Why did his expression remain so cold, so devoid of compassion? Chen Bing harbored no sympathy. Instead, his heart brimmed with the exhilaration of revenge against a world that had scorned him. In the midst of his violent onslaught, he seized the knight by the neck, a glimmer of frost gathering in his hand, poised to encase her in ice. Yet, through the crevices of her helmet, he caught a glimpse of sorrowful eyes that mirrored his own past. His hand froze. "Pa, how many suitors chase after you? You reside in lofty heights, yet dare to exhibit such a gaze? What suffering do you know?" Chen Bing seethed internally, yet he could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the now limp knight aside, sending her crashing heavily beside the fallen earth dragon, unable to rise. This battle reshaped many perceptions of Chen Bing, and the gazes of numerous beautiful maidens turned to expressions of hatred. Such a heartless individual, capable of inflicting such harm upon a woman, had become the enemy of all women. The competition proceeded in an orderly manner, and within a single morning, 20 individuals were eliminated amidst a brutally fierce struggle, with only 7 of them surviving. This underscores the formidable lethality of high-ranking warriors, prompting Chen Xing to ponder whether the Dragon Empire's hosting of such a tournament serves another purpose: to weaken the overall strength of the continent. Chen Bing's voice remained perpetually frosty, You may, she began, her words seemingly caught in her throat, as the female knight hesitated profoundly. If you choose not to speak, you may leave, Chen Bing stated coldly. No, no. The beautiful countenance of the female knight contorted. Her expression on the verge of tears, her once alluring demeanor now vanished. What I meant to say is, may I stay by your side? What? This declaration instantly rendered everyone present speechless, as if they had witnessed crows cawing in the sky. The two female knights supporting her nearly dropped her in astonishment. Had she been rendered senseless by Chen Bing? Not interested, Chen Bing replied indifferently, turning her gaze away. You? The two female knights glared, only to be firmly restrained by Leah. Please give me a chance. Leah's demeanor resembled that of a supplicant. Chen Bing furrowed her brow, on the verge of declining, when a sorrowful gaze suddenly flashed in her mind, prompting a soft sigh. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted towards Chen Xing, who was meditating with his eyes closed, clearly intent on ignoring her personal matters. Discuss it again when you possess sufficient combat strength. Chen Bing gradually turned away. With a slight curl of her lips, her voice floated back. I do not favor fragile ornaments. At last, the moment had arrived for Chen Xing to enter the arena. Yet as he stepped onto the stage, he discovered someone had been patiently awaiting his arrival. Exuding elegance with a handsome visage and an air of nobility, he donned lightweight leather armor free of any superfluous encumbrances. A slender western sword hung casually at his waist, its hilt adorned with intricate magical patterns. And he wore a smile as he regarded Chen Xing. The lightning swordsman, Caesar. Chen Xing approached the center of the arena and came to a halt. A gentle breeze tousling his short hair. The scar at his ear accentuated his formidable presence. His expression remained resolute as he silently regarded his opponent, the one he had long wished to measure himself against, the one who posed a threat to him, Caesar. The breeze flowed softly through the arena, stirring up wisps of dust that coalesced into hazy ribbons. The two stood face to face, neither willing to break the silence. With a slight shake of his head, Caesar, with a touch of resignation, remarked, It seems whenever I see you, you are always ready for battle. Do you crave conflict so desperately? I yearn for growth. However, it is only through battle that I can attain it, Chen Xing replied. His voice as calm as a still lake. With a shrug, Caesar's smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. You seek strength, do you? Indeed, Chen Xing admitted candidly. And what is the significance of your desire to grow stronger? A smile emerged on Chen Xing's steadfast face, the abrupt transformation leaving Caesar momentarily speechless. To strengthen oneself. Is there any significance in it? With a slight bow, Chen Xing readied himself for the confrontation. Indeed, what a stubborn fellow. Caesar shook his head in resignation, his right hand fastening around the hilt of his slender sword. His eyes narrowed slightly. Only through the universal language of all warriors can we truly communicate. Thus, let the battle commence. The wind began to pick up. Without any acceleration phase, Chen Xing executed an instantaneous transformation of speed, reaching 50% of his internal energy. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Caesar. His right leg, accompanied by a sharp whistle, swept toward Caesar's head. Although Caesar had witnessed Chen Xing's combat prowess before, he was utterly unprepared for the smoothness of Chen Xing's movements after 3 months apart. The speed he achieved over such a short distance was simply astonishing. Little did he know the formidable nature of the lightness technique in ancient Chinese martial arts. Helplessly, he couldn't even draw his sword in time, instinctively ducking to evade. Regrettably, his reflexes led to a misstep at the outset. Chen Xing's attack was unlike any before. His right leg swept through the air before his left leg followed suit, generating a formidable gust that bore down on Caesar. The pressure compelled him to evade once more. Yet, Chen Xing's right leg was relentless, continuing the onslaught with alternating strikes, each one seamlessly connecting to the next. The movements were continuous, almost like a windmill, leaving Caesar with no choice but to dodge incessantly. At this juncture, he found himself at a total disadvantage, unable to draw his sword. Utterly suppressed by Chen Xing's terrifying leg technique, the speed of the Thunder Sword Master was wholly stifled. On the 9th evasion, Caesar finally faltered, only to be met with a kick squarely to his chest. A tremendous force erupted, causing his breastplate to cave in, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Flying over 10 feet away, the ancient Chinese martial arts, the 9 revolutions of leg techniques. Dust swirled in the air as Chen Xing stood quietly, hands at his sides, patiently awaiting the next move. Caesar coughed slightly as he slowly rose to his feet. Though Chen Xing's kick had not inflicted any grievous injury, the pain lingered, even with his fighting spirit shielding him. A sense of solemnity washed over him. Chen Xing's strength was indeed formidable. Drawing his slender sword from his waist, Caesar cautiously approached, his noble demeanor stripped away, fully embracing the combat state. A smile flickered across Chen Xing's face. Now, this opponent was worthy of a true battle. Suddenly, Caesar's left hand swung with a sharp crack, unleashing an invisible blade of wind at full speed. The Thunder Sword Master was, in fact, an advanced form of the Gale Sword Master, focused on enhancing speed while wielding various low-tier wind magic, making it a versatile and powerful combat profession. As Chen Xing's figure swayed slightly, he closed the distance once more, narrowly evading the menacing wind blade. Before him appeared the delicate shadows of the sword, silent and stealthy, as the slender blade advanced with a hidden ferocity. In an instant, Chen Xing's internal energy reversed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his form suddenly retreating. Yet, the slender sword pursued him relentlessly. With the magical runes on the hilt shimmering with a green glow, indeed, it was the wind elemental acceleration magic. Caesar had activated such an acceleration spell amidst his assault, explaining the astonishing speed with which he attacked. Under this onslaught, Chen Xing found himself unable to evade. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, retreating to the edge of the arena in mere moments. Behind Chen Xing loomed the magical barrier, crackling with threads of lightning. No longer could he hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he fully activated his internal energy. His body spun violently, suddenly shifting sideways in midair. The slender sword whistled sharply through the air, and with a piercing crack, Chen Xing's second camouflage suit was once again rendered useless. Disintegrating into countless fragments that danced in the air, some even landing on the magical barrier, igniting a spark. The two combatants now found themselves restored to their initial face-off position, yet the levity of earlier encounters had vanished, replaced by a solemnity etched on their faces. Both had gained a fundamental understanding of each other's capabilities prior to the battle, but it wasn't until they truly engaged that the stark disparity in their true strengths became apparent. There was still a vast chasm between them. Chen Xing's previous kick was far from a mere attack. It harbored immense residual force. The impact had left him feeling an intensifying pain in the wounded area, accompanied by a sensation of tightness in his chest. All signs indicated that his internal organs had sustained damage. This fighter, wielding only his body as a weapon, could unleash such formidable power. No wonder he was destined to forge a legacy in his profession. This level of strength could only be described as terrifying. A slight smirk crept onto Chen Xing's lips. This was the essence of a true warrior. Each strike had the potential to be fatal. This profound realization of life and death was precisely what he had long sought. An exhilarating sensation coursed through him, his blood boiling. Now that the warm-up was complete, it was time to commence in earnest. In Caesar's eyes, he observed Chen Xing crouching, his feet positioned apart in front and behind his body. One hand guarded his abdomen while the other formed a fist, extended towards him in an unusual gesture. The cold glint in his eyes, obscured by short hair, reflected a sense of danger that enveloped Caesar, intensifying his unease. The language between the strong is one that only the strong can comprehend. Yet, once they engage in such a dialogue, often only one emerges standing. Caesar was acutely aware of Chen Xing's speed. He himself was renowned as the thunderous swordsman, celebrated for his swiftness. However, even after employing the wind elemental acceleration magic, he found that he was only marginally faster than Chen Xing, highlighting the latter's incredible velocity. Up to this point, their battle remained a contest of speed. Caesar could not leverage his swiftness to threaten Chen Xing, nor could Chen Xing exploit his speed to execute the fearsome combat techniques that required specific positioning. They were locked in a stalemate, each wary of the other. Observing the stance of Chen Xing, with his center of gravity lowered and steps steady, Caesar experienced an ominous premonition. He feared that this time, he would not achieve victory as he had in the past. The slender sword in Caesar's hand swiftly traced a brilliant hexagram before him, its radiance intensifying, conjuring a violent whirlwind around him. The swirling winds converged upon his slender blade, where flickering purple light illuminated Caesar's handsome visage, casting an eerie glow. Subtly, one could discern the presence of lightning and fire upon the blade. In an instant, Caesar surged towards Chen Xing with astonishing speed, his form elongated into a straight line, trailing multiple phantoms behind him. The surrounding whirlwind seemed to amplify his momentum, emitting a piercing shriek. Thunderous blade technique, thunder strike. The slender sword, as if transcending space itself, traversed the short distance between them. The strands of lightning and fire upon it hinted at the formidable power of this strike. Even the slightest contact could char one's skin to ash. Yet, Chen Xing before him showed no inclination to retreat. With resolute strides, he advanced fearlessly. Undeterred by Caesar's imposing presence, and in the blink of an eye, they were engaged. Chen Xing's movements were far from swift. With a deliberate descent of his arm, he closed in on the slender sword. Just as the lightning and fire threatened to scorch his skin, they were repelled by his formidable inner strength. In a swift motion, he countered, forcefully striking Caesar's hand that gripped the sword. A tremendous force coursed through, nearly dislodging the sword from Caesar's grasp. Although he managed to maintain his hold, he had already lost the initiative. Chen Xing pressed forward with a grounded stance, each punch delivered with unwavering stability, though not rapid. The weight of each attack transformed every part of his body into a weapon, simplifying extravagant movements and ensuring that each strike landed before Caesar could react. The once mighty thunderous blade technique faltered, stifled in its inception, leaving Caesar in a state of frustration. Caesar's golden hair flew wildly, despite perceiving numerous openings in Chen Xing's defense. He found himself unable to penetrate. Armed with a sharp blade, he struggled to fend off the unarmed assaults, his once terrifying techniques rendered utterly ineffective, leaving him on the brink of despair. Moreover, Chen Xing appeared calm and unhurried, yet his strikes were anything but ordinary. Each punch and kick bore a heavier impact than the last, and unbeknownst to him, a fierce wind began to swirl around, intensifying the cacophony. This gale, summoned by Chen Xing's inner energy, wielded immense power, gradually constraining Caesar's movements. Unbeknownst to him, his action slowed, stripping him of the characteristic speed of the thunderous blade master, rendering him ensnared in a waking nightmare. Thus, he employed the strategy of slow overcoming speed. Chen Xing's movements grew increasingly deliberate. Each punch and kick seemed imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Every strike conjured a tempestuous wind, raising clouds of dust and gravel that stung Caesar's face, rendering his eyes nearly unable to open. In an instant, Chen Xing's fist morphed into a claw, seizing Caesar's arm with an iron grip. With a swift pull, he was fully enveloped in Caesar's embrace. At such close quarters, no weapon could rival the potency of the human form as a weapon, and in this domain, Chen Xing was a consummate master. In that moment, he appeared as a human weapon, each part of his body serving as an instrument of destruction, particularly his shoulders, which delivered a relentless barrage of strikes. The immense force crashed upon Caesar like surging waves, rendering him as immobile as a marionette, ensnared in a state of rigidity. Suddenly, Chen Xing let out a thunderous roar. His foot struck the ground with such force that the earth trembled beneath him, creating ripples akin to an earthquake. Caesar was momentarily paralyzed, his body shaking violently as he struggled to maintain his balance. Seizing the momentum of the tremor, Chen Xing planted his foot, thrust his hips, shook his shoulders, and launched his elbow. The force erupted from the ground, cascading through his shoulder, elbow, wrist, and fist, each delivering a series of resounding impacts upon Caesar's exposed chest, culminating in a final strike that echoed with the sound of thunder. With that last blow, Caesar was propelled once more, soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a massive cloud of dust. This was the essence of traditional Chinese martial arts, the Fuhu fist. The audience erupted in astonishment. Caesar, the lightning swordsman, was the pride of the Dragon Empire. Having trained under the legendary sword master, Cain, since childhood, he had mastered the ultimate skills of the lightning swordsman, on the verge of attaining the status of a near-sword saint. Yet, he had been decisively defeated in the seemingly simple battle, failing to even reach the semifinals. This was unfathomable. The crowd stood in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. Unable to comprehend the outcome before them, Chen Xing lowered his head slightly, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He had just reversed his meridians to evade Caesar's fine blade, and unleashed such a ferocious display of martial prowess. Although externally, he bore only a superficial wound between his ribs, he had sustained significant internal injuries. In the distance, Caesar's figure gradually rose, taking 3 times longer than before. A simple act of standing now demanded immense effort. His unsteady silhouette stumbled forward, his leather armor tattered and torn, presenting a pitiful sight devoid of noble grace. He coughed incessantly, blood staining his lips, clearly suffering from severe internal damage. With great difficulty, he managed a faint smile, his swaying form inching closer. Indeed, you are the man who challenged my master. Such formidable strength, I concede. But, with a final warning, he murmured, "Be cautious, my master." Unable to maintain his balance any longer, Caesar collapsed at Chen Xing's feet. Without uttering a word, Chen Xing silently lifted Caesar and strode towards the exit. This was an adversary deserving of respect, one who understood himself and shared the same aspirations. From the outset, both he and his opponent were aware that in a dialogue between the strong, only one could emerge victorious. In literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. Sincerity speaks volumes. As he gradually made his way outside, a faint smile of joy began to grace Chen Xing's face. How fortunate he felt to have such a man as his rival. It was the first time he had fought in this world with such delight. With a friend like this, what more could one desire? Chen Bing and the others stood in a daze, witnessing Chen Xing's hearty laughter, their minds a whirlpool of confusion. Chen Xing was laughing heartily. In the dark underbelly of the Dragon Empire's guild, the atmosphere resembled that of a quaint, albeit dilapidated tavern. With exceedingly worn furniture, the surrounding light was dim, creating an air of desolation. Business appeared to be quite poor. Newcomers would undoubtedly not linger long in such a somber setting, which imparted a distinctly uncomfortable sensation. At the front desk sat an elderly man, dozing off. The dark swordsman, Willie, approached the front desk and gently tapped the surface. The old man, in a daze, lifted his head and rubbed his bleary eyes. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "I seek Chris," Willie replied slowly. "Chris is not here," the old man said. A glint of cold light flashing momentarily in his murky eyes before it vanished. A subtle smile appeared on Willie's face, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor as he made his way to a small door beside the front desk. At the end of the corridor lay a small room. But Willie did not pause. He directly turned towards another small door on the left. This led him down a series of corridors until he reached the fourth room, where the atmosphere transformed. He entered a spacious hall filled with mercenaries engaged in lively conversation, resembling an ordinary mercenary guild. Yet, all those present were individuals of ill repute, each burdened with blood debts. The gentlemanly smile had faded from Willie's face as he approached the door of a small room at the back of the hall, respectfully announcing, "Elder Chris, Willie seeks an audience." "Come in. I have been waiting for you," came a voice from within, sharp and high-pitched like a chick with its neck grasped. Willie gently pushed the door open, and as it swung shut behind him, the cacophony of the hall vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. The interior resembled a rustic cottage, filled with antiquated wooden furnishings. In the center of the room sat a frail old man in a flowing black robe, his long beard nearly grazing the floor, adorned with golden trim. Willie recognized him instantly, the elder of the Dark Guild, the Dark Sorcerer Chris. With utmost respect, he performed a knightly salute, shedding any pretense. He was as unyielding as a drawn sword, devoid of the usual facade he maintained. "Elder, there's no need to speak. I already know," the sorcerer interjected, extending a gnarled hand to gesture dismissively. "A formidable warrior, can his strength truly disrupt our plans?" The frail claws gently tapped against the table, producing a chilling sound that echoed in the silence. "Indeed, Elder, as I felt at the outset, during the subsequent battle with the Thunder Swordsman Caesar, he demonstrated remarkable prowess." Willie spoke with deference. I am aware. He defeated Caesar while he unleashed his ultimate sword technique. Truly formidable. Speaking of combat strength, Willie, how confident are you?" A glint of cold light suddenly shone in the elder's eyes, fixating intently on Willie. Willie felt the cold sweat trickling down his back. Yet his face remained composed. "Elder, even at my utmost capacity, I can only match Caesar's strength. Against this fighter, I see no chance whatsoever." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Even if you were to unseal your powers, it would yield no results?" "Yes, Elder." Elder Chris fell into a contemplative silence. Willie dared not speak, and the room was enveloped in an oppressive quiet, as if one could hear a pin drop. After an interminable period, Willie's heart grew increasingly restless. Suddenly, a snoring sound emerged. "Elder?" Willie wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired softly. "HM. Growing old has its toll now. Where were we?" Willie felt as though he might faint. "Elder, I was just about to express my inability to contend with this fighter." "Oh, I see. Then let it be. As of now, he may not yet be our enemy. Do not recklessly establish a formidable opponent. This is something the president frequently advises. Have you forgotten?" The elder's words became sharper, tinged with an unmistakable disappointment. "Was it not you who summoned me to discuss strategies?" Willie suddenly felt a wave of grievance. "Inform Charles to exercise caution. It is better to fail than to offend this warrior. We do not require an enemy. The elder's tone grew serious. And you? When next you encounter him, temper your demeanor. Your old habits must not surface in his presence. Should he decide to strike, no one would be able to assist you in time. Yes, I understand. Willie nodded, absorbing the lesson. You may go now. The elder waved his hand, retreating once more into a state of contemplation. It has already been 3 days. The challenge tournament has progressed significantly. Chen Xing and Chen Bing continue their undefeated streak, while Xiao Li suffered a bewildering defeat at the hands of an obscure little mage. In that match, this seemingly average mid-level mage employed a skill that astonished all. The silent spell. This skill allows a mage to store pre-prepared incantations and cast spells without uttering the words. It is a technique reserved for high-level word spirit masters. Originally, this skill was intended to shorten and combine incantations. Its application in mage combat is unprecedented, although many have contemplated it. Those who possess this skill are already high-level word spirit masters and naturally do not pursue the mage profession. The diminutive mage adeptly employed a formidable skill, preemptively storing 4 incantations before the match commenced. As the competition began, he unleashed 2 spells simultaneously, ensnaring Shuri in his web and hindering her speed. Consequently, she lost her greatest advantage, her velocity. Without her swiftness, Shuri ceased to be a formidable threat. Under normal circumstances, Shuri should not have been so easily ensnared by the web spell. However, while the young mage may not possess overwhelming magical power, his prowess in spellcasting was undeniably exceptional. Initially, he employed the nearly unavoidable light magic of the slowing spell, rendering Shuri incapable of agile responses, and then utilized the web spell to bind her. To an outsider, it appeared as though the 2 spells were cast in unison, yet Shuri acutely discerned the subtle difference. It was this minuscule disparity that plunged her into dire straits. Once the magic took effect, the mage's 3rd incantation was surprisingly not an offensive spell, but rather a specialized spell known as Whisper, which diminished the enemy's magical resistance. Instantly, it felt as though a voice incessantly whispered in Shuri's ear, preventing her from concentrating. The 3 auxiliary spells rendered Shuri utterly incapacitated. At this juncture, the young mage unleashed his final spell to conclude the battle, a diminutive fireball. The list for the semifinals was finally unveiled, revealing that both Chen Xing and Chen Bing had advanced, much to the astonishment of many who had underestimated the martial artists. Also appearing in the semifinals was the mage Silro from the Kuro Empire, alongside the sword mage Willie. The other 4 contenders were relatively unknown figures, either shadowed by mercenary groups or lacking any notable reputation. These individuals were certainly not renowned masters of the continent. It was evident that these powerful mercenary groups were concealing true strength as a trump card. Among them was the small mage, who had also made his presence known. The semifinals were once again held on the small island, but this time, the magical barrier had been artificially reinforced to prevent damage from the aftermath of battles involving these genuine powerhouses. After all, the destructive capabilities of these high-level warriors were astonishing, and mages could potentially wield strategic-level magic of 8th tier and above. Should the barrier be breached, the audience could face grave peril. The list of competitors and their matchups was announced, and to Chen Xing's dismay, he found himself facing Chen Bing in the first round. Meanwhile, the mage Silro confronted a bishop clad in a dark hooded cloak. Both belonged to the magical professions and were arch-rivals, highlighting the divine jest of fate. Chen Bing, caught off guard by the rapid turn of events, found himself overwhelmed at the prospect of battling his own father, an unfathomable occurrence akin to challenging a revered deity. He had mentally prepared himself for relinquishing the fight. Shuri directly warned Chen Bing, indicating that should he dare to strike at Chen Xing, she would end his life. The other martial artist regarded Chen Bing with expressions that seemed to convey his impending doom. The competition commenced without delay. Standing in the arena, Chen Xing gazed at Chen Bing across from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This fellow still appeared so bewildered. Did he truly perceive me as such a formidable presence? Xiao Bing, Chen Xing's voice emerged, raspy yet commanding. Huh? What is it, Xinggu? Chen Bing's anxiety escalated, completely shedding his usual cold demeanor. Is it unbearable to fight me? And no, it's not that. I don't want to fight you, Xinggu. Chen Bing seemed to suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation, shouting earnestly, Referee. Referee. I concede. I concede. Be silent. A stern voice abruptly drowned out Chen Bing's plea. Straighten your back. You are a man. Chen Xing's tone grew more severe, sharp as a blade. Startled, Chen Bing instinctively stood taller. As a man, one must face challenges without fear. Even if I am your brother, what of it? I do not seek a shadow but a brother. Now, in the capacity of your elder brother, I command you, attack me. And no, I cannot. Chen Bing trembled slightly. Xiao Bing, a man must stand tall and confront his own reality. Have you not always aspired to be strong? Then you must first conquer yourself. As Chen Xing slowly guided him, a spark ignited in Chen Bing's eyes. Thus, Chen Xing gradually assumed a combat stance. Let us engage in battle. Chen Bing's gaze grew resolute as he mirrored Chen Xing's stance. Both prepared for combat with their fists raised, ready to grapple. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Xing's eyes as he surged forward, his right hand claw-like, slicing through the air toward Chen Bing. Chen Bing sidestepped, his right hand shimmering with icy brilliance, aiming an ice sword directly at Chen Xing's outstretched wrist. The brothers commenced their fierce duels, displaying an intricate familiarity with each other's techniques. Xiao Bing, why not unleash ice orbs? At this distance, they would be remarkably effective. Xiao Bing, why not throw me down when you seize my arm? Are you waiting for my counterattack? Have you truly absorbed what I taught you? Do not rely solely on your ice sword. Objects may be inanimate, but we are alive. Unbeknownst to them, the battle had morphed into a teaching session. Onlookers like Xiao Li observed from the sidelines, their eyes glistening with emotion. Why, oh why, am I not the one fighting? This is a teaching battle, Chen Xing's teaching battle. As the duel continued, spectators began to murmur. What was transpiring in the arena? It appeared visually captivating. Yet why did Chen Xing release Chen Bing every time he had him in his grasp? Why not conclude the fight? Finally, after 20 minutes of this instructional clash, Chen Bing crouched low, striking the ground with his palm. Instantly, an ice mirror spread over a 10-meter radius, a technique he employed to disrupt his opponent's balance. Alas, Chen Xing seemed unfazed, moving as if unaffected, and closed in rapidly, gently placing his palm on Chen Bing's chest. As Chen Xing issued a low command, he exerted force with a swift motion of his wrist. The immense power sent Chen Bing hurtling away, landing a considerable distance of 10 feet away. The instructional battle concluded, leaving the audience astounded by the results of the semifinals. Chen Xing and the dark-robed archbishop emerged victorious, while the mage Zyro succumbed to this archbishop's might. Meanwhile, the young mage, for reasons unknown, was unable to employ his silent spell once more and faced elimination, inciting considerable ire in Xiao Li. Standing atop the platform, Chen Xing finally comprehended the reason behind the dark-robed archbishop's ascendance. Confronted by the archbishop, he acutely sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponent, a sensation that only genuine power could elicit. The archbishop's aura exuded an unsettling darkness, leaving Chen Xing profoundly uneasy. Are not all archbishops champions of light? Why then does this individual radiate such a sinister essence? Chen Xing observed the disdainful gaze that Elder Judge Jack directed towards the archbishop. Something is amiss, he silently contemplated. Following a lengthy and tiresome speech from the presiding judge, the finals commenced. I know you. Chen Xing's deep voice resonated like an echo from the depths. The archbishop's face remained obscured beneath his dark, hooded cloak, rendering his features indistinguishable. Oh? Chen Xing feigned nonchalance as he began to limber up. I have been informed of your strength and advised to tread carefully. Anger tinged his voice, the sensation of being underestimated clearly displeasing. Thank you for the compliment. The archbishop replied, adjusting the cuffs of his robe. I am curious to discern what prowess a fighter possesses when relying solely on physicality. Perhaps it is merely your fortune. He continued, a mocking tone evident in his deep voice. Yet this is where your journey concludes. To have reached the finals, you must indeed be lucky. From beneath the black cloak emerged a pale, withered hand, clutching a human skull. The eye sockets of the skull flickered with azure flames, pulsating with an eerie essence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charles, the Dark Archbishop, Charles. Chen Xing gradually ceased his movements, turning to face his adversary. Do you wish to know? You shall understand soon enough. You too will join their ranks, hee. The azure flames in the skull's eye sockets blazed brightly, accompanied by the wails of tormented souls. I believe I have gleaned some insight, Chen Xing nodded. You revel in slaughter, so let us indulge your thirst for bloodshed. Do you wish to witness my martial prowess? A cold smirk graced Chen Xing's face. Then come forth. The Dark Archbishop Charles, one of the elders of the Dark Guild, was initially a bishop of light. Yet his cruel disposition led him to indulge in heinous acts. He was notorious for his brutal treatment of his followers and took a sinister pleasure in the abuse of young girls. His favorite pastime involved the heinous act of killing girls under the age of 15 and preserving their remains as grotesque trophies in his quarters. often bestowing them upon the elite to flaunt his depravity. Ultimately, after offending another bishop of the Light Church, he was exposed and shunned for his grotesque crimes. Was found guilty with no one willing to shield him from the consequences. The bishop, well-informed and astute, realized the impending doom that awaited him. In a swift act, he obliterated every trace of his former life and sought refuge within the nefarious guild. After a month of fervent prayers in the dark sanctuary, his faith underwent a profound transformation, surrendering himself to the embrace of demons. This shift in allegiance rendered him incapable of wielding sacred spells. Instead, he acquired the sinister arts of darkness and necromancy, ascending to the rare and formidable rank of Dark High Priest. Now, Dark High Priest Charles surveyed the fighter before him with keen interest. Few remained steadfast in his presence upon learning of his identity. Since his descent into darkness, he had gained formidable power, but had also grown increasingly savage. Capturing the souls of those tortured to death had become a new obsession, a collection he cherished. This particular soul was robust, destined to serve as an exquisite offering to the Demon King. He mused silently, gradually extending his withered hand. He confronted Chen Xing with a slight smirk, his voice resonating with a deep, commanding tone. Binding incantation, ensnare. Instantly, the familiar sensation of restraint enveloped Chen Xing. A cold smile crossed Chen Xing's face. Such a skill held no sway over him. As he circulated his inner energy, an expression of concentration graced his features. Ineffective. The bindings could not be dispelled. With renewed effort, the sensation of confinement intensified, threatening to paralyze him entirely. This force was not something he could evade. If 50% of his energy proved futile, then he would exert 100%. A chilling smile adorned Chen Xing's face as he regarded the triumphant Dark High Priest. Did he wish for death? Very well, he would oblige. Lowering his head slightly, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his inner energy surged to its peak, both the yang and yin energies harmonizing within him. His hair flowed as if caught in a breeze, yet his expression remained serene, as if he had surrendered to the tightening binds. Chinese ancient martial arts. Tranquil heart technique. The tranquility brought forth an astonishing effect. The binding spell, reliant on the power of vengeful spirits, typically exerted tremendous influence over the resolute. However, Chen Xing's internal mastery, rooted in Taoist principles, allowed him to mimic the energies of other martial arts. Despite the incomplete nature of the texts he had gathered, capturing an approximate semblance was far from insurmountable. The Wudong heart technique emphasized purity of mind and desire, offering formidable resistance against external dark forces, precisely those spirits that served as catalysts. With a sudden jolt, Chen Xing liberated himself from the bindings. Yet, the necromantic magic was intrinsically linked to the caster's psyche. Charles staggered, as though struck by an invisible blow, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth. From the outset, an intangible contest commenced between the two. The Dark High Priest, overly confident, faltered. He. Indeed a formidable opponent, yet too complacent. Shall we commence in earnest? As he wiped the blood from his lips, his voice remained laced with arrogance. A faint smile graced Chen Xing's face. This adversary was certainly intriguing. With a graceful leap akin to a shooting star, Chen Xing surged towards Archbishop Charles, propelled by a gust of wind. Even before reaching him, his right hand transformed into a palm, aimed directly at Charles, unleashing a tremendous force akin to a dragon's grasp. Charles, seemingly prepared for this assault, remained unfazed as he was drawn into the air by the overwhelming suction. In that moment, the skeletal eyes upon his hand ignited with a vivid blue flame, and he abruptly transformed into a swirling cloud of dark mist, dissipating into the void in an eerie display. Startled, Chen Xing halted mid-motion, as a low, resonant chant emerged from behind him, revealing a vast expanse of black mist that had materialized seemingly from nowhere. Within its depths, he discerned two flickering green flames. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a disconcerting sound of gnashing teeth. After a prolonged moment, the black mist began to recede, unveiling a colossal figure within, a decaying dragon. Its body festooned with rotting flesh, the skull grotesquely exposed. Its once mighty wings now flapped feebly behind it, a mere shadow of its former glory. Chen Xing stood there, gazing at this immense corpse dragon. Was this creature truly a member of the Dragonkin, once the most powerful beings in this realm? How pitiful, he mused, that even in death, it had to endure the desecration of its form at the hands of a necromancer, stripped of all dignity befitting a warrior. The sight of this archbishop was utterly repugnant. Clenching his fists slowly, a surge of rage welled up within him. The act of trampling upon the dead was the gravest sin in his world, and the Archbishop's actions were unforgivable. Retribution was imperative, with all his inner strength activated. The air around Chen Xing responded, rapidly transforming into a formidable whirlwind driven by his immense power. Encased within this tempest, his garments fluttered wildly, and his dark hair billowed as he emanated an aura of fury, his eyes glinting with a cold, vengeful light, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. A hoarse roar erupted from the corpse dragon, whose pride, despite its demise, lingered in the air. It sensed Chen Xing's formidable presence. An affront to the dignity of the dragonkin. In response to the guttural growl, a potent breath of blue flame surged towards Chen Xing, withering all flora in its path, decaying them swiftly. Chen Xing's pupils constricted. This was the essence of decay. With a sudden push, he propelled himself backwards like a cannonball, the whirlwind encasing him shrieking as he accelerated. The ground beneath him was carved into shallow trenches, a testament to his extraordinary might. Without hesitation, he performed a swift maneuver in midair to evade the terrifying dragon breath, then accelerated once more, charging towards the thrashing corpse dragon. Now that it had become a pitiful wraith, there was no need for mercy. Dust to dust, let him be liberated. In a rapid motion, Chen Xing's fists transformed swiftly, encircling the roaring corpse dragon. In silence, he unleashed dozens of strikes before suddenly thrusting both fists into the wide-open chest of the beast. The immense force caused his fists to sink deeply into the dragon's massive form. With a fierce struggle, Chen Xing executed a flawless backflip in midair, landing 3 zhang away. The ancient martial arts technique, 7 injuries fist. Chen Xing's pupils constricted sharply. The internal energy he had channeled seemed to dissipate into nothingness, yielding no familiar effect. The colossal corpse dragon continued its hoarse roars, as if Chen Xing's attacks had no impact whatsoever. Indeed, as an undead entity, the dragon's meridians had long since decayed, rendering Chen Xing's internal energy merely a means to create a few voids within its vast body, lacking even the sensation of pain. The corpse dragon was impervious to his internal martial arts. A sinister laugh echoed from above, the voice of the Archbishop resonating ominously. Is this your martial prowess? How utterly laughable! Your strikes are as light as those of a child. I cannot fathom how you made it to the finals. Especially when others claimed you were formidable. What a farce! Chen Xing looked up to see the Archbishop floating in midair, the skull in his palm, jawing open and shut, as if mocking him. As the Archbishop uttered cryptic incantations, the corpse dragon charged at Chen Xing as if possessed, its heavy steps shaking the ground like a minor earthquake. Chen Xing's expression turned grave. This adversary was indeed formidable. In mere strides, the dragon covered 2 zhang, its massive claws descending upon Chen Xing with fierce winds. Then, with a swift pivot, its tail followed suit. As an undead being, it had lost the ability to wield the dragon's language spells it once possessed in life. Similarly, due to its decaying flesh, its physical attacks lacked their former might. Yet, devoid of pain, the corpse dragon remained a powerful entity. Its strike encompassed a radius of 2 zhang. Chen Xing deftly evaded the dragon's attacks, finding its sluggish movements ineffectual against him. However, the occasional breath of the dragon posed a significant threat. Although its breath lacked the potent attributes of its living days, the deadly essence it exhaled still bore considerable power. A careless hit could result in rapid desiccation, akin to that of withering flora. A glint of determination flashed in Chen Xing's eyes as he unleashed a series of precise leg strikes, each targeting the same spot on the dragon's lower limb. Under the astonished gaze of the Archbishop, the dragon's robust left leg began to shrink in diameter at an alarming rate. Putrid flesh and blood splattered around, transforming Chen Xing into a gruesome figure, the stench overwhelming the air. Yet, he did not flinch. While evading the onslaught, he continued his relentless assault amidst the dragon's roars. Finally, as Chen Xing delivered another precise strike with his leg, a jarring crack echoed from the left hind limb of the corpse dragon. The once flesh-filled limb, now hollow, finally succumbed and broke, as the glaring azure bone shards violently protruded from the skin. Amidst a roar of defiance, the massive form of the corpse dragon collapsed, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. In the air, the Archbishop stared blankly at the colossal skull of the summoned corpse dragon as it shattered tragically into fragments, releasing specks of green light that drifted away. While its immense body lay motionless, the audience gasped in astonishment. This was a clash between man and monster. where even a heavily armored warrior from a division could not contend with the formidable corpse dragon. Yet, before the eyes of all, this fierce martial artist had seized upon its weakness and struck it down, as if a myth had come to life. All spectators stood in stunned silence, captivated by Chen Xing's novel combat philosophy, which had astonished them all. Trembling, the Archbishop Charles extended his withered finger towards Chen Xing. Unable to utter a single word in that moment, Chen Xing coldly raised his head, indifferent to the bloodstains adorning him. His icy gaze, emerging from beneath his black hair, pierced through the air like a sword directed at the Archbishop hovering above. A hint of derision curled at the corner of his mouth. "Now, it is your turn," he declared in a hoarse voice, as if delivering a final verdict. "Do not be triumphant. You cannot fathom the extent of my strength in service to the divine. Allow me to demonstrate the wrath of the celestial." The Archbishop slowly descended to the ground, yet the spot where he landed betrayed his fear of Chen Xing. A full 20 paces away, with a sudden flourish, he raised the skull towards the heavens, an obscure incantation swirling in the air. As he performed this vigorous action, the Archbishop's hood fell away, revealing a greenish skull beneath. This Archbishop, astonishingly, was a necromancer, from the darkest depths, with the most exquisite ebony wings. "A messenger of demons, your servant implores your aid. Let the entire world tremble beneath your might. Liberate the guilty, and let the virtuous descend into despair." As the incantation intensified, ominous clouds gathered overhead, and relentless bolts of lightning struck down, encircling him like a scene from the apocalypse. He. A triumphant laughter began to echo. "Foolish wretch, let the divine punish your sins. You have desecrated the sacred." "Divine?" A cold smile crept across Chen Xing's face. "You mean a demon? How could you possibly comprehend the greatness of the Demon King? This is divinity. True divinity," the fervent Archbishop shouted, wildly waving his arms. "You are about to face divine retribution." He. Ha ha ha. Huh. In his astonishment, a cloud of black mist appeared before him, yet it seemed rather diminutive. As the mist dissipated, a demon emerged from the spot. A small, repulsive, inferior demon. This character is a cameo by the reader, Reverie. The inferior demon, a creature of the lowest rank in the infernal hierarchy, is akin to an ant, possessing no semblance of status, yet insatiably greedy. True to its name, it is utterly despicable, adept at ensnaring the hearts and minds of mortals, despite lacking any real power. Within the depths of hell, the inferior demon epitomizes treachery, malevolence, and ignobility, highlighting the depths of its depravity. The Archbishop, rendered speechless, could hardly comprehend the presence before him. Unmistakably a shameless inferior demon. "Who dares summon me, Lord Reverie? Are you not aware of the grave sin of disturbing my peace?" The demon shrieked in a high-pitched voice, bouncing up and down with glee. "You?" the Archbishop stammered, seething with rage. "Ah, is it you? Do you understand the enormity of your transgression in interrupting my game, Lord Reverie? I was on the verge of victory." The demon's shrill voice buzzed in the Archbishop's ears like a bothersome fly. "Give me gold, give me gold. You must have wealth. Yes, you have riches, and you must share them with me." The diminutive demon circled the Archbishop's gaunt frame incessantly, its filthy hands probing for any hidden treasure. Chen Xing observed with clarity as the Archbishop's skull visibly pulsed with veins. "Is this possible? Begone!" The Archbishop could no longer contain his fury, seizing the shameless demon in his grasp. In an explosive flash, azure flames erupted, engulfing the creature in a fierce blaze. "Give me gold, give me gold. Ah, long live the coins!" the demon cried, managing to produce a single gold coin before being reduced to a pile of ashes. Demon summoning is a forbidden art, a dark magic that exploits the greed of demons to forge promises, thereby bringing them into the mortal realm. As a higher being, a demon wields terrifying power, capable of effortlessly annihilating a city, and is often cruel and bloodthirsty, transforming its surroundings into a veritable hell. This dreadful magic has been deemed taboo since the last Great War, when the Dark High Priest Leon wielded it to obliterate the once glorious capital of the Karo Empire, turning it into a true hell where its citizens became the demon's sacrificial offerings. Blood flowed in torrents, and fire consumed the city. The Archbishop, Charles, trembled uncontrollably. This was utterly unfathomable. While there is a probability of failure in demon summoning, the occurrence of conjuring such a feeble inferior demon was unprecedented. Gasping for breath, the Archbishop felt as if he were on the brink of madness, the image of the greedy demon gnawing at his sanity. Chen Xing, having witnessed this farcical spectacle, could not help but chuckle. The failure of magic was, in fact, quite amusing, for he could not discern the nature of the spell the archbishop had attempted. Yet, the sheer force of its prelude suggested it was a spell of immense threat. The final outcome, however, was entirely unexpected, leaving Chen Xing with a slight ache in his belly. Let it come to an end. Chen Xing's form abruptly halted, the ground beneath him resonating with a tremendous sound, as if an explosion had occurred, creating a large pit from the force of his kick. Like a cannonball, Chen Xing soared across the 20-zhang expanse between the two individuals. Even while airborne, he spun like a top, unleashing a flurry of leg strikes that whistled menacingly towards the archbishop's entire being. Secret spell bind. Secret spell shift. Secret spell shock. The archbishop's deep voice echoed repeatedly, as two secret spells instantly attached themselves to Chen Xing. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of black mist, reappearing a zhang behind Chen Xing. The final spell, shock, propelled Chen Xing away like a cannonball. Breathing heavily, the archbishop realized that these three secret spells had inflicted significant damage upon him. Unlike ordinary spells, the consumption required for secret spells was not magical energy, but rather life force. Although he was half undead and could offset this by utilizing collected souls, it still left him feeling exceedingly strained. Chuckling softly, the archbishop gazed at the distant Chen Xing, who had been blasted away. As the azure skull in his hand suddenly ignited with flames, he began to recite an obscure incantation. No distinction between day and night. Souls of the underworld. Broken bodies. Sacrifice. Ancient promises. Moans of vengeful spirits. Suddenly, a black mist enveloped the archbishop from which a pale, withered finger emerged, pointing towards Chen Xing bone spear. Rapid fire. One by one, phosphorescent bone spears materialized from the black mist, surging forward and traversing 5 zhang in an instant, striking Chen Xing with fierce gusts of wind, pinning him down like a torrential rain. Chen Xing swiftly crossed his arms to shield his face, curling his body as much as possible. Time was of the essence. Having only just managed to free himself from his restraints, the bone spears were already upon him. In the midst of Chen Bing's terror and Xiao Li's shrieks, the barrage of bone spears battered Chen Xing like a banana tree in a downpour. Each spear that struck Chen Xing shattered into dust upon impact, sending him staggering, showcasing the immense power behind the assault. Typically, such a potent single-target magic would not be capable of rapid fire, yet this dark archbishop had devised a new magical pathway, utilizing the power of collected souls to summon such a formidable rain of bone spears in an instant, marking a new era of sorcery. The audience gasped in astonishment. Amidst the onslaught of bone spears, Chen Xing's garments were torn asunder, blood erupting from multiple wounds across his body, rendering him a veritable figure of blood. Chen Xing, gravely injured. Ha 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 ha. What a delight. The archbishop laughed triumphantly. Such a powerful fighter, yet he too can be vanquished by me. Chris, you old fool. Are you afraid I might steal your glory? He. Despair. Just like those I've tormented to death, your soul shall become part of my collection. Despair. Ha ha ha. Despair like those young girls I've violated and slaughtered. Your despair shall be my delight. Ha ha ha. The archbishop laughed maniacally. All shall perish. Those who oppose me shall perish. Amusing, is it? A frigid voice abruptly severed the archbishop's laughter. Under the horrified gaze of the archbishop, Chen Xing slowly lowered his arms. Though his body was riddled with shallow wounds that bled profusely, his countenance remained eerily calm, a calmness that instilled terror. Golden Bell Shield, ancient Chinese martial art of body protection. Without another moment's hesitation, Chen Xing's figure blurred across the mere 5 zhang separating them. His leg lashed out horizontally against the archbishop's thigh with such force that it lifted the man bodily into the air. Thud. Chen Xing's knee collided brutally with the archbishop's forehead, sending him skyward once more amidst a piercing shriek. These strikes were deliberately restrained. Had Chen Xing unleashed his full strength, the archbishop would have perished instantly. But this calculated brutality served a darker purpose, to prolong the torment. At such close quarters and under such relentless assault, the archbishop found himself utterly powerless to cast any spells, reduced to a pitiful, helpless wretch. Thud, 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 thud. The rhythmic impacts continued as the archbishop became little more than a human punching bag. His robes disintegrated under the savage blows, exposing his pallid, emaciated frame to the open air as he endured strike after strike, each precisely measured to inflict maximum agony without granting the mercy of death. With every brutal impact, Chen Xing vented the fury burning in his chest. This archbishop, this monstrous being who had committed unspeakable atrocities. That azure skull, it must be the vessel containing stolen souls. To toy with the spirits of the dead. Such an abomination would be an unforgivable sin in his homeland. An absolutely unforgivable sin. Suddenly, Chen Xing sees the archbishop's broken body. Before the petrified audience, his expression remained impassive even as his hands moved with lethal precision, snapping every bone in Archbishop Charles' body. The sickening cracks of shattering bones and the archbishop's agonized howls sent shivers through every spectator. No, no, don't destroy it. Spare my head. Amidst these frantic pleas, Chen Xing hurled the archbishop's mangled form to the ground. His leg rose high, then descended like a guillotine. Crack! The skull shattered beneath his heel. The screams ceased instantly. Flickers of emerald light escaped the fractured bone, dissipating into the ether. Cold-faced, Chen Xing slowly bent down and retrieved the azure skull the archbishop had left behind. The ghostly flames in its eye sockets still flickered faintly, and faint, tormented wails could be heard emanating from within. Cradling the skull carefully in his hands, Chen Xing strode slowly toward the arena's exit. His scarred silhouette remained, as always, ramrod straight. The challenge of the strong concluded with an unexpected outcome. No one could have anticipated the notorious Dark Archbishop Charles would make an appearance in the final showdown, and even less could they have imagined his newfound strength. Equally astonishing was the transformation of the typically aloof martial artist, Chen Xing, who, in front of a captivated audience, displayed an alarming brutality by reducing Archbishop Charles to mere pulp. The spectators were left in awe not only of Chen Xing's formidable prowess, but also of his chilling demeanor. Due to Chen Xing's severe injuries, the anticipated exhibition match post-finals was regrettably cancelled, leaving the audience disappointed. Now, Chen Xing sat alone in his chamber, gazing at a cerulean skull before him. Henry stood nearby, presenting the gathered information. Brother Chen, we have accrued a total of 150,000 gold coins from the peripheral betting of this challenge. However, due to your and Chen Bing's overwhelming popularity, the odds significantly decreased, resulting in minimal profit. Most of this was earned from your battle against Caesar. Henry's face bore a look of satisfaction. Seemingly oblivious to Henry's words, Chen Xing continued to fixate on the skull. Noticing Chen Xing's silence, Henry pressed on. As for this skull, according to the data acquired from the temple, it serves as a vessel for a necromancer to collect souls. The souls contained within are gathered by the necromancer through the slaughter of corresponding creatures, and it possesses the ability to extract the power of the departed. Temple priests can purify the souls within, but they cannot release them. To liberate these souls, one would likely need the assistance of a necromancer. Henry elaborated slowly. Wrapped in bandages, Chen Xing listened intently to Henry's account. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Where can one find a necromancer?" "Well, necromancers have been banished from the entire continent, and they cannot be found in the Timmy continent. However, it is said that to the northeast of the Dragon Empire's waters lies a small island perpetually shrouded in mist. Fishermen have discovered massive bones inscribed with strange symbols in that area, presumably left by the necromancers." "Oh." Chen Xing reached out to touch the cerulean skull, faintly hearing the anguished wails emanating from it. He spoke softly, "Prepare Chen Bing and the others. We shall set sail for that island in 3 days. Brother Chen, that place is perilous. It is said that the island is perpetually enveloped in fog, surrounded by treacherous reefs, and one often hears piercing screams. Local fishermen dare not approach it, for it is deemed too terrifying. They have even given it a name." "What name?" "The Island of Whales." A familiar cold smile flickered across Chen Xing's face as he slightly moved his body and rose to his feet, striding toward the door. "Then let us venture forth to witness this Island of Whales." After some exercise in the courtyard, Chen Xing felt his injuries had significantly improved. He summoned Xiao Li and Chen Bing. "Prepare yourselves. We shall be visiting Caesar shortly," Chen Xing instructed. Another piece of news stirred Chen Xing's interest, the invitation from the Sword Saint, Cain. Upon learning of Chen Xing's ultimate victory, Cain extended an invitation, expressing a desire to engage in a conversation with him. This visit to see Caesar also served the purpose of witnessing the prowess of the renowned Sword Saint on the Timmy continent. To prevent the curious townsfolk from gathering and causing a commotion upon spotting Chen Xing, Henry arranged for a carriage to transport him and his companions to Caesar's residence. Interestingly, Chen Xing had grown accustomed to having Xiao Li accompany him wherever he went. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoli had taken it upon herself to manage all matters related to Chen Xing, including washing his clothes and fetching water, tasks she diligently performed every day. Despite her generally amiable demeanor, Xiaoli would not allow anyone to interfere with matters concerning Chen Xing. Even when Ruth occasionally offered to lend a hand, Xiaoli would reject her with an unyielding countenance, starkly contrasting her usual gentle disposition. Over time, Chen Xing had become accustomed to handling tasks he was less adept at, relying on himself. By the time they arrived at the manor, evening had already descended. As Chen Xing disembarked from the carriage, he felt a keen sensation of being scrutinized. A slight smile crept across his face. Indeed, such a formidable figure as the Sword Saint would undoubtedly sense his presence right away. The manor was devoid of any servants. And as Chen Xing and his companions entered through the gate, they immediately spotted a solitary figure standing in the courtyard, a middle-aged swordsman clad in a pristine and orderly outfit, his face adorned with stubble. "Ah, the Sword Saint, Cain," he chuckled heartily. "Indeed, a champion of the strongman tournament, a figure destined to forge the next generation of warriors. I am delighted that you accepted my invitation. Caesar has spoken of you frequently in recent days. Shall we discuss matters inside?" Cain extended a welcoming hand. Once inside, before even taking a seat, Chen Xing inquired about Caesar's injuries. Being familiar with the circumstances, he knew that despite having shown restraint during their battle, the power of his martial art, the Tiger Fist, was formidable. It was likely that Caesar would have suffered several broken ribs. Caesar merely has a few broken bones. Nothing more severe, though he will require ample time for rest and recuperation. "I appreciate your restraint on his behalf," Cain remarked nonchalantly. Chen Xing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having so severely injured Cain's disciple, yet receiving such concern upon entering, might lead to misunderstandings regarding his intentions. Sensing Chen Xing's unease, Cain offered a slight smile and chose not to comment further. The group settled into the living room, engaging in light conversation. After a while, Chen Xing noticed Cain clearing his throat, a subtle signal that the serious discussion was about to commence. "I summoned you here for a particular matter I wish to inquire about," Cain began slowly. Chen Xing raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "I am intrigued by your fighting style," Cain continued. "Oh, I am quite familiar with martial artists, and it is impossible for someone of your strength to exist among them. It is even more remarkable that you could vanquish a corpse dragon with bare hands. Therefore, I am curious as to how you achieve this." Leaning slightly forward, a glint of cold light flickered in Cain's eyes. Chen Xing smiled faintly, resting his hand gently on the armrest of his chair. "There truly is no way for me to explain, or perhaps you could experience it firsthand. I have heard that you declined the appointment from His Majesty the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire." A hint of amusement graced Cain's face as he spoke softly. "Are you not curious as to why His Majesty has yet to seek you out again?" Chen Xing, suddenly enlightened, realized that persuading the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire to abandon his recruitment was not impossible, yet it necessitated a formidable figure to influence the Emperor. The person before him, appearing somewhat like a down-and-out elder, was precisely such an individual. With a faint smile, Chen Xing gently tapped the armrest of his chair and inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" He chuckled. "It is not as you imagine. In truth, I simply do not wish to witness another strong individual, like myself, becoming a mere instrument for the aristocracy to safeguard their own interests. Then why have you become such a weapon?" Chen Xing's demeanor grew increasingly serious. "Me?" Cain's face bore a bittersweet smile. "I require money, substantial amounts of it." Chen Xing found it peculiar that a distinguished sword saint would need to toil for financial gain. After persistent questioning, he learned that this sword saint had a rich history, having worked as a mercenary and served in a formal army. Much like a clichéd detail, he had once been besieged by enemies and, gravely wounded, escaped to a small village where the locals rescued him. This act had fostered a deep affection for that village. During the last Continental War, that very village became one of countless casualties. All the young men were conscripted, leaving behind orphans and widows struggling to survive. The Sword Saint now bore the weight of the entire village's livelihood. What he had not anticipated was that the village had expanded significantly, becoming a refuge for nearby orphans, thereby compounding his burdens. Ultimately, he had no choice but to become a bodyguard for the nobility, merely to earn enough for the orphans' sustenance. As Cain recounted this, his expression was laden with bitterness. Chen Xing gazed at the rugged elder before him, filled with respect. Regardless of his past, the existence of something worth protecting in his heart rendered such a person deserving of reverence. For a moment, the room fell into silence. With a slight smile, Sword Saint Cain broke the impasse. The reason I summoned you here was indeed to gauge your abilities. I have yet to encounter someone capable of delivering such a beating to Caesar, and I have never heard of anyone who could injure him, yet still earn his admiration. A smile danced upon the sword saint's lips as he glanced at the edge of the bandage peeking from Chen Xing's collar. However, considering your injuries, perhaps we should discuss this matter at a later time? Bowing slightly, Chen Xing's face lit up with a smile. I am always at your service. As he walked, Chen Xing grew increasingly contemplative, lost in thought, while Chen Bing and Xiuli refrained from interrupting, quietly sitting by. Henry, Chen Xing suddenly spoke. What is it, Brother Chen? Henry immediately leaned closer. Are there many orphans in this continent? Many of the slaves traded on the continent are orphans, and countless of these unfortunate children actively seek out slave traders to stave off hunger. Despite this, the number of orphans who perish from starvation each day remains alarmingly high. In the desolate plains of Timmy continent, abandoned children face only the grim fate of starvation. Henry remarked, yet the Dragon Empire appears to thrive. Such appearances are merely superficial. He continued, like a giant clad in splendid attire above while its lower half is in tatters. These are but illusory aids. Only the nobility can truly live in happiness, Henry expressed with a deep sense of lament. Chen Xing closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber, and an enveloping silence fell over the group. 3 days later, Chen Xing, accompanied by Chen Bing and Xiuli, embarked on a journey to Wailing Isle. As Ruth still required rest to recover, Linda and the 5 fighters remained behind, for Ruth had become a target of the Divine Retribution Assassin Organization, and their safety was paramount. Although they procured a horse-drawn carriage, it took them over half a month to reach the northeastern border of the Dragon Empire. Gazing at the expanse of the sea before him, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The azure ocean stretched endlessly, and the air was infused with a dampness. Small creatures busied themselves on the beach, contributing to the vibrant atmosphere. They sought out all nearby fishing villages, and although there were many fishermen, the moment they mentioned Wailing Isle, heads shook in unison like rattles. Gentlemen, you cannot go there. It is fraught with hidden reefs and perpetually shrouded in fog. Once you enter that 10-mile radius, you will lose all sense of direction. An elderly fisherman kindly warned Chen Xing. Henry leaped onto a large rock and proclaimed loudly, "Here lie 100 gold coins. Whoever can take us there shall have them." "I'll go." A voice echoed from afar, and the crowd swiftly parted. Chen Xing observed a robust figure striding toward them, an imposing man whose muscles gleamed like polished stone, his sun-darkened skin a testament to years spent fishing. A long scar marred his face. "It's Callie. That reckless fool, has he not learned his lesson?" murmured the surrounding fishermen. With no one left at home, and only himself to worry about, he clearly had no fear of danger. After all, should misfortune befall him, he would be the only casualty. The fishermen exchanged whispers, while Chen Xing listened quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seemed this man had indeed ventured to Wailing Isle and returned with treasures. Callie approached Henry, towering over him, making Henry appear almost childlike in stature. "You truly mean to say that if I take you there, all these gold coins are mine?" Callie boomed, his voice resonating like thunder. "That is our concern." Chen Xing interjected coldly. "All we require is for you to take us there and await our return outside." Callie hesitated for a moment. The individuals before him were clearly not to be trifled with. The thief was quite ordinary, but the icy youth exuded a palpable sense of pressure, as if his very presence bore a sharp edge. The beautiful Catwoman beside him, though inscrutable, instinctively struck him as a dangerous figure as well. As for the individual conversing with him, Carly swore he had never encountered such a person. Though seemingly unremarkable, why did those eyes, when fixed upon him, appear devoid of any emotion, as if gazing upon a corpse? Perhaps this man could help him realize his deepest wish. A faint smile graced Chen Xing's lips as he subtly moved them. It was settled. Preparations for their voyage commenced swiftly, however. Chen Xing was taken aback upon seeing the black giant's modest boat. It was a diminutive fishing vessel, nearly half the size of those belonging to the other fishermen in the village. Moreover, the wood was evidently aged, with visible cracks, suggesting that it would disintegrate upon entering the sea. Observing the astonished expressions of Chen Xing and his companions, the black giant's face flushed with embarrassment. He sheepishly scratched his head. "I have no one else. I only need a small boat for myself. Do not be deceived by its size. Taking you to Wailing Island is no trouble at all. I used this very boat last time." Noticing the silence from Chen Xing and the others, the black giant grew anxious. How about you don't pay me 100 gold coins? 80 would be fine, or even 50. He pleaded. I assure you, it will be all right. Henry chuckled. You expect me to give you 50 gold coins to buy a new boat before you take us? No. I can't afford to replace the boat right now. If you give me 50 gold coins, the families of Xiao Wei and Li Kai can eat. I ask for nothing else but your promise to take me to the island. The black giant explained hurriedly. And who are those two families? Chen Xing interjected, halting Henry's impending response. He nodded slightly and reached for the pouch of coins from Henry's hands. Here are 200 gold coins. Please take this to them. The black giant was momentarily flustered, uncertain of Chen Xing's intentions. Oh dear, I have nothing to offer in return. His voice trembled, almost on the verge of tears. These individuals cannot be judging my strength, for with a slight smile, Chen Xing pointed at his boat. I do not wish to be left stranded in the sea. You must acquire a new vessel. Yes. The black giant nodded vigorously, clutching the pouch of coins and hurriedly making his way back to the village, handling the money as if it were a fragile collection of eggs. Brother Chen, it seems we may have to wait yet another day. No matter how swift he is, he cannot procure a fishing boat immediately. Henry expressed his concern. It matters not. We are already close, and one more day is inconsequential, Chen Xing replied nonchalantly, while Chen Bing and Xiaoli followed his lead with unwavering loyalty. In truth, it did not take long. The next day, the black giant returned from another fishing village with a nearly new boat that appeared quite sturdy, at least capable of enduring a fortnight at sea without issue. Witnessing the black giant's respectful demeanor, Chen Xing felt a surge of gratitude. This man's reverence was not for him, but rather for the assistance he had extended to his neighbors. In reflection, he felt more like an inconsequential figure, as if fighting had consumed his entire existence. Lost in thought, the fishing boat gradually set sail. Heading toward the distant ocean, the Isle of Whales is indeed some distance from the fishing village. It was not until the following day that Chen Xing heard from the burly man that they had begun to enter the waters surrounding this small island. A glance revealed that the once azure sea had transformed into a murky green hue, imparting an illusion of thickness. The fog around them gradually thickened. Although visibility remained decent for a time, it was steadily becoming obscured. This marked the perimeter of the Isle of Whales, and Chen Xing silently acknowledged its eerie nature. Recalling what Henry had mentioned about fishermen discovering massive bone fragments inscribed with mysterious writings, he directly inquired with the burly man, Callie. Indeed, such a colossal bone fragment existed, but the village elder deemed it an ominous artifact, inscribed with the language of demons, which had been incinerated. This was one of the reasons why no one dared venture to this island, Callie explained candidly. Despite the pervasive fog, the fishermen possessed their own navigational aids, ensuring they would not lose their way. Gradually, hidden reefs began to emerge, and the burly man appeared remarkably familiar with them. Under his adept handling, the fishing boat darted through the water like a swift little fish, deftly avoiding any contact with the submerged hazards. Chen Xing found it curious. If they could so easily navigate the reefs, how had the burly man failed on his previous attempt? I don't know how it happened last time, but I was knocked unconscious and woke up outside the territory of the Isle of Whales. The burly man seemed to understand Chen Xing's thoughts and replied directly. As dusk descended, the fishing boat finally reached the shore of the Isle of Whales. Chen Xing disembarked, exhaling a sigh of relief. Traversing the reefs under the cover of darkness presented considerable risk. It seemed the burly man had a keen sense of timing. Before him lay a landscape of jagged rocks with no beach in sight. The boat was anchored between two of these formations. To the eye, the entire island appeared to be a fortress of rocks, shrouded in shadows. Although the fabled terrifying whales were absent, the atmosphere was undeniably foreboding, and the chilly sea breeze sent shivers down one's spine. Chen Bing maintained her perpetually icy demeanor, revealing no signs of distress, yet Xiaoli appeared somewhat frightened, her complexion pale as she clutched Chen Xing's arm tightly, refusing to let go. Who knows if it's fear? Let us not delve into that. Brother Chen, let us stay here for the night. It seems inconvenient for the burly man to venture in. Henry voiced his uncertainty. Nodding slightly, Chen Xing concurred with Henry's suggestion. Entering the infamous island under such darkness was unpredictable, and no matter how formidable he considered himself, he was no deity and could not account for every potential peril. The burly man unloaded supplies from the boat, while the group began to set up tents along the shore, preparing for their night's accommodations. A campfire was ignited, offering a modicum of warmth to the chilling environment. which made Xiao Li's petite face appear much more vibrant. Despite the burly man's strong insistence on taking the night watch, Chen Xing categorically declined. Citing his need for personal cultivation during the night, he assumed all watch duties. Chen Bing and the others had set a precedent, so there were no objections. This gesture deeply moved the burly man. As night descended, the entire island was engulfed in an endless darkness, the towering rocks resembling jagged teeth, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Chen Xing sat quietly by the campfire, his demeanor akin to that of a meditative monk. He had already sent the others off to sleep, knowing the arduous journey on the morrow would be fraught with challenges. The island bore no paths, only sharp coral formations scattered about, a fact evident to all. Yet, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Just as Chen Xing prepared to stretch his limbs, a cacophony erupted from the distant shadows, initially faint but gradually crescendoing into a resounding clamor. By the time Chen Bing and the others awoke, the noise was unmistakably clear. Chen Xing rose slowly, shaking off the dust from his attire with an air of calm. Chen Bing approached him quietly, her expression as cold as ice, while Xiao Li, trembling with fear, rushed to his side, her small hands clinging tightly to his arm. In the gaze of Chen Xing and his companions, a shadowy figure gradually emerged from the darkness, swaying as it approached. The firelight illuminated their faces, a horde of skeletal forms wielding knives. A long, mournful wail pierced the air, and the skeletons stirred, raising their blades. Their hollow eyes seemingly capable of perceiving their surroundings as they turned in unison towards Chen Xing and his companions. The fractured bones began to move erratically, charging towards them. The jarring sound of their skeletal movements resonated in the night, evoking a primal terror. Chen Xing's expression remained impassive, unaffected by the palpable tension radiating from the imposing figure beside him. Xiao Li, still frightened, turned pale, clinging tightly to her arms. Meanwhile, Chen Bing stepped forward silently, her demeanor resolute. It was akin to a nightmare. The burly man Callie swore he had glimpsed demons from the depths of hell. In that moment, the seemingly cold youth unveiled a chilling power. With a swift motion, Chen Bing darted towards the throng of skeletons, a faint smirk gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to him, a swirling sphere of ice had materialized in his right hand. With a decisive flick, the ice sphere spun violently, crashing into the heart of the skeleton horde. With a sharp crack, it shattered, unleashing a swarm of ice needles that surged forth like bullets, possessing an extraordinary piercing strength capable of effortlessly penetrating the skeletal forms. The skeletons fell like wheat before a scythe, creating a clear space amidst the chaos. Fragments of shattered bones littered the ground, and those closest to the ice sphere were utterly obliterated. Callie stood there, stupefied, as if carved from stone, utterly dumbfounded by the icy youth before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Bing conjured another spinning ice sphere in his left hand, repeating the motion and launching it forth again, continuing this cycle. Unleashing 5 more ice spheres in rapid succession. The air filled with ice needles, and the skeleton horde was nearly decimated, though a few stragglers remained. Yet, Chen Bing soon found himself fatigued, retreating abruptly until he reached Chen Xing, his face now pale as a ghost. This enhanced ice orb, crafted by the careful infusion of ice elements within its core, generates powerful fluctuations that release ice needles with devastating impact, akin to bullets in their piercing capability. However, the process of creating such orbs demands meticulous precision and results in significant wastage of elemental energy. The recent fabrication of 6 ice orbs drained Chen Bing of 70% of his elemental power in mere moments. Unlike mages, whose abilities draw from the abundant elements in the atmosphere, an elemental wielder relies solely on their internal reserves, making their usage convenient, yet far less potent in quantity. Despite this limitation, the destructive force wielded by elemental users in combat remains formidable. Chen Bing aptly named this ice orb innocence, a nod to the insightful contribution of the reader, Mr. Bebe, regarding its characteristics and underlying principles. Casting a sidelong glance at the slightly breathless Chen Bing, Chen Xing shook his head, perceiving his immaturity. Recklessly expending all one's strength in battle is ill-advised. Without sufficient contingency plans, one cannot adequately respond to unforeseen circumstances. For instance, just now, another piercing wail echoed through the air, causing the skeletal forms before them to collapse, as if bereft of support. Pale bones scattered across the ground. To Chen Bing's astonishment, a multitude of figures materialized in the distance once more. The unsettling sound of scraping drew closer, revealing the grotesque faces of zombies before Chen Xing and his companions. This wave was considerably fewer in number than the last. Yet those with a modicum of experience understood that the combat prowess of zombies far exceeds that of skeletons within the necromantic hierarchy. With a gentle pat on Chen Bing's head, concern laced Chen Xing's voice. Take a breather. Valor alone cannot resolve all conflicts. The zombies, seemingly commanded, ceased their sluggish movements. They strained to advance with their decaying, putrid forms toward Chen Xing, leaving behind pools of viscous bodily fluids that stained the ground. In the midst of their sluggish advance, Chen Xing's legs moved with the swiftness of the Grim Reaper's scythe, each strike executed with remarkable speed. His relentless kicks sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, severing the heads of zombies with each blow. In a dance of retreat and advance, he maneuvered with the grace of an antelope, the zombie's slow pace failing to even graze him. Despite being surrounded by the undead, Chen Xing exhibited effortless mastery, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were strolling through a garden. With a sudden force, Chen Xing's right leg sent a zombie's head soaring as he pivoted, launching himself into the air, executing a grand spin that propelled his right leg into another zombie behind him. Upon landing, he crouched low, sweeping his leg in a wide arc that cleared a significant space around him. His strikes were immensely powerful, leaving the zombies he felled crippled and writhing on the ground, rendering them no longer a threat. The imposing figure of Callie felt an overwhelming sense of dread, realizing he was on the verge of being utterly terrified. Though he had long discerned that these individuals were anything but ordinary, he was astounded by their immense strength, far surpassing his expectations. Initially, the cold youth had already broadened his horizons, but it was this seemingly unremarkable young man who resembled the Grim Reaper itself, navigating through the terrifying horde of zombies as if strolling leisurely in a garden, wearing an air of indifference while effortlessly inflicting disabilities with his limbs. His arrogance provoked the already resilient nerves of Callie. Within mere moments, there was nothing left standing before Chen Xing. The ground was littered with shattered corpses, some still exhibiting the residual effects of necromancy, struggling to move yet no longer evoking fear. Chen Bing had recuperated considerably, but his gaze towards Chen Xing was filled with profound shame. He had always believed himself to be formidable, only to discover that it had merely been a figment of his imagination. In comparison to Chen Xing's recent combat prowess, his own earlier display, though initially impressive, revealed itself to be devoid of any commendable technique, bordering on the absurd. Observing Chen Bing's mortification, Chen Xing reached out and gently patted his head, offering no words. Growth is a gradual process, and this experience should serve as a valuable lesson for Chen Bing. A piercing wail echoed from afar, prompting a soft sigh from Chen Xing as his gaze drifted into the distance. It appeared that this night would indeed be sleepless. In the depths of darkness, flickers of green light emerged, accompanied by low growls. Chen Xing paused momentarily. Could it be that this time they faced a unique entity of the necromantic variety? Shuli's delicate face flushed crimson, a wave of shame washing over her. Since arriving here, she had become a burden to Chen Xing, a stark contrast to her intentions. With this realization, she felt her body tremble slightly. Shadows approached slowly, gradually revealing their form beneath the flickering campfire light. The guardian of the gates of hell. The overseer of the path of the undead, the Hellhound. If one word were to encapsulate Henry's current sentiment, it would undoubtedly be dread. Although the night belonged to the undead, this was overwhelmingly intense. Waves upon waves of undead relentlessly assailed the diminutive camp, leaving him bewildered as to how they were aware of the presence of the living. Facing the encroaching Hellhound, Chen Xing furrowed his brow. Was there no end to this onslaught? If this continued, he would have to spend the night in battle. With a resigned movement of his wrist, he acknowledged that since danger loomed so near, he had no choice but to fight. The Hellhound was an exceptionally potent beast, fundamentally different from the lowly skeleton warriors and zombies of the necromantic realm. Regardless of the supremacy of the high-tier three-headed dogs in hell, even the lower-tier Hellhounds on the surface possessed strength rivaling that of low-level dragons. Within the hierarchy of necromantic beings, the Hellhound undoubtedly occupied a position near the top of the food chain, and their numbers were relatively scarce. In fact, only one appeared before him now. Even so, Chen Xing would not underestimate the adversary that lay before him. The low growl reverberated, thick saliva dripping from interlocking fangs, while a blood-red tongue writhed within its maw. The two-headed hound, with its obsidian body, was rippling with layers of hard muscle, imparting an overwhelming sense of oppression. Both heads lowered slightly, scrutinizing tonight's prey with meticulous attention. Perfect choices, a robust man and a beautiful maiden, indeed worthy of gratitude to the Lord of the Underworld. Such a feast had not graced its presence for quite some time. Since arriving on this dilapidated isle, it had nearly resorted to a vegetarian diet. With a subtle shake of his head, Chen Xing stepped forward, a hint of resignation etched upon his brow. The sensation of being regarded as mere sustenance was decidedly unpleasant. His hands moved naturally, and his gait exuded an aura of harmony, albeit with an astonishing swiftness. In mere moments, he stood before the formidable hellhound, a smirk adorning his face. "Just a pup," he mused. "Since fate has brought us together, let us exchange pleasantries." While the hellhound pondered how this prey had delivered itself, its nightmare commenced. Under the watchful gaze of all, Chen Xing moved like lightning, delivering a crushing kick to one of the hound's forelegs. The hapless beast, still lost in its blissful dreams, was abruptly jolted awake with a resounding crack. Its entire form collapsed, a jarring eruption of white bone piercing through flesh, torrents of blood gushing forth. The dream of ecstasy morphed into excruciating agony, a chilling wail tearing through the air. Yet, being the ferocious beast it was, the hellhound disregarded its searing pain. Both heads lifted in unison, unleashing a colossal column of flame that engulfed the area within a tuzhong radius. The intense heat distorted the air, rendering the surroundings surreal. Chen Xing, having anticipated this powerful skill from his readings, had already leapt high into the air. He had known that the hellhound's fiery breath could melt steel. As he executed a somersault mid-air, his knees thrust forward, crashing down upon the hound's dazed head. With a resounding thud, his knee struck true, forcing the enormous maw to cave in. The flames sputtered abruptly, venting through the nostrils, accompanied by a deluge of blood and a gruesome mixture of red matter. The other head, now free from the preoccupation of fire, was compelled to rear back in response to the excruciating pain, its piercing wail echoing through the heavens. The hellhound, bewildered as to why its prey had transformed into a fearsome adversary, realized it had scarcely a moment to comprehend its plight before being rendered nearly incapacitated. All its formidable skills had been rendered futile against this seemingly ordinary human, who was far more terrifying than anticipated. With no time afforded for the hellhound to lament, Chen Xing had assumed a demeanor akin to a demonic deity, his expression devoid of any emotion. The beast's plight evoked no sympathy, only prompting him to strike with even greater ferocity. As he spun mid-air, his right leg descended with a terrifying shriek, poised to deliver a devastating blow. With a resounding kick, the powerful blow struck down upon the head of the two-headed hound, which was still howling in agony. The immense force forced the creature's head downward, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The wailing abruptly ceased. With a thunderous impact, Chen Xing's fierce punch collided with the hellhound's forehead, penetrating deep within its skull. Amidst a spray of crimson, his fist sank deeply into the flesh. The hellhound's massive body trembled violently a few times before collapsing, lifeless. Despite its robust physique, no visible wounds marred its form. However, both heads had been reduced to a grotesque pulp. A torrent of blood flowed from beneath the creature's heads, gradually soaking the surrounding area as the pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Callie, the burly man, trembled violently, perceiving the youth approaching them as nothing short of a demon. Beneath his seemingly ordinary visage lay an overwhelming aura of lethality, and his body was stained with the remnants of battle. The confrontation had ignited an insatiable bloodlust within him. Smiling, Chen Xing accepted the change of clothes that Shuli had prepared, nonchalantly changing in front of them. His athletic physique left Shuli momentarily stunned. Were it not for the wretched corpse of the hellhound behind them, Callie could scarcely believe that this seemingly unremarkable youth was indeed the merciless harbinger of death. This time, there was no prolonged mournful howl. The entire island fell into a hushed silence. Even the wind seemed to whisper softly. The campfire flickered, occasionally crackling as it splintered, sending up a few sparks. After a long while, Callie's deep snores echoed in the stillness, while Henry murmured something inaudibly, seemingly lost in sweet dreams. Chen Xing slowly opened his half-closed eyes, rising with a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Since I have arrived here, come forth. Are you here to see your little pups?" At that moment, Chen Bing and Shuli appeared at Chen Xing's side, their disheveled attire indicating they had not truly slept. With a nod of approval towards them, Chen Xing turned his gaze back to the encroaching darkness. In the distance, the shadows seemed to ripple, and a pale arm emerged, gradually revealing its owner's entire form. Cascading waves of hair framed a pair of lips, crimson as a rose, and eyes veiled in a misty allure. The enchanting charm was undeniable. Her fair arms were exposed to the air, and her slender figure was enveloped in delicate white gauze, rendering her a vision of ethereal beauty. A stunning young woman. Upon noticing Chen Xing and the others, she placed a finger, as pristine as jade, against her scarlet lips, signaling for silence. The corners of her mouth curled playfully, and a captivating smile graced her face. The succubus, originally one of the lower-tier demons of hell, possesses a remarkable talent for seduction and wields intermediate dark magic, particularly excelling in the art of illusion. With her inherent beauty resembling that of a young maiden, she finds it particularly effortless to captivate the hearts of adult men. In truth, her inclination extends to enchanting the minds of any human. The succubus's stunning appearance stands out amid the grotesque multitude of demons in hell, often leading her to become a prized possession of formidable demons, residing under their powerful wings for survival. However, her exquisite visage and formidable illusionary prowess render her a tragic object of desire, frequently seized by the strong, leaving her restless even in death. Potent necromancers can forcibly summon the souls of succubi using special artifacts and advanced necromantic spells. Yet, in such instances, the succubus no longer retains her former magical might. Instead, she is imbued with terrifying necromantic powers, earning her a new title, the Banshee. With a gaze that seems to drift into oblivion, the beautiful maiden pays little heed to the corpse of the hellhound nearby. A captivating smile graces her lips, which parts slightly as she speaks. "Did you lull my little darling to sleep?" Her voice flows like a melodious tune, enchanting all who hear it. A faint smile appears on Chen Xing's face, projecting an air of innocence. "I apologize. It was not my intention. Perhaps your pet was just too excited." "Is that so?" "Indeed, my little darling can be quite unruly. But you cannot treat him so harshly. Look at him. It truly breaks my heart." The beautiful maiden crouches beside the two-headed hellhound, seemingly unperturbed by its grotesque visage. Her fair hands caress the creature's head, still oozing blood and brain matter, her delicate fingers stained with gore. With slightly furrowed brows and a pouting mouth, her expression is irresistibly alluring. Alas, the two men before her are devoid of compassion, only serving to intensify her animosity towards them. How insufferable, pretending to be so pitiable. Who would know your true nature? Su Li's voice cuts through abruptly. Chen Xing pauses momentarily, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seems jealousy is an innate trait among women, and even the demure Su Li is no exception. The beautiful maiden appears to be in a precarious situation. "Oh dear, how could this little sister speak so? It sounds as if you think me wicked." The maiden's shoulders quiver in a subtle manner, her face obscured by cascading locks, leaving one to wonder if she is smiling. "However, to speak of it, little sister, you truly possess discerning eyes. I adore young ladies like you." Rising slowly, her hands drip with blood and brain matter. "I admire your delicate skin." A sharp laugh begins to crescendo, her hair flowing outward like waves. The face remains beautiful, with rosy lips. Yet it can no longer evoke any sense of beauty in anyone. The young girl's forehead suddenly shed a patch of skin, revealing the cracked, pallid skull beneath, with maggots writhing upon it. As more and more skin fell away, her form appeared to wither, and in areas where the skin had peeled off, one could distinctly see the pale bones beneath, along with the writhing muscles and maggots. This stark contrast with the remaining flawless skin was jarring. Xiaoli gasped in horror, leaping into Chen Xing's embrace, clinging to him tightly, her eyes shut tight, her body trembling violently, clearly terrified by the ghastly sight before her. Even Chen Bing, usually stoic, displayed a look of shock. Chen Xing, having resolved to seek out the necromancer, was already prepared to encounter various undead, but the scene before him was indeed revolting. The transformation of such a beautiful girl into a wretched specter was an unbearable truth for all. "Hee, do I still look good?" the girl asked lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. With a sigh, Chen Xing gently set Xiaoli down. The cat girl continued to tremble, her small hands gripping Chen Xing tightly, refusing to let go. "You summoned these undead, didn't you?" Chen Xing's voice bore a serious tone. "Hee, you have entered the realm of the dead. The living shall perish and become one of us." The girl's words floated like a curse, hauntingly ambiguous. "Poor souls," Chen Xing lamented softly, preparing to step forward. "Xing, let me handle this. I am not afraid," Xiaoli insisted, her little hands still quivering. With a tender smile, Chen Xing patted her head, shaking his own in response. "This enemy is beyond your capacity to confront. You are right, Brother Chen. This is a high-level undead being, a banshee." Henry had appeared behind Chen Xing, his face devoid of its usual playfulness, now marked by seriousness. Upon realizing Chen Xing's decision, Chen Bing ceased to speak, standing quietly to the side. As Chen Xing approached the center of the scene, a bitter smile crossed his face. Dealing with these undead was indeed cumbersome. May I inquire if there is a necromancer on this island? Are you searching for Lord Strath? The banshee laughed coldly. Ah, that will not grant you life. Humans are utterly untrustworthy, she continued, raising a finger. Only by becoming one of us will you gain an audience with Lord Strath. An obscure incantation echoed ominously. And Chen Xing dashed forward, aiming a swift kick at the banshee's head. Having battled sorcerers multiple times, he understood the necessity of interrupting the spell casting before it could be completed. Yet this time, he failed. The banshee's form seemed weightless, floating effortlessly out of reach of Chen Xing's fierce strike, while the incantation continued unabated, a mocking smile still adorning her face. Be cautious, brother Chen. Henry urgently warned from behind. Banshees are often succubi. They possess the ability to fly at low altitudes. The incantation abruptly ceased, and with its cessation, the scattered skeletal remains on the ground seemed to awaken, quickly coalescing. Under Chen Xing's astonished gaze, they swiftly formed into a bone dragon. Due to the limited number of bones, the dragon was not particularly large, yet it advanced towards Chen Xing with a menacing display of claws and fangs. Hee. Let us play with my new pet. You will enjoy it. The succubus chuckled triumphantly in the air. A wry smile crept onto Chen Xing's face. It appeared that he had developed an inescapable enmity with dragons lately. Just after vanquishing a corpse dragon in the finals, here came another bone dragon. Was the heavens jesting? Ignoring the threatening creature before him, Chen Xing appeared to be merely indulging in play. He unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, and the unfortunate bone dragon, although conjured by magic, was fundamentally composed of the refuse left by skeletal warriors, hardly formidable. Its attacks were negligible, and it was swiftly dismantled by Chen Xing. This time, he employed some internal energy, causing the shattered bones to explode into fragments mid-air, creating a tempest of debris. In the succubus's astonished gaze, the bone dragon rapidly disintegrated into a heap of rubble on the ground. As if accomplishing something trivial, Chen Xing brushed the ashes off his hands and raised his head. Now, might I request you to lead me to your master, beautiful succubus? Once again, a sweet smile graced the succubus's face, her voice resonating like a captivating melody. Hee. Did I not inform you? To meet my master, you must become like us. Her visage, a disturbing blend of beauty and grotesqueness, radiated mocking laughter. You are a fighter. Are you not? Look, your memory seems quite intact. I recall that when alive, fighters were often feeble beings. Has such a long time passed that fighters have begun to grow formidable? A hint of cold amusement flickered across Chen Xing's otherwise placid face as he slowly clenched his right fist. Underestimating the ancient martial arts of China, even in death, one must die again to atone for their transgressions. With a sudden, forceful swing of his right fist, a tremendous pressure surged forth. The succubus's triumphant laughter had barely subsided when she was mercilessly propelled away like a cannonball by Chen Xing. Her triumphant laughter transformed instantly into a prolonged wail. Ancient martial arts. The 100 Steps Fist. Seized the opportunity to take their life. Chen Xing soared into the air, surpassing the succubus's height in an instant. Extending his right hand into a palm shape, an overwhelming suction emanated forth. The hapless succubus, still reeling from the previous blow, found her body ensnared by this tremendous force, drawn towards Chen Xing's hand like a wooden stake. Never before had she encountered such a terrifying combat technique. Despite her existence as a being of the undead, she found herself shrieking in terror, her face distorting as the vibrations from her cries caused patches of skin to peel away. Regrettably, it proved utterly ineffective. Since the present circumstances can no longer meet the requirements, the female demon has become Chen Xing's adversary. To Chen Xing, compassion is a sentiment he has never extended to his foes, be they women or children. An enemy is simply an enemy. With a sudden grip on the demoness ankle, he executed a swift rotation in the air, harnessing formidable momentum to hurl her downward. The demoness was instantly transformed into a projectile, shrieking as she plummeted towards the ground. The tremendous velocity generated immense kinetic energy, and with her frail form, the inevitable outcome was that she would be reduced to mere pulp, akin to something that had been trampled repeatedly. As Chen Xing's hands drew close to his ribcage, he shifted his center of gravity downward with great force. He descended at an astonishing speed, surpassing the demoness in an instant to reach the ground first. The impact of such colossal energy created a deep crater upon landing. Lifting his head, his short hair obscured eyes that glimmered with a terrifying chill. Ancient martial arts, 1,000-pound drop. The demonist's body did not crash into the earth, rather. Chen Xing's outstretched hand had already seized her neck, while his left hand deftly halted her momentum. The once haughty demoness was now engulfed in fear, astonished by the overwhelming presence of this seemingly ordinary man. Her bones felt as though they were splintering under the force of his strike, and chunks of muscle tissue had torn away. Even as a being of the undead, she realized that the concept of immortality was a mere illusion before this man. Even a demon lord would find no refuge from death. Chen Xing's visage had turned as frigid as ice, exerting immense pressure upon the unfortunate demoness. Now, my beautiful demoness, shall you guide me to meet your master? A faint smirk curled upon his lips into the demoness. His face had morphed into something more sinister than that of a devil. Nodding frantically, she equated this terrifying man with a powerful demonic entity. Let us wait here obediently until dawn. You shall take us at first light. Yet, she hesitated, but I cannot be exposed to sunlight. Her voice trembled, and if one were to only hear it, any man would instinctively feel a desire to protect her. The pitiful demoness could only curl up beneath a nearby rock, awaiting her impending, tragic fate, too fearful to entertain any thoughts of resistance. Thus, the first night on the Isle of Wailing passed uneventfully. As dawn broke, when Chen Bing and the others arose, they discovered, apart from Chen Xing, a figure cloaked in a hooded cape standing outside their camp. Undoubtedly, it was the demoness. After tidying up, the group followed her to commence their journey. The burly man now regarded Chen Xing with profound reverence. Despite his larger stature, he bent slightly at the waist in a display of compliance. This posture, when assumed by such a massive figure, appeared rather comical, yet no one dared to laugh. Anyone who had witnessed Chen Xing's prowess would hold him in awe, and Chen Bing and the others found this entirely reasonable. The island of Wailing is indeed vast, strewn with hard rocks and numerous rocky mountains. Chen Xing and his companions traversed the crevices between the stones. Following the siren proved more effective than wandering aimlessly. They soon discovered a narrow path appearing amidst what had seemed a solid mass of rock. This path led to a constricted passageway, flanked by towering cliffs that barely allowed a glimpse of the sky. Chen Xing was reminded of a scenic spot in his homeland known as the Skyline. After an hour of travel, a towering cliff loomed before them, completely obstructing their path. The siren halted beneath this precipice. Chen Xing remained silent, instinctively knowing that this cliff must conceal a special portal. Otherwise, it would not block the pathway. The narrow passage they had just traversed seemed artificially created. Only a deranged designer would choose to halt here. After a moment, the siren spoke with a frail voice. When you meet my master, could you do me a favor? No matter how she tried to conceal it, sunlight could still reach her, and she appeared to be on the verge of dissolution. Please, can you ask my master to free my soul? I can no longer endure this. Her voice quivered with suppressed sobs. Let me truly die. Chen Xing furrowed his brow. Could the siren harbor some hidden truth? Behind him, Henry quickly leaned in to whisper in his ear, revealing the siren's origins. Chen Xing's expression softened as he nodded gravely. If possible, I shall make that request on your behalf. But why do you not approach him directly? It is impossible. I am his slave. That is an unalterable reality. I have no means to broach the subject with him. I possess no recourse in his presence. I understand, Chen Xing replied with a nod. Proceed. The siren refrained from further words, her faith in Chen Xing's formidable power kindling hope within her. This man, with strength akin to a demon, surely held the potential to fulfill her wish, if only he would. In the gaze of the onlookers, the siren extended her withered hand, resembling a claw, and gently pressed it against the cliff before her. A series of obscure incantations emerged from her lips. As she chanted, the cliff visibly quivered. Indeed, it pulsated, akin to the rippling of water, sending forth concentric waves that gradually spread. Upon the conclusion of her spell, Chen Xing and his companions were momentarily stunned. The cliff was no longer a mere rock face. Before them stood a grand gateway, intricately etched with dark magical runes. In an era where magic flourished, high-ranking sorcerers often possessed the power to reshape reality, provided they had sufficient magical energy. Creating even a small pocket of space was within their grasp. Within this conjured realm, the sorcerer became the arbiter of all rules, capable of appending any regulation at will, assuming the role of creator. As the magical civilization declined, contemporary sorcerers no longer possessed such formidable abilities. Nevertheless, powerful mages could still exploit their limited resources to carve out their own realms amidst the chaos of this tumultuous continent. The necromancers were no exception. Although necromancy primarily involved manipulation spells, the available workforce was abundant. Skeletons served as the most economical labor force. Their sheer numbers often compensated for their lack of strength. Thus, necromancers frequently harnessed this vast labor pool to excavate immense caverns within solid rock formations, creating independent spaces for themselves. This practice gradually evolved into a favored pastime among all necromancers. The grand, obsidian door creaked open slowly with a harsh grinding sound. Henry shrugged behind, puzzled as to why all mages seemed to favor such theatrics. Applying oil to the door required little time, leaving Henry bewildered by the peculiar behaviors of these sorcerers. Once the door fully opened, a vast expanse was revealed before them, a colossal cavern entirely hewn from the mountain's core, stretching endlessly. Henry even speculated that the enormous mountain at the center of the island was hollow. In truth, this cavern had been carved from the heart of that very mountain, utilizing the combined strength of 10 necromancers over 3 years, and it was still expanding. Surprisingly, this island was not merely the residence of a single necromancer. No one would have anticipated that these typically solitary figures would form a collective and establish roots on this isle. This group was known as the Paradise of the Forgotten. The figure referred to by the Banshee as Steer was the leader of this necromancer assemblage, or rather, their prophet, the necromancer prophet Steer. Upon learning this information, a sense of pressure settled over Henry and his companions. A formidable organization such as this would not be easily swayed to employ force should negotiations falter. Concern weighed heavily on the group, except for Chen Xing and Chen Bing, whose expressions remained unfazed, one unperturbed, the other icy, leaving their thoughts shrouded in mystery. As the group traversed the narrow pathway within the cavern, darkness enveloped them. Henry's prepared torches proved invaluable at this juncture, illuminated by the torchlight. The surroundings revealed shattered bones and jagged rocks, with colossal skeletal remains frequently punctured and embedded within. These might have been the necromantic beings that plummeted during the excavation. After a quarter of an hour navigating the dark path, they arrived at a more spacious clearing. This area, no longer shrouded in darkness, left Henry wishing for the obscurity once more. The circular clearing was encircled by a ring of verdant phosphorescent flames, casting a dim glow that adorned the space. Scattered across the clearing were several square tables, laden with peculiar vessels. 2 figures, entirely cloaked in hooded robes, busied themselves at one of the tables. Upon hearing the footsteps of Chen Xing and the others, they slowly raised their heads, revealing gaunt faces reminiscent of skeletons beneath their hoods. Humans are not welcome here. A necromancer spoke in a fragmented manner. Succubus, have you forgotten your duties? You must be punished. The voice of another necromancer echoed fittingly. My lords, I have not forgotten my responsibilities. It is merely that they are guests of Lord Stir, and I must escort them, the succubus hastily explained. Her voice took on a unique melody, despite her awareness that the allure she wielded held little sway over necromancers. Her innate instincts compelled her to do so. Are you attempting to bewitch us? The necromancer's words extinguished any hope the succubus harbored. You have betrayed the faith of the undead, and must face the severest punishment. One of the necromancers slowly raised a withered hand, its bony fingers extending ominously. Wait, we come merely to seek an audience with the prophet Stir, with no ulterior motives. Henry interjected urgently, jesting that they might meet their demise before even reaching their true destination. No matter how confident he felt, it was prudent to remain cautious on foreign soil. This is the realm of the undead, and the living are unwelcome. We have come with important matters to discuss. I beseech you, esteemed necromancers, to grant us some leniency. Henry smiled amiably, quickly presenting the meticulously prepared gift of magic crystal. Upon seeing the substantial magic crystal in Henry's hands, the 2 necromancers were visibly taken aback. As practitioners of magic, even those specializing in necromancy faced challenges in sourcing magical energy. While the island might be rich in materials from the deceased, magic crystals were exceedingly rare. Few necromancers dared to procure them from the mainland, as those who ventured there often met grim fates. This scarcity rendered the magic crystals from Wailing immensely valuable. The sight of such a large crystal was far more tempting than a mere pile of gold coins in the eyes of the necromancers. Perhaps we can allow them entry. One necromancer quickly succumbed to the overwhelming temptation. Indeed, guests should be permitted inside. The other necromancer also relented simultaneously. Chen Xing maintained a serene expression, amused internally. These necromancers were no different from bureaucrats in the real world, crumbling under the weight of bribery. It had been remarkably simple to sway them. He had prepared a substantial stash of magic crystals, spoils from his days as a mercenary, which he had never sold. It seemed they would finally prove useful. Henry, now filled with confidence, placed the 2 sizable magic crystals into the necromancer's skeletal hands, passing through with ease amidst their reverent demeanor, leading the way for the group. What a fright, only to discover that necromancers are not so formidable after all. He maliciously pondered, nearly bursting into laughter. If I were to give you 2 more, would you not call me father? After traversing the open area and walking down a lengthy path, the destination of their journey revealed itself before the group. It is a grand city, entirely encircled by walls of stone, adorned with quaint stone houses and majestic castles that rise impressively. Yet, there exists an eerie stillness, standing silently in the darkness. Flickering phosphorescent lights dance above, illuminating the center of the necromancer's realm known as the City of Oblivion. This city serves as the headquarters for the necromancer organization, the Forgotten, where 36 necromancers reside. As an oasis for the Forgotten, this place is perpetually tranquil, albeit perpetually chilling. The entire city is constructed within a vast cavern, where the majority of its streets are traversed by undead beings, with low-tier demons occasionally making an appearance. Here, all dark creatures can live openly without fear of persecution, as long as they abide by the local laws, creating a veritable paradise for the undead and demons alike. Chen Xing and his companions entered the city with ease, for the gates stood wide open, devoid of guards. Strolling along the streets, they found themselves the subjects of curiosity, with the undead beings watching them intently. This unnerved Henry and the burly man, while Shuli clung tightly to Chen Xing's arm. Occasionally, a small demon would somersault overhead, playfully making faces, a spectacle that brought no joy to Shuli. The sole comfort for her was that, despite the throngs of undead, none initiated an attack on Chen Xing's group. They were merely met with curious glances, and the city remained eerily quiet. The group made their way directly to the most imposing structure in the City of Oblivion, a colossal castle. Given that this was a city governed by necromancers, it was only fitting that the largest castle served as their gathering place, and the necromancer prophet, Strath, would surely be within its walls. The Banshee led the way, still reluctant to remove her hooded cloak, seemingly self-conscious of her tattered appearance. Upon reaching the castle's entrance, Chen Xing realized that its enormity far surpassed what was apparent from a distance. This castle occupied half the area of the City of Oblivion. Its back firmly pressed against the rugged cavern wall, it was comparable to the royal castle of Timmy Continent. This illustrates the vastness of the cavern within the mountain and the immense labor required for its construction. Nevertheless, such endeavors were trivial for the necromancers. At the castle's gate stood 2 knightly sentinels, towering figures clad in gleaming silver armor, one brandishing a sword while cradling a helmeted head in the other hand. The eyes of the head fixated intently on Chen Xing and his companions. The headless knight, Dullahan, took a step forward, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed knights, please announce our presence. We seek an audience with the prophet Strath. Living beings are not welcome here," bellowed one knight in a resounding voice. "Please, inform him that we bring something of interest." Henry interjected hastily. 2 knights exchanged wary glances at Chen Xing and his companions, ensuring that no threat lingered before one of them turned and proceeded into the castle. Shortly thereafter, they received a response, beckoning Chen Xing and the others to enter. Following the lead of the knight ahead, they ambled through the castle's front courtyard and traversed a lengthy corridor, eventually arriving at the main hall. 2 headless knights stood sentinel at the entrance, a testament to the formidable capabilities of the necromancer dwelling within, as such high-ranking undead beings were plentiful here. Upon reaching the council chamber, Chen Xing and his companions finally encountered their objective, the undead prophet, Steer, an elderly man clad in a black magical robe. He bore the frail physique and weathered visage typical of all necromancers. His shriveled hands, resembling claws, rested upon a grand table at the center of the hall as he stroked his lengthy beard, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the newcomers. Seated at the table were several necromancers, the elite masters of the City of the Forgotten. A cursory glance revealed their black robes adorned with 2 golden borders. A sense of trepidation gripped Chen Xing. It dawned on him that he stood before a congregation of archmage-level necromancers. "I do not recognize you." Steer's voice reverberated suddenly within the hall. The surrounding skeletal knights stepped forward in unison, drawing their swords with a sound that resonated like a well-orchestrated symphony. In an instant, all the skeletal knights were poised with their blades at the ready. "I do not recognize you either," Chen Xing replied, his voice gravelly. Henry, already frightened, had retreated to the back of the group at the sight of the advancing skeletal knights, preferring to leave the potential conflict to Chen Xing. Chen Bing, however, steadfastly remained behind Chen Xing, while Shuli, though pale with fear, clung tightly to him. Oh, then why did you express a desire to meet me? Was it that treacherous slave who informed you? Steer's voice was not loud, yet it bore down upon the succubus like a boulder. Startled, she collapsed to the ground. Stealing a glance at her, Chen Xing maintained his impassive demeanor. No, in truth, I seek any necromancer, provided they can offer me an answer. With that, Chen Xing produced the azure skull left by the dark high priest. The azure flame flickered in the eye sockets of the skull, inexplicably devoid of warmth. As Chen Xing revealed the azure skull, a collective gasp echoed throughout the hall. This is Hecate's chalice? This is a sacrificial artifact of the undead. Where did you acquire it? The prophet Steer's voice quivered with anticipation, unable to contain his desire. He trembled as he stepped away from the table, approaching Chen Xing. His gaze was fixated upon the azure skull, his throat bobbing with agitation, completely disregarding Chen Xing and his companions. Allowing Steer to take the azure skull from his grasp, Chen Xing observed the necromancer's anxious demeanor with an indifferent smirk. Will you not invite us to sit? Please, take a seat. Sturt's voice quivered as he hastily summoned a few skeletal attendants to bring chairs for Chen Xing and his companions. He then resumed his unwavering gaze upon the azure skull. While several necromancers gathered nearby, their eyes fixated on the skull, unwilling to break their focus. Leisurely settling down, Chen Xing's gaze began to wander around the hall. Silent and still. This skull is a sacred artifact of our undead kin. From where did you acquire it? Sturt's voice flowed slowly, calm and measured, clearly having mastered his emotions. It belongs to a dark archbishop named Charles, Chen Xing replied. Charles? The elder of the Dark Guild? Sturt's brow furrowed. I cannot confirm whether he is indeed affiliated with the Dark Guild. I encountered him during the Champions Challenge. Since the skull is in your possession, what of his followers? A cold smirk crossed Chen Xing's face. They are deceased. Sturt ceased his inquiries, reaching out to lightly caress the azure skull. His eyes grew distant. And after a prolonged silence, he spoke. This azure skull is a treasure of our undead lineage. Could you possibly return it to us? As for the price, you may name your terms. Momentarily taken aback, Chen Xing did not expect such an overture from the malevolent necromancers. Observing their reverence for the skull, he would not have been surprised had they attempted to claim it for themselves. A smile graced his lips, suggesting that the necromancers were not as sinister as the rumors portrayed. Of course, Chen Xing nodded slightly. However, I have a small request. Could you assist me in liberating the soul contained within? An abrupt silence enveloped the hall, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The necromancers ceased their discussions regarding the azure skull, their gazes now wholly fixed upon Chen Xing. Oh, young man, what prompts you to make such a request? You must understand, for us necromancers, liberating souls is a trivial matter, yet it is also one of the tasks we are most reluctant to undertake. Perhaps you should consider a different request. Perhaps one of 100,000 gold coins would suit you better, the seer Sturt replied slowly, a glint of cold light flashing in his narrowed eyes. As the seer here, you must possess knowledge of many matters. Chen Xing's voice resonated as if from a distant realm. Indeed, young man, I am well versed in the hidden histories and treasures of this continent. Perhaps you would be more interested in the treasure of a dragon? Chen Xing's brow furrowed slightly. The proposition was tempting, yet it was not what he sought. In my homeland, disturbing the slumber of the dead is a grave sin, he replied, his tone growing colder. That dark archbishop, Charles, desecrated the deceased using necromancy. And thus he has met his end. I must free the souls he bound. For your principles? Sturt found the notion somewhat amusing. We necromancers are merely practitioners of necromantic magic. By your reasoning, must we also meet our end? There was a menacing undertone to the voice. With a slight smirk gracing Chen Xing's lips, his tone grew increasingly frigid. What do you think? The atmosphere in the hall shifted subtly. As several necromancers rose to their feet, and the skeletal knights leaned forward, fixated intently on Chen Xing. Should he make even the slightest move, a barrage of assaults would surely ensue. With a wave, the skeletal knights were dismissed, and a faint smile appeared on the face of the seer, Steer. Do not be alarmed. I am well aware of your combat prowess. Should hostilities arise, I fear none of us old men would leave this place unscathed. Steer's declaration stirred unease among the other necromancers, their gazes rife with skepticism. However, You two shall not emerge alive from this encounter. Do you believe that? Steer continued. I concede, Chen Xing acknowledged with a nod. So why not sit down and engage in a dialogue? You are an intelligent man and would surely refrain from actions beyond your capabilities. Moreover, the situation is not as you perceive it. Perhaps we could even become allies. A warm smile illuminated Steer's face, rendering him almost benevolent for a moment. Is there truly anything to discuss? Chen Xing responded, a faint smile emerging as he quietly took a seat and gently closed his eyes. Indeed, what I wish to convey is that we are fundamentally distinct from that dark archbishop you are familiar with. Oh yes, fundamentally different in essence. Oh, Steer inquired. He forcibly strips the living of their rights, binding their souls to serve his will. We, however, differ in our approach. Steer continued. Difference? Chen Xing inclined his head slightly. I can comprehend, yet I cannot accept. Steer's smile abruptly faltered. However, that is not my concern. I am here solely to request your assistance in liberating those bound souls. Do you not wish to reconsider your desire? You would gain immense wealth, or perhaps a succubus more to your liking. Steer persisted relentlessly. I do not wish to repeat myself, Chen Xing murmured, closing his eyes once more. Furthermore, she must be included in the liberation. Chen Xing gestured towards the succubus slumped on the ground. Steer regarded Chen Xing with a puzzled expression, seemingly struggling to grasp the source of his principles. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well, no problem. However, liberating these souls requires time and a ritual. It will likely be ready by this time tomorrow. I must ask you to endure a night here with me. Although you may find it uncomfortable, I genuinely hope you will come to appreciate this place. Steer smiled, his long beard quivering. Agreed, Chen Xing replied with a slight nod. Under the guidance of the skeletal knights, Chen Xing and his companions were led to the guest chambers of the castle. True to the castle's style, the ambience was eerie and foreboding, with phosphorescent flames flickering in every corner. Fortunately, the wretched wails that once filled the air were now absent. The accommodations are quite antiquated. One wonders where the necromancer procured such aged furniture. Chen Xing even felt as though he had stepped into a vampire's castle from ancient Europe, which, given the circumstances, was not entirely implausible. The guest rooms are interconnected, and at the end of the corridor, there is a modest lounge, presumably intended for guests to converse. Such a design is rarely found even in inns, making the foresight of the castle's architect truly commendable. Chen Xing and his companions gathered in the guest room. Brother Chen, can these necromancers truly release those souls? Judging by their demeanor, they seem unwilling to part with them even for a fortune of 10,000 gold coins. It must be a considerable challenge. Henry expressed his doubts. We must wait another day. It is incredibly uncomfortable here. Who knows if a female ghost might appear at my bedside tonight? The mere thought is terrifying. Henry continued to ramble, while the burly man nodded occasionally. Those souls are vital to them, Chen Xing suddenly interjected. It is power, Chen Bing added. No wonder they are reluctant to liberate them. However, cannot they communicate with the underworld to negotiate an exchange? Henry inquired. Perhaps there is a price to pay, Shioli remarked as she tidied the bedding. Chen Xing fell silent, and the room was enveloped in an uneasy quiet. Meanwhile, in the council chamber, a necromancer addressed the prophet, My lord. Have you truly decided to release all these souls? There are over 5,000 of them. It is a mystery how that dark bishop, Charles, managed to amass such a number. This is immense power. Another necromancer echoed, Indeed, my lord, to liberate such a vast reservoir of soul energy would be a grave loss. Let us not release them. Instead, let us convert that fighter into one of our own, and the issue will be resolved. Voices rose in the chamber, as the necromancers were clearly swayed by the prospect of such formidable soul energy. 5,000 premium souls could suffice to conduct a grand necromantic ritual, of value beyond mere gold. Prophet Shite closed his eyes, allowing the discourse among the mages to unfold without interjection. After a prolonged silence, he opened his eyes, his posture straightening. The frailty that once marked him vanished in an instant, radiating an aura of authority that quelled the commotion in the hall. The room fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Satisfied with the effect of his presence, Shite thought. Yet there was one more question lingering in his mind. Is that fighter truly someone you can contend with? Ruth lay quietly in the room, her eyes vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Linda, the little girl, was peeling fruits nearby, her lips curled in a playful pout. It had been over half a month since Chen Xing departed. While her physical condition had improved, her spirits remained persistently low. Since following Chen Xing, she had experienced greater joy than ever before, liberated from tasks that contradicted her will and free from the fear of being pursued by the Elders' Council. With Chen Xing by her side, it seemed as though he could shield her from all adversities. She felt as carefree as she had in the elven forest. But now, with his absence, Ruth sensed an unsettling void within herself. Nothing captured her interest, and she spent her days in a daze. "Ruth, can you not listen to me?" Linda's voice pulled Ruth from her reverie. Upon seeing Linda's adorable, pouting face, Ruth couldn't help but smile. "What is it, Linda? You're always like this. Are you missing Brother Chen again?" "Not at all, just reminiscing about the past," Ruth lightly deflected. "What were you about to tell me?" "Ah, right. I wanted to say." "What was it?" Linda tilted her little face skyward, resting her chin on her hand, brows furrowed in thought. The small knife in her hand swayed mindlessly near her cheek. "Ha ha," Ruth chuckled affectionately, reaching out to take the knife from Linda's grasp and set it aside. This little one, as the third princess of the now-destroyed Carlo Empire, exhibited none of the royal vices. She was vibrant and charming, and among her previous companions, she had been the one with whom Ruth connected the most. It was truly unfortunate that her defection had entangled this little girl in trouble. Yet, who could say if it might not be for the best? "By the way, I saw a beautiful piece of jewelry in the market yesterday. You would absolutely adore it. It's a sapphire necklace. Let us go take a look together later," Linda exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, I'll accompany you shortly," Ruth replied. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside in the courtyard. Several fighters were diligently training. Even though Chen Xing was gone, no one dared to slack off. His training regimen was notoriously rigorous, and none wished to face his ire for negligence. Moreover, such exertion only served to strengthen them. What was a little hardship in comparison? A procession approached the door, led by a heavily armored warrior, followed by a diverse assembly of advanced professionals, 20 individuals representing a variety of vocations. "This is the residence of Lord Chen Xing, is it not?" The armored warrior boomed, capturing the attention of the fighters. "What is it?" "This is private property. You cannot enter," one fighter retorted. "We are from the Hurricane Mercenary Corps. We have heard that this is the residence of the champion of the strongman tournament, Lord Chen Xing, and we have come to extend an invitation for him to join our mercenary group," the armored warrior declared with an imposing voice, exuding an air of arrogance. "Hurricane Mercenary Group? It is rather peculiar that this mercenary group does not appear on the mercenary rankings of the Timmy continent, particularly absent from the top 100. Regrettably, Brother Chen is not present, but I can convey your message," Czech remarked. "What does it matter if you are the champion? A fighter remains a fighter and can never truly rival the Dragon Knights." The armored warrior, filled with arrogance, gazed at Czech with a newfound disdain. The rough stone and wooden stakes in the courtyard amused him. It seemed rather impoverished to train with such rudimentary facilities. "Very well, I shall relay your message." Czech, sensing the disdain from the armored warrior, chose to remain silent. Such individuals were abundant. It was always the same. Once they realized the true prowess of a fighter, they would quickly become obsequious, which was quite tiresome. Having accompanied Chen Xing for an extended period, these fighters had developed discerning eyes, rendering them impervious to anger or inferiority. "Well then, we shall not intrude any further." The armored warrior turned away, suddenly seeming to recall something. "Tell Lord Chen Xing to bring you along as well. Although our mercenary group is newly established, we possess considerable resources and can certainly accommodate a few more." His words dripped with sarcasm, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the higher-ranked warriors. "Very well, I shall convey that," Czech replied, unperturbed, his expression betraying nothing. "Huh, look at this fighter. He is hardly impressive. It seems that Chen Xing lacks any remarkable strength, after all. I truly do not understand why the leader would seek them out. The champion of the strongman competition. I watched that match, and there must have been something amiss with that priest's health. There is no way that a fraud like Chen Xing could rise to the level of champion." Observing Czech's unresponsive demeanor, the mercenaries began to chatter amongst themselves, hurling venomous words at Chen Xing, and soon it escalated to outright insults. "Wait," Czech interjected suddenly. Ultimately, the armored warrior perceived only Chen Xing as a formidable opponent, disregarding the strength of the 5 fighters before him. "Hey, my friend, they did not mean it." Before he could finish, Czech interrupted him. "It is quite all right." "Truly." Czech slowly shook his head, while the other 4 fighters gradually stepped forward. "We are indeed not formidable warriors. They are not entirely wrong in what they say." Czech adjusted his cuff, and the fighters behind him mirrored his movements, presenting a synchronized front that instilled a profound sense of intimidation among the mercenaries. "However, you have insulted our master." Chek continued to tidy his attire, recalling how impressive Chen Xing appeared before a battle. Now he felt equally striking. The thrill of impending combat surged within him, igniting a fervor in his heart. Thus, Chek's voice turned as frigid as winter's ice. Let us engage in battle. I would like to recommend the work Thief by the esteemed author Tang Bihu. For those intrigued, do take a moment to explore it. However, his thoughts are profoundly misguided. To an astonishing degree, were his commander to learn of these developments, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire, far beyond his imagination. Yet, there is no time to ponder such matters. As taught by Chen Xing, once one enters a state of combat, all superfluous distractions must be cast aside. The fighters executed Chen Xing's teachings with precision. In a startling moment, the seasoned swordsman was struck with such force that his face was obliterated. A crimson spray erupting into the air. The piercing screams of agony echoed, but were swiftly silenced, leaving no room for reprieve. Chek had already seized the swordsman by the neck and, with a powerful swing, hurled him like a projectile, causing him to crash heavily against the courtyard wall. He slowly slid down, leaving a conspicuous trail of blood, his head drooping lifelessly to the side, having succumbed to unconsciousness. In accordance with Chen Xing's established style, the formidable power of modern combat techniques was unmistakably showcased. No one hesitated any longer. Even the most foolish of elite warriors understood the futility of mercy. They erupted with shouts of anger, the sound of weapons being drawn ringing through the air. The melee fighters surged forward, while the sorcerers at the back promptly brandished their wands, chanting spells in preparation for their assault. The brawlers charged in unison, and chaos ensued. In this tumultuous clash, the 5 fighters exemplified the results of Chen Xing's instruction. Each acted in complete accordance with his directives, discarding all flamboyant maneuvers. Every punch and kick was aimed directly at vital points, executed with incredible swiftness. Although devoid of protective armor, their speed was only amplified, allowing them to weave through the blades of the elite warriors with agility. This scene was chaotic. The sorcerers at the rear were unable to unleash their accumulated magic for fear of hitting their own. This allowed the fighters to navigate through the throng like fish in water, slipping through with such ease that even a mere brush against the edge went unnoticed. The once imposing elite warriors found themselves utterly confounded, their faces reddening in embarrassment as they clumsily flailed their weapons. Nearby, a swordsman watched in shock as the berserker was swiftly felled after a brief encounter. This revelation signaled his own impending doom. A fighter, driven by bloodlust, seized the swordsman's wrist in that fleeting moment of astonishment, delivering a powerful kick to his lower ribs. The sickening sound of breaking bones echoed as 3 ribs collapsed under the force, piercing his chest cavity. The jagged bone tips, stained with blood, rendered him unconscious without a sound. The heavily armored warrior, witnessing this scene, could scarcely believe his eyes. In a mere instant, 6 of the 20 elite warriors he had brought had been incapacitated, their fates grimly evident. Gazing upon the pallid remnants of shattered bones, one could hardly fathom how many of those defeated warriors could ever hope to regain their former combat prowess. No longer hesitating, the heavily armored warrior gestured towards the few mages at the rear. To attack, even at the risk of injuring his own comrades, was preferable to succumbing entirely in this place. Blinded by rage, the warrior had cast aside the orders of his captain. Eliminating the 5 fighters before him had become his singular focus. Unfortunately, his plans once again unraveled. A chilling wind howled through the air as 3 massive, arrowless projectiles, propelled with tremendous force, soared over the heads of those engaged in battle, tracing a graceful arc before crashing into the protective shields prepared by the 3 mages. The sound of 3 resounding impacts echoed, shattering the mages' defenses in an instant. The enormous arrows collided with the mages, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent them tumbling like ragdolls. When they finally came to rest, they lay motionless, their eyes spinning in confusion, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ruth's slender figure appeared at the doorway, her right hand gripping a massive wooden bow, with a quiver of arrows at her feet. A cold smirk adorned her beautiful face. Beside her, the young girl Linda leaned lazily against the doorframe, a peeled fruit in her delicate white hands, nibbling on it while regarding the armored warrior with a look of disdain. As though he were a fool, a heavy silence descended. The nightmare of the 3 arrows quickly illuminated the heavily armored warrior to the true nature of his predicament. He understood the captain's intent in summoning him to recruit these individuals. This was not the feeble mercenary group he had envisioned. It was clearly a demonic organization, one that even a young girl could instill fear. The fighters roared like wild beasts, swiftly dismantling their own ranks. Periodically, a warrior would be sent flying from the crowd, landing with fractures and unconsciousness. The fighters, driven by a frenzy, unleashed the pent-up resentment of being looked down upon in the past. Their attacks grew increasingly ruthless. Despite each sustaining injuries to varying degrees, none retreated. Such a rare opportunity for training must not go to waste. How could they honor Brother Chen's teachings without a satisfying kill? With only 5 mercenaries remaining, they simultaneously advanced, each mirroring the other's movements, their right palms thrusting into their opponent's chests. In unison, they struck with a powerful thrust. Bang! The 5 dull thuds echoed in perfect harmony. In that instant, the remaining mercenaries trembled, their garments shredding at the back. Without uttering a sound, they all collapsed limply to the ground. The ancient martial art had claimed its toll. The heavily armored warrior trembled violently, gazing in disbelief at the 5 blood-soaked fighters approaching him, rendered speechless. Was this truly how his contingent of 20 elite warriors would meet their end? This had to be an illusion. Yes, it must be a mere figment of his imagination. A satisfied smile graced Jack's face as he offered a slight bow to the armored warrior. Thank you for providing us with such excellent training fodder. And please convey our regards to your captain. We will relay your invitation in full detail to Brother Chen, including your perfect greetings from earlier. I highly recommend the remarkable urban fantasy novel The Charming Young Master by the esteemed author, Shi Jinpiaoling. It is truly worth exploring. On the Isle of Whales. In the city of Oblivion, Chen Xing and his companions were guided by skeletal attendants to the former council chamber. The chamber remained adorned as it had been before. Yet now it was populated by a multitude of necromancers, 15 in total, engaged in hushed discussions, while numerous skeletal knights stood guard around them. Observing the golden trims embellishing the robes of the necromancers, Henry felt a dryness in his throat. The prophet, SHT, awaited in the chamber, rising gracefully upon noticing Chen Xing and his companions. His gaunt visage bore a friendly smile. Did you rest well last night, my friend? As SHT spoke, the surrounding necromancers turned their gazes toward Chen Xing and his group. Henry hastily retreated behind Chen Xing, silently cursing SHT for making them the center of attention. This cunning old man had drawn the focus of so many upon him with a mere utterance. With a slight nod to the ground, Chen Xing maintained an impassive expression, quietly awaiting SHT's subsequent words. The pleasantries held no weight for him. His primary objective for being there must be realized, and everything else was mere triviality. Now, Lord Chen Xing, in accordance with our agreement, I shall liberate the 5,000 souls bound within the cup of Hecate, as well as that treacherous succubus. As a gesture of gratitude towards you, SHT finally articulated the news Chen Xing longed to hear. A subtle smile crept upon Chen Xing's lips, for he was quite pleased with this outcome. Such formidable necromancers were not ones he could afford to offend. Should conflict arise, he had little confidence in escaping the necropolis with Chen Bing and the others. The ritual to liberate the souls was to be conducted at the altar in the castle's rear courtyard, a site traditionally used by necromancers for their sacrificial rites. Given the scale of necromantic spells, which often demanded lengthy incantations and numerous offerings, the altar was frequently utilized. It was an essential element of the necromancer's stronghold. Upon arriving at the altar, Chen Xing was taken aback by its size. He had not anticipated that it would tower 3 zhang high, constructed entirely from colossal skeletal remains, with countless phosphorescent flames flickering around it, exuding an eerie ambience. It was no wonder the castle was so expansive. This altar occupied a considerable portion of its space. As Chen Xing realized, as SHT arrived at the altar, the ritual to liberate the souls commenced. Although SHT made the process appear effortless, it was, in truth, fraught with peril. The souls, having been subjected to the cup of Hecate's influence for an extended period, had grown exceedingly volatile and could very well transform into vengeful spirits. Once they morphed into such entities, the task of liberating them would become nearly impossible. Thus, utilizing the sacrificial ceremony was a means to ensure safety throughout the process. Chen Xing and his companions quietly stood aside, observing as Shites solemnly placed the azure skull upon the elevated altar. Soon, a prolonged and somber chant began to resonate in the air. 6 necromancers took their positions at the corners of the altar, forming a hexagram, their low incantations harmonizing with Shite's voice. Chen Xing could distinctly sense the air within the cavern beginning to stir, a phenomenon he had not experienced since his arrival. Stealthily positioning himself to shield Xiao Li and the others, he understood that such a peculiar scene might lead to unforeseen events. A modicum of preparation would prove advantageous. The air currents accelerated, swiftly transforming into a whirlwind that encircled the altar within mere moments. Countless phosphorescent flames were drawn into the vortex, gradually suffusing it with an eerie green luminescence. As the incantation progressed, all present could hear chilling screams and wails emanating from the altar, as if the very structure had come to life. Countless skulls writhed above, howling and cackling in a manner that sent shivers down Chen Xing's spine. The imposing figure of the black giant cowered behind Chen Xing, contorting his large frame in a comical attempt to conceal himself. Despite her pale complexion, Xiaoli endeavored to maintain her composure. After a night of adjustment, she had greatly improved and was determined not to remain a burden to Chen Xing. The ritual continued. Yet Shite was consumed by regret and dread. No one could have anticipated that the cup of Hecate contained not merely 5,000 robust souls, but, more alarmingly, a demon, a true demon. This malevolent entity lay concealed among the strong souls, cloaking its essence and biding its time to escape its prison. Under its influence, the surrounding spirits had morphed into vengeful wraiths. These were revelations that Shite had neither foreseen nor heeded, although necromancers could discern the number of souls bound within Hecate's cup. A demon is not a soul and cannot be sensed by necromancers, leaving Shite oblivious to its existence until the moment he endeavored to liberate the souls. As the ritual approached its critical juncture and the release of the souls commenced, Shite realized the magnitude of his grievous error. It was evident that any demon requiring a vessel as formidable as Hecate's cup could not possibly be feeble. Now, it was too late. The ritual had progressed too far, and the amassed necromantic energy began to stir restlessly. Reluctantly, Shite relinquished his thoughts of halting the ritual and commenced the final steps. The immense green whirlwind surrounding the altar intensified, revealing ethereal specters swirling in the air. The necromantic energy surged to a state of saturation. With a faint crack, the piercing wails abruptly ceased. The whirlwind enveloping the altar dispersed, and countless phosphorescent flames traced luminous arcs through the air, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Hecate's cup had opened as Shite suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. The moment he opened Hecate's goblet, an immense force struck his body directly. Had it not been for the protective aura of necromantic energy enveloping him during the ritual, that single blow would have been sufficient to reduce Shite to mere fragments of bone. Chen Xing, sensing this from below, abruptly lifted his gaze. Countless ethereal lights of souls were scattering from the altar, and amidst these radiant spirits, a group of peculiar souls lingered, their mournful wails piercing the air once more. Enveloped by these souls, a colossal figure gradually emerged, with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a serpentine tail coiling behind. This strange form was adorned with intricate magical patterns, and its blood-red eyes radiated a boundless aura of lethal intent. The demon Camilla. Camilla, a mid-tier demon, possessed the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and a snake's tail. Its shape was exceedingly bizarre, characterized by a bloodthirsty and ruthless disposition, coupled with formidable power. Capable of wielding advanced dark magic and exhibiting immense physical strength, Camilla's true terror lay not in these attributes, but in its ability to breathe fire. The flames it unleashed could effortlessly melt steel, rendering any material powerless against its inferno. Even the weapons of deities would succumb. Thus, despite being merely a mid-tier demon, Camilla ranked among the upper echelons in the infernal realm. However, its notorious lechery, particularly towards young maidens, tarnished its reputation, often making it the subject of ridicule among other demons. Shite found himself utterly speechless, trembling violently. Camilla. Indeed, it was Camilla. He cursed himself for not succumbing to unconsciousness immediately. Forced to experience the overwhelming might of Camilla, rivaling that of a dragon, from such a close distance. The blood-red eyes nearly suffocated him, and the sharp teeth glistened with viscous saliva, evoking a sense of revulsion. Camilla, however, did not direct its attention towards the necromancer Shite. At the moment of its liberation, it had already dealt a powerful blow to the old man, harboring complete confidence in its strength, convinced that the old man, nearing skeletal form, would not survive before such overwhelming force, even with a magical shield. Its focus had been fixed from the outset on an unremarkable human below the altar, a being so ordinary that one could find countless similar figures in any human city. Yet, by the demon's innate intuition, Camilla recognized that this human was undoubtedly the most perilous presence among all gathered. Under the gaze of that seemingly indifferent person, Camilla felt an inexplicable fear arise from the depths of its being. This is inconceivable. How could a demon harbor fear towards an ordinary human? Camilla felt profoundly insulted. a wave of humiliation washing over her. Despite being ridiculed by other demons for her lustful nature and subsequently confined within this chalice of Hecate as a formidable demon, the notion of fearing a mere human was utterly intolerable. The overwhelming shame instantaneously morphed into rage. It was nothing short of absurd. Chen Xing suddenly found the situation ludicrous. A ceremony meant to liberate souls had swiftly devolved into a battle, were it not for the pitiable appearance of Sterna. He might have believed he was witnessing a performance by a necromancer. The grotesque figure before him loomed larger. Chen Xing clenched his fists tightly, exuding a formidable aura that propelled everyone behind him to one side of the castle. His short hair danced wildly in the tempest, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. A familiar cold smirk gracing his lips. With his inner energy fully unleashed, the rocky ground beneath him explosively shattered, propelling him like a cannonball towards the descending Camilla. A powerful whirlwind enveloped him, generated by the release of his energy. As the colossal maw of the lion descended, Chen Xing could distinctly perceive the fury reflected in its blood-red eyes. Though the source of this wrath eluded him, he instinctively reacted with decisive swiftness. In the astonished gaze of the necromancers present, Chen Xing's body inexplicably paused mid-air, as if standing on an invisible staircase. In an instant, he ascended to an incredible height, deftly evading Camilla's ferocious bite. Camilla blinked in disbelief as the human she was about to seize suddenly vanished, leaving only the cold ground in his stead. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was met with the first assault from this seemingly mundane individual. Chen Xing accelerated downwards through the air, swiftly closing the distance to the bewildered Camilla, positioning himself head down, nearly level with her. With a sudden extension of his right hand, he grasped the massive lion's head of Camilla. Channeling all his strength, he propelled her head forcefully towards the rocky ground. The resounding impact startled everyone, creating a substantial crater in the stone surface. Camilla's entire body was entrenched within it, her serpent-like tail thrashing in a futile display, painting a scene of utter devastation. Utilizing the recoil, Chen Xing executed a flawless backflip mid-air, a cold smile still adorning his face, though to the onlookers, this expression had morphed into a demonic grin. The formidable demon Camilla had been swiftly vanquished into the earth by this unassuming fighter. It felt like a surreal dream, although the necromancers refused to admit their fading eyesight. The scene before them compelled them to question their perceptions. This seemingly ordinary fighter was undeniably a manifestation of demonic might. Only Shite, that old fellow, was on the altar expressing gratitude for the generosity of the Lord of the Underworld. Had he not utilized divination to perceive Chen Xing's formidable strength? Had he too been ensnared by the allure of those 5,000 souls like those necromancers, then this place would undoubtedly be engulfed in ashes. The fighter had proven to be even more powerful than he had anticipated, a strength beyond imagination. That was Camilla, the demon Camilla, a being as formidable as a bone dragon. To think he could be so effortlessly defeated, what manner of power was this? The hard, rocky ground suddenly erupted, shards of stone scattering in every direction. Camilla's massive form leapt from the debris, its lion's head already stained with blood, while its goat's hooves trembled slightly. Camilla was now on the brink of madness. Within a single encounter, this ordinary human had reduced him to such a state. Rage, shame, and terror surged through Camilla's entire being. The vengeful spirits surrounding him felt this overwhelming malice and fled in panic. With eyes twisted in fury, Camilla opened his maw wide and, astonishingly, uttered human words. Bind. In an instant, an invisible force constricted around Chen Xing, startling him. This bizarre creature could wield human incantations? The ordeal was far from over. Under the horrified gazes of the necromancers, Camilla continued to chant incomprehensible and obscure spells from his lion's mouth. As the incantation progressed, all present could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations in the air. Billowing clouds of black mist materialized from nowhere, enveloping Camilla completely. Within this shroud, blood-red eyes gleamed like two haunting lanterns, radiating a soul-snatching menace. Camilla possessed a rather unfortunate habit of employing an uncontrollable spell during battle. The incantation itself was quite simple, one that any mage on the continent could wield. However, the sheer magnitude of magical energy it required was staggering. Given the current decline of magical civilization, it would take at least 2 mage-level sorcerers resonating together to sustain such immense power. The repercussions of such potent magic often left everyone bemused. Upon completion of the incantation, one might unleash a tremendous assault, or perhaps nothing would occur at all, or worse, a disastrous magical backlash might ensue. In essence, the spell was one of unpredictable outcomes. Its effects alarmingly diverse. There was a time when two mage-level sorcerers, in an attempt to experiment with this spell, nearly exhausted themselves, only to produce a shockingly trivial result, a mere flicker of flame, causing both to faint in disbelief. From that moment on, few dared to invoke such a peculiar enchantment. The name of this spell was the box. The dense black mist enveloping Camilla thickened, rendering her form entirely indistinguishable. Strangely, the mist did not disperse. It merely writhed in a massive cluster. As the low, resonant chant of incantations approached its conclusion, a palpable pressure seemed to permeate the air, as if heralding an imminent event. Suddenly, with a soft sound emanating from the black mist, the incantation ceased. In an instant, the mist vanished, revealing Camilla's corporeal form. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. As the black mist dissipated, a strikingly handsome man emerged, his golden hair cascading around a face of ethereal beauty, marred by a distortion of rage. He stood completely nude, his dusky skin adorned with intricate, mysterious black magical patterns, while massive wings unfurled from his back, gently fluttering. Was this truly the demon Camilla? The grotesque demon Camilla? Demonification. Astonishingly, the effect of the cube had resulted in demonification. This was a specialized magic of high-ranking demons, not accessible to all, with profoundly stringent rules and requiring immense magical power. Its purpose was to transform a non-demonic being into a demon. However, it had never been heard that this magic could be applied to a demon itself. This was undoubtedly a magical backlash produced by the cube. Such an improbable outcome had manifested in an utterly unexpected scenario, yielding a terrifying effect. The demon Camilla had undergone a transformation through such magic, a new demon, unprecedented and unique. Camilla stared in astonishment at her transformed body, scrutinizing it briefly before redirecting her focus to the figure of Chen Xing nearby. A cruel smile spread across her face, tinged with excitement. Such immense power coursed through her, brimming with dark energy. This was the means to obliterate the human who had inflicted suffering upon her. Yes, she must tear him to shreds. With a slight flutter of her enormous wings, Camilla ascended into the air. A piercing shriek filled the atmosphere as her figure vanished, only to reappear directly before Chen Xing, her right fist poised to strike him in the chest. The force of the wind pressure instantly straightened Chen Xing's short hair. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Camilla's astonishing speed left Chen Xing momentarily stunned. He could only muster a feeble defense before enduring the full brunt of the powerful blow. He was propelled backward, unable to control his trajectory, and crashed into the massive altar, landing 5 zhang away. The entire altar trembled visibly from the impact, and numerous fragments of bone rattled loose, plummeting to the ground, as if the structure itself were on the verge of collapse. The necromancers were utterly astounded. The magnitude of this power was staggering. As the creators of the altar, they were acutely aware that the materials employed were far from ordinary bones. Each component had been meticulously reinforced through necromantic sorcery, rendering it incredibly resilient. Otherwise, it could not possibly support such an immense altar. Yet, after being struck by Chen Xing, it quivered, an astonishing event indeed. This clearly indicated the formidable strength of the demon Chimera's previous assault. However, the spectacle was far from over. With a resounding howl, the demon Chimera's entire body shimmered with intricate magical patterns, radiating a sinister black luminescence. A tremendous wave of dark energy surged throughout his form. Under the watchful gaze of all present, Chimera's hands glowed with an obsidian brilliance. Clasping his hands together, he opened his palms, directing them toward the location where Chen Xing had fallen. Dark magic, dark energy sphere, activate. Like a nightmarish vision, Chimera unleashed a barrage of pitch-black energy spheres, relentlessly striking the position occupied by Chen Xing amidst the swirling smoke. Bolstered by an overwhelming reservoir of magical power, Chimera's spheres were discharged with the rapidity of a machine gun, creating a dense line of darkness that tore through the air. The shrill cries of the ruptured atmosphere filled the ears of all witnesses. Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, the corner of the altar where Chen Xing stood trembled violently, and fragments of skeletal remains that had previously ceased their descent reappeared in the air. In that moment, the entire altar bore the brunt of Chimera's wrath. With the atmosphere saturated in frenzied dark elements, the necromancers were led to believe they had arrived at the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the burly man at the rear was curled up in fright, having endured relentless trials since arriving on this Isle of Wailing, to the point where he feared he had lost his sanity. In stark contrast, Chen Bing and his companions remained coldly observant, seemingly indifferent to the falling debris, their faces betraying no trace of concern or fear. Brother Xing is invincible, was the unspoken consensus among Chen Bing and the others. At last, the onslaught of energy spheres came to a halt. Even with Chimera's formidable constitution, he could not sustain such an endless barrage, not even with a basic spell. Gasping for breath, Chimera's handsome visage broke into a smirk, which gradually morphed into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! The dignity of a demon is not to be trifled with. A mere human, no matter how powerful, cannot withstand the might of Chimera. Die, perish. Go repent in hell for the sin of trampling upon the dignity of demons. The necromancer prophet Shite finally managed to escape the altar amidst the chaos of the attack, seizing his chance to flee. Now, he hurriedly approached Chen Bing and the others, visibly frantic. With a cold glance at Shite, a trace of a sneer appeared on Chen Bing's face. Be quiet and observe closely. His chilling voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of hell. Our brother will absolutely, without a doubt, not lose. I highly recommend the captivating novel The Stunning Young Master by the renowned author Shi Piaoling. If you are fond of urban fantasy, do take a moment to explore its pages. Camilla's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at the figure approaching her. Chen Xing appeared disheveled, his garments torn to shreds from the relentless barrage he had just endured. Only the most essential areas remained concealed by tattered fabric. His exposed skin bore numerous wounds, with a deep gash on his right shoulder oozing crimson blood. His short hair was tousled, yet his eyes still gleamed with a chilling intensity. Indeed, he was a formidable demon. Since the inception of his inner strength, Chen Xing had never faced such an overwhelming assault. Even his protective internal technique, the Golden Bell Shield, had proven inadequate against such sustained and powerful attacks, ultimately resulting in a sizable shard of bone carving into his shoulder. Despite his dire state, a thrill of exhilaration surged within him. A true warrior, this was the essence of strength, a force that ignited the very blood in his veins. The excitement of battle enveloped him as he inhaled deeply, and upon exhaling, he regained his composure. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gradually assumed a fighting stance. A sudden sense of danger washed over him. The demon Camilla felt as though she had been ensnared in a colossal vortex. This seemingly ordinary man exerted an immense pressure upon her, rendering everything surreal. She was once again engulfed by the horrifying sensation she had experienced when breaking the seal. It was fear. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Xing's lips as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Taking another deep breath, he heard a faint crackle from his body, and 4 exquisite pieces of jewelry clattered to the ground. Beside him, Chen Bing observed with a cold smile. The demon was in for a misfortune. With her restraints lifted, the pace of battle escalated. In an instant, Chen Xing's figure became indistinct, vanishing like a phantom. A sudden, piercing shriek echoed through the air, the sound of Chen Xing slicing through it at high speed. Dust and debris swirled around the arena. There was scarcely time to react. The 5 zhang distance seemed non-existent to Chen Xing. Camilla suddenly felt a tightness around her head, and before her appeared Chen Xing's fearsome silhouette. He grasped her head with one hand, a cold smirk adorning his face. With a swift motion, he thrust his knee forward. Bang! Chen Xing's knee made intimate contact with Camilla's exquisite visage. The immense force sent her hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Even while airborne, Chen Xing's right hand reached out with fierce determination. A powerful gravitational pull countered Camilla's momentum, suspending her midair. With his left fist, he unleashed a series of devastating blows upon her, landing 5 strikes in rapid succession. A cascade of blood burst forth, and Camilla's body was mercilessly battered by Chen Xing, akin to a ragdoll unable to mount an effective defense. Accelerating once more, Chen Xing moved with such speed that the necromancers present questioned their own vision. It was akin to teleportation. The sound of jaws dropping in disbelief filled the air. When Chen Xing reappeared, he was already beneath Camilla. With a powerful kick, he propelled her into the sky, his body following closely, turning like a whirlwind. His legs swung in a circular motion, striking Camilla repeatedly, the speed creating a series of afterimages. The ancient martial arts of China. The 9 turns of the leg technique. The impact was tremendous, causing Camilla to spit blood intermittently. It was terrifying. This man was truly formidable. Even her robust demonic body, which could withstand a dragon's blow, was suffering such immense damage from his relentless attacks. She felt as though her insides were ablaze, violently churning. No longer could she hesitate. Camilla clenched her teeth, her magical runes flashing intensely. The remaining dark energy within her surged forth, manifesting as a small sun, albeit a black one, suddenly appearing in the air. A tremendous shockwave erupted, and Chen Xing felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, the immense recoil sending him crashing down like a cannonball, leaving him momentarily powerless and unable to control his descent as he was forcefully thrust into the ground, sending shards of rock flying. The audience gasped in astonishment. The black sun began to rotate slowly, and everyone could distinctly sense the tremendous energy emanating from it. Camilla, hidden within, was bleeding profusely from her mouth. Just as it had appeared suddenly, the black sun vanished just as abruptly, plunging the cavern into silence, absent of energy fluctuations or ghostly wails. It felt as though they had entered another realm, a lifeless world. Camilla hovered quietly in the air, observing as the ground below began to swell. The same ordinary figure re-emerging. She sighed inwardly. Such a powerful man was rare, even in hell. Chen Xing gradually emerged from the massive pit, despite his disheveled appearance. He remained full of spirit. The wounds adorning his body and the blood streaming from his shoulders seemed utterly insignificant to him. His gaze was fixed intently on Camilla in the sky, devoid of any expression. Wiping the blood from his lips, Camilla bowed to Chen Xing and spoke. Her voice deep yet magnetic. "You are indeed a formidable human. I extend my respect to you." Chen Xing remained remarkably calm. "As the first to survive under my hand, I ought to commend you. I had intended to continue our game, but it seems the time and circumstances are not quite right." A strange smile appeared on Camilla's handsome face. "I concur," Chen Xing nodded. "Wait for me. I shall reappear before you, fueled by my anger and newfound strength. You are my disgrace, and this disgrace must be cleansed with blood." Camilla's expression began to contort, fresh blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. "Do you think you can escape?" Chen Xing's face was filled with a cold smirk. The surrounding necromancers finally seized their opportunity, recognizing that the demon was faltering. The act of striking a drowning dog is a skill known to all. Instantly, the incantations of various spells echoed simultaneously, causing the necromantic energy in the air to fluctuate. A cold smile crept across Camira's face as she cast a glance at the nearby necromancers. "How could you insignificant insects comprehend the demon's true power? Farewell, formidable being. You have yet to reveal your name to me." "I am Chen Xing," he declared solemnly. "Before we part, there is something I must convey." "What is it?" Camira inquired, as a dense black fog enveloped her body, signaling the onset of her magic. "Your wings are quite unsightly," Chen Xing replied, nodding emphatically to emphasize his point. "What? You scoundrel!" Camira's furious voice was abruptly silenced. The black mist surrounding her swiftly engulfed her, writhing incessantly, and amidst a surge of spatial distortion, Camira vanished without a trace, leaving only chaos in her wake as evidence of her presence. Turning with a smile, Chen Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. That was perilous. He had truly reached his limits. And the injuries he sustained were far more severe than they appeared on the surface. The initial assault from the demon Camira had inflicted significant internal damage, and the subsequent battle had only compounded his woes. Had Camira not fled, he genuinely would not have known how to continue the fight. Demons are indeed formidable beings. Gradually making his way towards Chen Bing and the others, Chen Xing savored the aftershocks of the recent battle. What a thrill it was. Suddenly, the world darkened, and everything turned upside down. Outside Chen Xing's room lay the remnants of a necromancer knight. This was the result of an incident that occurred when the knight, overconfident in his superiority, neglected to knock before entering, leading to his demise as dozens of ice shards pierced him, nailing him to the corridor outside. Since that day, no one dared to approach that place again. Chen Xing slowly opened his eyes, first meeting the concerned gaze of Chen Bing. A brief glance around the room revealed Shu Li sleeping soundly in a chair nearby. Chen Bing was overjoyed to see Chen Xing awaken, his excitement rendering him speechless. No one had more faith in Chen Xing than he did. Yet no one feared for Chen Xing's safety more than he did. For days, he had quietly watched over Chen Xing, listening to his steady breathing, eagerly awaiting his awakening. In Chen Bing's heart, Chen Xing had become a godlike figure, deserving of unwavering protection. Apart from Shu Li, Chen Bing permitted no one else to approach Chen Xing. Shaking his head, Chen Xing slowly rose to his feet. He distinctly felt that the energy within him had not diminished due to this injury. On the contrary, something unknown had transpired during his unconsciousness, and his energy had become more robust, lively, and vibrant than before. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Evidently, he had made further progress. The battles of the strong indeed serve as the finest catalyst for power. Shuli was awakened by the sound of Chen Xing's movement, and she instantly sprang up in excitement, tears of joy streaming down her face as she rushed into his embrace, her tears soaking his chest. Upon hearing the commotion, Henry and the burly man hurried over, their joy rendering them momentarily speechless. Everyone was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the demon Camilla, and they understood just how terrifying Chen Xing's power was to have defeated such an adversary. Initially, when Chen Xing had been gravely injured and unconscious, some had dared to propose a certain suggestion, but upon his awakening, no one dared to utter such a thought again. That would surely be tantamount to courting death. Even if one were already a specter, they would undoubtedly face death once more. Chen Xing re-entered the council chamber, once again taking his original seat. Everything seemed to revert to how it had been upon his initial arrival. The only difference was the altered demeanor of the necromancers towards Chen Xing and Chen Bing. Of course, there were also the newly present skeletal night guards in the hall. The meeting proceeded in a cordial atmosphere. The necromancer prophet, Shite, first expressed profound gratitude for Chen Xing's assistance, and then conveyed admiration for his strength. Following this, he offered a vision for future development, hoping to establish a permanent strategic partnership with Chen Xing. He also assured that they would diligently address the employment issues of the fleeing wraiths in accordance with Chen Xing's wishes. Chen Xing remained as usual, his expression neutral and devoid of emotion. He quietly listened to Shite's speech, becoming increasingly absorbed in thought until he seemed on the verge of dozing off. "Brother Chen, I have a matter I wish to inquire about from the esteemed prophet." The burly man spoke timidly, a demeanor that starkly contrasted with his imposing figure, evidently shaken by their recent journey. "Oh, Shite," having little impression of the burly man aside from his association with Chen Xing, treated him with courtesy. "Well, The burly man fumbled with his hands. "Esteemed prophet, I wonder if you are acquainted with a ghost named Chioli." "Chioli, such a peculiar name. I've never heard of it, but the realm of the dead is vast, far beyond my comprehension. Perhaps it exists elsewhere," Shite responded. "Oh." The burly man's face fell in disappointment. "Wait, Chioli, this does not seem like a ghost's name. I recall there is a female wraith named Chioli who guards the northwest of Wailing Isle." Yes, that is her." The burly man nodded vigorously, as if pecking like a chick. "What business do you have with her?" Shite inquired, puzzled as to why a specter would seek contact with such an ordinary human. "Lord Shite, might you kindly deliver this to her? Simply convey that Kaji will forever cherish her and wishes her everlasting happiness and beauty." The burly man reverently produced a stunning necklace from his bosom. It was an ancient and unpretentious bronze necklace, yet the exquisite craftsmanship of its intricate patterns spoke volumes of its worth. On the reverse side of the pendant, a clear inscription read, "To my most beautiful wife, Julie. Wishing you eternal joy and beauty. Forever yours, Kaji." "What is this?" Shite inquired, somewhat perplexed. "This necklace was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. He instructed me to deliver it to a soul named Julie on Wailing Isle. He believed that Julie still awaits his message. I must inform her that Kaji, once paralyzed by fear, failed to uphold his promise and now laments his choices. By the time he comprehended everything, it was too late. Kaji is now destined for hell to atone for his eternal sins." The burly man spoke slowly, tears welling in his eyes. Nodding slightly, Shite tucked the necklace into his embrace. "Rest assured, I shall deliver this necklace." The journey away from Wailing Isle was, in truth, far shorter than the route taken to arrive. Under Shite's guidance, Chen Xing and his companions traversed a notably shorter path, emerging close to their small vessel. After bidding farewell and promising to return with ample magical crystals to visit Shite once more, Chen Xing and his group finally set forth on their return journey. Upon reaching the shore, they lingered not, leaving the burly man, Kaji, with 100 gold coins before hastening towards the Dragon Empire. Chen Xing harbored concerns for the situation in the Dragon Empire, particularly since Lu Si remained within the crosshairs of the Assassin Guild. Whether the 5 fighters left behind could withstand the onslaught of the assassins was uncertain. While in the carriage, Chen Xing took a moment to introspectively assess his internal condition, leading to immense delight. The battles on Wailing Isle had significantly accelerated the development of his inner energy. The 2 energy clusters within him were subtly gravitating towards solidification, indicating imminent advancement. Even the surface of his skin revealed remarkable changes, with a smooth, flowing essence becoming apparent, and his muscle strength had notably surpassed a previously insurmountable threshold. It seemed that combat truly was the most effective means of enhancing one's power. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and in the distance, the towering walls of the Dragon Empire's capital, Seber, came into view. As soon as they entered the city, Henry promptly informed Chen Xing and made his way directly to the mercenary guild. Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Henry was, in fact, a highly competent thief. At each location, he diligently gathered intelligence, much to Chen Xing's satisfaction. Of course, this came at a financial cost, but fortunately, Chen Xing had earned enough to cover these expenses. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Xing's brow furrowed immediately. The entire courtyard appeared as if it had been ravaged by a tempest, littered with an array of debris. The walls bore numerous gaping holes, undoubtedly the result of Ruth's colossal bow. The wooden posts and bluestones, which once served as training equipment, lay shattered. Inside the house, the disarray was even more pronounced, with various household items strewn haphazardly about. Every room was in utter chaos, devoid of any human presence. Chen Xing's countenance resembled frost, and he remained silent. Although Shuli was anxious, she refrained from speaking, standing obediently by Chen Xing's side. Chen Bing, as always, maintained his icy demeanor. Both he and Shuli understood that a battle had undoubtedly taken place here, and their companions had surely met with defeat. They could hardly fathom that such an event transpired in the capital of the Divine Dragon Empire, beneath the Emperor's very nose, an utter disregard for authority. Observing Chen Xing's frigid expression, Chen Bing could distinctly sense the seething fury concealed beneath that visage. After a slow and thorough search for clues within the house, Chen Xing helplessly shook his head. He was not a scout, and clearly lacked proficiency in the art of investigation. After rummaging for quite some time, he failed to uncover any suspicious leads. Or perhaps, the intruders had left no traces behind. This left Chen Xing somewhat vexed. He settled onto a relatively intact chair in the center of the courtyard, immersing himself in contemplation. Since arriving in the Timmy continent, he had indeed offended numerous factions. Yet, this was the capital of the Divine Dragon Empire, and he believed no faction would dare to act recklessly here. Chen Xing was particularly aware of the prowess of those fighters in Ruth. The notion of stealthily abducting them seemed utterly impossible. The disorder in the courtyard attested to a fierce conflict. Therefore, the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire must be cognizant of these events. If so, why was there no vigilance upon entering the city? With this thought, Chen Xing furrowed his brow. What if it was the Emperor's directive? Brother Chen, it seems we are in trouble this time, Henry remarked. Chen Xing's voice remained flat, yet Henry understood the intensity of the anger simmering beneath that calm exterior, causing him to revel in the misfortune of those responsible for these deeds. Oh, noticing Chen Xing's complexion, Henry swallowed hard and continued. 3 days ago, the leader of that mercenary group personally intervened, bringing along their strongest elite, which finally allowed them to abduct Jack and Ruth. Henry's expression turned somewhat pallid. Through his intelligence gathering, he had come to know about the mercenary group's background. What about the Empire? Chen Xing inquired. No statements or indications have been made from the Divine Dragon Empire, as if they are entirely oblivious to the happenings here. However, the leader of that mercenary group is none other than James, a former Dragon Knight of the Divine Dragon Empire, Henry replied. Chen Xing's face was as cold as ice. If the power of the state were mobilized, he indeed had little recourse. However, if it were to be played covertly, then one must be equipped to engage in such games. The Dragon Knights were reputed to be among the most formidable military units on the continent. Their numbers exceedingly scarce. Only 12 existed within the Divine Dragon Empire. Now, Chen Xing was curious to know if the Emperor would feel the sting of losing even one Dragon Knight. The specifics of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps are as follows. Chen Xing's voice, raspy and cold as ice, sent an involuntary chill down Chen Bing's spine. Clearing his throat, Henry felt his throat dry. Before him, Chen Xing exhibited an unprecedented aura of lethal intent. The overwhelming pressure made it difficult for him to speak. The Hurricane Mercenary Corps is newly established, comprising solely of elite professional warriors. Although it does not yet hold a rank on the continent's mercenary leaderboard, its combat prowess is sufficient to place it among the top 3. The commander is James, a retired Dragon Knight of the Divine Dragon Empire, whose strength is formidable. He once faced 3 Golden-Tier heavy infantry and 2 sorcerers on the battlefield, annihilating the enemy and surviving. The vice commander, Levi, a great swordsman, was previously an elite of the Divine Dragon Empire's Swordmaster Battalion, now retired. He is a formidable warrior surpassing the Golden Tier. Additionally, There are several other elites within the core, all powerful figures on the continent, contributing to an overall exceptional strength. Nodding slightly, Chen Xing felt an intensifying fury. Dragon Knights and Great Swordsmen. Humph. It seems the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire holds me in high regard, dispatching such a formidable lineup. Those so-called elites are likely the CRME de la CRME of the military, perhaps even instructors. His fists clenched slowly. These formidable individuals are surely the Emperor's prized possessions. He was genuinely curious to see how they could compensate for their actions. Where are they now? Chen Xing gradually calmed himself, and the atmosphere around them relaxed. However, everyone understood that this relaxation was not born of anger, but rather a profound and palpable intent to kill emanating from Chen Xing. Prepare yourselves. Chen Xing commanded as he stood, facing Chen Bing and Xiaoli. Let us witness this so-called mercenary corps. Nodding in agreement, Chen Bing and Xiaoli began their preparations. They required no unnecessary items, but this battle would likely not be a mere skirmish. Essential medical supplies must be adequately equipped. Chen Bing had learned much from Chen Xing's battle on the island of Wailing, understanding that true strength is not merely physical but also resides in the spirit. A warrior must always be willing to confront challenges, never allowing inner demons to intimidate them. This principle had always been upheld by Chen Xing and was now embraced by Chen Bing. Xiaoli carefully wrapped the pair of gauntlets, taking great care to keep them close. She meticulously prepared for anything Chen Xing might require, showing no signs of negligence. This had become her habit. After their preparations, the group stepped out of the courtyard. 80 miles southeast of the capital of the Divine Dragon Empire, in the northern part of the small town of Jika, lies an abandoned garrison. It is all the fault of that Gi's, who, believing himself to possess some merit, has adopted an air of arrogance. To think that he instigated a battle during our very first encounter, leaving no room for reconciliation afterwards. The mere recollection of that incident causes James to grind his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the fact that this fool is a confidant of the Chancellor, he would have faced dire consequences by now. His recklessness has thrust me into a position of complete passivity, placing me in direct opposition to Chen Xing. I am acutely aware of Chen Xing's prowess. During the recent tournament of formidable fighters, I meticulously observed that extraordinary martial artist. Each bout allowed me to juxtapose my skills against those of my contemporaries, witnessing many opponents whom I believed to be on par with myself being effortlessly vanquished by Chen Xing. This has significantly eroded my confidence. Were it not for the power of the flying dragon at my disposal, I would never entertain the notion of engaging Chen Xing in a one-on-one confrontation. However, this is not a matter of warrior's honor, but rather a task mandated by His Majesty, which I must fulfill. This small town, once a military encampment of the Divine Dragon Empire, still houses a plethora of military facilities. Although I cannot exploit my military status, I can still make use of these abandoned structures. Moreover, in the woods adjacent to the main route, I have concealed 20 elite archers, who I trust will inflict some losses upon Chen Xing and his companions. My objective is not to take Chen Xing's life, but to compel him to submit. I remind myself as my gaze falls upon the group of combatants, bound and heaped together not far behind me. These fighters have caused substantial losses to my subordinates. Currently, over 40 elite warriors are incapacitated due to fractures. I cannot fathom what techniques they learned from Chen Xing that possess such devastating potency, as some of my soldiers were rendered unconscious by their very methods of attack. This highlights the formidable challenge of my task, considering they are merely Chen Xing's disciples. Intelligence. A scout hastily approached me from outside the camp. Report, I commanded. Captain, the 20 archers ambushed in the woods have been completely annihilated. What? I exclaimed. It was a young boy accompanying that martial artist who executed the attack. All the archers were slain by ice spikes, with no survivors. What about their losses? None. Damn it. Go investigate further, find out where they have gone. It suddenly dawned upon me that I had made a grave miscalculation. According to the dossier provided by His Majesty, Chen Xing has emerged victorious in numerous battles since his debut, each time demonstrating formidable strength, yet he does not seem to relish killing. It appears that I had naively assumed that, despite his might, this martial artist would not inflict considerable losses upon my team. It seems I have underestimated the situation. Even a meek sheep can retaliate when cornered. Moreover, this martial artist is no sheep, but rather a ferocious dragon. The actions of that young boy by his side serve as a stark warning to me. A sudden wave of danger washed over me. This mission may prove exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Before I could contemplate further, the sentry abruptly sounded the alarm. Captain, There are two individuals approaching from the northwest path, the sentry announced. It must be that martial artist. Let them in. Jameis felt a surge of frustration. Damn. They arrived so swiftly that he scarcely had time to reconsider. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to coercion, hoping that the hostages he held would compel them to surrender. It appeared that Chen Xing and Chen Bing, resembling leisurely strollers, strolled into the dilapidated barracks. Ignoring the mercenaries around them, who clearly exuded an aura of elite warriors, they exhibited not a trace of tension, as Chen Xing and his companion drew near. A courteous smile swiftly graced Jameis's face, and he clapped his hands in a warm welcome. Welcome, welcome. It has been quite a challenge to bring you here, he said, advancing to a distance of about 20 paces from Chen Xing, ensuring a safe space to prepare himself. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jameis rubbed his hands together as the surrounding mercenaries gradually closed in, encircling Chen Xing and Chen Bing. Chen Bing cast a disdainful glance at the encroaching mercenaries, her face betraying no emotion. These fellows were unworthy even of laying a hand on her brother. Where are Ruth and Linda? Chen Xing finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Ah, you mean those two young ladies? Jameis shook his head. Stubborn women, they resisted quite fiercely. However, do not worry. Due to your presence, I have not harmed them. If you choose to join us, they can be returned to you. They are not commodities, and I despise threats. Of course, it is not a threat. You have misunderstood. We should be allies. I extend a sincere invitation for you to join us. Just agree. And feel free to propose any conditions, Jameis replied, his face adorned with a broad smile. Casting a sidelong glance at the surrounding mercenaries, a hint of a cold smile graced Chen Xing's lips. Is this what you term sincerity? Certainly not. They are all fine warriors, do you not think? If you ally with us, they will become your steadfast support. Do you not feel exhilarated? Such formidable power, undoubtedly one of the foremost mercenary bands on the continent. Jameis launched into an enthusiastic pitch. Chen Xing's expression was inscrutable. Merely refuse. What? You? How audacious. You grow arrogant upon achieving a mere championship. Captain, just take him down. Such a person holds no value. He hardly seems formidable. The surrounding mercenaries erupted in a cacophony of harsh words, viciously assailing Chen Xing and his companion. Jameis felt a headache coming on. These individuals were true mercenaries, or at least possessed considerable strength. Yet their organizational discipline was alarmingly low. Were it not for the Emperor's insistence on adhering to the mercenary code, he would have dismissed them long ago. Waving his hand to quell the surrounding uproar, Jameis finally adopted a serious demeanor. At this juncture, a figure emerged from the barracks behind James, a long-haired swordsman, adorned with a faint smile and clad in a brilliant silver light armor. Had it not been for the long scar marring his countenance, he would have epitomized the very essence of a handsome man. However, Chen Xing did not gaze upon him. His eyes traversed past the swordsman's silhouette, focusing instead on the two bound figures behind him, Ruth and Linda. Both appeared haggard, yet it was evident they had suffered no significant harm. Upon spotting Chen Xing, they became visibly anxious, though their restraints left them powerless to act. Tears streamed down young Linda's cheeks, cascading down her face. The sight of Ruth and Linda brought Chen Xing a sense of relief. His greatest fear had been their absence, and now that he had located them, matters seemed simpler. There is no need for idle threats. If you perceive it as such, I cannot change your mind. If you wish to threaten, then so be it, James shrugged, realizing that this martial artist was not one to be easily swayed by mere words. Since coercion was his inherent nature, he decided to be forthright. Verbal sparring was not his forte. I am a warrior. Chen Xing's voice resonated with a profound depth. A true warrior does not merely fortify the body. Far more crucial is the cultivation of one's spirit. Chen Xing took a step forward, subtly commanding the crowd to shift in unison. In my homeland, there exist two paths for honing one's spirit. One follows the natural order, emphasizing benevolence, righteousness, and moral restraint. His words unknowingly captivated James's attention. The opportunity to hear a genuine warrior articulate his training philosophy was indeed rare. The other is entirely contrary, advocating for freedom and rebellion against conventions. Oh, which path do you tread? James inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. Me? A smile graced Chen Xing's lips. I am of the latter. I cherish the expanse of freedom. James's expression shifted, tension creeping into his demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not forsake my friends and brothers. You may rest assured on that account. Sensing James's apprehension, Chen Xing offered timely reassurance as he drew closer to the 5 combatants, until the surrounding throng ceased their movement, coming to a halt at the center of the arena. Encircled by a dense throng of over 100 mercenaries, Chen Xing's smile deepened, bordering on mockery. Would you like to know the name of my second path? James felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Though he could not articulate why, there lay a barrier of over 30 elite mercenary warriors separating Chen Xing from the 5 fighters, suggesting there should be no cause for alarm. At the sudden query, James involuntarily nodded. The name of the second path is. Chen Xing suddenly crouched low, his palms crashing forcefully against the ground. Defiance. A tremendous force surged from Chen Xing's palm, suddenly permeating the earth beneath his feet. Alarmed, Jan Musk sensed the impending danger, yet he had no time to react. As if in a vivid illusion, he felt the ground tremble violently. An immense power erupted from the depths below. The 30-odd mercenaries before Chen Xing were struck as though by a colossal fist from the earth, sent soaring more than 10 feet into the air. The attack occurred so unexpectedly that no one was prepared, and they were all left reeling, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Many suffered broken legs, the sheer force snapping bones and sending them flailing through the air before crashing to the ground. A flash of crimson light erupted. Instantly, a chorus of anguished screams filled the air. The ancient martial arts of China were being passed down through the flames of struggle. Jan Musk was taken aback. Simultaneously, Chen Bing crouched low, her right palm pressed against the ground, visibly emanating a chilling aura. In an instant, the area within a 15-meter radius was transformed into a frozen expanse, causing many mercenaries to lose control and collapse once more. With a swift movement, Chen Xing pulled Chen Bing out of the encirclement of mercenaries, swinging his right hand to hurl her towards the 5 fighters. Then turning to face the numerous mercenary warriors charging at him, undeterred. Stop. Do you wish for these 2 women to perish? Shouted the swordsman in front of the barracks, his longsword poised at the throat of the exposed Lucy. Suddenly, a diminutive figure descended from the barracks, moving with remarkable speed, reaching the swordsman's head in an instant. Adorned with a black gauntlet that shimmered with an eerie green light, the figure lunged toward the swordsman's crown. The swordsman gasped in horror. Well aware of the threat before him, he was all too familiar with this scenario. One of his former subordinates had been left incapacitated by this very hand, now recuperating under the care of the mercenary group's physician. To him, that small hand was more terrifying than the claws of a demon. He recoiled sharply, hastily raising his sword to form a barrier before him, abandoning any concern for Lucy and Linda. Yet, the petite figure paid him no heed, darting past Lucy and Linda with ease. The green light flickered, shattering the restraints binding Lucy and Linda into fragments. In mere moments, propelled by the agile figure, they traversed several feet, reaching Chen Bing and the 5 fighters. In the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. The party that once held the hostages had lost its advantage, now maneuvered like puppets by Chen Xing and his companions. The Hurricane Mercenary Corps could rely solely on their numerical superiority. Once Chen Bing liberated the fighters, she brought them to Chen Xing's side. Brother Chen, Chek's face was filled with shame, while the other fighters bowed their heads almost to their chests. Raising a hand to halt Chek's words, Chen Xing spoke gently. You all performed admirably, truly commendably. He glanced at Lucy, who wore a similarly ashamed expression, and a faint smile graced his lips. A warrior must be fearless. I am very pleased with your actions. Now that I see you are unharmed, I can rest easy. I imparted to you the art of martial prowess, and now you have all excelled. Chen Xing's voice suddenly turned icy, his gaze fixed upon the mercenaries ahead. However, as a warrior, there is a crucial lesson yet to be imparted, the essence of swift retribution. The carefree smile that adorned Zhang Yuzi's face had vanished. Stepping forth from the crowd, he bellowed, Is there no difficulty? Chen Xing's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. What further hardship do you desire? Shall I deliver their corpses to you? His fists clenched tightly, an overwhelming aura of slaughter emanating from him in that moment. His gaze became as cold as steel, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a demonic deity. If you wish to make me your puppet, just speak plainly. What do you call your current actions? A challenge? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Chen Xing's mouth as he gradually assumed a fighting stance. His formidable presence instilled fear in the mercenaries before him, causing them to retreat despite their numerical advantage. You have tarnished the dignity of a warrior. Chen Xing's voice resonated as if echoing from the depths of hell. I am enraged. You shall all perish. Zhang Yuzi, taken aback, swiftly retreated, releasing a piercing scream, which harmonized with a distant dragon's roar in the sky. Chen Bing, at Chen Xing's side, stepped forward, conjuring a colossal orb of ice before him. Chen Xing placed a single palm upon the massive ice sphere, unleashing his internal energy with a fierce exhalation. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. In an instant, the ice sphere shattered into countless fragments, hurtling toward the mercenary throng. Each shard bore tremendous force, piercing the air with a shrill cry that overwhelmed every ear, wild and tempestuous. No one anticipated that a fighter could unleash such terrifying devastation. Despite his prior triumph in the championship of formidable challengers, each fragment of the massive ice sphere glimmered like a sharp dagger, reflecting a chilling light. Fueled by Chen Xing's internal power, they coalesced with immense kinetic energy, as resilient as tempered steel, filling a vast expanse ahead. The air was filled with the shrill cries of tearing sound, saturating the entire space. No one could evade the onslaught infused with Chen Xing's formidable energy. The assault ceased swiftly, yet within that brief span, over 40 mercenaries were mercilessly torn asunder. The area around Chen Xing transformed into a scene of hellish carnage. Blood flowed profusely, and mangled bodies and severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. Several mercenaries, grievously injured by the ice shards, writhed on the ground in agonizing cries. Amidst the sea of corpses and dismembered limbs, a fortunate few mercenaries had survived, clad in heavy armor. However, their armor bore numerous dents, and blood seeped from the joints, a testament to the immense pressure they had endured in that fleeting moment. The entire body trembled violently, and the mercenaries gazed at Chen Xing as though he were a demon. Before them stood a man, one whom they had often derided, yet in that fleeting moment, he unleashed a skill of terrifying potency. Over 40 elite mercenaries, each a formidable warrior in their own right, were reduced to mere fragments in an instant. Their bodies mangled beyond recognition. Blood pooled upon the ground, flowing like a stream, a testament to the horrific scene that had just unfolded. They were mistaken, utterly misguided. This was no mere sheep. This was a demon, a true embodiment of malevolence. Jameis trembled in fear, cursing his fate. How could this be? How could it happen? It was merely a minor task. He had once thought the emperor's concerns exaggerated, receiving such an abundance of robust warriors. Yet, it was all a reflection of his own misjudgments. Here stood the sole martial artist of this new era, his power far exceeding all expectations. With a slow clap, Chen Xing gradually straightened his posture. Chen Bing and Xiao Li had already darted past him, their silhouettes swift as the wind, targeting the surviving heavy-armored warriors in the arena. This battle was unlike any before. The ice sword Chen Bing often wielded had vanished, leaving him to rely solely on his fists and feet for combat. Yet, a clear layer of ice remained as a protective barrier, and each strike delivered a chilling force that penetrated the enemy's body, causing not only delays but inflicting grievous harm upon their soft tissues. Ducking low to evade the heavy sword of an approaching warrior, Chen Bing swiftly clasped the soldier's wrist. A minuscule ice needle materialized between his fingers, and in the blink of an eye, it had embedded itself within the heavy-armored warrior's body. Without a sound, the warrior faltered, his weapon clattering to the ground. His hands became useless, frozen by the ice needle that had severed his blood vessels, rendering his arm entirely incapacitated. Visible white frost escaped from his nostrils as he turned pale, collapsing heavily to the ground, clearly beyond saving. The death of that heavy-armored warrior elevated Chen Bing's reputation to terrifying heights in the eyes of the mercenaries. None understood why he had suddenly fallen. But one thing was clear, the strikingly handsome youth before them was not to be trifled with. They all sought to avoid contact with Chen Bing, proceeding with utmost caution in their combat. Alas, their efforts were in vain. Chen Bing abruptly pressed his hand against the ground, instantly creating a smooth mirror-like surface, causing 5 heavy-armored warriors to topple. In a swift motion, he mounted one of them, his right hand transforming into an ice sword, which he plunged forcefully into the warrior's skull. With a muffled thud, the warrior was gruesomely pinned to the earth, his limbs twitching in their death throes. Yet life had already abandoned him. Expressionless, Chen Bing rose, indifferent to the blood that stained his body, and charged once more into the fray. The battle with Chen Bing was entirely dissimilar. However, the petite figure of Xiao Li exuded a different kind of intimidation, one that was no less terrifying than Chen Bing's presence. Her small hands, adorned with jet-black gauntlets, had become the nightmares of the heavily armored mercenaries. Wherever she struck, the sound of bones fracturing and the anguished cries of mercenaries echoed. Her diminutive form moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the throngs of mercenaries. The dark gauntlets shimmering with a green luminescence, a manifestation of wind-based auxiliary magic enhancing her swiftness, rendering Xiao Li a veritable specter of dread among them. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the air as a colossal dragon descended upon the gathered crowd, its immense wings stirring up gusts that sent debris flying across the ground. Gradually, it landed beside the Dragon Knight, James. The dragon's massive head turned menacingly towards Chen Xing, its eyes brimming with hostility. At last, James's dragon had arrived. With a solemn expression, James mounted the dragon's back, grasping the dragon lance that hung beside him. The long-haired swordsman, who had remained standing, whistled sharply. At the sound of his call, several figures emerged from within the barracks, all of whom were swordsmen, each exuding a formidable aura. Their movements were deliberate and composed, radiating an air of lethal intent, clearly elite warriors forged in the crucible of battle. These warriors swiftly lined up behind the long-haired swordsman, their faces set in grim determination. A faint smile of resignation appeared on James's face as he regarded Chen Xing and the others in the distance, his voice steady as he spoke. I never anticipated it would come to this. These mercenaries truly lack reliability. The long-haired swordsman stepped forward, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier disdain. He resembled a drawn sword, with those behind him following suit, advancing in unison, exuding a formidable presence. Allow me to reintroduce. This is the great swordsman Levi and his cadre of swordsmen. Given your presence here, you must be aware of our strength and objectives. There is no need for empty pleasantries. Once more, I ask you, are you willing to join us and serve His Majesty the Emperor? Shaking his head, Chen Xing maintained a serious countenance. As a martial artist, I possess my own convictions. I appreciate your Emperor's goodwill, yet, as expected, James offered a wry smile and lifted his dragon lance. The profession of Dragon Knight is an unequivocal honor in any realm of the Timmy continent. In truth, once one becomes a Dragon Knight, even commands from the Emperor must be delivered with a degree of tact or negotiation. The Divine Dragon Empire derives its name in part from the 6 formidable Dragon Knights among its founding figures, which is a significant reason why the Divine Dragon Empire boasts the most and the strongest Dragon Knights across all nations of the Timmy continent. Yet, even so, there are only 12 Dragon Knights in total, unlike the pseudo-dragon mounts of the Earthbound Dragon Knights. Each mount of a Dragon Knight is a true member of the dragon lineage, or at least a high-ranking dragon, possessing genuine draconic might. They are endowed with the ability to exhale dragon fire and wield draconic magic. Among the 12 Dragon Knights of the Dragon Empire, the Dragon Knight Jamsis is considered the weakest. For his mount is a juvenile white dragon, lacking the capacity to employ draconic language magic. Nevertheless, he has earned the trust of the Emperor, embodying the honor that a Dragon Knight should possess. Observing the seemingly indifferent Chen Xing before him, Jamsis is curious whether anything could possibly astonish this formidable martial artist. The white dragon beneath him growls lowly, exhibiting fierce hostility towards the human who disdains its dignity. However, the opening of the battle does not rest with either of them. The great swordsman Levi remains silent, merely waving his hand, prompting the elite swordsmen behind him to surge forward. As the finest warriors of the Empire, these swordsmen are vastly different from the mercenaries encountered earlier. Their assault maintains a flawless formation, advancing in a spear-like phalanx, with the great swordsman Levi as the pointed tip. The single-handed longsword he wields emanates a captivating brilliance. His brow is furrowed with anger, evidently still brooding over his earlier setback against Xiao Li, filled with a sense of mortification. The phalanx strikes like a fierce whirlwind towards Chen Xing and his companions, arranging for Lu Si and several fighters to rest aside. Chen Xing appears utterly unconcerned by the oncoming wave of swordsmen. In fact, the swordsmen never reach his vicinity. Chen Bing and Xiao Li react instantaneously, inflicting pain upon their foes. Like a conjuration, 2 swirling orbs of ice materialize in Chen Bing's hands, a cold smirk gracing his face. With a flick of his wrist, the ice orbs emit a piercing shriek as they hurtle towards the heart of the swordsman formation. These elite warriors indeed live up to their reputation. Under the leadership of great swordsman Levi, this small cadre demonstrates combat prowess that fully aligns with their title. At the same moment, 2 elite swordsmen swing their long swords with ferocity, unleashing arcs of white sword energy that slice through the air, striking the spinning ice orbs with precision. A soft pop resonates, and the ice orbs, unable to maintain their internal elemental balance, shatter instantaneously, releasing a flurry of ice needles. Alas, due to being preemptively destroyed, the ice needles lose their efficacy, scattering uselessly into the void. A fleeting figure darts through, revealing Shuli's exquisite visage within Levi's line of sight. Her face, suffused with a murderous intent, does nothing to diminish her beauty. Instead, it enhances her aura of valor. In terms of speed, among those gathered around Chen Xing, Shuli undoubtedly ranks first. Now, with the enhancement of wind magic from her black gauntlet, she moves with such swiftness that her shadow melds into a singular blur. The pressure of her movements creates winds that render her presence nearly unapproachable. Her petite form weaves through the air, swiftly maneuvering behind the swordsman formation. Chen Bing plunged into the midst of the swordsmen, his entrance marked by a sudden ferocity. In that fleeting moment, several elite swordsmen swiftly closed in, their double-handed swords slicing through the air, effectively sealing off his escape. The fierce gust of wind bore down upon him, a testament to the impeccable synergy among these skilled warriors. Lowering his body, Chen Bing's posture resembled a backward fall, almost as if he were surrendering to gravity. Yet, one foot struck forcefully against the calf of an elite swordsman before him. A sharp crack echoed, catching the swordsman off guard with such an unexpected assault. The excruciating pain surged through his nerves, causing him to emit a muffled groan as he toppled, only to be brutally impaled by an ice spike that erupted from the ground. Blood gushed forth in torrents. As he rolled, several long swords plunged into the spot Chen Bing had just vacated. In a flash, the cold gleam of his right hand illuminated the air as it found purchase on the foot of one elite swordsman. In this brief encounter, two elite swordsmen met their demise at his hands. Levi, the great swordsman, was now drenched in sweat. He had set out with a total of 10 elite warriors, each a formidable fighter, having clawed their way from the depths of death. Each bore some connection to him, with several being his own disciples. No one knew them better than he. Their combat prowess far exceeded that of the mercenary groups across the continent. Though the swordsman profession was ill-suited for head-on charges, they excelled in small-scale skirmishes, far surpassing the heavy-armored professions in ferocity. Yet, this very team, adept in their favored form of combat, found themselves toyed with by two youthful figures. Despite the enemy's proximity, their swinging swords always fell just short. The cold-faced youth had already claimed the lives of two elite swordsmen in mere moments, his techniques astonishingly unique and his strikes ruthlessly decisive, unlike anything Levi had ever witnessed. From a distance, the swordsman group was embroiled in a dire struggle, unable to attend to both front and rear, caught painfully between Chen Bing and Xioli. The two young figures appeared delicate, yet their strikes were merciless, inflicting profound anguish upon these so-called elites. Xioli slightly angled her body, evading a swordsman's slash. In an instant, her small hand seized his wrist. A sudden twist and pull produced a clear sound of bones fracturing. The swordsman's arm was brutally broken by Xioli's deft maneuver. Without a flicker of emotion on her face, her other hand, fingers poised like a blade, penetrated the unguarded throat of the swordsman. Quick as lightning, she retreated just in time to dodge an attack from another swordsman behind her. Her petite form nestled into the swordsman's embrace, her slender arm encircling his neck. With a slight exertion, she snapped his neck. Withdrawing swiftly, her small figure gracefully evaded the onslaught of several long swords, executing a backflip that carried her over the head of an ambushing swordsman. In that moment, her hands clasped around the swordsman's head. A sharp crack resonated as Xioli landed a few paces away, leaving behind a swordsman with a grotesquely twisted head, slowly collapsing, revealing the panic-stricken faces of the remaining swordsmen. However, the Dragon Knight James was far from being in a cheerful mood. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Initially, he believed that the mercenaries were easily vanquished by Chen Xing and his companions due to their lack of discipline and disorganized combat. Yet now, they were facing the elite swordsmen of the Swordsman Battalion, whose combat experience and genuine prowess were vastly superior to those of the previous mercenaries. Still, the outcome remained unchanged. The two young fighters executed their unique combat techniques, dispatching the elite swordsmen with astonishing swiftness time and again. Their movements were precise and ruthless, showcasing their formidable strength. Chen Xing, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon the Dragon Knight James. From the onset, he had never harbored concerns for Chen Bing and Xioli. As their mentor in combat, Chen Xing believed in their abilities more than anyone else. Despite the evident strength of the swordsmen before him, he did not perceive them as a threat to Chen Bing and Xioli. The distinctive combat philosophy that Chen Bing and Xiao Li had developed through their relentless battles far surpassed that of the so-called elite warriors. This exemplified the disparity of strength, a chasm that could not be bridged. As another agonizing scream abruptly ceased, Chen Xing took a slight step forward. Tilting his head to gaze at the menacing dragon, his eyes brimming with scorn. "You feel indignant, do you? Do you wish to fight?" A resounding dragon's roar echoed. And in that moment, Dragon Knight James was horrified to realize that his steed, the white dragon, was easily provoked into a fury by Chen Xing. Its powerful wings flapped violently, entering a state of assault. James had never believed that anyone could instill fear in a dragon knight, let alone imagine that the one feeling such fear was himself. Yet, as his steed's wrath was ignited by Chen Xing, he felt an unmistakable sense of dread. It was too late. Everything had already spiraled beyond his control. Like a whirlwind, Chen Xing surged forward, swiftly traversing the space before the two of them. As he passed through Chen Bing's battlefield, he executed a grand pirouette, severing the head of an elite swordsman with a single, fluid motion. The headless corpse erupted in a fountain of blood. Amidst the cascading crimson, Chen Xing's figure surged toward James, fierce as a tempest, akin to a demonic deity. James was taken aback. With a swift motion, he urged his dragon to charge forward, letting out a fierce roar. With all his might, he thrust his dragon spear downwards towards the figure of Chen Xing that filled him with trepidation. In response, Chen Xing accelerated, raising his left foot to violently strike down, forcing the white dragon's claws into the ground with a horrific howl. Using the recoil, he propelled himself upwards, soaring above the dragon knight's head, the powerful dragon's spear barely grazing him. His movements were as elusive as a gazelle's leap, leaving no trace. Suspended in midair, inverted with his head downward, Chen Xing unleashed a flurry of punches, delivering 5 strikes in rapid succession. 5 formidable bursts of inner energy, accompanied by piercing shrieks, descended upon Dragon Knight James with fierce intent. Despite the growing trepidation within him towards Chen Xing, James, as a dragon knight, was endowed with exceptional martial prowess and experience. He acutely sensed the formidable pressure of the wind above, yet he did not raise his head. Instead, he lifted his colossal shield above him. The immense shield enveloped his entire body, rendering him impervious to Chen Xing's attacks from behind. With a series of resounding thuds, 5 distinct dents appeared on the massive shield, the violent recoil causing James's left wrist to tingle and his body to tremble violently. Was this truly the force of a mere human? A wave of confusion washed over James. This was a ranged attack, yet it possessed such overwhelming power. His shield, forged from a blend of black iron and steel, though not as robust as meteoric iron, was still among the strongest materials. To sustain such damage in the opening exchanges was unfathomable to him. He could hardly imagine the sensation of such an assault landing upon him. After the dragon's breath, a colossal block of ice plummeted from the sky, with Chen Xing's figure encased within it. James let out a slight sigh of relief. Indeed, the dragon race was formidable, even the lesser dragons. The earlier dragon's breath had encompassed an area of 5 zhang, and given the proximity, even the swiftest martial artists could not evade it. However, the world often defies expectations. Before he could fully bask in his moment of pride, a series of distinct cracking sounds reached his ears. The massive ice block rapidly developed fissures, which swiftly spread across its surface. With a thunderous explosion, the entire ice sphere shattered, sending countless shards flying, clattering against James's armor with a resonant clang. Like a deity emerging from the mist, Chen Xing slowly stepped forth, maintaining an expression of calm indifference, seemingly untouched by the earlier frigid assault. He appeared languid, a faint smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. The mighty dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. As the white dragon could not tolerate the reality of its ineffective assault, its massive form suddenly surged upward, soaring high into the air, before executing a sharp turn to dive back down. The dragon knight perched upon its back thrust his dragon spear forward, charging into the fray. The synergy between a dragon knight and their dragon transcends mere additive combat power. Their attacks complement one another, and once unleashed, the resultant force could effortlessly obliterate an entire squad of warriors. This inherent strength is a primary reason why dragon knights are deemed an elite class. Even before the attack landed, the fierce wind pressure whipped through Chen Xing's short hair, scattering debris across the ground. The sharp shriek resonated, vibrating the eardrums of everyone nearby. The dragon knight unleashed his skill, assault. It was but a fleeting moment, yet it left James filled with regret. Chen Xing's movements were far beyond what he could have imagined. As the dragon knight was on the verge of entering the attack range, Chen Xing's body suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind the knight. Although suspended in the air, where the dragon knight should have held the advantage, Jameis inexplicably sensed that this was truly Chen Xing's territory. With a sudden halt in midair, Chen Xing grasped the tail of the white dragon with one hand. With a swift pull, he launched himself towards Jameis's rear. The formidable offensive power of the dragon knight paled in comparison to Chen Xing's astonishing speed, and he was forced to endure an unimaginable onslaught. The dragon knight was firmly mounted on the white dragon, and the immense suction could not possibly dislodge him. Yet, the resultant counterforce propelled Chen Xing forward at an astonishing velocity towards Jameis, leaving a dark streak in the air. Jameis was taken aback. Without his dragon, he had lost nearly 70% of his combat capability. It was unfathomable to be forced off his mount so early in the battle. No matter how skilled he was, he had no chance of defeating Chen Xing, a realization that weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, the battle between Chen Bing and Xiao Li was drawing to a close. Under the onslaught of Chen Bing's peculiar elemental combat techniques, the elite swordsmen of that squad suffered severe losses. No matter how they tried to evade, sharp ice spikes would suddenly emerge from the ground, catching the elite swordsmen off guard. The entire battlefield seemed to have become Chen Bing's domain, with two of the elite swordsmen already perishing upon these ice spikes. Now, only the great swordsman Levi and another elite swordsman were barely hanging on, their movement slow and nearing failure. Levi gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his face like a small stream. The fight against Chen Bing had utterly exhausted him. This was no longer a normal battle. The arena was rife with traps and peril. The techniques employed by the two youthful combatants were unprecedented, both eerie and remarkably powerful. The young man before him wielded ice elements with mastery. While not possessing the sheer destructive force of a mage, his speed and lethality were equally formidable. Feeling the violent pounding of his heart, Levi realized that he had run out of chances. The sensation of a hero's demise washed over him. Just then, a sudden ice spike pierced through his chest, transforming his beating heart into nothing more than a mass of flesh. Witnessing his instructor's instant demise at the hands of Chen Bing, another elite swordsman, driven by madness, shouted fiercely and charged towards Chen Bing, disregarding the ever-present shadow of Xiao Li behind him. However, he was unable to fulfill his desire for vengeance. A delicate hand clasped around his neck from behind, and with a faint cracking sound, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, unable to rise again. The elite swordsman's squad was entirely annihilated. It is almost beyond belief. As the eyes of Jameis blur in disbelief, how could this be possible? Those were the elite members of the Empire's most formidable swordsman squad, and yet, an entire small division was annihilated by those two young individuals, with all 11 members, including the instructor, the great swordsman Levi, meeting their demise. Is this the prowess of a fighter? It is nothing short of a demonic curse. Little did he realize that using those 5 fighters as a benchmark to assess the combat strength of Chen Xing and his companions was a grave error. As the earliest followers of Chen Xing, Chen Bing and Xiao Li exhibited the swiftest enhancement of their abilities. Their strength surpassed those 5 fighters by a considerable margin. This miscalculation led to Jameis' extreme misjudgment of Chen Xing and his companions' capabilities, ultimately resulting in the annihilation of the elite swordsman squad. Yet, it was too late. If there were a remedy for regret in this world, the Emperor of the Dragon Empire would undoubtedly procure a multitude of it. The fleeting moment of battle was not one to be squandered, and Chen Xing seized the opportunity. In an instant, he grasped Jameis' head with one hand and executed a powerful spin, hurling Jameis away. The immense inertia transformed him into a projectile, crashing violently into the ground, sending rocks and soil flying, and creating a significant crater. The white dragon let out a piercing wail. As a creature intimately connected with its dragon knight, it possessed a high degree of intelligence. It could not accept the reality of its knight's death resulting from its own failure in combat. Amidst the sharp cries, the white dragon performed a fierce aerial maneuver, lunging aggressively at Chen Xing, forsaking all defenses in a desperate bid to protect its master. With short hair fluttering in the wind, Chen Xing stood calmly in the arena, looking up at the rapidly approaching white dragon, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. What a devoted dragon companion, truly worthy of the dragon's esteemed reputation. Alas, an enemy is still an enemy. With a deep breath, Chen Xing activated his inner energy. His hands became as fiery as flames. Lowering his body, he positioned his fingers like blades, manipulating the air with deft precision. The area before him was instantly reduced to powder, and a tremendous heat erupted. An absolute space of intense heat formed before him, sending forth surging waves of thermal energy that enveloped the white dragon within. A violent explosion ensued, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In the Timmy continent, no human had ever been able to withstand a direct confrontation with a dragon without faltering, not even the mightiest heavy-armored class, the Maya Guardians. The white dragon, being of the water attribute, created a terrifying effect upon colliding with Chen Xing. A colossal, charred object suddenly hurtled through the searing expanse before Chen Xing, crashing heavily against the power he had yet to relinquish, propelling him as if he were a meteor across 5 zhong, before he landed forcefully in the barracks behind him. The entire area was suffused with the acrid scent of char. Where Chen Xing once stood now lay a massive, charred mass, its skin reduced to carbon, riddled with gaping wounds, and internal organs spilling forth in disarray. The bones had been utterly shattered by Chen Xing's formidable attack, leaving the creature limp on the ground, its dragon form unrecognizable. Chen Bing and the others were left utterly dumbfounded, although they had always believed Chen Xing would triumph over the white dragon. The sight before them was beyond anyone's imagination. Was that charred mass truly the fierce and formidable white dragon? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a roasted chicken, a colossal roasted chicken at that. Suddenly, the barracks collapsed, and from the ruins emerged Chen Xing, moving slowly, shaking his head. He reached to touch his right rib, where a noticeable indentation revealed he had likely fractured 2 ribs. He had not anticipated the white dragon's audacity, charging through the searing space of his palm to launch a desperate attack against him. Was it seeking vengeance for its master? If only it knew that its master had merely lost consciousness and was unaware of the unfolding events. Chen Xing offered a bitter smile. Employing a martial technique akin to the flame blade necessitated the full expenditure of his internal energy, leaving him immobile during its execution. To have been struck in such a manner was a testament to his own overconfidence. Lost in thought, he gradually made his way toward Chen Bing and the others. For days later, in the eastern garden of the Divine Dragon Empire's palace, smack, Emperor Bic II of the Divine Dragon Empire slammed his hand down on the armrest of his chair. What did you say? Repeat that, he demanded. What has become of my elite swordsman squad? Where is the elite swordsman squad led by the great swordsman Levi? The Emperor's voice boomed. They have all perished. The Chancellor replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This strategy had been his own, and the current outcome was far from his desired expectations. One could only imagine the magnitude of loss to the Empire from such a formidable force being obliterated, as well as the impact on the Emperor's reputation. The weight of this consequence now rested squarely on his shoulders, and he felt the dampness of his clothing from the anxiety. What? How could this be? That was an elite swordsman squad, not a band of lowly mercenaries from the guild. How could such a calamity occur? The Emperor's voice rose an octave. Alas, it appears to be so. The Chancellor trembled as he spoke. The Emperor abruptly stood, pacing 2 laps around the garden in silence. The Chancellor dared not utter a word, and the entire council chamber was engulfed in a palpable silence. What of Jameis? As a Dragon Knight, he has betrayed my trust. I am eager to hear how he intends to explain this, the Emperor inquired. I fear that Viscount Jameis may no longer be in a position to provide an explanation. The Chancellor replied, his voice heavy with regret. What? The Emperor of the Divine Dragon was taken aback. Lord James sustained grave injuries in battle, suffering multiple fractures throughout his body, rendering him unable to utilize light magic for healing. He is currently receiving treatment from physicians and remains in a state of unconsciousness. What of his contracted dragon? The Emperor inquired anxiously. While a Dragon Knight may be replaced with another elite in the event of death, the potential loss of a contracted dragon would be far more significant. Each Dragon Knight's contracted dragon must earn the recognition of the Dragon Clan, and the wealth required for tribute alone could suffice to construct a medium-sized town. Furthermore, there is a rigorous trial imposed by the Dragon Clan, a challenging process where even the most exceptional talents may falter. If the contracted dragon is unharmed, one could simply dispatch another elite to forge a new contract, mitigating the losses. The Chancellor, drenched in sweat and trembling, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lord James's contracted dragon has perished. The Emperor's cup clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. This cannot be. Your Majesty, I must take responsibility for the failure of this mission, the Chancellor declared, disregarding his own safety, aware that as a senior official, he would not face dire consequences. Given the catastrophic failure of this task, he felt the necessity to accept accountability. It would be better to admit it outright. What of the loss of that martial artist? The emperor suddenly regained his composure. A long silence ensued. Suddenly, the dragon emperor erupted into laughter. Indeed, indeed. A formidable force, revered even by the sword saint. Despite all preparations, I underestimated you. My error. My error. Your Majesty. The chancellor observed the emperor's unrestrained laughter with concern, wondering if he had lost his senses in his fury. Fear not, my chancellor. I am perfectly lucid. The emperor laughed heartily, gesturing for the chancellor to take a seat. It is this martial artist who piques my interest further. Such formidable strength will surely attract many eyes, necessitating swift efforts to either win him over or neutralize the threat he poses. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. The chancellor interjected suddenly. Oh, pray tell. Since we cannot directly employ the state's power to compel his submission due to the sword saint's involvement, why not arrange for the sword saint to duel him? The chancellor proposed slowly, his gaze glinting with hidden malice. A brilliant idea, regardless of who emerges victorious. It benefits me. If the sword saint triumphs, the martial artist will be weakened, making him easier to subdue as per our original plan. If the martial artist prevails, it will undermine the sword saint's standing among warriors across the continent, preventing him from opposing me. Truly an excellent notion. The emperor's spirits lifted. My esteemed chancellor, what a clever proposal you have devised. I shall ensure you are rewarded. It is my honor to alleviate your burdens, your Majesty. The chancellor bowed his head even lower. After a series of relentless battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. Chen Xing exceptionally granted the team a reprieve from training today, eliciting a chorus of cheers. Only Chen Bing and Xiao Li, after completing their respective tasks, returned to the wooden posts and bluestones by the courtyard. In silence, they commenced their training. The recent battle involving Chen Xing had cast a significant shadow over the two of them. Given Chen Xing's current trajectory in combat, future confrontations would only grow more formidable. Both Chen Bing and Xiao Li felt an intense sense of urgency, fearing that they might become a burden to Chen Xing. For those who revered Chen Xing with almost worshipful admiration, being a liability was an unforgivable transgression. Observing Chen Bing and Xiao Li's dedication, a hush fell over the courtyard. The five martial artists ceased their cheers, bowed their heads, and quietly joined in the training. The sound of relentless strikes echoed throughout the courtyard. Seated in solitude within the confines of the room, Chen Xing closed his eyes. The series of battles had greatly benefited him, invigorating his inner energy. He could distinctly sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet he remained at a loss for how to achieve it. That elusive sensation, always just out of reach, was exceedingly frustrating. Despite being alone, his mind refused to settle. Amidst his contemplations, a slender figure stepped through the door. It was Lu Si. I just want to check on the Thunderbolt. Fortunately, those mercenaries didn't discover its unicorn. However, it seemed rather displeased, perhaps due to my recent neglect, she remarked. Has it not yet overcome its mental barrier? Chen Xing's hoarse voice always brought Lu Si a sense of security. It's much better now. The last time the mercenaries were here, I instructed it not to engage. I knew you would come to our rescue. But if it were discovered that the Thunderbolt is a unicorn, it would attract too much greed, Lu Si said, her expression tinged with worry. Indeed, Chen Xing replied. Chen Gu, I. Lu Si suddenly faltered, a flush creeping onto her fair face. What is it? Just then, a resonant voice echoed from outside. Excuse me, is Lord Chen Xing residing here? Chen Xing lifted his gaze slightly, searching for the source of the voice. The sword saint, Cain, entered the courtyard. Smiling warmly at him, Chen Xing approached slowly, maintaining an expression of calm composure. Are you not going to invite me in for a visit? Cain asked, his smile unwavering, devoid of any awkwardness. He was well aware of Chen Xing's character. Such a greeting was already a considerable concession on Chen Xing's part. After scrutinizing the sword saint Cain for a moment, as if he were a stranger, a smile gradually emerged on Chen Xing's face as he gestured invitingly. Please. Meanwhile, Chen Bing and the others in the courtyard seemed oblivious to Cain's presence, continuing their training. In truth, Chen Xing was the cornerstone of this team. Any decisions required his leadership, and his presence sufficed. Two individuals settled into their seats within the confines of the room, where Xiao Li dutifully presented Chen Xing with the tea he favored. This beverage, a luxury in the Divine Dragon Empire, was rather expensive, yet Chen Xing was fortunate enough to afford it. During a recent market stroll, he had chanced upon it and promptly purchased a considerable amount. Indeed, this was quite a lavish drink, Cain remarked with a smile as he lifted the teacup in his hands. After a prolonged moment, Cain set down the cup. Exhaling deeply, Truly exquisite, it elevates my very spirit. I have no expertise in this matter. I merely enjoy its flavor, Chen Xing replied nonchalantly. I too lack knowledge in this regard. Such fine indulgence is beyond my means, Cain mused with a sense of nostalgia. Are you still concerned for your orphans? Indeed. While the older ones are now capable of working, they still require my assistance. This chaotic world offers them little opportunity, Cain stated. Oh, Chen Xing nodded. Should you need assistance, I am in possession of funds. I adhere to my principles. Otherwise, I would not have become a mere puppet of the aristocracy. Your kindness is appreciated, yet I must decline. No need for circumlocution. When it comes to composure, you truly excel. Aren't you curious about my intentions? Cain inquired. You will express them when you choose. Chen Xing maintained his calm demeanor. It seems I am at a loss with you, Cain chuckled. I have come to challenge you. Oh, have you finally succumbed to the urge? A smile graced Chen Xing's face. Not quite. My finances have been tight lately, and the Emperor's salary is insufficient. I seek to earn a little from you. Cain's face bore a mischievous grin. Very well, what are the stakes? Chen Xing set down his teacup. Let us settle it in one match. Tomorrow evening at the high ground 5 miles west of the city, Cain's eyes narrowed with cunning delight. Agreed, Chen Xing nodded. I shall be there. After savoring another sip of the fragrant tea, Cain took his leave with satisfaction. The room fell silent once more. As Chen Xing lightly tapped his fingers on the tabletop, lost in thought, Xiaoli, ever obedient, approached from behind, her small hands gently massaging his shoulders. It was difficult to imagine that such tender hands had once dealt death to so many mercenaries. At that moment, the door swung open, and Lucy entered with Linda. Brother Chen, it seems the sword saint is preoccupied with matters weighing heavily on his mind. Lucy spoke softly, as if reluctant to disturb the tranquility. Indeed. Perhaps it is the Emperor's directive. Only he could compel the sword saint to challenge you. Lucy continued, gaining confidence. Regardless of who emerges victorious, it is a favorable outcome for the Emperor. There is an old saying from our homeland. Chen Xing's raspy voice began to resonate slowly. In the realm of the world, one is often bound by circumstances. Little Linda blinked her large eyes, clearly perplexed by the meaning. The following morning, Chen Xing instructed Xiaoli to retrieve his replacement camouflage outfit, along with a pair of pitch-black gauntlets, as he prepared for the imminent battle against the Sword Saint. An unsettling premonition lingered in his mind. Throughout the day, the atmosphere in the courtyard felt stifling, with everyone seemingly devoid of interest in conversation. This was a battle devoid of spectators. Chen Xing had no intention of bringing anyone along. However, every individual present understood the weight of the name Sword Saint. It was not merely a professional advancement. There were only 2 Sword Saints in the continent, both revered as formidable figures across all professions, a beacon of spiritual aspiration. Chen Xing wished to face the Sword Saint alone, a notion that baffled everyone. Yet, his unwavering determination left them with no recourse. In this team, Chen Xing's words were commands, absolute commands. As evening approached, the collective anxiety of the group grew palpable. Chen Xing donned the gauntlets, fastening them with meticulous care. He unleashed 2 swift punches, black shadows slicing through the air, accompanied by the sound of tearing atmosphere. Nodding in satisfaction, he reveled in the sensation of the masterfully crafted gauntlets, feeling as though they were an extension of his very being. Adjusting his attire, he strode confidently toward the door. Shadows began to materialize in the courtyard behind him. The evening in Cyber possessed a unique charm. The streets and alleys lacked the daytime bustle. Yet throngs of individuals meandered about after dinner. Shops that thrived at night had opened their awnings. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing exited through the western gate of Cyber, opting for a leisurely stroll rather than employing lightness of foot, making his way to the high mound 5 miles away. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance, spotting the outline of the high mound and a flickering light atop it, likely a campfire lit by Cain. As he approached, he indeed saw Cain roasting a wild hare by the fire, with several bottles of wine at his feet, seemingly treating this battle as a picnic. Amused, Chen Xing chuckled softly to himself, recognizing this as a mindset that a true warrior should uphold. It was evident that he still had much to learn. Relaxing his demeanor, Chen Xing slipped beside Cain, settling down by the fire, his eyes fixated on the hare as Cain skillfully maneuvered it over the flames. The golden fat sizzled and dripped onto the fire, occasionally sparking tiny flames in the process. Chen Xing watched intently, a look of eager anticipation on his face. Cain's rugged visage broke into a smile, and his movements became more animated. Neither man wished to disrupt the tranquility of the night, content to sit in silence, observing the continually turning hair. At last, the hair was ready. Chen picked up a bottle of wine from the ground, bit off the cap, and tossed one to Chen Xing, casually taking another for himself. Chen Xing caught it with one hand, while the other reached out toward Chen without reservation, grinning. Chen split the hair in half, perfectly dividing it between them. Their eyes met, and they could not help but burst into laughter together. Hee hee. It has been a long time since I felt such joy. This time, let us indulge in a hearty feast together. Chen refrained from mentioning the battle that had just transpired and boldly invited Chen Xing. Although I seldom consume alcohol, I shall make an exception this time, only this once. Mind you. With a smile gracing his face, Chen Xing took a generous sip of the fiery liquor, only to be met with an intense fit of coughing. Chen, witnessing this scene, erupted into hearty laughter. From the depths of the dense forest, numerous pairs of eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by the sight of Chen Xing coughing while simultaneously drinking and feasting on meat, leaving them utterly astonished. Time passed swiftly as the two reveled in their indulgence, devouring both wine and meat with great delight. Before long, their feast had been consumed entirely. The area around the campfire was littered with empty bottles, most of which were the handiwork of the sword Saint Chen. With a satisfied burp, Chen casually draped an arm over Chen Xing's shoulder. You, my friend, are destined for this path. A true man should drink deeply and feast heartily. Today, we have relished this moment. Soon, let us engage in a spirited battle. Just to be clear, do not hold back on my account. Chen Xing's gaze remained remarkably clear, despite never having drunk before. The distinction between wine and water was negligible for one with his inner strength. He nodded slightly. I have never been one to yield in battle. Do not expect me to do so now. With a hearty laugh, Chen slowly rose to his feet. His earlier drunken demeanor vanished, and a glint of seriousness shone in his eyes. Excellent. It's settled then. Ah, I nearly forgot the matter at hand. Did you bring the funds? Chen's expression transformed into that of a cunning middle-aged man, a master of the art of shifting faces. A skilled Chen Xing found himself unable to match. I did bring some. Is this sufficient? Chen Xing casually tossed a crystal card containing 80,000 gold coins into the air. Enough indeed. I must say, you don't appear as destitute as I imagined. You are quite wealthy. Let us wager 80,000. The victor takes all, and the loser departs. Chen's gaze gleamed with avarice, prompting Chen Xing to suspect he was attempting to swindle him. With a swift motion, Chen retrieved an old longsword from his tent, and his expression shifted entirely to one of seriousness. Chen Xing felt a shiver. This was the demeanor befitting a true warrior. The earlier joviality had merely been a facade. Rising slowly, he moved to an open space, his expression reverting to calm. Observing Chen Xing's rapid composure, Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Nodding in satisfaction, he joined Chen Xing in the clearing. This sword is named Bitter Fruit. Do not be deceived by its worn appearance. It is, in truth, a legendary weapon. As for its special effects, you will soon discover. Chen gently drew the long sword from its sheath, revealing a blade that shimmered like autumn waters. Lacking the exquisite appearance expected of a legendary weapon, yet emanating an undeniable aura of sharpness. Nodding, Chen Xing raised his fist slightly and said, Nameless. Crafted by the dwarf master King Kong, is an ordinary magical weapon. Not necessarily. Weapons crafted by Master King Kong are often the finest. Your gauntlets may very well be legendary themselves, Chen replied with a chuckle. Then I shall invite you to verify that personally. Chen Xing slowly assumed a combat stance. The work of Jian Haoyan, Legend of the Beginning God, belongs to the fantasy genre. The entire continent of Timmy is home to only two sword saints. Regardless of their supreme status among all swordsmen, their martial prowess epitomizes the pinnacle of the swordsman profession. As a formidable warrior who seeks the ultimate in technique, they have entirely forsaken the use of magic, dedicating themselves wholly to the pursuit of martial skills. Their strength can only be described as unfathomable. Chen stood firmly, his dilapidated long sword resting on his shoulder, appearing vulnerable in every respect. He scrutinized Chen Xing, whose unique stance intrigued him. Indeed, as his disciple, the Thunder Swordmaster Caesar, had warned, one must never underestimate Chen Xing. Even the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to utter defeat. In an instant, propelled by a gust of wind sweeping over the high ground, Chen Xing made his move. In a mere heartbeat, he crossed Tu Zhang with a swift lunge, his rapid movement generating a fierce whoosh of wind. Before he even arrived, a large hand clad in dark gauntlets had already entered Chen's line of sight, the speed of the assault surpassing that of the wind itself, rendering the pressure imperceptible to Cain. However, Cain would never underestimate any attack from Chen Xing. As Caesar's master, he understood his disciple's strength well and recognized that anyone capable of defeating Caesar would never resort to futile attacks. With a swift maneuver, Cain thrust his left elbow, accurately striking Chen Xing's outstretched wrist, redirecting the force of the attack skyward. He then executed a spin, his longsword slicing through the air like a venomous serpent, bolstered by the momentum of his rotation. A flash of white light erupted, the brilliance akin to chains, as a crescent arc of sword energy shot forth, sweeping across a radius of 1 zhang. The piercing shriek of the air being torn apart resonated violently, causing nearby trees to lean in submission to the might of the sword strike. Truly, it exemplified the ferocity of an attack from the apex of swordsmanship. Yet, as Cain unleashed this powerful sword energy, he sensed something amiss. However, there was no opportunity for contemplation, as a colossal foot loomed beneath him. The sword saint inhaled deeply, his golden aura shimmering, and in an instant, he propelled himself backward, retreating over 5 zhang. Chen Xing executed a backflip, landing gracefully, shaking his head in disappointment. Their previous exchanges had been rapid as lightning, fraught with peril. Leveraging his swiftness, he narrowly evaded Cain's ferocious sword energy and prepared an optimal counterattack. To his surprise, even his quick retaliation was effortlessly sidestepped by the sword saint, confirming his formidable reputation. With a slight smile, Cain remarked, "You, young man, possess a certain cunning. Such insidious attacks are indeed within your repertoire." Chen Xing, unabashed, replied, "A successful technique is a commendable technique. What is there to discuss in terms of deceit?" "Huh. Well said, lad. Let us continue." "Agreed." As Chen Xing's voice faded, the sword saint's longsword silently sliced through the air. The 5 zhang distance seemed non-existent to Cain. However, Chen Xing was far from underestimating the silent assault. In an instant, he executed a series of flips, each one bringing him closer to the sword saint. It was only then that the sword saint's attack emitted a piercing shriek, showcasing its formidable power. With a twist of his waist and a thrust of his hip, Chen Xing's right leg swept out from his spinning form, targeting the sword saint's head. Cain raised his left hand to parry. In the collision, Chen Xing used the momentum to propel his left foot through, continuing his onslaught. Once again, he was met with a block. It seemed as though he could hover in the air, executing another rotation, his dark gauntlet aiming for the sword saint's left shoulder, yet it was still deflected. The two appeared to be engaged in a choreographed duel, having exchanged blows 4 times in the blink of an eye. Their movements were crisp and decisive. A mere touch, and they would disengage. Cain found no opportunity to unleash his sword techniques, while Chen Xing could not breach the sword saint's defenses. Though Chen Xing's techniques were exquisite, the sword saint's defenses were equally impeccable. It was as if they were partaking in a masterclass of combat. Suddenly, Chen Xing leaped back, generating force mid-air, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Dark shadows of his fists cut through the space as 5 energy orbs erupted forth, propelled by a fierce wind pressure that sealed off the sword saint's avenue for evasion. Cain had no means to dodge such a sudden and concentrated ranged assault. He quickly positioned his longsword horizontally in front of him to absorb Chen Xing's powerful strikes. The immense force engulfed him, lifting Cain off the ground. Unlike Chen Xing's previous attacks, this time was clearly a calculated initiation, with the energy orbs exhibiting unprecedented strength. Even the sword saint, Cain, was compelled to retreat to mitigate the damage inflicted by this assault. As Chen Xing's figure flickered, he rapidly closed the distance. In terms of speed, Cain found himself unable to compete with Chen Xing. Still in a defensive stance, Cain watched helplessly as Chen Xing's large hand clasped the back of his sword. Chinese ancient martial arts, inch power fist. Chen Xing slowly withdrew his fist, rising with a completely expressionless face. Trees in the distance toppled as Cain emerged from the narrow path, his clothing tattered, revealing bruises from the earlier fierce clash. His face maintained a languid expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Impressive. What is the name of that technique? At first, your punches seemed lacking in strength, yet they possess such power upon nearing me?" "Inch power fist," Chen Xing replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It is a close-range striking technique. Indeed powerful. I wonder where you acquired your martial skills." Cain seemed to forget that they were in the midst of battle. "In my homeland. There are many ancient and powerful martial arts. This is merely one of them." Chen Xing's voice grew increasingly somber. Your homeland? Is it not the Timmy continent? I've never heard of such a place. No. Chen Xing shook his head, dispelling his homesick thoughts, his expression once again turning serious. Let us continue. In the distance, a fierce debate began to unfold within the dense forest. It appears that Brother Chen is poised to emerge victorious once more, remarked a voice from Czech. Not necessarily, countered Linda, the young girl, defending her idol. How could anyone rival Brother Chen's strength? I have yet to witness anyone who can best him. You simply haven't seen enough. Do not underestimate the Sword Saint, she continued. Linda, keep your voice down. Let us watch quietly. Brother Chen will undoubtedly manage this battle, Ruth said, her voice laden with concern. Silence, an icy tone abruptly quelled all disputes, and the entire forest fell into a hushed stillness. Meanwhile, in another dense grove on a highland, a voice queried, Is the Sword Saint truly struggling? Is that fighter so formidable? This is merely a test. The master has yet to unleash his full power. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. However, that martial artist is indeed exceptionally strong, responded Caesar. But he is just a fighter. How can he possess such overwhelming combat prowess? To stand against the Sword Saint? Mind you, he is a martial artist, not merely a fighter. As for strength, you shall see for yourself. No worries, let us continue. Very well. This time, Sword Saint Cain did not wait for Chen Xing to make his move. After several probes, he recognized the significant disparity in speed between them. Waiting for Chen Xing's assault would only place him at a disadvantage. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. Drawing a deep breath, a golden radiance enveloped Sword Saint Cain, concentrating instantly upon the long sword in his grasp. The once tattered sword seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a fierce swing of his arm, the Sword Saint's figure vanished amidst a multitude of sword shadows. The air was filled with the sharp sound of slicing through space. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, enveloping the entire area and hurtling towards Chen Xing. Trees and underbrush along the path were instantly shattered by the overwhelming force, sending countless fragments swirling into the air. Sword Saint's special sword technique, infinite. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xing struck the ground beneath him with a powerful punch, and his entire form sank into the earth. Despite his incredible speed, several sword energies still managed to strike him, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. The name of the technique, infinite, merely underscored its formidable nature. The relentless onslaught of sword energy persisted for a full 10 breaths, carving away a layer from the ground before Cain. Debris flew in all directions, a display of tremendous might. In an instant, Chen Xing reappeared before Sword Saint Cain, moving with the swiftness of an apparition. The distance of 2 zhang seemed non-existent as he spun rapidly in the air, an array of kicks overwhelming Cain. The rapid flurry left Cain scrambling. His long sword was raised to block Chen Xing's incoming whip kick, producing a sharp metallic clang. The defense proved utterly ineffectual, leaving Cain astonished. Ultimately, he could not withstand Chen Xing's relentless barrage, and once more, he was struck by a whip kick, flipping through the air. With a swift motion, he unleashed another surge of sword energy. Breaking wind. The sword energy driven by animosity possesses formidable offensive capabilities. And despite Chen Xing's attempts to shield himself with the golden bell cover, it proves futile. Amidst the jarring sound of tearing fabric, a long gash opens along Chen Xing's right leg, blood gushing forth. An overwhelming pain envelopes his entire being, yet Chen Xing does not so much as furrow his brow. His body crashes to the ground, settling into a bow stance, hands interlocked, and he thrusts forward with fervor. With a resounding thud, Chen Xing's formidable inner strength surges forth, striking the Sword Saint midair without any hindrance. Though the Sword Saint strives to maintain his balance, he cannot evade such a close-range assault. Helplessly witnessing Chen Xing's palm push against him once more, had fate granted Cain another chance, he would surely have chosen to keep Chen Xing at bay. As a master of close combat, Chen Xing exhibits unparalleled might, unleashing tremendous destructive force within the confined space. This was evident with his previous inch-force punch, and now, with his palm thrust, with a dull thump, the Sword Saint Cain is forcefully propelled away by Chen Xing's palm. And the immense inner strength creates a whirlwind in the surrounding air, scattering as Cain's figure flies through the atmosphere. The air itself seems to contract and expand around them, while the powerful shockwave causes the nearby trees to tremble violently. Suddenly, Cain, propelled by Chen Xing's blow, radiates a brilliant light, the tattered long sword in his grasp shimmering with an unusual violet glow. Defying the laws of physics, his body halts abruptly midair, suspended as if in a trance. Simultaneously, Chen Xing feels as though he has been stripped bare, a sensation of being seen through enveloping him. The world around him begins to feel surreal. An overwhelming pressure envelopes him, yet its source remains elusive. He is overcome with a sense of weakness. The Sword Saint unleashes his special skill, Domain. The tides of battle shift instantaneously. The carefree smile that once adorned Kane's face vanishes, replaced by a solemnity that seems to merge him with the very fabric of the universe. An endless wave of pressure emanates from the environment, relentlessly bearing down on Chen Xing, as if the entire cosmos had turned against him. The intensity escalates, an infinite weight pressing upon him. The sky darkens, and colossal lightning bolts begin to strike the ground, creating deep craters one after another, growing closer and more frequent towards Chen Xing. In the face of nature's might, individual strength appears diminutive. Chen Xing feels as though he has become an adversary of the very heavens, condemned by the universe itself. His body trembles violently. He cannot even move a single finger. Beads of sweat stream down his face, and he becomes increasingly hunched over, resembling an elderly figure from a distance. Under the infinite power of the cosmos, Chen Xing seems to have lost all his strength, left utterly vulnerable. The Sword Saint, Kane, remained suspended in the nearby space, as if he had shed all weight, floating effortlessly in the air. However, Chen Xing found himself increasingly perplexed. Despite enduring immense pressure, he could not fathom that his senses might be deceiving him. The Sword Saint, so clearly before him, seemed to emit no trace of existence. Was this the essence of merging with the cosmos? Kane's visage bore a solemnity that radiated sanctity as his hands slowly converged in the air, ultimately grasping the sword. At the very instant he clasped the hilt, a violent purple radiance erupted, obliterating everything around it. In that fierce glow, the Sword Saint gradually lifted the long sword above his head. The short distance felt interminably long, each elevation requiring colossal exertion. Sweat visibly streamed down his brow, a testament to the impending devastation of his technique. Simultaneously, as the Sword Saint raised his blade, Chen Xing distinctly sensed the surrounding pressure intensifying. An overwhelming force relentlessly crashing upon him, rendering even his fully summoned protective barrier ineffective. He could hear the unsettling creaks of his bones under the strain, his body contorting painfully as the pressure exacerbated his suffering, a torment even his resilient nerves could scarcely bear. In the face of such excruciating pain, the act of thought itself seemed a luxury. That fleeting moment appeared to stretch into eternity, yet even the most protracted span must have an end. Finally, the Sword Saint Kane elevated that peculiar long sword above his head. At that instant, time seemed to pause, and space quaked. The brilliance vanished without a trace, plunging the entire realm into darkness. In this stark contrast, nothing could be seen. Even with eyes wide open, one would remain blind. The tremendous pressure abruptly dissipated, only to return with even greater ferocity in the next heartbeat, propelling Chen Xing through the air, landing him a full 5 zhang away before he could regain his footing. Several blood vessels burst, showering the air with crimson droplets. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, the Sword Saint raised his sword high, poised to strike. Under the infinite might of heaven and earth, Chen Xing suddenly lifted his gaze, a smile breaking through the beads of sweat on his face as he exclaimed, "I need to use the restroom." With that, the Sword Saint could no longer maintain control of his body. Plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably as he struggled to catch his breath. The overwhelming force still lingered, thunderclaps echoing continuously, while the ground bore the scars of destruction, pockmarked with craters. Violent whirlwinds swept up the fallen trees around them, showcasing nature's boundless power. Yet, neither of them seemed to notice the chaos surrounding them. One crouched, the other sprawled, devoid of any grace. Eventually, the Sword Saint regained his breath, weakly lifting his head to gaze at the distant Chen Xing. "How did you know?" The expression on Chen Xing's face appeared somewhat sinister, a stark contrast to his usual calm demeanor. He spoke softly, reflecting on the earlier moment. "Of course, although I am uncertain how you achieved this. The majesty of the unity of heaven and earth is truly flawless." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Though I have never known what the unity of heaven and earth should resemble." "Then you merely—" He hesitated. "It's merely conjecture. You cannot possess such terrifying power, despite being the Sword Saint." Chen Xing nodded affirmatively. "So you?" "Well, I merely wish to test it." To his surprise, the acknowledgement came. "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed." With a thud, the Sword Saint, who had just attempted to rise, collapsed once more onto the ground, his body overwhelmed by weakness. After a considerable time, he finally stirred. Struggling to get back up, shaking his head, the expression on the Sword Saint Cain's face was one of resignation, a clear indication of his trepidation. He raised the peculiar long sword in his hand and remarked, "All right, no more jesting. Allow me to reintroduce this sword. You should now be familiar with its name. As a legendary weapon, it undoubtedly possesses its own uniqueness. This sword's singular trait is the ability to employ a skill, an unusual skill, indeed. Its name is..." The Sword Saint paused, glancing at Chen Xing's expression, observing no hint of urgency, and sighed before continuing, "The hypocritical reality. The hypocritical reality, a peculiar skill, is one that no profession across the entirety of the Timmy continent can learn. It exists solely on this sword. As its name suggests, this skill can conjure an illusory space, wherein everything is dictated by the wielder of the sword. Unlike typical illusions, the space created by this skill is tangible, not merely a figment of the opponent's mind. It is a genuine existence. However, true to its name, this existence is also hypocritical, lacking any substantive change, merely an image that exists within reality. Although it bears only a slight distinction from mere illusion, its impact is profound. The scenes conjured by this skill do not require interference with the opponent's will to manifest. In other words, it is independent of the opponent's magical defenses or mental fortitude. This allows the sword's master to produce the desired effect completely, and when wielded correctly, the results can be extraordinarily fearsome, potentially terrifying to the opponent. Like the name of the sword itself, it compels the enemy to endure the psychological pressure imposed by the wielder, forcing them to taste the bitter fruits of their own heart. Listening quietly to the Sword Saint's exposition, Chen Xing couldn't help but smile wryly. Such a skill nearly ensnared him. It is indeed a fearsome ability, and when paired with the Sword Saint's formidable reputation, none would doubt its authenticity. It is precisely because the Sword Saint wields such skills that skepticism does not arise. Had an ordinary person attempted to use it, he would have already struck them with a 100-step divine fist, denying them any opportunity. Almost falling prey to this cunning individual left Chen Xing feeling profoundly dissatisfied with his own composure. As two individuals engaged in conversation, the surrounding thunder and oppressive atmosphere abruptly ceased. Everything around them twisted momentarily, only to revert to its original state in the next instant. The sky remained clear, adorned with twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. The trench created by the Sword Saint's impact still lay before them, a remnant of the earlier tempestuous scene. It was truly extravagant. Such a formidable skill had been effortlessly unraveled by mere conjecture. The Sword Saint shook his head, filled with admiration. To be one with the universe. I fear I can only grasp that infinite power through the sword in my hand. It is indeed a source of profound longing. The rugged features of the Sword Saint softened, devoid of any cunning expressions, as he gazed heavenward. That boundless power, as if everything could be held within one's grasp. Indeed. Chen Xing nodded in agreement. Such is the aspiration of a martial artist, to merge with the cosmos and transcend its limitations. That is the essence of true strength. Although I have yet to attain it, I remain the Sword Saint, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The crafty elder's face was alight with excitement and confidence. While I admire your lofty ambitions, I must convey one truth to you. What is it? The path of martial arts has no summit. A resounding howl echoed through the heavens, infused with powerful inner strength, akin to a dragon's roar. In that cry, Chen Xing's short hair danced wildly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce brilliance, reminiscent of a divine being. With 4 crisp sounds of shattering, 4 exquisite ornaments fell at his feet. The burdensome shackles of training were lifted. The Sword Saint Cain gazed in astonishment at the transformed Chen Xing. His presence surged with an unprecedented intensity since the removal of those 4 exquisite pieces. Chen Xing seemed to have become a different person, radiating an endless aura of power, akin to a ferocious tiger ready to pounce, exuding an air of danger. His expression grew serious as Cain once again positioned his peculiar sword across his chest. He acutely sensed the peril emanating from Chen Xing, and the sense of complacency dissipated entirely. Golden light flickered around him, and the sword trembled slightly. In an instant, 4 identical Sword Saint Cains appeared in formation, a striking display of deceptive reality. The use of such a technique by the Sword Saint intensified the threat. Even Chen Xing found it impossible to discern the genuine from the counterfeit, for in this space, the fabricated reality possessed an undeniable presence. Though false, who could truly distinguish between illusion and authenticity? Indeed, As the sword saint perceived, Chen Xing was now imbued with danger. Yet he could not fathom the nature of this peril. In the next moment, Chen Xing demonstrated what true speed entailed. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, and he vanished without a trace. Amidst the swirling clouds of smoke and dust, a pitch-black fist emerged as if summoned from the depths of hell, delivering a ferocious blow to the face of a sword saint. The immense force erupted violently, shattering the skull and causing brain matter and blood to splatter backward. The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, a sight of utter despair. The figures concealed within the dense forest were thrown into a state of chaos. However, Chen Xing remained unperturbed by the gruesome spectacle before him. In an instant, he closed the distance to another sword saint, who was rendered completely unresponsive. As Chen Xing had anticipated, the illusion, despite its realism, could never rival the acute reflexes of a true sword saint. In a fleeting moment, Chen Xing leapt and landed a decisive kick atop the head of the sword saint, sending him crashing backward. Simultaneously, the attacks from two other sword saints converged, their swords gleaming with an ominous purple light, exuding an aura of death. Disregarding the swords approaching from behind, Chen Xing exerted force upon the fallen sword saint, causing brain matter to spray forth. Using this momentum, he propelled himself upward, tracing a graceful arc through the air, landing behind the two sword saints. His movements were swift and executed with precision. The true sword saints, wary of revealing their genuine strength for fear of exposing their true selves to Chen Xing, could only match the attacks of the illusions, thus finding themselves at a disadvantage. It seemed that in previous encounters with this skill, they had never faced a formidable opponent like Chen Xing. Merely utilizing the same strength as the illusions had sufficed to annihilate foes. Even in a coordinated assault, they could easily leverage the illusions to deliver fatal strikes. To their surprise, they were now faltering under Chen Xing's onslaught, leaving Kane's heart in turmoil. A tumult of emotions swirling within. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xing, known for his merciless nature, showed no mercy. The moment he touched down, he crouched deeply before launching himself upward with tremendous force. The air screamed in protest as his speed surged to a terrifying degree, sending sand and stones flying. Through the haze of dust, Chen Xing's figure burst forth, instantly positioning himself between the two sword saints. His hands, encased in ebony gauntlets, shot forward, thrusting toward the figures before him. This time, unlike before, the sword saint before him radiated a brilliant golden light. His sword, akin to a serpent, lunged forward with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Chen Xing's brow. It was indeed the true form of the sword saint. Unfazed, Chen Xing had anticipated the possibility of confronting the sword saint's true form since the onset of battle, having prepared accordingly. Relying on his current velocity, which far surpassed that of the sword saint, he abruptly bowed and retreated, not even glancing back. In the retreat, his right leg shot out like a venomous snake, delivering a precise kick to the charging sword saint behind him, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into several large trees before collapsing to the ground. His body grotesquely contorted, a grim indication of his impending demise. This was also a flaw of the hypocritical reality skill. Its excessive realism meant that once it sustained damage, the simulated combat units would utterly lose their efficacy. A sudden, piercing shriek reverberated through the air as Chen Xing's figure vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the sword saint, Kane. With a swift kick, he struck the sword saint's lower back, propelling him into the air. Following closely, Chen Xing unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks from every part of his being, transforming into a lethal weapon. Kicks, punches, claw strikes, headbutts, shoulder charges, elbow thrusts, and knee strikes poured forth in an unceasing torrent, each blow imbued with overwhelming weight, rendering the sword saint's defenses nearly impossible and leaving no room for counterattacks. From a distance, the sound of gasps echoed through the dense forest. The sword saint, the pinnacle of continental swordsmen and nearly an invincible figure, was being relentlessly pursued and attacked by a mere newly promoted martial artist, without a chance to retaliate. It was a scene that felt like a nightmare. Chen Bing and his companions were somewhat unfazed, buoyed by their unwavering belief in Chen Xing's invincibility, which allowed them to accept and relish the unfolding battle. However, those hidden in the other part of the forest were not so reassured. It was indeed a nightmare, a harrowing dream they could scarcely believe. Caesar trembled with icy dread, witnessing his master, the so-called invincible sword saint, being relentlessly assaulted by that formidable foe without a glimmer of hope for reprisal. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the reality was utterly unacceptable. From a young age, he had been trained by Cain, fully aware of his master's immense strength. At the age of 18, he had witnessed Cain slay a ferocious red dragon with his sword. For humanity's strongest, such feats of dragon slaying were no longer mere accomplishments to boast of. Yet he remained proud to have such a powerful master. Prior to this battle, he had already received word of the dragon knight James's crushing defeat. However, that was merely a juvenile white dragon, and even if Chen Xing had vanquished it, he would have felt no surprise. But this was his master, the true powerhouse of the continent. How could this be possible? Cain did not disappoint Caesar. Regardless of the middle-aged man's notorious demeanor, cunning nature, or cynical outlook, he undeniably lived up to his title as a formidable warrior. The sword saint erupted like a thunderclap, his golden aura radiating outward, unleashing a terrifying pressure that swiftly spread in all directions. Chen Xing, in close proximity, became the first casualty of this overwhelming force. Plummeting to the ground like a falling star, harshly pressed down by the oppressive weight. Amidst the intense golden radiance, the purple longsword flickered with frenetic energy. Countless arcs of sword energy materialized in rapid succession, striking the earth where Chen Xing descended, carving out a massive pit in an instant. Thunderous explosions echoed repeatedly as the air was filled with debris from the unleashed sword energy, the ground's turf being torn up layer upon layer. Smoke billowed, unmistakably showcasing the sword saint's unparalleled destructive power. Behind the scattering sword energy, a chilling light erupted from Cain's eyes. Suddenly, he gripped his sword tightly, channeling the battle aura that enveloped his body into the blade. Purple and golden radiance intertwined, creating an eerie yet harmonious fusion that emanated a heart-stopping murderous intent. As a long cry resounded, the sword saint descended from the heavens like a shooting star, wielding overwhelming might as he struck fiercely towards Chen Xing, who remained ensnared in the pit. The onlookers in the dense forest were stunned. Even those who had unwavering faith in Chen Xing, like Chen Bing, were devoid of confidence. All eyes were fixed on the sword saint as his sword, akin to tearing through the heavens, descended with tremendous force. Time seemed to halt, an instant stretching into eternity. Everything around appeared frozen in the fabric of time and space. Suddenly, a pair of pitch-black hands emerged from the midsection of the sword saint's blade, forcefully clamping down on it. The white energy emanating from the palms countered the dense purple and golden battle aura of the sword. Despite the sword saint's fierce onslaught akin to raging waves, the sword could not budge an inch under the grip of those hands, held suspended in the air. As the dust settled, an extraordinary scene unfolded before all eyes. The sword saint, his body marred with bruises, held his long sword, which was gripped by the bloodied Chen Xing. Neither could move, yet a faint smile was discernible at the corner of Chen Xing's mouth. In this realm, who had ever witnessed such a peculiar martial art? Even the well-versed sword saint Cain had never encountered it. The realization that his formidable technique had been effortlessly neutralized by Chen Xing's bare hands left him momentarily bewildered, rooted in place. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting the fallen leaves from their earlier battle and carrying them away swiftly. Truly, a genuine master, such martial prowess was not merely unseen but unheard of. Exhilarated, the sword saint seemed to laugh heartily, as if he had discovered a new continent. Chen Xing, smiling in return, nodded slowly in acknowledgement. You are commendable. The title of sword saint is indeed well-deserved. Ha 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 ha, let us not dwell on it. Who would have thought I could encounter a master such as yourself? This journey is certainly worthwhile. The sword saint chuckled with increasing delight. Now, I can rest easy. Oh, you are a perceptive individual. You must be aware that my challenge has another purpose. I shall not conceal it any longer. If you defeat me, I will reveal it to you. Though the sword saint smiled, Chen Xing caught a glint of coldness in his eyes. Very well, Chen Xing nodded. It's a promise. A promise indeed. The summit lay in tatters, ravaged by the clash between Chen Xing and the sword saint, the ground so thoroughly destroyed that its original form was unrecognizable. Broken trees and disordered earth, roots, and grass were strewn about, creating a scene of utter chaos. The two stood there, neither willing to strike. Were it not for their battered bodies, they might have appeared to be engaged in casual conversation. The cunning look on Cain's face suggested that the young man was perhaps unable to continue the fight. Chen Xing smiled slightly in response. Let us conclude this. Show me your utmost strength. Very well. As if in agreement, both retreated simultaneously, creating a buffer space before them. Despite their injuries, their auras surged dramatically, filling the air with a palpable pressure, which even reached the ears of Chen Bing and Caesar, who were hiding in the dense forest. Kane's hair moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, his golden battle aura enveloping him, despite being covered in bruises. It did not hinder his ability to wield his power. He leaned slightly forward, dragging his long sword behind him, emanating an explosive force that bore an intense sense of oppression, as if he could surge forward at any moment. In stark contrast, Chen Xing stood sideways to the sword saint, his bloodied form solidly grounded with feet apart and center of gravity lowered, embodying a stable stance akin to a horse stance. One arm extended forward while the other rested against his ribcage. Though he lacked the sword saint's overwhelming pressure, he exuded a steadiness, unmoving like a mountain, seemingly merging with the earth itself, his energy flowing deep and vibrant. Unlike the initial skirmish, their auras had completely reversed, presenting a striking contrast. With a slight flick of his longsword, a smile graced the sword saint's face as he spoke softly. This sword technique derives from an ancient tome, said to originate from the forgotten continent of Daxia. It was discovered alongside a treasure map. After acquiring it, I studied and practiced it diligently. Though I cannot harness the peculiar energy as described in that book, my battle aura yields astonishing power nonetheless. Daxia? Chen Xing's pupils dilated sharply. Indeed, what a magnificent realm, possessing such formidable martial arts. The legends hold true. It is truly the greatest treasure. Even this casually shared sword technique leaves me in awe. You shall witness the formidable might of this sword technique. Suddenly, the sword saint surged forward, his figure slicing through the buffer space between them. Unlike before, he refrained from utilizing long-range sword energy for his attack. Instead, the purple-gold battle aura on his longsword flickered violently, revealing eerie ripples. The sword saint brandished his long sword, which sprang forth like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Chen Xing's head. Following this initial thrust, a flurry of slashes ensued, cutting, hacking, cleaving, and slicing, 6 strikes in rapid succession. Within the onslaught, the sword trembled, hinting at hidden intentions. As Chen Xing evaded, the sword followed his movements like a shadow, its brilliance illuminating the air with the sound of tearing. The relentless assault targeted every inch of Chen Xing's body. Unlike previous attacks, this one was rife with concealed follow-ups. An endless array of variations, occasionally unleashing sword chi that exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent. Chen Xing found his evasions increasingly arduous, his ability to retaliate hampered. In the Forgotten Continent, Chen Xing acutely sensed the sword saint's overwhelming onslaught, a relentless tide of aggression. Beneath the exquisite swordplay, evasion became a formidable challenge, starkly contrasting the straightforward, slashing style typical of this realm. The sword saint's assault brimmed with lethal intent, reminiscent of the martial arts tomes Chen Xing had previously encountered. In the distance, 2 groups observing from the dense forest were once again astounded by the sword saint's prowess. Such intricate techniques were unprecedented to them. Each thrust concealed myriad transformations, each variation imbued with peril and razor-sharp precision. The sword chi, propelled by the sword saint's fighting spirit, plagued Chen Xing with considerable trouble, leaving him with several new wounds in mere moments. Blood flowed incessantly, and he could distinctly feel his stamina waning, nearing its limits. With decisive resolve, Chen Xing altered his fist technique, launching a barrage of punches, each strike interconnected and powerful. The internal energy embedded in each attack was immense. He moved fluidly, his momentum synchronized with his fists, unleashing a force that sent debris flying around him, showcasing his formidable strength. This was the tiger-subduing fist he had employed against Caesar. The suddenness of this assault, combined with his already strained condition, compelled Chen Xing to evade with all his might. Yet, the rapidly flying sword chi still carved a grievous wound across his chest, blood gushing forth. His balance faltered. In an instant, the sword saint shook his sword again, resembling a serpent as it traced a graceful arc before plunging towards Chen Xing's chest. The glint in the sword saint's eyes intensified, an aura of deathly intent radiating from him, devoid of any prior cordiality. The palpable malice sent a shiver down Chen Xing's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled all his internal energy into his hands, transforming fists into palms. With the in-breath in motion and internal energy fully unleashed, his palms ignited with scorching heat, each movement controlled and precise. In an instant, he felt immersed in a furnace, a tremendous heat radiating in all directions. In a state of precarious imbalance, Chen Xing struck fiercely. Ancient martial arts, palm technique, flame blade, burning. With a thunderous roar, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, a vast expanse of searing heat manifested before the eyes of all present. It resembled a colossal fireball, yet its intensity far surpassed that of mere flames. The violent explosion seemed to shake the very ground, instilling terror in all witnesses at the clash of these two formidable warriors. As the searing space dissipated, a harrowing scene unfolded before everyone. A long sword pierced through Chen Xing's chest, blood cascading down the blade. The other end was firmly gripped by the sword saint, Cain, who could no longer unleash his formidable might. Cain's body was charred, yet a subtle tremor was still evident. Despite being enveloped in a defensive aura of fighting spirit during the assault, Chen Xing's overwhelming force had nonetheless penetrated through, inflicting a fatal wound upon him. The terrifying power of that searing space could effortlessly slay a white dragon, yet it could not extinguish Cain's life instantly, attesting to his incredible prowess. A true pinnacle among all swordsmen on the Timmy continent. With a thud, Cain could no longer maintain his stance, slowly collapsing at Chen Xing's feet. Gasping for breath, his frail appearance conveyed to all that his life was flickering out. Gazing skyward, Chen Xing appeared somewhat bewildered. "Master!" Caesar shouted, tears streaming uncontrollably. No longer able to remain hidden in the dense forest, he raced toward the battlefield, his voice echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. Chen Bing and the others also surged toward the fray, their concern for Chen Xing driving them to hasten with desperation. Chen Bing and Xiaoli led the charge, their faces etched with worry and fear. Breathless, blood trickled from the corner of Cain's mouth, yet his face bore a smile. "This time, truly, it has been challenging for you." Chen Xing knelt, placing his palm upon the sword saint's body, generously channeling the little remaining inner strength he possessed to stabilize Cain's injuries. "Thank you, I feel much better now. It is indeed a miraculous skill. Is it a technique from your homeland?" The sword saint's complexion visibly improved. Though Chen Xing knew all too well that Cain's meridians were severed, and time was slipping away. "I promised you that I would inform you of this matter. It was the Emperor who summoned me. I have my principles, which I cannot betray." Cain's voice was intermittent, yet it was evident he was feeling better. "I understand. I know my time is limited, but I have no regrets. You have not disappointed me after all." In the brief exchange, Caesar had already thrown himself before the sword saint, completely disregarding Chen Xing's presence. He gazed at Cain, his throat constricted, unable to utter a word. Tears streaming down and soaking Cain's skin. Chen Bing and the others rushed over, but Chen Xing gestured for them to stand aside, despite their urgency. None dared defy his command. Cain's hand moved slightly, as if attempting to caress Caesar's face, yet he ultimately failed. "Do not cry. What have I taught you? A man does not need tears." Caesar fervently wiped his tears, yet to little avail. "I have left you a letter in my room. You may read it now. Step aside. Let me speak with Chen Xing for a moment." A gentle expression graced Cain's face, reflecting his deep satisfaction with his devoted disciple. Yet, compelled by the Emperor's orders and his own principles, he had to battle Chen Xing. And it seemed he would no longer be able to guide him in the future. After Caesar stepped aside, a faint smile appeared on Cain's face as he nodded towards Chen Xing. "I hope I haven't embarrassed you." "No, it's quite all right," Chen Xing replied, expressing his fondness for Caesar's character. "Well, I have two requests, though they may seem abrupt. I sincerely hope you will grant them. I shall do my utmost. Firstly, I remain quite concerned about this child, Caesar. I have left him a letter, and he will seek you out in the future. For my sake, please take it upon yourself to guide him. He has matured greatly, and you will have a fine disciple. Thank you. And there is one more matter that troubles me greatly." "What is it?" "After my passing, those children will suffer. I fear this may trouble you as well. If it is not too inconvenient, please send a little money as a wager for this battle." "I will do so." Chen Xing's voice grew even more somber. "You have agreed, then I am reassured." Cain's voice dwindled, his gaze drifting toward the heavens. "It has been a pleasure to fight alongside you." His voice gradually faded until it was no more. "Likewise." As Chen Xing gazed at the cunning sword saint, his eyes began to mist over. Watching the departure of this sly man filled him with a profound sense of melancholy. This man, at the pinnacle of martial prowess in the continent, bore no semblance of a typical sword saint, yet his every action steadfastly adhered to his own principles. Whether he acted as an accomplice to a tiger or belittled himself, within his heart lay an unwavering sanctuary. Compared to him, Chen Xing felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. True strength requires no validation from others. It seemed he had been imparted a lesson, unknowingly absorbing the teachings of this man before him. Chen Xing's vision blurred once more. Indeed, it was no wonder that he was the only sword saint on the Timmy continent. Their brief interaction had already penetrated deep into his soul. Slowly rising, He allowed his battered body, stained with blood and scars, to stand tall. His gaze remained fixed on the serene visage of the sword saint. "Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise," he declared in a low voice, as though making a solemn vow. "However, my principles shall prove even more pragmatic than yours." Around him, Chen Bing and others finally gathered at Chen Xing's side, while Xiao Li and Lu Si frantically tended to his wounds. The 5 fighters and Chen Bing exchanged complex glances, unable to utter a word as they watched the figure of the sword saint fade away. Caesar approached slowly, casting a deep, complex glance at Chen Xing. Though it was this man who had slain his master, he could not summon even a trace of hatred. It seemed this outcome was the most natural conclusion. The high ground fell silent, save for the gentle breeze. Had it not been for the scattered remnants of battle, none would have guessed that the continent's mightiest swordsman had just performed the most resplendent dance of death here. Xiao Li and Lu Si finally completed their tasks, and Chen Xing was bandaged to resemble a mummy. The battle had been exceedingly fierce, resulting in Chen Xing sustaining the gravest injuries he had encountered since arriving on this continent. His body was riddled with countless wounds, and blood gushed forth like an unrestrained torrent. Had it not been for Chen Xing's ability to harness internal energy for self-healing, he would have surely perished. Once Xiao Li finished dressing Chen Xing's wounds, she couldn't bear to leave him in such a disheveled state. She embraced him tightly, her head bowed as she wept softly, leaving Chen Xing feeling quite awkward. Meanwhile, Lu Si observed quietly from the side, her expression a tumult of anger, fear, jealousy, and envy, all woven together in complexity. Suddenly recalling something, she spoke up. "Let us proceed directly to the orphan village. You have prepared your belongings, haven't you?" Chen Xing tilted his head to look at Lu Si, a hint of amusement in his eyes, aware that her actions could not remain concealed from him. Lu Si exhibited no trace of embarrassment and nodded in affirmation. "There's not much to bring, just some money. It seems you will need quite a bit this time." "Very well," Chen Xing agreed with a nod. "Shall we depart?" "Where to exactly?" At that moment, a voice interjected abruptly, as a group emerged from a nearby thicket. Leading them was a heavily armored warrior clad in gleaming silver, flanked by what appeared to be his retinue. They exuded an air of nobility. Chen Bing and the others quickly stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Chen Xing. After the earlier battle, it was evident to all that Chen Xing had reached his limits. The newcomers were undoubtedly foes, likely dispatched by the emperor. Thus, it was imperative to ensure that no harm befell Chen Xing. Chen Xing slowly pushed past his companions, stepping to the forefront. His countenance remained impassive, and his cold gaze fixated on the approaching warrior, who emanated a palpable sense of danger. The armored warrior halted 5 paces away, raised his hand, and a chair was promptly presented for him. He settled into it, observing Chen Xing and his companions with keen interest. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luke, the captain of the Imperial Guard to His Majesty the Emperor of the Dragon Empire," the warrior declared, sipping from a glass of red wine that had been offered to him. The crimson liquid swayed gently in the goblet, emanating an alluring aesthetic. Despite the lavish display before him, Chen Xing maintained a serene expression, as though beholding the most commonplace occurrence. Behind him, Dreka leaned in closer, whispering, "Chen Good. Luke is an elite dragon knight of the Dragon Empire, possessing formidable strength." "Oh, it appears you are familiar with me. How delightful. Come, let us toast," Luke responded, seemingly pleased by the exchange. However, despite the invitation to toast, he made no effort to pour wine for Chen Xing and his companions, instead downing the contents of his goblet in one gulp, prompting a servant to refill it immediately. "How shall I put it? You display a remarkable lack of awareness. His Majesty is quite displeased. While your brutal defeat of that jester, James, brings me some delight, your actions that have upset the Emperor bring me sorrow. How shall I punish you?" Luke adopts a contemplative pose. Lowering his head, Chen Xing's voice becomes exceedingly grave as he speaks in a commanding tone. "Xiao Bing, lead the team and proceed to the orphan village immediately. Remember to take a roundabout route to avoid being followed. I will handle matters here." At that moment, everyone shook their heads in dismay, with Xiao Li clinging tightly to Chen Xing, refusing to let go. Chen Bing also displayed an unwavering determination to remain by his side, her cold expression betraying a hint of urgency. "I do not wish to repeat myself," Chen Xing stated, his face ashen, his voice growing ever colder. "If you do not heed my words, be gone." "Oh, your children flee quite swiftly, do they?" "No matter, as long as I capture you." "Do you truly believe they can outrun the speed of a dragon?" Such naivety is laughable. Luke laughed heartily, his glass of red wine swaying violently in his grasp. The attendants behind him surged forth, proclaiming the might of the Dragon Knight, who had frightened the enemy away upon their first encounter. None could escape the grasp of Lord Luke. Listening to this, Luke felt a sense of satisfaction, erupting into another bout of laughter. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xing's face as he took a deep breath, the remaining energy within him coursing through his battered body, mending his wounds in preparation for the impending battle. As for the bird-riding foe before him, it sufficed to incapacitate the creature. A glimmer of ruthless coldness flickered in Chen Xing's eyes. You seem quite dissatisfied. However, given your current state, what could you possibly do to me? Foolish one. You shall soon realize the magnitude of your mistake in offending Lord Luke. I have decided. I shall grant you no chance for regret. The Dragon Knight Luke chuckled softly, swirling the goblet in his hand. He then retrieved a small whistle from his person and gently blew into it. The sound of the whistle was not loud, yet it traveled swiftly, seemingly harmonizing with a distant dragon's roar. The attendants behind the Dragon Knight Luke swiftly turned to leave, none daring to linger near him. After all, Lord Luke's mount was a fierce black dragon, known for its brutality and taste for human flesh. Those who served Lord Luke often found themselves as mere snacks for the beast. As Luke began to summon the black dragon, everyone wished they could sprout additional legs to escape. Standing quietly, Chen Xing appeared unchanged, his eyes nearly closing as if he were about to doze off while standing. The energy within him surged furiously, gradually intensifying. Regardless of the circumstances, he knew he must escape. With his current condition, defeating the Dragon Knight before him was merely a fanciful dream. Chen Xing silently contemplated the state of his inner being, feeling a tinge of hesitation. Thus, there remained but one course of action. In the distant sky, a small black dot appeared, rapidly enlarging until it grew to the size of a fist. The form of the black dragon became distinctly visible. Soon, it hovered above, and as the dragon flapped its wings to descend, a tempest swirled, lifting grass, roots, and leaves into the air, tousling Chen Xing's short hair in the process. With a gleeful smile, Luke gazed at the black dragon before him, his companion. A creature of considerable size and insatiable appetite. Undoubtedly, it was as clever as he was, and he felt immense satisfaction. He had been cast aside by the Dragon Clan during the trials, yet this very black dragon had sought him out, eager to forge a pact. It bestowed upon him unparalleled power, and in return, he offered it freedom and the fulfillment of desires. Their compatibility was perfect. The more Luke pondered, the more pride swelled within him. Today, he was determined to teach this creature a lesson. What were mere martial artists but trifles, easily vanquished before a true dragon? Are you prepared? Let me first break your legs, so you can only crawl on the ground. I relish the sight of you prostrate before me. With a cruel smile, Luke mounted the dragon's back, grasping a massive two-handed sword that rested there. The black dragon let out a low growl, its gaze directed at Chen Xing as if he were a delectable morsel. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xing opened his eyes. The black dragon knight, Luke, cackled with delight, fully confident that this man had become his prey. His black dragon was no juvenile white dragon like the foolish James. The dragon's breath was the true flame of dragons, wielding unmatched power. On the battlefield, a single exhalation from the black dragon could turn hundreds of soldiers into charred ashes, its destructive capability rivaling that of infernal flames. This man, if unscathed, might have instilled fear in Luke, for his strength could even fell sword saints. Yet now, this man was battered and bruised, posing no threat whatsoever. Luke mused that even the man's attacks could hardly shake his defenses. Chen Xing slowly stirred, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He was still too strained. His body could not endure such a fierce battle any longer. Defeating Luke seemed impossible, but escaping was another matter altogether. With a powerful stomp, Chen Xing surged toward the Dragon Knight, his steps slightly unsteady, yet his speed remained unaffected. In an instant, he crossed the 5-zhang gap between them, his right hand resting upon the black dragon's wing. Silently channeling his internal energy, he infiltrated it deeply. The pressure of wind approached. The Dragon Knight Luke was not like James, possessing the title of the most unscrupulous knight in the Dragon Empire, devoid of any chivalric spirit. Because of this, he found Chen Xing's straightforward approach of striking without hesitation particularly agreeable. His reflexes were far quicker than those of an ordinary knight. The massive sword, howling with the wind, swiftly descended towards Chen Xing's arm. Amid the anguished roar of the black dragon, the sword struck. Blood erupted from Chen Xing's shoulder, and he could no longer support his body, being flung far away by the black dragon, collapsing to the ground and momentarily unable to rise. The black dragon roared violently, its wings causing it excruciating pain that made it wish for death. Its gaze swiftly shifted to the distant figure of Chen Xing, who lay on the ground, dragon flames flickering at the corners of its mouth. Luke hurriedly intervened, preventing the black dragon from unleashing its breath. After all, one could not afford to take such risks. Inflicting severe injury was permissible, but if Chen Xing were to perish, Luke himself would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As one of the 3 dragon knights most favored by His Majesty, he was not willing to become the second to lose the chance for advancement after one had already fallen. With a firm grip, the black dragon sensed its master's intent and swiftly altered its strategy, striding towards Chen Xing with purpose. Its claws glinted ominously, struggling to rise, despite appearing disheveled. Chen Xing's eyes still sparkled with determination and fighting spirit. As the black dragon knight approached menacingly, a surge of fury welled up within him. If that were the case, let it be a costly endeavor for you. The mysteries of ancient Chinese martial arts were beyond the comprehension of knights who relied on external forces. His dwindling inner energy surged rapidly, flowing into the meridian pathways that Chen Xing had never before considered using. His blood vessels bulged, and the frantic beating of his heart made him acutely aware of his life ebbing away. His skin flushed crimson, and a chilling light radiated from his eyes. In the instant the black dragon loomed before him, Chen Xing had completed the adjustment of his inner energy. A torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, forcefully piercing into the black dragon's chest. The dragon's formidable scales provided no protection, and amidst its agonized wails, a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in its chest, with torrents of dragon blood gushing forth, splattering Chen Xing amidst the shower of blood. Chen Xing suddenly let out a piercing cry that pierced the clouds. His entire form transformed into a blur at high speed, and in the next moment, he had distanced himself by several hundred feet from the black dragon. In the wake of his cry, his figure flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving behind the still wailing black dragon and the astonished dragon knight Luke. The ancient Chinese martial arts, the heart technique of the heavenly demon blood escape. In the buffer zone between the Dragon Empire and the Beast Empire, 30 miles southeast of the infamous Weiqi Mountains, Chen Bing and the others were proceeding slowly. According to Caesar, if they continued northwest from there into the Weiqi Mountains, they would encounter a vast valley. The orphan village lay there, having adopted a reclusive stance to evade the ravages of war. All women and children were forbidden from leaving, and although life was not easy, it was tranquil and safe. This environment was the best for the orphans who had suffered greatly due to the horrors of war. 5 fighters behind him took turns carrying a makeshift stretcher. Chen Xing lay upon it, having been unconscious for over half a month. Shortly after he and his companions had received Chen Xing's orders to retreat that fateful night, they heard a piercing wail that sliced through the clouds. It was unmistakably the voice of Chen Xing. Just as Xiuli and Chen Bing resolved to defy his orders and investigate, they spotted a figure racing towards them with an unimaginable speed. The keen-eyed Lucy immediately recognized that it was Chen Xing. The group then exerted themselves in the direction of that figure, and at last, they discovered Chen Xing's fallen form deep within a thicket 50 miles away. It had been half a month, an agonizing span of time. Chen Bing felt a surge of anxiety within him, although his usual icy demeanor betrayed none of his feelings. As one of the earliest followers of Chen Xing, his concern for Chen Xing's condition surpassed that of anyone else. Strangely enough, the pace of Chen Xing's recovery was astonishing. His wounds had nearly scabbed over by the 3rd day, and his breathing remained steady. Yet, he showed no signs of awakening, a fact that left Chen Bing and the others both elated and worried. Lucy even employed elven magic to channel the essence of life towards Chen Xing. But to no avail. Chen Xing appeared to be in a deep slumber, one from which he would not awaken. The entire team journeyed in silence. Ever since Chen Xing had fallen into this sleep, they all seemed to have lost their guiding star. Even the most talkative among them, young Linda, had fallen silent. Zidian was also brought along by Lucy, obediently trailing behind. They set up camp in the thicket that night. Everyone was bustling about, determined to fulfill Chen Xing's commands. Their destination remained the orphan village, the path laid out before them. Suddenly, Xiuli's cries pierced the air. Chen Bing's heart tightened, and he rushed toward the tent where Chen Xing lay. In a frenzy, he dashed into the tent, fearing the worst. Upon entering, he froze, drawing a flurry of curses from the fighters who had hastily followed him. Inside the tent, Chen Xing held the weeping Xiuli in his embrace, gazing at her with a familiar smile gracing his lips. However, There was one truth that Chen Xing had yet to reveal to them. He had forfeited 10 years of his life. As with all universal truths, to gain something, one must first sacrifice something. In his quest to achieve that momentary burst of unparalleled speed, Chen Xing had paid the price of burning his own life force. Regardless, he felt that he had gained immensely. The Dragon Knight would likely take a long time to regain his strength, and if the situation worsened, it was entirely possible that the Black Dragon would be rendered utterly incapacitated. The ancient martial arts of China were a legacy they could scarcely comprehend. In a state of bliss akin to a leisurely outing, Chen Xing reveled in the rare moments of tranquility since arriving on this timmy continent. The radiant sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a myriad of bright spots upon the leaf-strewn ground. The refreshing air invigorated the spirit, a luxury unattainable in his previous reality. Soon, the edge of the dense forest came into view, and passing through it would lead to the entrance of the valley. Everyone eagerly anticipated reaching their destination, for the continuous journey had proven to be quite exhausting. A hot bath, a hearty meal, and a restful slumber awaited them. This was the essence of life. At last, they emerged from the thicket, the intense sunlight momentarily blinding them. Gradually acclimating to the brightness, they opened their eyes to behold a vast valley entrance, where wisps of smoke could be seen rising from within. The landscape was awash in vibrant greenery, with wildflowers blooming at the valley's edge, embellishing the scenery. As the group ventured into the valley, they were taken aback. A multitude of homes sprawled across the area, forming a small town, with smoke curling upwards from various chimneys. Yet, the dwellings appeared dilapidated, some even featuring gaping holes in their walls, revealing signs of past plunder. As Chen Xing and his companions drew nearer, the sound of sobbing became distinctly audible, filling their ears. Chen Xing furrowed his brow, questioning whether this shabby place was indeed the sacred ground that the Sword Saint had fought to protect, the orphan village. In the Dragon Empire, within the palace. What? He has fled? With a look of astonishment, the Emperor gently set down the documents in his hand and slowly raised his head. Yes, indeed. The Dragon Knight Luke, drenched in sweat, knelt slightly on the ground, trembling. Yes, Your Majesty. Luke felt foolish for taking on such a task. Although Dragon Knights held an esteemed position in the Dragon Empire, being one of the 3 who craved power, he had risked his entire fortune on the Emperor before him. Now, with the Emperor in a rage, if his wrath were to fall upon him, even his merits would not spare him from the consequences. So, my knight, do you not think you owe me an explanation? The Emperor's tone softened, his hand supporting his chin, as his gaze wandered over the ornate decorations in the hall, seemingly more captivating than the knight kneeling below. Your Majesty, that martial artist possesses a unique skill that enables him to escape at an extraordinary speed, instantaneous and comparable to a mage's teleportation. Not only that, but he can unleash a powerful attack while fleeing. My black dragon was injured by him. Luke abruptly halted, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Damn it, why did he mention that fearsome attack? He had kept the injury of his black dragon a secret, ensuring that none of his attendants were aware, fearing the Emperor's discovery. The injury of a Dragon Knight's mount was a grave matter in the Dragon Empire, a profound disgrace that was difficult to absolve. What happened to your black dragon? The Emperor immediately inquired, as anticipated. Each mount of a Dragon Knight represented immense wealth for the Dragon Empire. A knight could perish, but the mount must always be protected. For 80% of a Dragon Knight's power stemmed from the might of that dragon. Is it truly unharmed? Indeed, it is but a minor injury, hardly of any consequence. The martial artist is truly formidable. No wonder Your Majesty holds him in such high regard. Your discernment is exceptionally astute. Individuals of such caliber should undoubtedly serve the Empire. Luca deftly shifted the conversation, seeking to redirect the Emperor's attention. Indeed, this martial artist, Chen Xing, is indeed a talent. However, his lack of awareness of the current situation poses quite a dilemma. Such a powerful figure must not be allowed to join another nation. Yet, we cannot apply excessive pressure. I must admit, my impatience has led me astray this time, the Emperor slowly remarked. Casting a glance at Luca below, he gestured with his hand. You may depart and relay my orders. Inform the Chancellor to cease his concerns regarding this matter. It is prudent to allow it some respite. Pushing too hard will yield no benefit for us. Every individual has their vulnerabilities, and even the strong are no exception. Have them send someone to thoroughly investigate this martial artist. Yes, your servant takes leave, Luca swiftly responded. Within the palace, the Emperor quietly scrutinized the documents. The hall enveloped in a profound silence, with all guards and attendants refraining from disturbing the Emperor's contemplation. Suddenly, the Emperor of the Dragon Empire let out a sigh. Does Luca truly believe I am unaware of his steed's grievous condition? He still wishes to conceal it from me. It appears he harbors his own intentions. I must remain vigilant. Were it not for the considerable wealth and resources required to replace a dragon knight, I would have eliminated that fool already. How laughable that he thinks he can deceive me. Shaking his head, the Emperor returned to the documents at hand. Although Chen Xing recognized that the existence of the orphan village could not solely depend on the Sword Saint, he was struck by the scene before him. It seemed foolish for so many to rely entirely on the Sword Saint, Cain, for their livelihoods, no matter how capable he may be. It is beyond the capacity of a single individual to sustain them all. Gradually approaching, Chen Xing sensed something was amiss. Why was it so quiet? Every door was tightly shut. Had something occurred? The echo of footsteps on the desolate and rudimentary street was particularly pronounced. Suddenly, a door swung open behind him, and a youthful voice rang out, "I'll fight you." Jack swiftly seized the young boy, casually discarding the wooden stick and raising him before Chen Xing. The boy struggled fiercely, his eyes ablaze with hatred. "Cain sent me," Chen Xing stated, promptly calming the squirming child. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he collapsed onto the ground, gradually revealing a frenzied joy. "Uncle Cain, are you here to save us?" the boy eagerly inquired. Chen Xing nodded slightly, prompting the boy to leap with joy and race into the street, shouting loudly, "Everyone, come out. It's someone sent by Uncle Cain. He has come to rescue us." Chen Xing instructed Jekka and others to stand in a line ahead, resembling a row of formidable guardians, which intimidated the nearby children, rendering them hesitant to approach. Meanwhile, he leaned casually against the unicorn, surveying the surrounding environment with a measured gaze. It was evident that this place had recently endured a violent plunder. Every door bore signs of destruction. However, Chen Xing was perplexed as to how such a calamity could befall a village under the protection of the Sword Saint, Cain. His expression gradually turned serious, as an unsettling premonition loomed over him. "Brother Chen, it seems we are in trouble," said Lu Si, her face etched with anger, while the young girl Linda beside her wore a look of dismay. "Indeed," Chen Xing replied with a nod. This place had long ceased to be under the Sword Saint's watchful eye, ever since Cain departed in response to an invitation from the Emperor of the Dragon Empire. It had swiftly fallen into the clutches of a band of mountain bandits. The few women and older children had been captured, leaving only a handful of small children struggling to survive by foraging for wild vegetables. Lucy's voice grew increasingly agitated, as an elf who cherished peace and nature. She found such occurrences intolerable. Previously, she had restrained her emotions due to circumstances beyond her control, but since following Chen Xing, she had begun to relax and rediscover her true self. "What about the people Cain sends each year? Haven't they noticed?" Lucy's voice quivered with indignation. "They have long since colluded with these bandits. The funds sent by the Sword Saint every year are being siphoned off by these ruffians." Having once been abandoned herself, she empathized deeply with the plight of these orphans. "Brother Xing, I will handle this." Chen Bing approached Chen Xing and spoke softly. "I will ascertain the number of adversaries, their professions, and their location, and conduct a strength assessment." Chen Xing gently closed his eyes, seemingly on the verge of slumber. "I have already gathered the information." Lucy's long hair fluttered gently in the breeze. Having once worked for a notorious assassin organization, she possessed an almost instinctive sensitivity to such intelligence. This group of bandits comprises approximately 200 individuals, gathered in a valley 3 miles to the north. They are a mixed lot, with various professions, likely a coalition of rogues. However, for reasons unknown, their discipline appears quite strong, as evidenced by a recent raid where they only abducted some of the older children. Perhaps due to the remoteness of this place, they are unafraid of these children escaping, having left no guards, merely checking in occasionally. Rising to his feet, Chen Xing dusted himself off and gestured lightly, silencing Chen Bing. "Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to these courteous bandits." Chen Xing slowly walked to the center of the village square, leaning against the stone platform as he settled down, his gaze fixed upon the vast sky, surveying the multitude of twinkling stars. This was typically the time he would engage in his internal cultivation. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sight of these children stirred a profound longing for his homeland within him. Images of his hometown and his grandfather incessantly swirled before his eyes, rendering him unable to find tranquility. He mused that if his grandfather could see these children, he would surely be fond of them. His grandfather had always been indulgent towards him, No elder relished the sight of their children in conflict. Yet his grandfather had consistently offered silent support. Reflecting upon it now, Chen Xing realized how much his grandfather must have suffered. After a lifetime of toil, he had failed to honor the old man in the way he deserved, an unforgivable transgression. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Xing's eyes grew misty. Every individual comes into this world with a purpose. Whether one is a noble or a commoner, no one can replace your role and value. His grandfather often expressed this sentiment. In the distance, a door creaked open, and the petite figure of Xioli emerged from the night's veil. She approached Chen Xing silently and nestled beside him, wrapping her arms tightly around one of his. Her small face rested against him, while her tail wagged gently behind her. Chen Xing remained silent. At that moment, uttering any sound would disrupt the serene harmony. They sat quietly, gazing at the sky, which painted a stunning tableau. As night deepened, Xioli seemed to drift into slumber. Collecting his nostalgic thoughts, Chen Xing gently lifted her delicate form and made his way toward the room. "Star, don't leave me," she murmured in her sleep, tears glistening on her small face, her eyes shut tight, long lashes fluttering slightly. Her tiny hand clutched at Chen Xing's garment. With a soft smile, he lowered his head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Have sweet dreams. You are no longer the lonely orphan you once were, tormented by past hardships. No one in this world will harm you again, for I shall protect you." Under the tranquil night sky, Chen Xing's footsteps resonated distinctly, his sturdy figure appearing even more resolute. The following morning, Lucy and others prepared for their venture with utmost diligence. As one who empathized deeply with these orphans, Lucy's enthusiasm for the mission was palpable. She meticulously checked her weapons repeatedly, her beautiful visage devoid of the usual smile, replaced by a somber intensity that cast a sense of foreboding over the group. Chen Xing remained in his customary attire, knowing that this battle required no concern from him. However, he felt a lingering discomfort due to his incomplete recovery of internal strength. After breakfast, the team promptly set off. All the children in the valley gathered to bid them farewell, their faces dark with hope and anticipation. In that moment, Chen Xing suddenly understood the feelings of the Sword Saint Cain. "I am no savior. I merely see those children and feel compelled to act." The voice of the cunning uncle echoed in his ears. From the moment of birth, a man bears the weight of his destiny. Regardless of how much one may wish to evade the whims of fate, when confronted with it, retreat is utterly impermissible. This was a lesson imparted by my grandfather. "You little ones," he would say, "are destined to face great hardships. The journey of merely 3 miles is but a fleeting moment for the swift-footed Chen Xing and his companions." As they approached the valley, Chen Xing signaled for them to slow down. To maintain the secrecy of their movements, they had traversed the dense forest. However, this valley differed significantly from the orphan village. Before them lay a vast clearing, ensuring that their passage would not go unnoticed. Silently, they advanced through the thicket, each person treading carefully to avoid making a sound. Upon spotting the guard tower at the edge of the valley, Chen Xing halted. Along their route, they had already encountered at least 4 alarm mechanisms, indicating the remarkably high vigilance of this band of mountain bandits. The craftsmanship evident in each trap revealed the creator's adept skill, prompting both Chen Xing and Lucy to furrow their brows in concern. It appeared that the situation was more complicated than anticipated. After a period of quiet observation, Chen Xing discerned that the valley's defenses were exceedingly tight, with 5 watchtowers positioned at intervals of several dozen paces, effectively encircling the valley. Approaching from any direction would undoubtedly draw the attention of the sentries, which posed a significant dilemma for Chen Xing. While it might be feasible to eliminate one guard, the remaining 4 would prove insurmountable. Even the slightest disturbance would alert the bandits. Moreover, he could not rely on Chen Bing and the others, as they lacked the skills necessary for stealth. It seemed that a silent infiltration was out of the question. Lucy, standing nearby, also wore a troubled expression. Her bow had an impressive range, yet its formidable power generated a considerable noise, making it impossible to remain undetected. Without hesitation, Chen Xing resolved that since they could not infiltrate unnoticed, all efforts at concealment had become futile. He took the lead and advanced toward the clearing at the valley's entrance. True to their diligence, the bandit sentries quickly spotted Chen Xing and his group as they emerged from the forest, and a sharp alarm rang out. Amid the cacophony, Lucy remained calm, drawing her bowstring with precision. The massive wooden bow demonstrated its astonishing might. From a distance of 300 paces, Lucy's arrow flew nearly straight, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and struck the guard squarely in the tower. Chaos erupted among the bandits as a throng of over 100 emerged. A motley crew of individuals clad in various garb, including mages and archers. At the forefront was a burly thief with yellow hair and a scruffy face. Casting doubt on the notion that such a figure could truly be a thief, he seemed more suited for the role of a heavily armored warrior. He approached Chen Xing and his companions, raising a hand to silence the torrent of insults from his fellow bandits, a sly grin spreading across his rugged visage. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Do you not know that you stand in the territory of the Weiss mercenary group?" Ruth found herself on the verge of laughter. What was the so-called Weiss mercenary group? Such a name did not even exist among the top 100 factions on the continent. Observing the motley assortment of equipment worn by these individuals, it was evident they were nothing more than a ragtag band of brigands. Masquerading as a mercenary group, shouldn't they at least display some professionalism? Chen Bing stepped forward, his expression as unyielding as eternal ice. In a cold voice, he declared, "Hand over the children from the orphan village. Otherwise, you will face death." The expression on the thief's face shifted dramatically. Although it was clear that these individuals were formidable, he initially felt unconcerned. After all, he had a multitude of men at his disposal. No matter how strong these few appeared, it seemed inconsequential. However, if their purpose was indeed related to the children from the orphan village, that posed a significant problem. He was acutely aware of the powerful backing that orphan village possessed and had always been prepared to flee. Just days ago, he learned that the untouchable figure behind it had met his demise, which brought him a moment of joy. The profits from the orphan village had been substantial, as the sale of those children represented considerable wealth. Not to mention, he had his own tasks to complete. Leaving this place was not an option. Yet, the swift arrival of these individuals indicated they were certainly dispatched by that formidable figure. To have earned such trust, they were undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the thief felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Gazing at Chen Bing and the others, he experienced a surge of reckless courage and shouted, "Brothers, take him down." Ironically, as he issued the command, he swiftly retreated to the back. These brigands were seasoned criminals, true rogues with extensive experience. Despite their diverse races, they displayed no signs of ineptitude. In an instant, they formed a standard battle formation, with melee combatants at the forefront and ranged fighters behind, charging towards Chen Bing and his companions with fierce intent. It was akin to a massacre. For Chen Bing, it was as effortless as a game. Though these adversaries were experienced, their strength paled in comparison to that of elite swordsmen. Chen Bing could even conjure an icy armor that enveloped his body, rendering the physical attacks of these brigands utterly ineffective. His ice spikes would unexpectedly appear, claiming the lives of many in an instant. At that moment, Ruth showcased the true value of an archer amidst the chaos of battle. Her massive wooden bow unleashed a flurry of arrows, each glowing with a verdant light. As several brigands fell lifelessly, pierced in succession, the power of those arrows was overwhelming. Light armor could offer no protection against such might, as they shattered defenses effortlessly. As an elf, Ruth's agility far surpassed that of the brigands, her lithe form weaving through the dense foliage, dispatching death with each release of her bowstring. She was, indeed, the most prolific killer among them. The brigands' ranged fighters were decimated in the opening moments, losing their capacity to provide support. The 5 combatants were equally fierce, fueled by a pent-up rage. Having been captured by the Hurricane mercenary group and witnessing the plight of the children, their fury had reached a boiling point. They showed no mercy, with the sounds of breaking bones echoing in succession as bodies fell, necks snapped, painting a gruesome tableau of carnage. The yellow-haired thief stood motionless behind the bandits, transfixed by the horrifying scene before him. If this were a nightmare, he wished fervently for it to end. The sight was akin to hell itself. Under the command of a cold, unfeeling youth, these individuals appeared as reapers incarnate, raining down a torrential bloodshed. The icy spear wielded by the boy allowed all who encountered it to acutely sense the proximity of death, silent and sudden. What had just been in the boy's hand could, in the next moment, erupt from the ground. After claiming a life, it vanished with eerie swiftness. From the nearby thicket, massive arrows, gleaming with a green luminescence, shot forth, embodying tremendous kinetic energy. They effortlessly penetrated the bodies of several men before embedding themselves into the earth, their tails quivering violently, showcasing the formidable prowess of the archer. Without needing to glance, the yellow-haired thief knew that those warriors who had pursued the archer into the woods would not survive. Trembling, the thief's gaze fell upon Chen Xing and Xiao Li, who were observing the chaos. With a discerning eye, He quickly recognized the seemingly unremarkable man as the leader of this formidable group. Yet, inexplicably, this ordinary-looking figure instilled in the thief a profound dread that rooted him to the spot, rendering him incapable of uttering a plea for mercy. 131 individuals, each a master of diverse professions, strategically paired for both close and ranged combat, and endowed with extensive battlefield experience. In the brief span of 100 breaths, just enough time for a swift steed to traverse 100 paces, these combatants commenced their true engagement. The clearing at the valley's mouth was littered with corpses. Bandits of various vocations sprawled in a multitude of grotesque poses, their blood pooling thickly and staining the ground crimson. Chen Bing and 5 combatants stood amidst the carnage, drenched in blood, resembling avenging demons from the depths of hell. The yellow-haired thief felt as though he were suffocating. Everything before him was a manifestation of a nightmare. His legs trembled, and his gaze towards Chen Bing was akin to staring into the eyes of a malevolent spirit. Rendering him speechless, hand over the child, or face death, Chen Bing repeated his ultimatum, but to the yellow-haired thief, the words resonated like the tolling of a great bell. No, no, it cannot be. He finally managed to speak, his voice resolute, yet betraying his inner turmoil with its tremor and quivering lips. Then perish, Chen Bing declared without hesitation, the ice spear materializing in his grip. Fear not, for it seems your wishes may not be fulfilled, a voice suddenly interrupted Chen Bing. Emerging slowly from the mouth of the valley was a group of over 60 bandits, escorting a throng of women and children towards them. At the forefront stood a handsome man in his 30s, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, donned in simple cloth attire that obscured his profession. His expression betrayed no surprise at the sight of the fallen bodies, as if he had anticipated this carnage all along. The children, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, were predominantly girls. Their small faces were etched with helplessness, their vacant eyes and mechanical movements reminiscent of the living dead. The women, numbering over 20, bore the marks of years of hardship, their faces lined with deep wrinkles, resembling elderly figures. Their gazes, dulled by the weight of worldly experiences, seemed devoid of any awareness of their surroundings. A middle-aged man, wearing a broad smile, performed a courteous bow towards Chen Bing, evidently regarding him as the leader. With a smile, he remarked, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your wishes. Billy is one of my most favored subordinates, and I cannot permit such an action. A cold glare swept over the middle-aged man, causing an inexplicable flutter in his heart. In a voice as frigid as ice, Chen Bing replied, hand him over. Or face death. The familiar threat hung in the air, as Chen Bing seemed unwilling to engage in further dialogue, for communication was not his forte. No, no, no. The middle-aged man retorted, a hint of mockery playing on his features as he waved his fingers dismissively. It appears you have yet to grasp the current situation. My dear guest. He gestured towards the orphans and women behind him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Do you see? The lives of these children and women rest in your hands. My guest, perhaps it is time for you to place your arms behind you and allow us to bind you with exquisite ropes? Chen Bing's pupils constricted sharply. It was evident that this predicament was beyond his control. Should anything go awry, the lives of these orphans and women would be forfeit. Perceiving Chen Bing's apprehension, Chen Xing leisurely stretched and rose from the grass, slowly approaching, with Xiaoli closely following behind. The middle-aged man suddenly realized his miscalculation. The cold youth before him was not the leader of these people. Rather, it was the man now closing in on him who held that distinction. Observing the unremarkable countenance of Chen Xing, an unsettling premonition gripped the middle-aged man, as it seemed his assessment had faltered. As Chen Xing stepped forward and halted, he regarded the middle-aged man with a hint of derisive amusement. He extended a finger and mimicked the earlier gesture of the middle-aged man. Hand him over. The same words, uttered from Chen Xing's lips, carried a weight that instilled fear, as if their declaration sealed the fate of the moment, placing immense pressure on the man before him. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man's earlier smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. It seems you still cannot discern who truly holds dominion here. Perhaps a fresh perspective, in the form of a young girl's thigh, will clarify your thoughts. With a wave of his hand, he signaled. In response, a torrential rain of blood erupted. One of the bandits, responding to his signal, raised his knife, only to have death claim his soul instantaneously. A massive arrow, soaring from the dense forest, severed half of his head in an instant. Amidst the splatter of brain matter, his lifeless body collapsed heavily to the ground, limbs twitching involuntarily. The crowd gasped in astonishment. At the moment of the recent battle, the middle-aged leader was indulging in merriment within his chamber, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. By the time he received the urgent news and hurriedly emerged, the conflict outside had reached its conclusion, leaving him unaware of Ruth's presence in the dense forest. Faced with the horrifying scene before him, a wave of terror washed over the man. Such formidable power and precision in the arrows. Could there be a skilled elven archer concealed within the thicket? The events had transpired so abruptly, and their resolution was equally swift. Ruth's colossal arrow served as a clarion call to action. In an instant, Chen Xing had traversed the space before him, his hand clasped tightly around the middle-aged man's throat, lifting him effortlessly. A chilling glimmer flickered in his indifferent gaze, rendering the man incapable of any movement. He could scarcely fathom such speed. The middle-aged man stared in horror at Chen Xing, realizing that despite the age-long distance, he had not been afforded even a moment to react. This seemingly unassuming man was, in fact, terrifying. The icy gaze directed at him felt as though it were scrutinizing a lifeless corpse, instilling a profound dread. It seemed almost like a game, with the tides of fortune shifting instantaneously. The leader, now in the clutches of the enemy, found his band of brigands paralyzed with fear. Though shouts and curses echoed around them, not a single soul dared to raise their weapon against the lone figure before them. The fate of the recently deceased bandit had made it abundantly clear that reckless actions would lead to death. With one hand gripping the middle-aged man's throat, Chen Xing strolled into the valley, casting not a glance at the bandits nearby, as if they were mere phantoms. The 5 fighters behind him quickly advanced, herding the brigands together for supervision. Despite their numbers, none dared to resist. The unknown archer hidden in the forest loomed like a specter of death, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered them as docile as children. Upon entering the valley, Chen Xing was suddenly struck by the realization that he had been far too merciful to these brigands. The scene before him resembled nothing less than the most abominable of dungeons. In the center of the valley stood a massive cage, within which a multitude of orphans were confined, their bodies bare and marred with numerous injuries. Some even bore the scars of lost eyesight. Surrounding the cage were several iron frames, upon which hung a few girls of 11 or 12 years, also exposed and covered in wounds. Their bodies were contorted into shameful poses, blood continuously oozing from their injuries, and their lower bodies lay in disarray. Scattered across the ground were slender severed arms and thighs, a grim testament to the cruel torment endured by these children. It was impossible to fathom how many lives had been extinguished by such brutality. This place was truly a hell for orphans. Chen Xing's eyes turned blood-red in an instant. He seized the struggling arm of the man before him, and with a violent tug, tore it asunder. An anguished scream erupted, as the middle-aged man felt as though he were being rent in two. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Yet, in Chen Xing's grasp, an enigmatic force lingered, preventing the man from losing consciousness and compelling him to wail in torment. A torrent of blood gushed from the severed limb, rapidly staining the hard ground beneath. The expression of fury contorted Chen Xing's visage. The strength in his hands gradually intensified, while the middle-aged man's tongue began to protrude from his mouth. His body trembled violently, and suddenly, the interior of his thighs became damp, revealing his loss of control. At that moment, Ruth appeared behind Chen Xing, her pale fingers gently resting on his shoulder. "Do not kill him, Brother Chen. We still have many questions to ask. We cannot allow the true instigator here to escape punishment." Her words flowed rapidly, as if she feared Chen Xing might rend the man to pieces in his agitation. Chen Bing and the others swiftly intervened, hastily freeing all the orphans from their bindings. Garments stripped from the mountain bandits were draped over the orphans, causing the vacant expressions in their eyes to flicker with a hint of life. Suddenly, Chen Xing hurled the middle-aged man against the stone wall opposite him and turned his head away, his complexion a shade of deep anger. Observing the tragic state of the orphans filled him with sorrow. "Cain, is this the child you have so diligently protected? Is this the sanctuary you have guarded? Look at what you have wrought. The wealth you toiled to acquire has nurtured not these orphans, but rather a different breed of cruel beasts. This world does not require sympathy, nor does it demand charity. Your principles are flawed, Cain. Now it is time to adhere to my own principles." As he watched Ruth and the others swiftly liberate and gather the orphans, Chen Xing beckoned to Chen Bing. "Concentrate all the mountain bandits," he commanded, his face slightly twisting in resolve. "I shall make them understand what true hell is." The actions of Chen Bing and the others were remarkably swift. Within moments of receiving Chen Xing's orders, All the bandits were assembled in the clearing at the center of the valley, stripped of their weapons and equipment. The bandits trembled in fear as they gazed upon Chen Xing, who sat thoughtfully with his chin resting on his hand, flanked by a multitude of cold-eyed orphans. The yellow-haired thief was thrust to the forefront, and in his role as a minor leader, he felt the weight of his identity as never before. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow, his previous arrogance vanished. Perched upon a substantial stone, Chen Xing supported his chin with one hand while the other lightly tapped his knee. His gaze was frigid, his expression stormy. Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man had long since been taken aside by Ruth for interrogation. As he surveyed the fearful bandits before him, Chen Xing felt not a shred of compassion. His fury had propelled him beyond reason, and regardless of the outcome, the fate of these bandits was now sealed. Chen Xing had already determined their future. The results of the interrogation emerged swiftly. Ruth's dark auxiliary magic, derived from a curse, was formidable. Within a mere minute, all the information was extracted with clarity. Even the man's preferences for the color of his undergarments were divulged. Now, that very man lay before Chen Xing, dragged by Jack. Missing an arm and in a state of utter despair, his loss of bladder control instilling dread in the hearts of all the bandits present. Chen Gu. Indeed, there are instigators, acting under the directives of Elder Hans from the Dark Guild. He is the chief of the illicit trading market situated in the buffer zone between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Savage Beast Empire. These orphans are destined for that very place to be sold. The slave trade there is thriving, and a group of orphans, numbering approximately 100, has already been transported. Ruth's voice resonated in Chen Xing's ear, yet inexplicably, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face, which Chen Xing, turned away from her, failed to notice. Chen Xing regarded the seemingly petrified middle-aged man before him with a trace of disdain. He leaned down and gently slapped the man. Even though the middle-aged man recoiled in terror, that seemingly gentle hand still made contact. In an instant, his entire body froze as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, its volume soaring to the heavens, compelling all around to cover their ears in distress. Amidst the shrill wails, the bandits widened their eyes in horror, their bodies convulsing violently, blood gushing anew from the severed limb. It was distinctly visible that beneath his skin, bulges writhed incessantly. Occasionally, the flesh would burst open, revealing the twisting muscles beneath. An unnatural movement that transcended human capability. His body contorted into a grotesque form, the arms twisting outwards, no longer responding to the middle-aged man's control. If he still had the strength to exert such control, in mere moments, that middle-aged man had transformed into nothing more than a pool of true muck. Devoid of human shape, ancient martial arts, bone-transforming palm technique, everyone felt as though they were trapped in a nightmare. Even the typically unyielding Chen Bing could not bear to witness the man's plight, though the horrific screams had ceased. The deep gasping that followed resembled the whispers of hungry ghosts, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Observing that the middle-aged man, now in such a state, remained alive, the bandits trembled in fear, several of them fainting, their loss of control resulting in an unpleasant odor that permeated the air, evoking nausea. In stark contrast, the orphans behind Chen Xing displayed cruel smiles, having long abandoned hope in life due to their own suffering at the hands of these bandits. The scene before them evoked not fear but a sense of grim satisfaction. Some of the children even exhibited a bloodthirsty glint in their eyes. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Xing absorbed the expressions of these children, sighing inwardly. You bandits, should you be commended or punished? Although you have committed heinous acts that defy the heavens, you have also accomplished what even the sword Saint Cain could not, transforming these orphans into ruthless beings. While cruelty and resilience are not synonymous, the transition from weakness to strength is undoubtedly far easier. The middle-aged man could not withstand the impending moment. Under the watchful eyes of all the bandits, he successfully transformed from a man into a mere puddle of mud. In a silent instant, every bone was shattered, meridians severed, muscles contorted, and skin ruptured. Blood stained the ground, and bodily tissues flowed with the crimson liquid into the depressions of the earth. He finally attained what he had long sought, death. Chen Xing rose to his feet and slowly approached the bandits, his countenance no longer as pallid, yet still radiating a cruel glimmer. Weakness could not save a soul, nor could pleas for mercy. It was time for him to impart the first lesson to these children. The lesson was titled, Ruthlessness. Despite their incessant attempts to evade and plead for their lives, none of the bandits escaped the fate that Chen Xing had in store for them. To all the bandits, The seemingly ordinary man had transformed into a demon, his clean and efficient hands becoming instruments of hellish judgment. Ruth had long turned away, unwilling to witness the grim fate of the bandits before her, though she understood that these bandits deserved their fates. Chen Xing's cold and unyielding visage still sent shivers down her spine. Chen Bing, Xiu Li, and the others fared better, although they too felt discomfort. As Chen Xing's most loyal followers, they harbored no doubts about his actions. Even if he morphed into a hellish fiend, Chen Bing and Xiu Li would undoubtedly follow suit. The children observed quietly, awaiting the re-emergence of Hell's bloody spectacle. Each small face bore traces of excitement and cruelty. There were no terrifying scenes. All the bandits were struck down by a single blow from Chen Xing, their hearts shattered, dying in silence. For them, this was the best possible outcome. In fact, many bandits wore satisfied smiles even in death, having witnessed the fate of the middle-aged man. All the bandits understood that such a demise was akin to a form of absolution. Standing still, Chen Xing's voice remained icy. Ruth led her group to search all the rooms, with Xiao Bing accompanying her, and once the search was complete, they would destroy this place. This calamity had not bred a host of malevolent spirits, but merely a pack of wolves, a small pack of wolves. Dinner was prepared lavishly. Jack and the others' labors from the previous night were not in vain. A variety of roasted game continued to be served. Although these children lacked the ability to hunt, they managed simple household tasks with ease. The saying that a poor child often assumes adult responsibilities held true. Adversity strengthens one's resolve, a belief that Chen Xing steadfastly held. These children needed neither forgiveness nor salvation. It was time for him to correct the misguided path of the sword saint, Cain. Jack. Chen Xing's voice resonated. What is it, Brother Chen? Stay here tomorrow and take the children to another location. This place is no longer safe. Yes, Brother Chen. And what about you? Yes, Brother Chen. Jack exhibited the decisive demeanor of a soldier from Chen Xing's former unit, facilitating Chen Xing's trust in him. Don't forget to prepare some training equipment. Brother Chen, do you mean? Indeed, the kind you all use. Chen Xing appeared at ease. Suddenly, a collective intake of breath filled the air. Utilizing their training apparatus, it became evident that Chen Xing intended to impart formidable combat techniques to these young ones. Having already tasted the sweetness of power, Jack and the others were acutely aware of how potent and fearsome these skills were. They recalled how they had pleaded with Chen Xing for a prolonged period before he reluctantly acquiesced. Now, upon hearing Chen Xing's decision, their astonishment was palpable. Observing the children busily satisfying their hunger, envy colored the faces of Chek and his companions. A tinge of bitterness lingered in their thoughts. How fortunate these youngsters were. Chen Xing sat quietly in his room, resolute in his determination to achieve a breakthrough that evening. He had strictly commanded everyone to refrain from disturbing him. The energy sphere within his dantian began to accelerate its motion, inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of internal energy. His meridians throbbed with a stinging sensation due to the powerful flow of energy coursing through them. Chen Xing could even perceive the color of the internal energy shifting from white to a brilliant gold, initially thick and viscous. The internal energy began to become lively under the relentless push of the energy sphere, surging with immense potential. Since arriving in this world, Chen Xing had encountered numerous novel skills and formidable techniques, each with its own unique allure, whether they were martial or magical. He was acutely aware of this distinction. The battle against the Sword Saint had left a profound impression on him, as the Sword Saint wielded martial energy to unleash moves that were in no way inferior to his own. However, Chen Xing's passion for traditional Chinese martial arts had reached the level of obsession, and he firmly believed that, at its zenith, ancient martial arts would undoubtedly surpass any techniques found in this realm. This conviction had become an unwavering obsession for him. This was a chaotic continent, rife with dangers and challenges, exactly the environment he needed. To survive and grow stronger in this realm, he must deepen his martial skills and carve out his own niche with unique martial arts. In truth, Chen Xing's internal cultivation differed significantly from traditional practices. Initially, he had split a single energy sphere into two, which brought him great benefits but also introduced substantial risks. Following the original pathway of internal cultivation, all internal energy traverses the same meridians, rendering the reversed energy sphere's effect of generating an attribute energy significantly diminished. While the initial stages showed no apparent issues, later phases could lead to a clash with yang attribute energy, potentially resulting in a perilous descent into madness. As with his earlier cultivation session, Chen Xing was oblivious to everything around him, fixated solely on accelerating the flow of his internal energy. Although assistance from internal energy was necessary during combat, the sheer audacity of dramatically increasing its speed was unfathomable. Had he been practicing a standard form of internal cultivation, he would have long since succumbed to chaos. In an instant, the flow of internal energy came to a halt, granting a momentary reprieve to the damaged meridians sustained during the earlier acceleration. Time seemed to freeze, allowing him to hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. Yet, Chen Xing had no energy to spare for the condition of his meridians. All his focus was entirely devoted to compressing the energy sphere, a formidable spirit continuously entwined around the inner energy sphere. Through Chen Xing's relentless endeavors, the sphere compressed itself frantically, utterly disregarding the potential harm it might incur. At this moment, the two energy spheres revealed their drawbacks, effectively doubling Chen Xing's workload. Beads of sweat, reminiscent of beans, cascaded down his face, and he felt a sense of asphyxiation creeping in. It was as though an invisible force was safeguarding him from the shadows. With a sudden tightening of his dantian, the inner energy sphere completed its final compression under the impact of his inner breath. An abrupt stillness enveloped his entire being, which swiftly transitioned into a state of tranquility. Upon concluding his cultivation, Chen Xing rose silently, feeling a profound sense of existence. A surge of elation flooded his heart. He had succeeded. The morning valley appeared exceptionally enchanting, with dewdrops glistening upon the blades of grass, gently swaying in the cool morning breeze, exuding an unparalleled vitality. The fresh air invigorated everyone's spirits. The children had already begun preparing for their migration, as Jekka had informed them the previous day. It was strikingly evident that all the children who had survived the ordeal exhibited an extraordinary composure. Unlike the wailing orphans, they quietly packed their belongings, preparing alongside their loved ones. Their experiences between life and death imbued them with an unexpected resilience that belied their tender ages. Gazing around, Chen Xing noted that the valley housed over 300 families, with the number of orphans approaching 500. This underscored the immense burden that had weighed upon the shoulders of the sword saint, Cain. Observing Jekka bustling about, Chen Xing refrained from greeting him, instead setting forth with Chen Bing and Xiaoli, leaving Lu Si and the others to assist here. The journey spanned a full 100 miles, and even the swift Chen Xing and his companions took half a day to traverse it. In the distance, they could already discern the small town emerging from the wilderness, an unnamed settlement absent from the maps of the empires. Yet, it served as a vital crossroads for the underworld dealings between the Divine Dragon Empire and the Savage Beast Empire. Almost every band of thieves within 100 miles converged here for trade, creating an illusion of prosperity, albeit one underpinned by the filthy maggots of corruption. Such is the stark reality of society. All the brigands targeted those vulnerable merchants and diminutive villages devoid of mercenary protection. In contrast, the noble caravans and large trade convoys, heavily escorted, remained untouched by any bandit. After all, tales of chivalrous thieves were merely folklore. No one wished to stake their life in proving their greatness. As Chen Xing and his companions meandered through the town streets, the vibrant array of goods dazzled Xiaoli's eyes, presenting an irresistible allure for her as a young woman. They promptly entered a tavern, well aware that it served as a hub of information. Settling into a corner seat closest to the entrance, Chen Xing beckoned a server. 2 glasses of water and 1 glass of milk, please. The server shot Chen Xing a disdainful glance, taken aback by the apparent poverty and ignorance of this individual, who seemed unaware of the tavern's customs. Tapping on Chen Xing's table, the server's voice carried a tone of routine indifference. Sir, the minimum expenditure is 1 gold coin. Your order falls short. With a soft clink, Chen Xing casually placed a gold coin on the table as a raspy voice echoed again. 2 cups of plain water and 1 cup of milk. The server's stomach seemed to bloom with delight. It was evident this seemingly destitute individual possessed considerable wealth. To procure such items with merely a gold coin suggested that affluent individuals often harbored peculiarities. A professional smile swiftly appeared on the server's face, transforming with a speed that reminded Chen Xing of that cunning sword saint. With deft hands, the server collected the gold coin from the table, and in the blink of an eye, the requested items were delivered. Gently sipping from the cup of water, Chen Xing leaned back against the chair, slowly closing his eyes as if drifting into slumber, yet his ears remained attuned to the surrounding conversations. A table in the corner of the bar caught his attention. where several thieves, clad in long cloaks, were gathered without their hoods, making it easy for Chen Xing to discern their identities. Elder Hans was scheduled to host an auction the night after tomorrow, and rumors suggested he had acquired a wealth of fine goods. It seemed an opportunity for a significant profit was at hand. The auction would undoubtedly attract numerous wealthy patrons, providing a chance for a lucrative haul. After all, the affluent were likely to carry substantial sums of money. Be cautious. Not all wealthy individuals are to be trifled with. You may encounter formidable challenges that could ensnare you. One cautioned, "Rest assured, boss, after all this time, do you still doubt me? I've never caused you trouble, and my instincts are sharp. I guarantee success," came the confident reply. That's reassuring. The conversation soon shifted to discussions of beautiful maidens and sources of entertainment. A faint smile graced Chen Xing's lips. Indeed, it seemed that fortune favored the prepared. He had arrived at precisely the right moment. As for the treasures at stake, he was eager to witness their true value. Suddenly, another voice caught his attention. It is said that yet another black dragon's lair has been discovered, and the entire expedition was lost. This black dragon's power is rumored to far exceed those previously encountered. It appears the mercenary guilds will soon be on the move. This is the most significant news in decades, said to involve high-ranking dragon kin. Indeed, this may prompt mercenary guilds to organize campaigns against it, which could be quite profitable. Another chimed in. Let us not be naive. High-ranking dragon kin are not easily confronted. Moreover, the lair is said to be in treacherous mountains. While it may not be one of the 5 forbidden zones, few return from such places, a voice interjected. Enough talk. Let us merely observe the unfolding drama. Perhaps a promising opportunity will arise, as such monumental events cannot be managed by a single mercenary group, came the reply. Yes. Shingo? Shioli observed Chen Xing with concern, noting his silence and closed eyes. She recalled witnessing him remove his blood-stained garments that morning. Despite his reassurances of being unscathed, her worry lingered. With a smile, Chen Xing opened his eyes and shook his head, his tone lighthearted. There is nothing to worry about. I have merely discovered a path to financial gain. I highly recommend the work The Silent Frenzy by the esteemed author Feng Zhu, a signed writer on Qidian. This is a newly launched book, and I urge everyone to lend their support. The Dark Guild elder, Hans, is currently basking in his own self-satisfaction ever since he undertook a particular mission. He suddenly realizes that he has discovered a shortcut brimming with lucrative potential. Initially, the task required him to oversee a group of orphans, but Hans harbored no such intentions. He found no merit in supervising these orphans, especially given that he, as an elder of the Dark Guild, had to personally manage them, which incited a sense of indignation within him, akin to feeling forsaken. However, everything changed when one of his aides proposed a new idea. The upper-class aristocrats have a penchant for beautiful young girls as their personal possessions, while some peculiar nobles have a proclivity for young boys. These wealthy gentlemen are indifferent to the expenses they incur, focusing solely on the quality of the goods received. Initially, the slave trade on the continent of Timmy was thriving. Yet, as time passed, most of the plunderable villages had been ravaged. The more formidable villages were not easily subdued by the mercenaries of the slave trade, rendering the acquisition of slaves increasingly challenging and consequently inflating their value. Now, Hans has stumbled upon a substantial orphan village, ideally situated without any defenses. This discovery is akin to striking a veritable gold mine. He can almost envision heaps of gold coins beckoning him. Leaning back against an elegant bench, Hans summoned his steward by ringing a bell. Are the little ones all arranged? He inquired. Yes, my lord, everything has been organized as per your instructions, and we await the auction 2 days hence, replied the steward with utmost deference. As Hans's steward, he was privy to many things he ought not to know, and was acutely aware of how to ensure his own safety. Good, Hans responded, satisfied. Those little ones appeared utterly despondent upon their arrival. They must have endured considerable torment. However, this is beneficial, as breaking their spirits will serve my future training endeavors well. Over the past few days, these children have completely lost their sense of self, obediently following the orders of their overseers like mere automatons. With further nurturing, they will soon be ready to be presented to the public. By the way, have we received any news from the hunting grounds? When will the next shipment arrive? Hans continued his inquiry. Regarding that, there has been no word from the hunting grounds. I shall arrange for someone to expedite matters and ensure that the next batch arrives before the auction, the steward replied, bowing slightly. Yes, do hurry. Tell them not to dawdle. This matter cannot be delayed. Inform them that a generous reward awaits upon completion, Hans commanded. "Certainly, my lord," the steward replied humbly, bowing once more before taking his leave. In the now empty room, Hans's triumphant laughter echoed slowly. The scale of this auction is modest, as it is organized by a private entity. Although several shadowy organizations are involved, their presence pales in comparison to the grand event orchestrated by the Empire of Karl. The town is alive with light and bustling with voices, a testament to its grotesque prosperity. The auction takes place in the open square at the heart of the town, which is entirely under the dominion of the Dark Guild, rendering it impervious to disturbances. Surrounding the square are numerous private boxes, clearly reserved for the affluent and powerful. Chen Xing stands atop a tall building adjacent to the square, observing the scene with keen interest. From his vantage point, he has a comprehensive view of the auction, and the shadows and elevation provide him with a sense of concealment, creating an exhilarating feeling of being hidden while observing his adversaries. Chen Bing and Xiao Li are quietly beside him, with Xiao Li holding a freshly purchased drink, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The atmosphere is charged with excitement, and at the center of the crowd stands a rather rudimentary platform designated for the auction, hastily constructed yet sufficient for the purpose. The attendees, not particularly refined, seem unconcerned with the simplicity of the arrangement, as their primary objective is to witness the treasures on offer. With the sound of a bell ringing, an elderly figure clad in a black robe steps onto the stage, announcing the commencement of the auction. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Kyle, the host of this auction. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude to Elder Hans for his generous support, enabling us to joyfully exchange our acquisitions here." The old man's voice booms, possibly augmented by an amplification spell, and his words are laced with incitement, evoking a sense of camaraderie among the crowd, which responds with enthusiastic cheers. From his perch, Chen Xing smirks coldly, pondering the true nature of the acquisitions being exchanged. The private boxes along the square remain devoid of movement, suggesting the presence of secret passages. Inside is shrouded in darkness, leaving the identities of those within unknown, providing ample protection for the elite, as such gatherings are decidedly unsuitable for their kind. This is a realm of shadows, one that is strictly forbidden by all nations. As the auction progresses amidst the fervent atmosphere, an array of goods looted by various thieving factions is presented. These include precious jewels and coveted resources scarce on the continent. Additionally, military supplies that cannot be procured through legitimate channels are also available here, underscoring the formidable influence of the Dark Guild. The sound of the auctioneer's gavel echoed in a rhythmic cadence. Among the numerous military supplies, the majority were in high demand by various notorious brigands, resulting in fierce bidding wars. Meanwhile, exquisite jewels and peculiar trinkets catered to the tastes of the affluent elite, selling effortlessly. This venue hardly resembled a traditional auction house. It was evidently a vast exchange of resources. The wealth of the elite was directly transformed into military provisions, enriching the coffers of large brigand factions and augmenting their might. In turn, the treasures offered by these brigands became favored gifts for the elite. The exchange between the two sides was remarkably harmonious. The plethora of military supplies appearing at the auction might well have been sourced from the elite, as no band of thieves could amass such substantial gains on their own. These military provisions had the potential to equip an entire small army. Chen Xing sat leisurely in the chair prepared by Xiao Li, observing the proceedings with a cold demeanor. Even though this town was under the control of the Shadow Guild, an open-air auction of this nature would undoubtedly be well guarded. He had conducted a thorough reconnaissance and was acutely aware that 5 groups were concealed around this seemingly secure square. 4 of these groups were numerous, likely comprised of the Shadow Guild's sentinels. The 5th group, however, piqued Chen Xing's curiosity. He discerned only 2 individuals concealed on a neighboring rooftop. Their modest number and positioning did not resemble the guild's operatives, suggesting they might be adventurers. The audacity of merely 2 individuals daring to challenge the Shadow Guild left Chen Xing with a sense of admiration for their courage. As time gradually passed and night deepened, the auction grew increasingly vibrant, with everyone keenly anticipating the event's climax. Elder Hans held significant renown within the Shadow Guild, primarily due to his slave trading enterprise. It was well known that Elder Hans had built his reputation on the quality of his merchandise, which heightened the crowd's anticipation for the impending highlight. Indeed, after another batch of goods was auctioned off, a smile crept onto the black-robed Elder's face as he proclaimed, "Next, we shall unveil the final category of this auction, the slave auction." Instantly, the audience erupted in applause, excitement palpable in the air. The first batch consisted of 30 robust male slaves provided by the Fontu thieves. As the elder's voice faded, several individuals emerged from backstage, clad only in minimal attire. Each bore a vacant expression, yet their muscular physiques were evident, their bronze skin marred by the chains of heavy shackles adorning their wrists and ankles. The cold glimmer of the iron fetters accentuated their formidable strength. Before the elder could utter another word, bids erupted in a cacophony, swiftly inflating the price of these slaves to several thousand gold coins each. Chen Xing couldn't help but smile wryly. It appeared that his accumulated savings paled in comparison to the worth of these few slaves. It was indeed a bitter irony, illustrating why so many risked everything. The lure of immense profit had rendered them utterly irrational. Chen Bing remained expressionless, standing silently to the side. Although the scene before him was a sordid display of moral decay in the form of slave trading, such matters were far beyond his contemplation. The Timmy continent was notorious for its clandestine slave market, a grim reality that had long since become an open secret, one that a mere youth could scarcely hope to alter. Xiao Li, however, found herself deeply concerned for the fate of the men in the arena, prompting her to voice her worries to Chen Xing. He shook his head slightly, his expression grave. What we require is simply to safeguard what we must protect. As for these slaves, it seems they harbor little hope of seeking their freedom. Chen Xing's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. This does not concern me. The auction continued. 30 robust slaves were purchased by a client in a private booth at the staggering price of 3,700 gold coins each, a sum that left the onlookers in awe. With the elderly man in the black robe announcing the sale with satisfaction, the second batch of slaves approached the stage. This group consisted entirely of beautiful young women, numbering over 20, each possessing striking features. Their bodies were barely concealed, with only the most essential parts covered, their thighs glistening, provoking a chorus of gasps and cheers from the crowd. This batch included maidens from nearly every race, with the most astonishing being an elven girl. Such a sight was rare indeed, as the elves were known for their severe reprisals against poachers, and, even more so, against slave traders. It was clear that if the elves discovered who had captured their kin, retribution would swiftly follow. The renowned assassins of the elven race, known for their acute hearing and prowess in the shadows, were a formidable threat, accounting for the scarcity of elven slaves in the market. The Dark Guild, with its extensive reach, had managed to procure such slaves despite the looming threat of elven vengeance, indicating a level of power that was truly terrifying. This latest group of slaves garnered fervent interest from the nobility in the booth, the young women, all aged 17 or 18, being in the prime of desirability. The diversity of races represented, especially the cat girls and fox girls, made them particularly coveted by the affluent. Bidding commenced anew. The competition for these slaves far more fervent than for the previous batch. Xiao Li's heart ached as she recognized an orc girl among the slaves. Her compassion surged forth, and she instinctively clutched Chen Xing's sleeve, her eyes brimming with a pleading intensity. If this world were devoid of coincidences, this tale would never unfold. Just as Chen Xing grappled with this troubling situation, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Two figures, previously concealed atop another building, sprang into action. With a commanding shout, they leapt from the rooftop towards the elevated platform in the arena as if defying gravity itself. Their movements were swift, each wielding a slender sword. And before they even landed, two arcs of pale sword energy surged towards the elder in the arena. With a sigh, Chen Xing couldn't help but shake his head. It appeared that although the strength of these two figures was commendable, he firmly believed that they would not succeed in rescuing anyone from the clutches of the Dark Guild's auction house. The audacity of these two, who were merely at the level of golden swordsmen, was utterly reckless. He soon grasped the reason behind this recklessness. Two streams of milky sword energy were hurtling towards him. Yet the elderly man remained unfazed. This was the territory of the Dark Guild, and it was impossible for these two figures to act with such impunity. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, a sudden explosive sound erupted from beneath the auction stage. A massive figure burst forth, wielding a gigantic shield that swiftly positioned itself in front of the elderly man, absorbing the fierce sword energy attack with sheer force. With a flick of his wrist, the other hand brandished a colossal sword, unleashing a powerful gust that enveloped several feet around them, completely enclosing the two figures within the sword's momentum. There was no room for evasion. Despite their swift movements, they were vastly outmatched. Left with no choice, they could only frown and brace themselves for impact. In an instant, the two figures' cloaks, as if imbued with life, tore away from their bodies, shimmering with a radiant light as they met the oncoming giant sword. The clash produced a thunderous sound, and the once solid cloaks were shattered into countless fragments. Amidst the swirling debris, the true forms of the two figures were revealed, two elves, one male and one female. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more fervent, with a cacophony of whistles erupting. All present were either rogues or thieves, with no virtuous souls among them. Such excitement was bound to incite a raucous reaction, as everyone eagerly awaited the spectacle about to unfold. The elven siblings bore striking similarities, evident in their delicate features and green hair, each brandishing slender swords that gleamed with a chilling luminescence, unfazed by the surrounding tumult. The elven male spoke with a magnetic voice to abduct elven women as slaves. Your dark guild's audacity grows bolder by the day. His words exuded the enchanting beauty characteristic of elves. Before them stood a massive armored warrior, encased in tightly sealed steel armor, his face obscured entirely. This was the very figure who had previously repelled them with a single stroke of his sword. "Oh, who might you be to have followed us here? You possess quite the audacity," a voice resonated from behind the armored warrior as he stepped aside, revealing the cloaked elder, Kyle. "You shall not have the opportunity to discover our identities. The assassin clan from our tribe is nearly upon you, so prepare to face the punishment you rightly deserve," interjected the elven female, her exquisite features contorted with anger. Meanwhile, the elven male, appearing resigned, allowed his female counterpart to speak on their behalf, stepping back into silence. Chen Xing couldn't help but chuckle, observing that the young woman was clearly a spoiled and pampered girl from a young age. Her lack of decorum in interrupting her elder brother's speech was evident. This suggested that their recent endeavor was likely a spur-of-the-moment decision upon their discovery. The so-called assassin group might exist, but their imminent arrival seemed nothing more than a ruse. These two elves certainly had audacity. Should they be commended for their bravery, or criticized for their overestimation of their capabilities? Indeed, the old man in the black robe appeared unfazed by the elf maiden's threats, a mocking smile gracing his face as he raised his hand slightly amidst the raucous jeers of the surrounding audience. At that moment, several groups of individuals, clad entirely in black leather armor, surged forth from concealed positions around the high platform, their dual long swords gleaming with a chilling light. They swiftly encircled the entire platform, their movements remarkably agile and synchronized. Not a single sound escaped their lips, clearly indicating their training as elite swordsmen. Another group, draped in black robes, silently lingered at the periphery, presumably mages ready to provide support. The audience surrounding the platform exhibited no signs of panic, instinctively clearing a space around the high platform, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Clearly, the power of the Dark Guild had long been anticipated by them. In this domain, those without strength had already been overthrown. The law of the jungle reigned supreme. The expressions of the elf siblings shifted dramatically, astonished that the Dark Guild members disregarded their threats entirely. They found themselves encircled by the swordsmen, having lost the initiative entirely. The old man in the black robe smiled with ease, addressing them. "The Elf Slayer group? Once I capture you too, I doubt they will ever materialize." As he spoke, the elf siblings were swiftly disarmed and thoroughly restrained, though resentment simmered within her. The young woman understood the gravity of their predicament. She refrained from futile resistance, while her elder brother, with a wry smile, surrendered his weapon, lamenting inwardly that his spoiled sister had led them into this dire situation. There was no room for a twist of fate. Escaping from such overwhelming force was simply unattainable. Rather than suffer humiliation in battle, it was wiser to comply. The old man in the black robe chuckled triumphantly, turning to face the audience and proclaiming loudly, "I apologize for the fright, but now you all have an additional choice. These two elves will be auctioned as the new merchandise for tonight, with a starting bid reduced by 50%. Feel free to place your bids. We guarantee they will be properly trained before delivery." The expressions of the elf siblings shifted once more, realizing the old man as cruelty. Once branded as slaves, they would forever lose the chance for forgiveness from the elders of their clan, a fate from which they could never rise. Cheers erupted from the audience. Having witnessed the elves' martial prowess, they anticipated that, after training, the siblings would become formidable assets, whether as pets or bodyguards. The issue of obedience was not a concern for the patrons. The Dark Guild had yet to make a promise they could not fulfill. The atmosphere grew fervent as the scene unfolded. Amidst a cacophony of bidding, the elder clad in a black robe gazed with satisfaction as this batch of slaves was sold for a price far exceeding expectations. A staggering 300,000 gold coins were amassed. while the two siblings were secured by a patron in a private box for the sum of 120,000 gold coins. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. This spectacle brought a nearly toothless grin to Hans, the elder of the Dark Guild, who had been observing from the shadows. As the anticipation reached its zenith, the auction finally entered its most exhilarating phase, with Elder Hans himself taking the stage as the auctioneer. As the seller of this substantial lot, Hans was brimming with pride. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support and announced that the guild had prepared a grand gift for all present, with superior quality, reasonable prices, and ample quantities. He assured that every customer would leave satisfied. Laughter erupted around him, for everyone knew precisely what Hans's grand gift entailed. He was, after all, the most prominent slave trader in this locale. Without his influence, this small town would never have thrived as it did, attracting thousands of noble patrons each year to purchase slaves. No wonder Hans confidently claimed ample quantities. Indeed, his words rang true. The women stood obediently upon the platform, their gazes somewhat vacant as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. With a smile, Elder Hans stepped forward and proclaimed, "I assure you, these women are exquisite specimens, procured through great effort. You need not harbor any concerns, rest assured." He then declared the commencement of the auction, setting a starting bid of 500 gold coins for each woman. With a beaming smile, Hans awaited the impending wave of bids, the continuous sounds of offers resonating like the most beautiful music to his ears. Yet, before the bidding could even begin, a single voice sliced through the night, clear amidst the chaos, declaring, "I will take them all." All eyes turned as Chen Xing slowly emerged from the shadows atop the roof. "Ah, esteemed guest. This is an auction, not a fixed-price sale. Surely, you understand that bids must be placed," Elder Hans replied, his expression unflinching despite Chen Xing's sudden appearance. His hands, hidden behind his back, had already given a signal. Instantly, the armored swordsmen surrounded Chen Xing's position with swift, synchronized movements, exuding an air of intimidation. The robed mages on the periphery began their incantations, a line of sorcerers stepping forth, flames igniting in their hands. The surrounding audience exhibited no sign of panic. They were all seasoned characters accustomed to the edge of a blade, well aware of the dangers at play. Such scenes were familiar to them, and none had witnessed anyone triumph on the Dark Guild's territory. Ignoring the palpable tension, Chen Xing gracefully leapt from the rooftop and approached the platform, with Chen Bing and Xiao Li closely trailing behind, seemingly unfazed by the formidable armored swordsmen surrounding them. Their demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the earlier elves, exuding an air of composure. The invisible pressure compelled the armored swordsmen to part, creating a pathway to the platform. With ease, Chen Xing ascended the platform, his calm demeanor leaving Elder Hans at a loss regarding his true intentions. "The price I offer is one you cannot refuse. Thus, there is no need for a bidding war." Chen Xing's hoarse voice gradually resonated. "If that is the case, esteemed guest, please reveal your offer. Should your bid leave the other guests speechless, then these goods shall belong to you." Observing that his guards had completely seized control of the situation, Elder Hans felt a sense of reassurance. After all, these three individuals could not possibly create chaos amidst such a multitude of guards. He believed he had everything under control and spoke with newfound confidence. "1 copper coin. What? Haha, are you jesting with me? Could you clarify that?" Elder Hans chuckled, though the muscles on his face twitched slightly. The heavily armored warrior, who had been standing to the side, strode forward with imposing steps. Each movement of his substantial physique caused the platform to tremble, displaying immense power. "I bid 1 copper coin, and I assure you, no one shall contest me." Chen Xing seemed oblivious to the armored warrior and continued, "There will certainly be no living soul to challenge my bid." "How audacious! How dare you threaten my esteemed guest?" Elder Hans could no longer tolerate Chen Xing's insolence and bellowed. The nearby armored warrior suddenly advanced, his towering form nearly double that of Chen Xing, exerting an overwhelming sense of pressure. No one anticipated Chen Xing's brazen audacity. All were taken aback. To speak so boldly within the territory of the Dark Guild was indeed rare, but to do so while surrounded was unprecedented. This time, Chen Xing found no need for words. Completely disregarding the immense pressure from the armored warrior, he delivered a swift kick directly to the warrior's right kneecap. Even clad in heavy armor, there was no way to withstand Chen Xing's assault, especially at such a vulnerable point. With a chilling sound of bone breaking, the armored warrior staggered and immediately lost height. His massive sword plunged into the ground, struggling to stabilize his body, yet he emitted not a single grunt. What a tough man he was. Even Chen Xing could not help but silently commend his bravery, but accolades aside, his left fist, propelled by a fierce gust, struck the warrior's temple with precision. A sharp crack of bones echoed, and a torrent of blood erupted forth. The warrior, despite his formidable physique, could not withstand the ferocity of Chen Xing's targeted assault. His neck twisted violently and was abruptly shattered by Chen Xing's immense strength. The gigantic body collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, limbs twitching, clearly beyond saving. The crowd gasped in astonishment. In but a fleeting moment, the once mighty armored warrior had not even been granted an opportunity to retaliate, effortlessly dispatched by the seemingly unremarkable figure before them. The audience had scarcely comprehended how Chen Xing executed his strike. It was akin to a myth. Whispers of awe filled the air, and the gazes directed at Chen Xing were imbued with reverence, slowly retreating from the vicinity of the platform to the outskirts, eager to avoid becoming collateral damage. Elder Hans was taken aback, fully aware of the identity of the heavily armored warrior, who was, in fact, not a mere human. Beneath the imposing armor lay the robust physique of a bear man, meticulously selected from a multitude of slaves. Having severed the bear man's vocal cords and subjected him to intricate magical enhancements and potions, this armored warrior possessed the strength to effortlessly rend a magic bear apart, showcasing an astonishing combat prowess, one of his most favored pets. The fact that this seemingly ordinary man had slain his formidable companion with his bare hands was nothing short of a myth, a biting irony directed at himself. His body trembled involuntarily as Elder Hans resolved to command the guards to eliminate these three individuals. Wait, bare hands. Suddenly, Elder Hans halted. In the entirety of the Timmy continent, the only human profession reliant on physical combat was that of the fighter. To possess such terrifying strength, a cold sweat broke out on Hans as he recalled a certain individual, the martial artist who had torn his guild's elder, Charles, to shreds during the strongman challenge. The man capable of defeating the undead dragon, Chen Xing. Who are you? Elder Hans swiftly restrained the black-armored swordsman who was about to charge forth, whispering his inquiry. His expression remained aloof, as a voice casually replied, "You may call me Chen Xing." The murmurs among the surrounding audience gradually swelled, even reaching the private boxes with hushed conversations. The name Chen Xing had become widely known across the Timmy continent, revered as an idol among all fighters. His pioneering career and victory in the Strongman Challenge provided ample fodder for countless discussions. Many organizations had sought to recruit Chen Xing as their top priority. But upon learning that even the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire had failed to entice him, they abandoned their aspirations. Nevertheless, the mere opportunity to witness Chen Xing in person was enough for them to boast about. Without any intention of waiting further, Chen Xing coldly stated, "Have you considered it?" 1 copper coin. Realizing reconciliation was no longer an option, Hans felt a surge of anger, emboldened by his numbers. No matter how strong Chen Xing was, he could not withstand the onslaught of so many mages surrounding him. As long as he swiftly evaded the range of attack, he would be fine. As he contemplated this, the hand behind his back began to move subtly. With a cold gaze, Chen Xing discerned the dark guild elder's intentions. No longer wishing to engage in idle conversation, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I initially intended to have a discussion, but it seems I miscalculated. In that case, allow me to teach you a lesson." With no intention of holding back, Chen Xing instantaneously accelerated, traversing the 5-zhang span like a phantom. Appearing beside the dark-robed mages, amidst the forceful gale, he delivered a devastating punch directly to one mage's chest. A shrill scream erupted as the dark-robed mage was struck down, a torrent of blood spraying into the air as he fell backward. Slightly taken aback, the mage had evidently not anticipated such overwhelming strength fueled by the newfound internal energy. Chen Xing paused momentarily before extending his hand towards the ground. A tremendous surge of internal power erupted forth, a savage exhilaration washing over Chen Xing. The black-robed sorcerers had yet to recover from their recent shrieks of terror when an immense force emanated from beneath the ground, delivering a horrific blow to them. It was as if the earth itself had dealt them a ferocious punch, sending dozens of black-robed sorcerers shrieking into the air, soaring over 10 feet high. The might of Chen Xing's formidable internal energy instantaneously obliterated their lower bodies, reducing their limbs below the waist to mere fragments. Countless tissues scattered in all directions, their anguished cries merging into a chilling chorus, while vibrant blood stained the sky, evoking the very essence of hell itself. China. The ancient martial arts endure through fire. Panic erupted among the guests, who had witnessed such terrifying scenes, perhaps in the throes of war. Yet never had they encountered the notion that a single individual could unleash such devastation. These were over 30 black-robed sorcerers, each a figure of considerable power. Even the most formidable mercenary groups could scarcely boast such numbers. Even within a medium-sized army, such a concentration of high-level sorcerers would be rare. Yet here they were, effortlessly vanquished by the seemingly unremarkable martial artist before them, without the slightest hint of struggle. The sorcerers had not even had the chance to cast their pre-prepared spells. The sparks that erupted as their magic went awry illuminated the sky, intertwining with the vivid blood to depict a grim tableau of death. But the horror did not end there. Seizing the moment of shock, Chen Bing retreated into the midst of the black-armored swordsmen, his right hand glimmering with an eerie frost before crashing against the icy ground. Mirroring his brother's earlier actions, the resulting effect was equally terrifying. As his palm made contact with the earth, all present distinctly heard a cacophony emanating from below. A visible white mist swiftly enveloped a long rectangle, and countless ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the flesh of the black-armored swordsmen, lifting them into the air. Alas, while these swordsmen were the elite of the Dark Guild, they had never encountered such a bizarre assault. This elementalist, relying on elemental power for close combat, was likely unparalleled across the entirety of the Timmy continent. The swordsman's ebony armor proved utterly ineffective against the ferocious onslaught of ice spikes. A chorus of tragic wails rose, as many swordsmen, impaled and suspended in the air, struggled violently, blood streaming down the ice spikes. In an instant, the area surrounding Chen Bing was cleared, showcasing the overwhelming power of the elementalist. Chen Xing had never been one to retreat when he had the upper hand. Seizing upon the misfortune of others was his maxim. The previous onslaught had already decimated more than half of the 30 sorcerers. Only 4 remained, trembling and frantically preparing their spells. Out of reach of the devastating wave of energy, like a whirlwind, Chen Xing unfurled his form, deftly maneuvering to the center of the remaining sorcerers. These sorcerers, respected as powerful figures wherever they went, were rendered insignificant before the malevolent force that was Chen Xing, barely ascending to the level of mere insects in his presence. In close combat, Chen Xing was forever the apex predator. Behind her, headless corpses erupted in a fountain of blood, their severed heads rolling through the air, eyes wide open, revealing a blend of incredulity and terror. The lifeless bodies crashed heavily to the ground, the gushing blood once again staining the vast expanse beneath them. The audience was engulfed in utter chaos, their perceptions of reality irrevocably shattered. It was truly horrifying. Merely 2 individuals engaged in combat had inflicted severe losses upon the elite members tasked with maintaining order in the Dark Guild. The terrifying combat skills displayed left all present in a state of dread. Each spectator bore the weight of their sins with blood on their hands. Yet it was precisely such individuals who cherished their own lives even more. Witnessing the sudden shift in circumstances, they fled in panic, scattering in all directions, plunging the scene into utter disarray. On the high platform, however, a different spectacle unfolded. The orphans showed no signs of panic amid the bloody scene. Rather, they mirrored the expressions of those saved by Chen Xing, their eyes gradually sparkling with excitement and revealing gleeful smiles. None of the orphans attempted to escape. They remained still, awaiting the outcome of the battle. Elder Hans longed to flee, yet a delicate little hand was firmly grasping his throat. The black gauntlet adorning that small hand glinted ominously, robbing him of any courage to resist. The owner of that hand regarded him with an amused gaze, a drink held casually in her other hand. "Uncle, you really are quite foolish, aren't you? You could have simply accepted the initial offer of a copper coin, but instead, you had to provoke Brother Xing." The little girl, Xioli, remarked with a charming expression, her tail swaying behind her, exuding an air of blame. Hans Elder found himself nodding incessantly, rendered speechless. The seemingly delicate hand concealed immense strength, and he could clearly feel his throat being constricted. In his panic, he noticed a figure slowly materializing behind Xioli, the black-robed elder who had initially presided over the auction, the most formidable mage stationed at his side, the dark archmage, Kyle. In silence, a green flame flickered to life in the black-robed mage's hand, illuminating his gaunt face with its eerie glow. A slight, sinister smile crept across his lips, radiating a chilling aura. Yet, the reality was far from the idyllic scenario he envisioned. Hans distinctly saw a mischievous grin suddenly appear on Xioli's beautiful face. With a swift retreat of her petite form, she propelled a powerful kick backward. The event transpired so abruptly that Hans could even discern the look of terror etched upon the dark mage's face. In an instant, that overwhelming force sent him hurtling away, landing with a thud some 20 feet distant, his body grotesquely contorted, evidently lifeless. It was indeed a folly of the dark mage to underestimate his opponent, as he sought to employ a special binding spell, believing himself to be stealthy. However, Xiaoli, being a catgirl, possessed agility and acute senses that rivaled those of Chen Xing, who adeptly manipulated his inner energy. How could his self-assured ambush remain concealed? The petite figure flickered once more, and the glinting gloved hand once again seized Elder Hans by the neck, identical to the initial encounter. Even Xiaoli's expression remained unchanged, as though the recent events were merely trivial. The battle within the arena approached its conclusion. Under the combined efforts of Chen Xing and Chen Bing, the black-armored swordsmen found themselves utterly devoid of any opportunity to counterattack. Their rigorous training endowed them with remarkable synergy in their joint assaults. Yet faced with a close combat expert like Chen Xing, they were effectively courting death. Regardless of their harmonious collaboration, Chen Xing consistently identified suitable points of breach. Often, in a mere flicker, a head would soar into the air. Chen Xing's hand strikes had become the nightmare of all black-armored swordsmen. Meanwhile, Chen Bing, through relentless effort, gradually broke through her limitations. She now wielded ice elements with increasing finesse, no longer relying solely on her most powerful techniques, but transitioning towards a more pragmatic style, increasingly reminiscent of Chen Xing. When she struck, it was invariably lethal, executing her moves with a clean and decisive efficiency. Around them, some private boxes were ravaged during the skirmish, revealing dark passageways behind them, now devoid of occupants. The nobles, each more cunning than the last, naturally sought to evade such perilous circumstances. As for the enslaved individuals brought here, who would dare claim them now? They could settle scores with the Dark Guild later at their leisure. Elder Hans felt a profound regret. He had come to understand the true target of the trio before him, those orphans behind him. He also grasped the reason the Dark Guild had entrusted him with the task of overseeing these children. It turned out that such formidable figures stood behind them. Compared to them, his own influence felt utterly insignificant. However, he was mistaken. The true protector of these orphans was the Sword Saint, Cain. Though equally formidable, he was not as fearsome as the individuals before him. Chen Xing was merely adhering to his own principles. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to incite fury. With another sweep of his hand, Chen Xing concluded the battle. The black-armored swordsmen, true to their reputation as the Dark Guild's death warriors, fought until the bitter end, with not a single one attempting to flee. All remained grim-faced, teeth-gritted, brandishing their long swords. Alas, it was to no avail. Under the combined onslaught of Chen Xing and Chen Bing, the entire squad was decimated in less than 15 minutes. Chen Xing personally severed the head of the last black-armored swordsman, the blood blossoming in the air, a hauntingly vivid crimson, signaling the obliteration of the Dark Guild's stronghold in this location. As he observed the approaching figure of Chen Xing, Elder Hans felt an overwhelming darkness shroud his future. To Chen Xing's surprise, it turned out that the two reckless elves possessed a meticulous side. During the fray, they had managed to break free from their restraints and rescue all the enslaved individuals, demonstrating some degree of capability. What amused Chen Xing was that, for reasons unknown, they had not even exchanged a word. By the time the next day arrived, the small town had lost its very core, the branch of the Dark Guild. Chen Bing and Xiaoli continued to trail closely behind, yet unlike Chen Bing, Xiaoli's exquisite visage was adorned with a radiant smile. The enchanting surroundings momentarily restored the essence of the young girl, reminiscent of the time spent beside her mother. The orphans followed obediently, with one figure bound tightly like a zongzi among them, the Dark Guild elder, Hans. The orphan village had now relocated to another valley, and in accordance with Chen Xing's intentions, Jieko was leading 5 fighters and preparing various training equipment. Along the cliffside of the valley, dozens of massive wooden stakes had been erected, conveniently sourced from the abundant nearby woods. In the newly cleared area of the valley, some rudimentary tents and makeshift wooden shelters had been hastily established, serving as temporary abodes for the children. The future development awaited gradual construction. Chen Xing's return invigorated the entire valley. Upon seeing their kin, the orphans were moved to tears, as nothing could be more stirring for those who had lost everything. The valley seemed to come alive, and the trust the orphans placed in Chen Xing deepened, as they regarded him as their guardian deity. At dinner, Lucy presented Chen Xing with a formidable dilemma. Brother Chen, this cannot continue as it is. Chen Xing did not lift his head, continuing to consume his meal. As a former soldier, he preferred silence during mealtime. Our funds are insufficient. Although we can sustain some livelihood through hunting, it is not a long-term solution. We need to establish a stable source of income for these orphans to ensure their survival. Lucy's voice was soft. Having accompanied Chen Xing for some time, she was familiar with his habits. How much more is needed? Leave it to me. Chen Xing fell silent once more. Exhaling softly, Lucy felt a wave of relief. Since Chen Xing had promised, there would surely be a way. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed such faith in him, which uplifted her spirits immensely. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, yet Chen Xing remained unchanged, lying on a patch of grass, gazing intently at the night sky. For reasons unknown, he found himself increasingly enamored with the nocturnal landscape. Perhaps it was due to his growing inner strength that he perceived nature more deeply than most. Every cloud and every rustling leaf stirred something within him, as if something longed to emerge but remained trapped, leaving Chen Xing both uneasy and expectant. In the distance, Jieka and the others were still industriously engaged. Though the training equipment requested by Chen Xing was simple, the sheer number required for so many orphans was a daunting task, keeping Jieka and his companions exceedingly busy. Down to a wooden stake nearby was the former Dark Guild elder, Hans, awaiting a fate of becoming a training apparatus for the orphans, summoning Chen Bing from afar. Chen Xing's tone was tinged with melancholy. Prepare yourself. We set out tomorrow to search for bird nests. Bird nests? Chen Bing inquired, puzzled. Yes, bird nests. In the magical kingdom of Kuro, within the noble estate of the city lord, a middle-aged knight inquired. Leah, what occupies your thoughts? Startled, a golden-haired female knight jolted from her reverie. Despite her privileged upbringing, which cultivated a pampered disposition akin to that of countless other noblewomen, Leah's heart remained haunted by the image of a singular figure and their piercing, frigid gaze. The long line of admirers trailing behind her only served to elevate her sense of superiority. Yet now, all that had been shattered by the owner of those icy eyes. The reality of the world held terrors she had never fathomed. Joining the Metal Rose Mercenary Corps was merely a pastime for her, as the group primarily comprised noblewomen from various nations. While it claimed to be the fifth strongest on the continent, its true strength was largely inflated by familial influence and the affections of suitors. In fact, Leah was considered a formidable presence within its ranks, garnering the admiration of her peers. This encouraged her to enter a competition for the strongest, eager to test her own prowess. The truth proved to be harsh. Her dreams lay in ruins. Never had anyone spoken to her with such authority, nor could she imagine it. When Chen Bing lifted her, that chilling gaze shattered her pride in an instant, awakening within her a feeling of submission akin to a nightmare. That figure became indelibly etched in her heart. The Kuro Empire, a realm of magic, stood in stark contrast to others. Here, the ranks of mages flourished while warriors were scarce. This discrepancy stemmed directly from the kingdom's policies, making warriors highly sought after. Given that mages excelled only at long-range combat, their prowess diminished in close quarters. As dinner drew to a close, the lady of the castle finally broached the subject of her daughter's concerns. Leah, she said softly, taking a sip of red wine. Is something troubling you? Startled from her thoughts, Leah responded in a flurry. What is it, mother? Nothing significant, merely an observation that you seem preoccupied lately. With a knowing smile, Lord Ware excused himself from the table, declaring he had had his fill, leaving the women to discuss matters among themselves. No, truly, there is nothing. Mother, Leah stammered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks under her mother's scrutiny, further affirming her suspicions. The lady of the castle beamed. Then might you share with your mother who this person is? What who? Leah's expression mirrored that of a child caught in thievery. Do not deceive me. I am well aware of everything. Please share the details, and I shall take charge. The face of the city lord's wife was adorned with a radiant smile. Alas, her daughter was notoriously combative, having bested nearly all the prominent noble youths of Kuro. She had never shown any affection towards anyone, and now, a potential suitor presented himself. The thought alone filled her with joy, making her eager to inform the city lord without delay. Really? Leah's eyes sparkled with excitement. With her parents' support, she could now pursue a relationship with that young man openly. Although her current prowess might not impress him, she was determined to improve herself. Indeed, it is true. He is a youth, seemingly an elemental manipulator. Leah's face flushed a deep crimson, quite unlike her usual bold demeanor. "Oh, an elemental manipulator. How intriguing. Which noble family does he hail from?" inquired the city lord's wife, persisting in her questioning. "He is not from any noble family. Rather, he appears to be an orphan. Currently employed by a mercenary group known as Mad Fantasies," Laya replied timidly. "What?" The city lord's wife felt as though her ears had betrayed her. Her daughter had developed feelings for a mercenary, and worse, an orphan. This was utterly unimaginable. "What is it, mother?" Laya sensed the tension immediately. "You say he is a mercenary?" "Yes. This is absolutely unacceptable. Laya, you are the daughter of the city lord. How could you take a liking to a mercenary? That lowly profession is entirely unworthy of you." The city lord's wife's tone was now stern, quite the opposite of her earlier demeanor. "Your father holds a respectable position within the Kuro Empire. There are numerous distinguished nobles from which you could choose. But this mercenary? I absolutely cannot condone it. Mother." Enough. The city lord's wife could no longer continue the conversation. She turned and left in haste, determined to inform her husband. She anticipated that the city lord would be furious upon learning this news. While indulgence was one aspect, being part of the noble circle meant that marriage was a significant matter that could not be left to Laya's whims. Laya watched her mother depart in a state of panic, her heart sinking into despair. The next day, Chen Bing was efficient in his preparations, ready to embark at dawn. However, just as Chen Xing was about to leave, Lucy promptly voiced her request. "Brother Chen, look, you are bound to encounter battles on this expedition. My ranged attacks will surely assist you. Therefore," Lucy's tone was earnest, presenting a compelling argument. "Brother Chen, you mentioned teaching these youngsters combat techniques. If you leave, who will instruct them?" Jekka chimed in, expressing his grievances. "I want to go too. I can transform into many fascinating things, which are quite entertaining. Regardless, I simply must accompany Sister Lucy," little Linda piped up, seeking to join the excitement. Zidian nudged Chen Xing's shoulder with his large head, blinking his eyes in silent appeal. Chen Xing was at a loss for words. A cold gaze swept across the room, instantly silencing the crowd. No one dared to challenge the penetrating stare of Chen Xing. "Gather the little ones. I have instructions to impart," he said slowly. Amused by the sea of small, dark heads before him, Chen Xing found it somewhat humorous that he had unwittingly inherited such a heavy burden from the Sword Saint. Indeed, the cunning uncle had underestimated him. As a modern soldier, he possessed his own ideals and path. "I know what you are thinking, but I fear I will disappoint you." Chen Xing's voice, neither too high nor too low, resonated in everyone's ears. "This world has no need for the weak. Thus, you must grow stronger." The orphans fell into a hushed silence. This unassuming man had instilled in them a profound sense of confidence, arriving like a beacon of hope during their darkest hour and rescuing them from despair. As the representative of the Sword Saint, Chen Xing's status in their hearts had risen to equal that of the revered Sword Saint himself. "I will teach you the ways to become stronger. But do not expect me to rescue you again." Chen Xing's tone turned icy. "No one will show sympathy to the weak." His merciless words shattered the orphans' hearts, eliciting two distinctly different expressions among them, one of bewilderment and the other, a faint smile. Following his plan, Chen Xing exited the valley, accompanied only by Chen Bing and Xiuli. Their destination was the border city of Cass in the Divine Dragon Empire. As a frontier city, Cass stood on the front line against the Beast Empire. Although it was not currently a time of war, the escalating tensions across the continent made it clear that the next conflict could erupt at any moment. The armies of the Beast Empire might very well appear outside the city walls by tomorrow. Thus, the defenses of this border city were extraordinarily stringent. Soldiers were stationed at every corner of the towering walls, leaving no room for complacency. The Divine Dragon Empire had earned its place as one of the four great empires of the Timi continent, a reputation well-deserved. The quality of its soldiers alone spoke volumes. Cass, as a border city, thrived with prosperity. Merchant caravans flocked to it, and the vibrant atmosphere showed no sign of diminishing despite the heightened security. Various shops dotted the streets, with those selling weapons and armor being the most prevalent, for the weapon trade was indeed the most lucrative venture here. With ease, Chen Xing entered the city. He was no longer a novice to the continent, having gained considerable knowledge of the Timi continent. He paid no heed to the guards at the gate and, with the certification from the Mercenary Association in hand, breezed through. Being the most widespread organization on the Timi continent, the Mercenary Association held significant authority and credibility. Moreover, the Fantasia Mercenary Group had made a name for itself across the continent, especially with a championship leader at its helm. Upon entering the city, Chen Xing made no stops. After inquiring for directions, he headed straight for the rare professional guild. Based on Henry's recommendations, it was clear that higher-ranking mercenary teams were more likely to secure missions. And since arriving on the Timmy continent, he had only advanced twice. It was indeed time for him to achieve another promotion. I suspect Jack and the others, the fighters, were eagerly awaiting his return. The rare guild of professions here is bustling with activity and appears to be thriving. Typically, the caravans departing the city require protection, which naturally boosts the mercenary business significantly. Approaching the front desk, Chen Xing remained unfazed by the curious gazes of the mercenaries surrounding him. He gently tapped the bar counter, prompting the manager to come over. The manager, a middle-aged man with a kindly demeanor, greeted him warmly, instantly endearing himself to Chen Xing boss. We are ready to level up. The process of advancement proved to be far smoother than Chen Xing had anticipated. Upon learning of Chen Xing's identity, the guild manager readily approved his promotion request without the need for any tests. After all, who would dare to challenge the champion of the strongest challenger tournament? It would require a warrior of the highest caliber, perhaps even a sword saint, to test him. Once the guild manager meticulously recorded Chen Xing's classification, the entire reception area erupted in cheers. Everyone enthusiastically celebrated Chen Xing's successful establishment of a new profession. According to customary practices, reaching this level of profession was regarded as a significant milestone in founding a branch. Subsequent professions would not be determined by guild assessments, but would arise only when the creator's reputation and characteristics gained widespread recognition. For instance, the Sword Saint is not officially recognized within the standard professions. It is a title earned through collective admiration and respect. A feat particularly remarkable given the stringent professional management system on Timmy continent. This status transcends all related professions, symbolizing the utmost honor. Following Chen Xing, both Xiaoli and Chen Bing also advanced in their professions. Xiaoli continued to trail Chen Xing's footsteps, advancing directly to martial artist. Meanwhile, Chen Bing made a request that astonished the guild manager once again. What? You too wish to establish a branch profession? The guild manager could hardly believe his ears. What is happening today? How have we encountered two individuals eager to create new professions so casually? While Chen Xing can be excused as the champion of the strongest challenger tournament, this young man before me hardly presents as formidable. Very well. May I inquire what branch profession you wish to establish? The distinction between a branch profession and a main profession is significant, and the guild manager took his responsibilities seriously, kindly reminding Chen Bing of the necessary considerations. I understand, came a cold voice. Elementalist branch profession, elemental fighter. Definition: engaging in close combat utilizing elemental powers, with a developmental focus on the warrior class. Weapons permitted include gloves, light armor, and the level is classified as silver. As for the subsequent testing, it was nothing short of child's play. To the astonishment of the guild manager, Chen Bing effortlessly employed elemental power to freeze a silver swordsman in close combat, showcasing remarkable strength. Upon exiting the rare profession guild, Chen Xing and his companions left the entire hall in a state of disbelief, as if emerging from a vivid dream. What an extraordinary display of power! All three individuals were rare professions, with two among them being pioneers of their respective careers. Should this news circulate, it would undoubtedly make headlines. Chen Xing's primary objective in this border city was to gather intelligence regarding the Black Dragon, and the mercenary guild served as the most suitable venue for such inquiries. Seated at a corner table within the bustling hall of the guild, Chen Xing patiently collected information, akin to a fisherman awaiting a catch. Xiaoli, still cradling a cup of milk, settled beside Chen Xing, her tail gently swaying. Intrigued by the tales spun by the mercenaries around them, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with mercenaries discussing their recent exploits. As a hub for intelligence exchange and mission assignments, the guild buzzed with a constant flow of information. Chen Xing, unfazed by the passage of time, treated this as a respite. Days turned into 5. And just as Xiaoli began to exhibit signs of boredom, Chen Xing finally received the news he sought. Attention, fellow mercenaries. Came a call for silence. We have just received a new mission issued by the guild. As many of you may already know, a nest of black dragons has been discovered in the Reach Mountains, located south of the Beast Empire. 3 mercenary groups have already faced casualties, prompting the guild to issue this task. Any organization or individual that can eradicate this Black Dragoness lair will be rewarded with 200,000 gold coins. And all treasures amassed by the Black Dragon will belong to the successful party, although the guild retains the right of first purchase. The guild's representative announced the very quest Chen Xing had been eagerly anticipating. It is worth noting that the black dragon had not provoked humanity, and higher-tier dragons were endowed with wisdom, often seeking to avoid conflict with humans. However, as humanity relentlessly expanded its territories, any creature obstructing their progress became an adversary. Moreover, the black dragon was known for its penchant for collecting treasures, and its lair was likely to be brimming with riches, enough to ignite the avarice of humankind. In this so-called crusade, it is the black dragon that stands as the victim. Casting a gold coin onto the table, Chen Xing turned and exited the mercenary guild. The southern region of the Beast Empire was still a distance from its borders, situated closer to the heart of the continent. The Reach Mountains, known for their perilous terrain, while not classified among the 5 forbidden zones, posed significant dangers. Its vast expanse and complex geography rendered it a place seldom trodden by humans, explaining its allure to adventurers. Such treacherous locales were commonly believed to harbor treasures, a truth acknowledged by all adventurers. Yet, this treasure had an owner, the Black Dragon. At this moment, Chen Xing felt quite pleased. Just as he was about to embark on his journey, he received an escort mission leading to the Beast Empire. It involved a merchant caravan, one that appeared to be rather destitute. Perhaps due to financial constraints, their offered compensation was exceedingly low, a mere 300 gold coins for the escort to the borders of the Beast Empire. Fortunately, Chen Xing was indifferent to monetary gain. He merely sought a fortuitous ride. In truth, offering Chen Xing 300 gold coins is not a meager sum. After all, Chen Xing comprises merely 3 individuals. Despite the formidable reputation of the dreaming mercenary group, it does little to instill confidence. The distance to the border of the Beast Empire spans several hundred kilometers. Employing only these 3 as guards reveals the merchant caravan's dire financial straits, indicating that this venture is indeed a gamble, a last-ditch effort where failure could spell ruin. Such small traders abound on the Timmy continent, living in a perpetual state of anxiety. Each transaction is fraught with peril, akin to walking a tightrope, yielding only meager profits. Seated in the carriage, Chen Xing entered a meditative state, as was his custom. Strangely, his internal energy allowed him to achieve tranquility in any setting, undisturbed by external factors, while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings, ever ready to extricate himself, if necessary. This became a hallmark of his martial prowess. After 3 days of travel, this modest caravan encountered its first batch of customers. As dusk descended, the caravan approached a small hillock, and the owner, Harks, prepared to set up camp. Suddenly, more than 40 ruffians burst forth from the dense forest atop the hill, clad in mismatched armor and wielding large knives and swords. Each one was a brawny figure, their fierce visages enough to frighten even the most stoic child. It was evident that they were highwaymen demanding tribute. These bandits, though less terrifying than fully equipped brigands, posed a sufficient threat for such a small caravan. Upon seeing the approaching marauders, the caravan owner was immediately seized by panic. The gleaming weapons in the hands of the assailants dazzled his eyes and drained his courage. At that moment, he completely forgot he had hired Chen Xing and his companions as protectors. Even if he had remembered, he would hardly have believed in their efficacy, given the overwhelming number of foes. Gradually stepping down from the carriage, Chen Xing moved to the front of the group, calmly observing the swiftly advancing bandits. Behind him, Chen Bing wore a mocking smile, dismissing the ruffians entirely. The small owner, as if grasping at a lifeline, clutched Chen Xing's garment, his face a mask of despair as he implored for assistance. Regardless of his doubts about these men, the reputation of the dreaming mercenary group loomed large. One could only hope for a miracle. As the bandits approached the caravan, the foremost among them, a relatively well-armed brute, bellowed, "Your money or your lives." Chen Xing could not help but chuckle at the straightforwardness of the demand. There was no pretense, no theatrics, just a raw declaration of intent. The bandits could never have anticipated the formidable resistance they were about to encounter. Seeing a young girl emerge from the caravan, they mistakenly assumed she was there to plead for mercy. With her striking beauty, they became unabashedly lewd, making inappropriate gestures and remarks. "Little sister, are there no men where you come from? Come out here. Little sister, come play with your big brother. It's far better than being with that shabby caravan. I promise you'll be treated well. Hey, little girl, you're truly a gem. Don't worry, big brother will take good care of you." Like a whirlwind, the young girl moved with a speed that rivaled Chen Xing's internal energy at 50% capacity. Her diminutive figure, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, swiftly penetrated the ranks of the ruffians. The robbers could never have anticipated how fearsome such a petite and beautiful girl could be. Before they could react, Xioli had already reached the side of their leader. With a swift motion, she crouched low and delivered a powerful kick to the back of his heel, sending him soaring through the air in a state of utter astonishment. Seizing his hair with her right hand, she spun around and flung him away. As a member of the orc race, Xioli possessed strength that belied her delicate appearance. The leader was hurled over 20 feet, crashing heavily to the ground. His hair gone and blood streaming down his head as he screamed in agony. The bandits were taken aback. Xioli's combat skills mirrored those of the 5 fighters. Entirely a modern fighting technique as taught by Chen Xing, yet she possessed a speed and power that set her apart from them. Indeed, fighting spirit was also a form of strength. Among the 40 or so robbers, they were merely a disorganized crowd. For the small merchant leader, this was a great calamity. But for Chen Xing and his companions, it was merely an appetizer. Under the astonished gaze of the merchant, Xioli commenced her solo performance. Her petite figure whirled like a tempest, engaging in rapid movements around the robbers. Despite their efforts to swing their long knives at her elusive form, they could not even graze the edges of her silhouette. The air was filled with their harsh curses. Many robbers attempted to flee to the outskirts, hoping to escape the swift circle Xioli had carved, only to be met with even more rapid assaults. Approaching one robber with blinding speed, Xioli disregarded the long knife aimed at her. Her small body twisted into a peculiar arc, effortlessly evading the attack and slipping into his embrace. Her darkened gauntlet glimmered with a crystalline green light as she seized the robber by the neck. A downward pull followed by a knee strike produced a dull thud. The robber's expression changed dramatically as he clutched his groin, a piercing scream echoing through the air as crimson blood oozed from his fingers. Without hesitation, she swiftly engaged another robber nearby, having honed her ability to close in on enemies to perfection. After all, the essence of the modern combat techniques taught by Chen Xing is proximity and aggression. With both hands, she grasped the shoulders of a burly man, flipping over his head in a somersault. With immense force, she hurled the man, who weighed twice her own, over 30 feet away. His screams pierced the atmosphere, and the thunderous sound of his landing sent a shiver through the hearts of all the robbers. As Xioli landed, she found herself amidst the bandits, showing no hesitation as she quickly crouched and delivered a sweeping kick. This maneuver knocked down all surrounding brutes. Rising swiftly, she executed a high downward strike, rendering another robber unconscious. The battle unfolded rapidly under Xioli's relentless speed, with robbers continuously screaming as they were flung out of the crowd. The scattered bodies formed an irregular circle on the periphery, while those remaining inside were utterly trapped within that circle. In the brief span of mere moments, these robbers were effortlessly subdued by Xioli, who managed to take down nearly a third of them without so much as a scratch on herself. The enchanting figure of Catwoman danced gracefully, her movements resembling a beautifully choreographed ballet. Each succinct and decisive action delivered a powerful visual impact, radiating a harmonious blend of strength and delicacy, leaving the little merchant and his associates utterly mesmerized. No one would have anticipated that this petite young girl could wield such terrifying skills, all the while exuding an aura of beauty. As her lithe form leaped through the crowd, it simultaneously summoned waves of anguished cries, performing harmonious steps that captivated every onlooker. The robbers were now on the brink of madness. The pressure exerted by this diminutive girl was overwhelming. They cursed their own blindness. Had they encountered a band of formidable mercenaries, they would not have dared to provoke trouble. Yet, the sight of a seemingly harmless girl transforming into a fearsome harbinger of death was beyond their capacity to endure. Despite the elegance of Xioli's attacks, none of the robbers wished to experience her wrath. Eventually, one man discarded his weapon and cried out in surrender. With this lead, the rest of the robbers, as if awakening from a deep slumber, cast aside their weapons without a second thought for their pride, their synchronized movements resembling that of a well-rehearsed drill, eliciting amusement from Chen Xing, who had been watching the spectacle unfold. The entire robbery had devolved into a farce. As Xioli gracefully walked away from the kneeling, surrendering robbers, the little merchant finally exhaled the breath he had been holding since the chaos began. Good heavens, what a windfall, he murmured to himself. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident, allowing the merchant to fully appreciate the prowess of Chen Xing and his companions. They encountered several other attempted robberies along the way, including one by a relatively large band of thieves. Each time, it was Xioli and Chen Bing who handled the situation, while Chen Xing couldn't be bothered to even glance at the commotion. These robbers were simply too weak. Even the band of thieves was composed mostly of mid-level warriors, offering no challenge whatsoever. The task was left entirely to Xiaoli and Chen Bing. As 2 weeks flew by, the little merchant and Chen Xing grew increasingly familiar with one another. Regardless of the circumstances, his trading caravan required the protection of a formidable mercenary group. However, the larger the mercenary group, the higher the fees. Observing Chen Xing's disregard for costs in exchange for such powerful protection, the merchant was eager to ingratiate himself. Consequently, he raised the commission to 400 gold coins. Had he been able to muster more funds, he would have gladly offered 2,000 gold coins without hesitation. According to their agreement, Chen Xing escorted the caravan to the border of the Beastman Empire before bidding farewell. The Reverie mountain range stretched for miles, forming the largest mountain range near the border of the Beastman Empire. Rarely traversed by mortals, the mountains retain their primordial forest appearance, teeming with magical beasts and even the occasional ancient creature, rendering it both a haven for adventurers and one of the most perilous forbidden zones. While not among the 5 most renowned forbidden places in the Timmy continent, it was no less formidable. The recently discovered lair of the Black Dragon lay nestled beneath a cliff on a peak in the eastern part of the Reverie mountain range. However, shortly after entering the mountainous region, Chen Xing discovered traces of an expedition team ahead. It would be an oversimplification to merely label them an expedition team. Based on the remnants left behind, it was evident that there were more than 3 groups present, and each was of considerable size, likely mercenary organizations intent on conquest. After all, the abode of the Black Dragon had become notorious across the land. Large mercenary factions had long harbored intentions to stake their claim here, albeit constrained by their insufficient strength. Yet, should they unite, the endeavor to vanquish the Black Dragon would surely not be an unattainable dream. Those who have never traversed primordial forests can scarcely imagine their true essence. They stand in stark contrast to typical woodlands. Trees, whose names elude recognition, loom overhead, creating a canopy that obscures the sun. The sporadic rays that manage to penetrate the foliage serve little purpose, casting an eerie gloom within the woods. The decay of ground cover emits a foul stench, and one might easily find themselves ensnared if not cautious. These undergrowth layers have accumulated over the years to a depth sufficient to engulf an adult. The damp and humid conditions below release a miasma that could easily render a person unconscious. Such is the irony of existence. In the face of life's frustrations, moments of joy are often fleeting. As nightfall approached, Chen Xing encountered his first challenge in the Reverie Mountains, a terrifying giant serpent. Creatures of such ilk are exceedingly rare on the Timmy continent, while snakes themselves are not uncommon, those capable of attaining a girth of 1.5 feet, qualifying as magical beasts, are a rarity indeed. The immense form of this serpent endowed it with formidable strength, particularly in its constricting embrace, which could effortlessly crush even the largest boulders. Moreover, this serpent possessed a speed that belied its size, becoming the bane of countless adventurers. In truth, when Chen Xing first beheld the serpent, it was already perilously close. Though he had heard its movements, he never anticipated the danger would approach so swiftly. The colossal body stirred the leaves around it, and the serpent, seemingly starved for a year, gaped its massive jaws wide, lunging for its favored delicacy. Its sharp, glimmering teeth dripped with viscous saliva. Xiaoli reacted most fervently. As a girl, she was acutely sensitive to such creatures. Yet, curiously, her sensitivity was not rooted in fear, but rather an unusual appetite. The petite figure darted forward, skillfully evading the serpent's cavernous maw, and struck precisely at a vulnerable point on the creature's body with the force of an arrow. A resounding crash echoed as Xiaoli's fist, imbued with tremendous power, struck. Remarkably, the giant serpent seemed unfazed by the blow. It felt pain, yet sustained no injury. In an instant, its massive form coiled and rolled, sending leaves swirling in its wake and creating a substantial crater in the thick undergrowth. The surrounding air was charged with the force of its movement, a palpable demonstration of its might. Amidst the chaos of flying leaves and debris, Xiaoli swiftly retreated, her beautiful visage contorted with a hint of distortion, clearly having suffered in that brief encounter. Chen Bing reached out, eager to advance, but was gently halted by Chen Xing. Wait. Such a creature is beyond your capabilities to confront, Chen Xing cautioned. Its power far exceeds any beast you have encountered before. He paused, a hint of mirth creeping into his tone, leaving both Chen Bing and Xiaoli puzzled. Tonight, we feast on roasted snake meat. With a mighty roar, Chen Xing's figure soared upward, twisting in midair, descending upon the still writhing giant serpent with tremendous force. One hand transformed into a claw-like shape, while the other was tucked close to his ribs. Even before his arrival, the ferocious wind pressure compelled both Chen Bing and Xiao Li to retreat several paces. The clawed hand appeared to swell in size, radiating a bizarre red glow, imbued with formidable might. This is the essence of Chinese martial arts, the Great Hand Seal technique. As fate would have it, Chen Xing and his companions found themselves in a rather unfortunate situation. The giant serpent had been starved for several days. Its immense size was matched only by its equally voracious appetite. However, they were situated on the outskirts of the Leg Mountain range, where no sizable prey remained to satiate its hunger. In the past few days, it had managed to consume only smaller creatures, driving it to the brink of madness from hunger. Nevertheless, the serpent still exhibited the prowess befitting its status as a high-level magical beast. Sensing the imminent danger overhead, it abruptly ceased its thrashing. Its colossal body coiled into a circular formation, its massive head directed toward the sky, bracing itself for Chen Xing's oncoming assault. The opportunity for battle lay within that fleeting moment. Seizing it would ensure victory. With an electrifying speed, the serpent lunged, its velocity producing a shrill sound from the friction against the air, utterly incongruous with its size. Chen Xing swiftly shifted his body to the side, as if propelled by an unseen force, deftly evading the serpent's gaping maw without diminishing his forward momentum. Observing the serpent's razor-sharp teeth, he doubted that his golden bell shield would withstand its bite. The ferocious velocity created an optical illusion of Chen Xing's figure. In an instant, he found himself at the serpent's midsection, his expanded right hand crashing against its body. Soundlessly, his palm penetrated deeply, leaving a massive imprint akin to striking tofu. In mere moments, the attack was executed, and Chen Xing performed a backflip, retreating to the periphery of the combat zone. The power of such a hand seal transcended mere external damage. It also wreaked havoc internally, capable of inducing necrosis within the enemy's body, an undeniably terrifying and potent ability. The giant serpent emitted a piercing hiss, clearly suffering significant injury. Its massive form writhed violently, stirring up a tempest of leaves before it suddenly thrust its head upward. Mouth agape. A wave of acute danger washed over Chen Xing instinctively. He seized Chen Bing and Xiao Li, propelling them away from their original position like a bolt of lightning. Chen Xing had unwavering faith in his instincts, and this instance proved no different. Reality once again affirmed the accuracy of his intuition. A colossal serpent unleashed a tremendous jet of dark green water, as thick as a barrel, from its gaping maw, engulfing the very spot where Chen Xing had stood moments before. Toxic droplets splattered in every direction, the entire area within a 10-foot radius falling prey to its assault. This ominous column of murky liquid possessed a terrifying corrosive power, akin to a phantasm. The ground where Chen Xing had once been was now a vast pit. The surrounding trees completely dissolved by the noxious spray, revealing a gaping expanse. The stench of corrosion permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Xing's brow. Had he been struck by such an onslaught, even the protective barrier of his internal martial arts would have proven futile. This dreadful corrosive force was the bane of all formidable armors. No matter how resilient the armor, it would be reduced to mere scrap metal in an instant. After unleashing that terrifying attack, the giant serpent seemed to have drained itself of all energy, collapsing limply to the ground, motionless save for the slight undulations of its body, a testament to its lingering life, compelling Chen Xing to remain vigilant. Chen Bing and Xiao Li, pale as death, were gripped by fear. The horror they had just witnessed shattered their once arrogant demeanor. Had Chen Xing not reacted swiftly, it was likely that all three would have met a swift demise. Both trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the terrifying visage of the serpent. Yet, Chen Xing's own assault was far from ineffectual. The dangerous serpent was now suffering immense internal damage from the strike. Centered on the point of impact, its entire body was decaying at an alarming rate. The nerves began to wither, unable to support its weight, rendering it helplessly collapsed on the ground, though it had not yet succumbed to death. The serpent was devoid of any hope. This was the terrifying might of the great palm print. Chen Xing refrained from further attack, being well versed in his martial arts. He understood that the great palm print was still in effect. Calmly leaning against a tree, he patiently awaited the serpent's demise. That night, they camped in a clearing at the foot of the mountain. Aware of the rule against lighting fires in the deep woods, Chen Xing, however, felt no such trepidation. Reasoning that being on another continent, as long as he took precautions, he likely wouldn't attract the attention of any patrolling teams. Chen Bing was relegated to the role of laborer, as there was no water source nearby, and Chen Xing, disinterested in the search, ordered Chen Bing to create large blocks of ice to melt in the pot, keeping him quite busy. The nights in the Rage Mountain range were exceptionally cold, but thanks to the campfire, the trio was spared from the biting frost. Suddenly, Chen Xing's senses sharpened. He detected faint footsteps in the distance. Although unclear, it was sufficient for his heightened awareness. Seemingly oblivious, he took the bowl of snake meat soup prepared by Xiao Li and savored it with delight. The aroma of the soup wafted through the night air, attracting the approaching footsteps. Chen Xing silently counted. There appeared to be around 5 individuals, suggesting they were not from any large mercenary group. From the shadows of the nearby woods emerged a group of individuals. At the forefront was a thief, completely shrouded in a hooded cloak, rendering their features indiscernible. However, their gait suggested a seasoned expertise, reminiscent of the only thief Chen Xing had encountered who navigated with such poise, Hong. The posture of an individual often reveals much about them. Following the thief were a heavily armored warrior, an archer, a mage, and a priest, an archetypal quintet of adventurers. Each member exuded an air of calm and composure, prompting Chen Xing to regard them with increased admiration. Casting a brief glance at the carcass of the colossal serpent nearby, the mage spoke first. "Greetings, esteemed fighter. May I trouble you for a moment?" Their tone was measured, revealing no astonishment at the serpent's remains, indicating that this mage was a person of strong conviction and likely the leader of the group. Chen Xing nodded slightly, displaying no signs of resistance. After all, fate had brought them together in the wild, and he appreciated their courteous demeanor. "Thank you. We are an adventuring party here to explore." Having heard tales of a black dragon in the vicinity, Chen Xing acknowledged this with a noncommittal nod. "I apologize for the intrusion. May we camp alongside you?" "It is quite perilous here, and safety in numbers is preferable," the mage inquired tentatively. "Very well," Chen Xing replied, gesturing towards a patch of open ground. "You may set up there, but you will need to assign someone for night watch." His response was straightforward. "Thank you," the mage responded with equal promptness. As Chen Xing observed the adventurers bustling about in the designated space, his admiration for them grew. Their harmonious coordination and disciplined demeanor, coupled with the evident prowess of each member, led him to realize that this adventuring party was no mere rabble. The adventurers swiftly established their camp and began preparing dinner, igniting a campfire that illuminated their faces, each adorned with a hint of a smile. For weary adventurers, this moment marked the pinnacle of joy after a long day. The mage glanced at Chen Xing before approaching him once more. "What is it?" Chen Xing initiated the conversation, feeling a favorable inclination towards these adventurers. With a warm smile, the mage settled beside him. It was apparent that the mage possessed a charismatic presence. Sitting next to a stranger in the wilderness was a bold move. Yet he carried it off with remarkable ease, devoid of any awkwardness, further endearing him to Chen Xing. "Esteemed fighter, I can see you are a formidable man. This giant serpent, I presume, was bested by your hand?" the mage inquired with a friendly demeanor. "No, I merely stumbled upon it along my journey. It appears quite fresh, so I thought it would suffice for dinner," Chen Xing replied slowly, a smile gracing his lips. "Do you not think that is a splendid idea?" the mage asked, his smile taking on a sly quality. "Indeed, it is undoubtedly a splendid idea," the mage concurred, his grin reflecting a hint of mischief. "May I exchange some currency for the treasures you have gathered? After all, my companions require fresh provisions as well. Of course, feel free to take what you wish. As for the coins, they are unnecessary. Everyone faces their own challenges in the outside world," Chen Xing said with a faint smile. "Thank you, noble fighter. Your generosity shall be etched in our memories," the mage replied, rising slightly and bowing, summoning the heavily armored warrior with a gesture. "We are immensely grateful. But I wonder if you have also come for the Black Dragon? If so, might we have the honor of traveling alongside your esteemed party? It is undeniably perilous here, and I believe cooperation with your team would be mutually beneficial." The mage expressed his request for collaboration without a hint of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xing nodded slightly, harboring a favorable impression of the mage before him. Traveling together poses no significant issue. As for the encounter with the Black Dragon, what difference would it make to have these individuals along? "Thank you ever so much. I apologize for my boldness. Our team is called Shadow, and I am the captain, Harry. I hope to rely on your assistance in the future," the mage said joyfully, extending his hand. "I am Chen Xing." Their hands clasped together,